Wow, the best mime ever. Newcastle Slam.
Repeat. Finisher. Like when you're trying to first someone? Finish? No? Why is he stabbing? Stabbing and pulling. What could that...
What?
Is it like something that you do every game?
Just knifing?
Popping a bat?
And you pull it out.
Like he's farming materials or something. And? Pulling.
Taking Nexus. Reloading?
Yeah, taking Nexus was a good shout. Is it something with like ultimate maybe? No?
Nothing.
Looting Deathbox?
Reviving.
Oh.
Reviving.
Axel Q. MotoGP.
Driving a motorcycle. Eating whilst driving.
Driving to restaurant on motorcycle. Delivering on motorcycle. On scooter.
Pizza delivery. Baguette.
Baguette. Eating baguette on motorcycle.
Emoting. Breaking window. Breaking... Punching a door.
Punching a door, yeah.
Why did you do a circle then?
Like that's a door.
Yeah. Wow, the best mime ever.
That's the door.
Welcome to ALGS at EWC 26. We're no longer in Riyadh. We're in beautiful Paris. Is BK Gaming going to be able to defend their championship? Or is this the year that Team Falcons is finally able to win a championship at EWC? My name is the 7WG, and I'm going to be your studio host. I think it's time we go and ask some questions to the players. We have made it into the building, and I can't...
Hey.
Hi. What's up, Randy?
Hey, man, let's go.
What up, Spider Tip?
I'm ready to adventure.
I think we gotta find some players. Let's go.
Yeah.
Let's go. I think we found... I think we found them.
Listen, I think you're a favorite here. I think most people consider it. But you guys have obviously gone through your struggles of closing just the job when it gets there. And that's the only thing people can criticize you for, having so much talent. What's the difference coming into Paris that you feel you guys have handled? How have you solved that problem going into this tournament?
Obviously, we learned from our mistakes compared to Sapporo. Obviously, there was a big mistake for closing out the game, Game 7. And obviously, we've learned a lot from that. So we're going to take that, learning experience, big mistake to, win EWC. And I think, from all the practice and everything leading up to this point, I think, we'll be ready.
Well, listen, this man is so busy. I have to get him while he's walking to another interview from another interview. So we're going to let you go. But I do have to just say, isn't your girlfriend French?
Yes, she is. She's from Marseille.
So you have an advantage.
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
Oh, yeah. There's
See-
a huge French buff here.
This man, if he's eating a croissant mid-game break, you'll know where it came from. All right, that's how. Appreciate you, bro. Good luck
Thank
this
you.
tournament.
Appreciate it.
We'll catch up with him and some more players in a sec.
Wait, Jelly from Steady Esports. Before you write your name, I got a couple of questions for you because this is your second EWC. How are you enjoying Paris so far?
Honestly, I feel like there's no city like this vibe, like the vintage vibe of the city. I honestly love it.
I mean, Deeds was talking about, is there any food out there that you're really digging into?
I love gelato ice cream, and there's a bunch of spots here, so.
All right, well, here, let's talk about the actual tournament. If it wasn't you guys that ends up winning the tournament, who do you think is going to win it?
I think it's hard to argue against Falcons. They've proven they're the best before, and they're going to get match point. They're going to do good, but it's just a case of winning it, But they'll get there.
Okay. Well, you guys have a tough group stage as well. Do you think you got what it takes to get past that group stage?
I'm extremely confident in my ability this year to make it to finals easily through group stages. And I think we'll perform well.
And you've been in the ALGS for about a year and a half now. You were telling me earlier, you are an up-and-coming phenom. Is there any messages you want to send out there to the people that actually support you?
Honestly, my biggest piece of advice is to just believe in yourself, Everybody will try to knock you down, but as long as you believe in yourself, everything will go your way.
Well, hopefully that's going to be the case. Okay, now that you answered those questions, I'll let you go back to signing your name.
All right.
Dang, man, I thought we were doing player shots, not model shots.
Oh, that's what I'm saying. He's looking good up there, huh?
I mean, my goodness. And the game face, too?
Yeah, right.
It must feel nice playing next to a guy like that.
No, yeah, he looks as good and he plays that good. What can you say?
What's up, Zainuk? Thanks for being here, man. Congratulations on making it to Paris. Obviously, you guys have had so much to get here. A great start, split one, 5th place. For you guys, were you happy with that, or did you feel like there was more in the tank for you?
Yeah, our Pro League split placement, I think it didn't really represent the way we are as a team. And obviously, we had our internet problems and stuff like that. Everyone goes through that, but it's not an excuse. And after we got halfway through the split, we came together as a team and we figured out what we needed to do to really bring it back. We had our team talks. We figured out what everyone needed on the team, and it's just been working really good. I don't think a 5th is exactly represents us like you said, but I think considering how we started the split, I think it's a very good placement leading into the split.
It feels like you guys can do a lot with a little. Things may not be going right, but you still make it work. You still get a top placement. People know there's more for you. What are the levers do you feel like you need to push and pull? And specifically in terms of Zap, because we've seen you and Koi dominate. We've seen you win a LAN. We've seen you lift a trophy. With Zap coming in, how do you feel either you have to help him succeed or he has to help you guys succeed if you're going to lift another trophy here at EWC?
Yeah, I think Zap is the best in his role. He's up there. It's just him and Waltzy. And I think everything he does for the team is just he knows exactly what the team needs. And he really, when he joined the team, he has really been working on everything throughout this entire time. And I still have my moments, where I need to tell him to go do something, or we get a little frustrated at each other. But
You got to keep him honest.
Yeah. But our team is we're all friends, and we all know, at the end of the day, it's our job. We need to show up and we need to perform. And getting emotional, it's understandable, but it can't get overboard. And being able to just talk to each other like that and can express the way you feel, it's important in every team. And I think that's one of the biggest things of why Falcons and just all the teams at the top, they stay at the top, and it's just something that we've been working on consistently, and it's really showing results. Yeah.
One of the things I want to know is if you had to pick a superpower, a something that makes you guys excellent, something that if you do well, how people kind of lean into their strengths. If you had to lean into your strength, what would that strength be for people watching? Because again, you guys show flashes of brilliance in almost all areas. What's the one that you've noticed, wow, this is where we're special. If we do this right, we can make it happen?
Yeah, most people know I would say we are the best team fighting team in the game. Falcons, who I don't care. we are the best team fighting team in the game, and I think other than that, the way we communicate with each other, it's just we really flow together, And it seems like the fights when we're all there and our energy's all there and we show up, it's no one can stop us. And If we bring that into this land, we're going to be able to bring it out.
Now, my other question, is there a player that can beat Koifel in some of the poses he's making right now, or do you think he's got that one locked down?
I think he's got those poses unlocked. No one's beating him in those.
I think he's coming home with a trophy for the poses for these shots, man. But I'm going to let you get back with your team. Thank you, Zainu. Great talking with you as well, and good luck this tournament.
Yeah, thank you, man.
Hey y'all, it's Tiffany, and I just found Hank McCoy, aka Tom, aka Legacy. How are we feeling today, bro?
I'm feeling pretty good. Media day is mostly over. It's like looking pretty good. Excited.
I was gonna say, I saw you doing your glamour shots over there. Talk me through doing the hero shots. That's your favorite, right?
Oh, by far the least favorite. But hey, they look the best though. So
They do look good. I did walk by, talk to your coach, and I was like, you guys are mogging. And I don't know what that word means. I'm very much a grandma on this, so do you know what mogging means?
no, I don't. You might have to explain it to me a bit later. Like,
I can explain it to you later. Okay, but now that we're locked in, the hardest part is over. How are you feeling going into group stages?
going to group stage pretty confident. Like they're the ones who've practiced. Just hoping to stay out of the survivor stage. Top 6 doesn't look very nice, but yeah.
Year 6 has been really, I'm going to call it weird in ALGS in general. It feels very open, a lot of changes. Have you guys felt more confident being able to navigate those changes, or are there some things that you're like, I kind of want to iron them out in the group stages before match point finals?
I think most part in like boot camp, just like scrims beforehand, where I've managed to iron them out. But for the most part, the game's in a pretty good state for us, I think, as a team. Like, yeah.
I like that. Now, speaking of, sometimes we get like clear favorites in Split 1 playoffs. Are there any teams that you're particularly worried about?
I mean, as always, it just has to be Falcons. Alliance have been looking pretty good in scrims as well, but I mean, they're the team to beat.
And when you beat the Falcons, what do you want to say to them?
I love that you said when. I can't really know. Publicly, congrats for them, because they were doing well, but yeah.
We're just better. That's what I want out of you.
We are just better, yeah.
And there you have it, guys. We'll see you guys for some more action later. But thank you so much, homie.
Cheers. Nice talking to you.
Yeah, you as well.
Look who I'm here with now. No Name, the MVP from APAC South Pro League, also from Wolves, the champions. No Name, how are you enjoying Paris?
No Name 这次在巴黎待得怎么样？
这是我第一次来到巴黎，然后我感觉这里的食物都比较美味吧。我昨天吃了蜗牛，然后感觉是挺好吃的。我对巴黎的印象非常好。
Well, this is my first time in Paris, and I think like food here is really amazing. Yesterday I tried this one dish that was really tasty. I really enjoying here.
I'm glad you enjoyed that food, because I've also been enjoying the food quite a lot. Now, you are one of the favorites coming into the tournament. Does that put extra pressure on your guys' shoulders?
你们战队是这次比赛的夺冠热门，这是给你们施加更大的压力吗？
我感觉没有对我们有很大的压力吧，但是我们还是得小心其他赛区的对我们造成的一些威胁吧，因为我感觉我们应该没有被少研究，然后希望我们能发挥很好。
I wouldn't say the pressure is much higher because of it, but I think we have to be careful because other teams definitely research us more probably, so we have to just do our best.
Okay, and as being champions from APAC South, what kind of adjustments have you had to do from APAC South Pro League to now being at EWC?
作为亚太南赛区的冠军，然后来到 EWC 这个舞台上，在这条路上你们都做了什么调整？
感觉亚太南赛区跟世界赛的区别还是非常大的。然后，我觉得我们在亚太南赛区可能不用很在意对局的玩法吧，就是可能玩的比较随意，但是到了世界赛上就得比较拘谨一点，然后可能得更偏进圈一点。
Well, I think the difference between APAC South tournaments and the international competition is really big. I think during the APAC stage, we were kind of playing freely to say, but this time we have to focus more. We have to be look what we are doing basically, and we really have to do our best.
Okay, and earlier you were talking about teams doing more research on you. So there's only just one question. Who's going to be the biggest competition to go for that championship?
刚才你也提到其他队友队伍可能也做了一些分析，然后你觉得这次比赛的最大的竞争对手是哪一支战队？
我会说是 Falcons，因为上次线下赛的冠军，其实如果那一把他们没有失误的话，他们就大概率是冠军。然后我觉得他们这次的竞争力也是非常强的，所以我会认为是 Falcons。
Well, I think it's going to be Falcons because during the last competition, if they wouldn't lose, they would be the champions. So this time, if I would have to pick one team, I think it would be Falcons.
Well, let's see who's it going to be. Is it going to be Wolves? Is it going to be Falcons? Shit, no name. Now, time for me to go because it is a little bit squeezing here.
Ladies and gentlemen, we got him. We found him. The loudest man in Apex Legends, Effect from Aurora. What's up, man?
Hi.
Hi. You know, he may not be loud in terms of saying a lot, but you do a lot of talking with your play. You have been phenomenal. A lot of people questioned, are you going to be the same Effect going from Alliance to Aurora? How do you think you fared this last season?
I'm still the same. I was one of the key leaders. The whole Pro League was close to getting it with the whole different play style that I mean, gone from to like from playing Edge, hard Edge most of the time to getting God spots every game, which is crazy to me. So I'm still the same, just getting better.
Honestly, I would say it was one of the biggest surprises because we knew how good you were. We knew how impactful you were, but you somehow got better. You somehow made more of an impact. I think this is now an opportunity to say it's for real at the biggest stage. So I'm sure you guys only have sights for winning this tournament.
Yeah, I'm definitely way more confident now because the game is just so much easier and there's like so much, I forgot the word, sorry, but it's like I'm much more confident with making points because in zone, you just guaranteed to get some points basically. You know, I don't have to like always perform my 100% in order to win. Like 90% of work, I would say, is just on Hierka.
Interesting. So he allows you to do what you do better by freeing up most of your decision-making for most of the game.
Well, kind of, yeah. The only decisions I usually make is just like, if we end up in a situation to maybe get a kill or maybe like do a quick rotations, because sometimes I play with the characters that allow that. So that's the only thing I would do. That's it.
Speaking of Hierka, I mean, it's important. You came from really, you know, one of the preeminent players, hockeys on Alliance, one of the preeminent teams, and you and your style. And there's been conversation that you sometimes spoke up too much. You sometimes did your own thing, that somewhere it clashed. How do you feel the relationship with Hierka has impacted you for the better? How have you found working with him as an IGL and your play style of being an offensive player who likes to sometimes make decisions that sometimes win games?
Yeah. Hierka is a zone player, yeah, but he sometimes does the plays that most of the teams don't like that sit in zone. So that's the best part about him. We just go and kill a team that if we want to or if we need to, you know, it's not just like we're gonna sit like kittens in zone and just like let everyone come. We're just gonna hold our space. We're gonna hold our spot.
And speaking of animals, you said kittens. Hierka has given you a nickname. Did you know that?
No, I didn't know that.
Because I asked him right before this interview. And can you guess what the nickname is?
Kitten?
No, you were kind of close. It's Baby Goat. He calls you the Baby Goat because he thinks, you know, you're young, but you're the greatest of all time. How do you feel about that?
I'm feeling great about it because I know another Baby Goat from another cybersport, and it's crazy that we're from the same city.
I love it, man. Well, congratulations on being here. I know we're going to see a lot of play from you, a lot of talking in-game as well, but thanks for taking time with us here.
Thank you.
All right, Effect from Aurora, Baby Goat. All right.
What's up, guys? I found Team Vision on my little adventure into the media room. And guys, you just finished up your gearing up for the week, and Zach Mazer is here, but we don't want to talk to Zach Mazer. You guys know enough about him. He's been in Apex since the dawn of time. So go ahead, introduce your teammates for me, my man, and then we'll let him talk.
Yeah, so I got a brand new team. I'm really excited to work with them. This is Carter, and this is Lauder, and this is our coach, Eros, and they are easily the best, and I'm really excited to win this tournament.
I love that. I asked him what the sharpest tool in his shed was when it came to his skills with Apex, and he did not answer my question. He said everything hype about Carter and Loader. So I'm going to hand the mic over, and I just kind of want to know what you're feeling coming into this week. Do you have like a very high ceiling for yourself?
Oh yeah, I think that's one of the best things about our team is that our floor is just genuinely so high, and I feel like we can I feel like we will surprise a lot of people.
Okay, I like that. Surprise a lot of people. Can you kind of echo that sentiment?
I would say we're ready to surprise a lot of people for sure. Me and Carter, we had like a tough time the last LAN, and I feel like we got a lot to prove ourselves, not only to ourselves, but also to the people that support us. So I think this LAN is going to be pretty good for us.
I like it. And Zach was telling me in particular that when you guys were like looking for teams and going through tryouts, that you initially told him no, that you didn't want to play with him. Kind of walk me through some of those tryouts.
So I believe we had multiple trials lined up and we didn't have a definitive answer yet. So we kind of wanted to wait until a little bit later just to figure out exactly who we wanted to play with. And at a certain point in time, we realized that Zach was our absolute best option and that we could go really far with him.
Like that. What did you feel when they said no? Because you are a vet, you know, you've performed historically, like your repertoire speaks for itself. So how did that feel hearing no?
Well, it was a different timeline, so we got a little bit confused. So the no actually came right before champs. It wasn't during these trials.
Okay.
The trials, they were working with a couple different people, and it was very obvious, like you said, that I was going to be their best option. I was very lucky to get the opportunity to play with them. But yeah, the no came right before champs, and you know that was acceptable. It is what it is.
It is what it is. Okay, so we got the high ceiling, a lot of expectations coming in. We have a lot of clear favorites when you think about year 6 split 1 playoffs. Do you consider yourself one of the favorites to win this LAN?
No, I think I've always considered like me, Lauder, I feel like we've always been dark horses. Okay. Honestly, I don't think we're ever favorites, but I feel like that's a good thing though.
Do you think you have less pressure on yourself being that dark horse?
Yes and no. I feel like we just I feel like we just have a lot to prove. I think me and Lauder, but I think Zach will compliment us a lot. So.
All right, and what do you have to say about that?
I mean, I think we're favorites because of how good we are online. But I mean, online is a whole different story. It's a whole different environment. You know, there's a lot less pressure. You're in your bedroom. Everything's different. If we're talking about online, I would say we're absolutely favorites. I think all of us would say that we underperformed this Pro League, and I think we finished 3rd, right? A lot of small things like that. We had an amazing regional finals. We had the most points overall, finished 2nd. And, you know, when that ended, none of our heads were too high. We were bummed out. We couldn't close it out. So, yeah, our expectations are really, really high. I would probably say we're favorites, but that is a lot of pressure, like you mentioned.
Yeah, it's really tough. I was asking someone earlier, I was like, is it more difficult, do you think, to win your first title or defend it? And they had been a LAN. Do you guys think it's incredibly difficult just to get that first one out of the way?
Yeah, I mean, the pressure of winning the first one is hard, but once you've done it before, you know you can do it again, right? And that confidence will come in a different way, usually. So, yeah.
Okay. Now, one more question before I let y'all go. Being here at EWC, it's in Paris. This is a very different environment than our typical ALGS LANs. And you were kind of talking about that shift of LAN being, you know, so different than playing in your bedroom. How are you feeling stepping onto that stage out there ready to compete?
I'm ready to go. I could not be more comfortable after playing at a few LANs already. The first one definitely was something to get used to, but I've got the experience now and I'm ready to go.
Okay, so we're going to see you guys on Final Sunday, ready to get crazy?
Yeah.
All right, let's do it, boys. Thank you for giving me the time.
Of course, thank you so much.
All right, we infiltrated the media lounge, and I just found the man, the myth, the legend, Sharky. Sharky, this is your favorite day, right? It's like kind of the calm before the storm, before we dive into groups. How are we feeling after those hero shots?
I don't know. It's hard to put it, but I do enjoy it a little bit. It is a bit of kind of just messing around and a bit relaxing before, yeah, like you say, calm before the storm. So it is enjoyable, but at the same time, I'm not exactly a big out there person, so it does get on my nerves a little bit. But I mean, you just have to do it, and it's fun at the end of the day.
You just have to lock it in. Your coach was out there talking about you guys individually look maxing, and I'm using all these. Yeah, look at him right there. He's like, oh God, I'm hyping you up. I see you. But no, we'll talk about Apex. I know we were chatting earlier. I was like, if you went and saw the Eiffel Tower, because this man doesn't use social media, right? I was like, you're posting. What does that tweet look like?
What did I say? I think I said before, like, oh, just damn it's high or something.
Saw it, did it, achieved it. He's like, I didn't even tweet when I won a championship. So looking into year 6, split 1 playoffs, like, are we contending for this title, my man?
I'd sure hope so. I definitely don't come here to try and lose, so I'm definitely looking to try and take it.
Yeah, I was going to have a problem if you said anything else. Like, we can't be like, no, man, I just want to survive group stages. No, we want to get into the finals and we want to win again. How would that feel taking down, you played with Zero, you won with them, you taking down how, like, some of these big, heavy hitters, what's that going to be like?
I don't know. It's kind of hard for me to put things into words until I've experienced it again. I mean, I've experienced it before, but doing it again, who knows? I've probably just happy is the best way to put it. Just, excited.
Yeah, since you've won a title, I feel like this is a good question for you then. Do you think it's harder to get your first win or harder to defend it?
Easily harder to defend it. It's definitely a lot more difficult, especially nowadays where there's a lot more different styles, like there's bans, new maps, everything's different now. It's a lot more difficult to be more consistent. So I would say it's definitely harder.
I think so. Honestly, ALGS to me for year 6 has just been kind of, I call it weird, but it's just because there's been all of those changes that you're talking about that's been implementing, and to stay consistent has been so dang difficult. So what are some of the things that you guys worked out maybe in boot camp before coming into this?
I think the number one thing that you always want to try and stay on top of, especially in Apex with multiple things changing, is you just want to have as clean communication as you possibly can during your games. And that kind of can settle everything else for when you get started. Like, you can make all these plans, but if you're not communicating those plans in game and changes that happen, or like where an Evo spawns, what do we have rings, simple stuff like that. It sounds like easy to think about in the moment, but when you've got to communicate, if you're communicating all that stuff clearly to your teammates, it's a lot easier to see the bigger picture of the game and play it out.
I think that is actually one of the biggest keys to success is the communication. Now, we did just have a massive change right before this week, right? A couple like reworks and such. You guys already kind of ironed that out?
Yeah, we hope so, to the best of our abilities. We do have a slightly more zone-orientated and defensive play style, so we do play a little bit differently to other teams, but I think for the most part, with the way we want to play, we've got it sorted.
All right, well, you guys heard it. He's got it sorted. Good luck this week. I hope you guys absolutely crush it.
Thank you.
All right. Bye, y'all.
Play is in our DNA. Whenever we let it out, it becomes our superpower. Now imagine an entire city being built to supercharge it. Kadir City, powered by Play.
New city, Paris. I knew where to go in Riyadh. EWC 26, new city, Kiria City Grid. I gotta go find it. Excuse me. I'm trying to find where I'm going here. Okay, Eiffel Tower, I know that one. No Kiria City Grid. I gotta look for more signs. Je m'appelle EWC 26 Paris. It's challenging. Where am I going? I have finally made it. Welcome to the LGS at EWC 26, live from Paris at the Kiria City Grid. My name is the 7WG and I'm gonna be your studio host. And now I can't wait to find the rest of the amazing talent. Let's go and get day one started.
Apex Legends, welcome to Paris.
Yes, you have Rain Day and Lace here to bring you all the excitement for EWC 2026.
I can't wait to be here, Lace. This is one of those cities that is just magical. Eating the food, the players are enjoying the atmosphere. We're south of the River Seine. The competition is getting used to the heat here in the summer of Paris, but honestly, it's always hot in there because the atmosphere is tense. These players are ready to go.
Yeah, but let me quickly take you guys back to 2025, where our champions, VK Gaming from Apex South, took the title, and they are here today to defend that title, but against 40 other teams. Now, we have 4 groups of 10 teams, and they are incredibly ready to take on the competition to win $2 million from Rain Day's wallet.
I didn't know that part. We'll talk to production about that one as well, or League Ops. I need an answer to that. However, you guys do have an answer as to who is going to be competing. The team she talked about from Aurora with the likes of Effect, looking to try to make his own destiny as a leader on this team with Hyerka and Oirain, going against a former teammate in Hockeys who's picked up Aku on Alliance, who's already, by the way, won this tournament. Can he and Alliance win it again? But of course, they'll be having to go up against all of our teams from Zeta Division to, of course, the infamous Falcons, who want to be here, who are always here. Waltzy, Gildersons, and Imperial Hout, they've qualified for every major ALGS LAN in history. This is no exception, and like no exception, they plan to win.
And speaking of never missing a tournament, Gen G have just arrived to EWC. I mean, Asia's just got off the plane about an hour ago to compete here today. So they are ready to go in with Apex Legends and do everything that they possibly can to take it all home. But of course, we have a quick little explainer video for you guys so you can see how everything works.
Time for Apex Legends to once again mark its presence at the Esports World Cup. But before we land in Paris, let's take a closer look at the exact format of the ALGS 2026 Split 1 playoffs. 40 of the best ALGS Pro League teams from the Americas, EMEA, APAC North, and APAC South regions shall take to the stage and throughout 5 intense days battle for a share of a $2 million prize pool. The competition is divided into 3 stages: group stage, survival stage, and match point finals. First comes the group stage, where our teams are split into 4 even groups. The groups battle each other in a round-robin format, at the end of which 14 top teams advance straight to the finals. Squads placed 15th to 34th progress to stage 2, and bottom 6 squads will unfortunately have to say goodbye to the tournament. Stage 2, the survival stage, is a real trial by fire, where 20 teams once again have to battle it out across 10 matches. But this time, only 6 squads progress to the final stage, and 14 are eliminated. That brings us to the match point finals, where the best 20 teams, 14 from group stage and 6 from survival stage, clash for the ultimate glory of becoming the Split 1 playoffs champions. Here, there's no match cap. The games continue until one team reaches 50 points and then secures a victory in a subsequent match, crowning them the champions. The remaining teams are then ranked based off of the points they earned throughout the final stage. And there you have it. All that's left now is to see who will be able to climb all the way to the top.
If you're familiar with the Esports World Cup, then the Key Crusher will be a fond memory. And of course, this year, it's back.
Each teams enter this ALGS Split 1 playoff will have a key, but when they are eliminated, then your key will be crushed, along with your hope and dreams of cementing your legacy into the ALGS history books. Oh, that's brutal.
Yes, many of you will have seen keys crushed in last year's EWC streams, but our crusher works a bit differently. We don't simply crush your key, we eviscerate it.
With razor sharp teeth spinning below, we like to make you known when you are eliminated from the competition.
So stick around to see it in action.
The Esports World Cup, the most elite competition in the world. Its trophy system is built to match. The Club Championship Trophy, awarded to the one club that rose above the rest and reigned supreme across all EWC games. Every participant earns a key engraved with their name. That's their right to compete. Reigning champions hold a key unlike any other. The Game Trophy is the ultimate prize for every game's champion, incomplete until a champion's key is inserted. The champion's key frame is locked into the totem, a stone marker of legacy. etched with every EWC champion. The losing keys are crushed. The champion claims 3, a personal reminder of who they defeated. The rest are preserved beneath the totem in resin. Every fallen contender captured forever. Will you be remembered or forgotten beneath the totem? At EWC, nothing is granted. Everything is earned.
Welcome to the Club Championship Update brought to you by Aramco. Let's talk about how the Club Championship works.
To be eligible for the Club Championship, a team must place top 8 in at least 2 separate competitions. In order to win the Club Championship, a team needs to win at least 1 competition with average points being accrued by placement in each tournament.
Not only that, but there's $30 million on the line this time around, so let's talk titles that'll be playing in weeks 1 and 2. In week 1, we have Apex Legends, Valorant, Fatal Fury, and week 1 of Dota 2. In week 2, we have League of Legends, Free Fire, MLBB, MWI, and week 2 of Dota 2, with many more titles to come in the following weeks. But Eric, let's give everybody a recap of what happened in the 2025 Club Championship.
EWC 2025 consisted of over 2,000 players from 100 different countries and 200 different clubs, with $70 million being awarded and $27 million of that going to the top finishers in the Club Championship. Now, after 7 weeks of fierce competition, Team Falcons ended with 5,200 points with a first place finish across 22 different titles, and this ended up with top finishes in Overwatch 2 they won Overwatch 2 and top finishes in Dota 2, Chess, PUBG, Rocket League, and Counter-Strike.
And now we're back for EWC 2026, and those questions now remain. Will Falcons be the Club Championships champions yet again? Or will those top teams find themselves in a top spot one more time? Or will a new team make their mark in the history books of EWC? We'll find out over the next 7 weeks. For now, Apex Legends is about to kick off, and VK Gaming, the reigning champs showing up with the same roster, are back. But we have some big powerhouses in the lobby as well, ready to claim that title. So the real question is, Eric, are you ready?
I'm ready.
Let's get into it.
All right, it's Rain Day here with Falcons. Waltzy, how you doing, man?
I'm good, man. I'm good.
You enjoying Paris?
Yeah, it's been an experience, to be honest. I've been sick, but it's been good.
I have to ask, did you get through all right? I hope you didn't have a middle seat, because I can imagine the shoulders just don't fit next to 2 people.
Yeah, I always have to go window. I can't do middle. It's so bad. It's not bad for me. It's bad for the people next to me, too.
I had a middle, and I literally thought, Waltzy could never do what I'm doing coming to Paris. All jokes aside, man, I want to talk a little bit about what your team needs this time around. What is the difference between how you feel you guys have sometimes been great, been favorites, and stumbled between now? Do you feel like you've answered the questions to yourselves and now are ready to prove it?
I think last LAN we sort of went through the hardest sort of experience, which was like having the game in our hands and letting it slip. And then we've gone through a pretty like grueling pro league. So I think we're kind of just, we've gone through all the lows, and I think now is just like the time for the highs. I think we've experienced like, what we shouldn't have done in Game 7 last LAN. I think we've learnt from it, and I think we're good to go.
How have you grown as a player? Because you came as the star of your team. You came as a guy representing Team Burger, as somebody who people said, this is Waltzy's team. Now you're a part of, admittedly, a bigger organization, a bigger team. You've got Imperial Hal, who many people say that's his team. You're a part of it. How have you learned to grow as a player to adapt and fit into that style so you guys can win?
I like winning, man. So it was pretty easy. It was, you join Hal, who's like the number 1 player in the game, and it's just, if you enjoy winning, you just follow him and try and help him as much as you can without getting in his way. So that's all I do.
I'm a dad. I'm leaving my child for a while. She's 17 months. I know you're about to be a dad. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Have you felt a little more emotional? Has it added a little extra weight of importance to this event, knowing that you got someone who in future years is going to ask, "Hey, Daddy, how was it at that EWC? Did you win?"
Well, we knew, so she was actually pregnant in Japan as well. So it's kind of been like, I felt it then, I feel it now. I feel like every event now I sort of have just something extra that I want to win for. So I'd definitely say it is a bit more emotion involved for sure.
It's a beautiful thing, man. I've loved seeing your growth. I think you guys are truly one of the top 2 favorites here. I'm excited to see you prove it on the main stage, though, coming up. Thanks, man.
Thank you.
What are you doing?
One of the trophies that Imperial Hal is currently missing here at EWC. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the year 6 of ALDS Split 1 playoffs at the 2026 Esports World Cup live in Paris. My name is the 7WG, but I'm not going to be doing this by myself. I'm joined by the amazing people that you have already seen some of them. Snipe Down, Lace, but we haven't yet seen Graceful. Graceful, where have you been? Have you been enjoying Paris?
I have been enjoying Paris. It's been nice eating food, seeing people. It feels so alive here.
It does. I mean, yesterday we got a chance to go check out the Eiffel Tower. That was amazing. But going into the other aspect of this, I mean, Snipe Down, we just heard from Falcons as well, saying that they want to be able to win it. And for Imperial Hal, it will be amazing for him to finally get this trophy.
Yeah, I think that's going to be one of the biggest storylines to follow because they've been so close so many times and always ending near that top. It's just really getting through that ladder. And, you know, we heard Walty in that Game 7. They've been through the ups. They've seen the downs. So now it's just putting that together, learning from the mistakes, and hopefully putting it all together for the biggest event of the year.
And it is going to be the first time for Imperial Hal that he's going to be playing at EWC without Zero. How do you think that's going to be able to affect him, even though he has already played tournaments without him?
I don't think it's going to affect him much. Have you seen the replacement? Guild, exceptional. What I was saying the other day is I feel like, you know, Waltzy's quite calm, but Guild's kind of like the calm in between those two. So he's like the peacemaker of the group. And yeah, I don't think that's any sort of downfall for the Falcons at all, having, you know, one out and Guild in.
Well, Falcons is looking to add another star there to their jersey, being able to become those club championships once again. Now, from all that, we're talking about all these squads. We'll be talking a lot more, too, in regards to all the squads that are going to be favorites to win it. But I want to check out that map rotation because we are going to be having Group A and Group B playing in the first 6 games. And you can see right there, we're going to have the first 3 is going to be none other than E District.
I mean, E-District is a beloved map as well as Stormpoint. Probably the both best maps to play where there's no real inconsistency to be shown. You know, both maps are so well planned out that you are able to play out the way that you have been pre-planning for this tournament.
Yeah, I love starting on E-District. You know, it is one of the newer maps still. A lot of people still somewhat figuring it out, but the ability to rotate and, you know, even with altars through walls and just getting to repositioning, it's just one of my favorite maps to watch from a spectator standpoint. And honestly, we're going to see who comes out hot and who can hold that into the Stormpoint maps.
It's not Olympus, so that's
yeah.
They're happy with that. You know, every pro player is like, Olympus is coming up, and you know what? I'm happy not to see Olympus. I'm sure the pro players are happy not to see Olympus there. So you know what, 7? Yeah, that's a big factor.
If it was Olympus, I want to see the notes that you have written down. If it's going to be along the lines of what the players have, see if we can get it.
This is what I think of Olympus.
It's just a nice little pig. Okay, there you go.
I feel like y'all came prepared, and I'm like, I drew a pig. I'm so ready for
It's a nice drawing, though.
Thank you. I did it standing up, so it's a little bit shaky, but that's okay. Okay. Anyway, don't judge me for my notes, guys.
Love our doodles.
Now, one team that is going to definitely we're going to be keeping an eye on, Snipe Down. I'm going to go with you to Zeta.
Yeah, I mean, Zeta Division, they absolutely dominated their region. It really wasn't even close. And, you know, we have Yuka, Mike, and Satuki. And this team, they had 3 first place finishes in back-to-back weeks in Pro League. And not only that, this is going to be Yuka's first event, not on Fnatic. So it's going to be very interesting to follow that storyline in itself. This team is an aggressive powerhouse. They had not only the most kills across every single region in all of Pro League, they had the highest damage differential in their region and the most placement points. So not only do they slay, they get to the end game and they win games. Now, my biggest concern for them is in the Pro League weeks, you know, you're not matched against everyone. You have a lot of people in a pool. When they went into these international scrims, they averaged 18th overall, which puts them pretty far back after how dominant they were. And the biggest concern there for me is their aggression in their region. They obviously dominate and are more individually talented than what their competition is. When they put that up against, you know, the North American powerhouses or the APAC South, whatever it might be, that aggression doesn't work as well because you have other teams playing Edge who are just as strong as they are, and that same style might not work. So it'll be very interesting to see how they adapt going into these future matches in this tournament, and we'll see round by round if they can, you know, adapt and continue that dominance that they showcased all year.
Well, we'll definitely have to wait and see if they are going to be able to adjust here to EWC. But now, the one I'm going to be looking at, Graceful, is I'm going to be looking at TIE. What can they do here at the Esports World Cup?
I mean, for everybody at home that knows me, I always talk about being consistent. And this is the opposite side of the spectrum. They had a really rough Pro League where they actually went into regional finals on 20th, I believe. The only way they made it here was to win the whole thing. They won the whole thing for their region. And when you're able to have that thing that I'm mainly looking for out in teams, that we always talk about, there's different stages of group, survival, and then eventually final stages. I'm talking about grit. I'm talking about perseverance. Are you able to stick it out through the things when all the odds are stacked against you, are still able to keep your head up high and work through it? This is one of the teams that made it here. I'm so proud of them. Umi, Chan, Pinot, and also F-Chan. I hope he brought out the real guns as well. His biceps for everybody that loves him. So hopefully they can showcase that they're here for a reason. Even though it might have been a little bit slippery, they're still here.
Okay, well, let's see if they also have what it takes to make it to the next stage, right? Or if they're going to end up going to Survivor. You don't want to be in the bottom 6 because after the group stage, you're just going to be going home. But quick little touch-up, actually. I want to talk about Gen G. You got a chance to talk about it earlier, but I know you want to deep dive down a little bit more in it.
Let me add it, Seven. Look, I absolutely adore this team, okay? You know, I'm not going to give you the analytical standpoint, but I do want to touch on a little bit of what Snipe said about those sort of edge-playing teams, and that's Gen G. You know, we were saying that, you know, APAC North, APAC South have such a different play style to our America teams, so will that fit in nicely? But then, what if we have so many edge-playing teams that, you know, these American teams are like, where my KP at? I don't know, I do want to see that. But look, Gen G, Ziki, Asia's Dexter, one of the longest standing teams that have collectively played together. Like, they have not swapped in or out different players over the time that I have been watching them, you guys have been watching them at home. So, you know, this team is an edge roller powerhouse. I just said before, they just got off the plane. Asia's just turned up about an hour ago. So that's the dedication that I know Gen G can have. And plus, look, I'm not going to like rile some feathers just a little bit, but that kind of controller M&K debate, Asia's is like the best M&K player. So
okay.
I'm just, will they win? I don't think so, but I think they'll qual.
Don't worry, we'll have a lot more time to talk about all of this. Those has been your PS5 stories of the day. And for everybody currently watching at home, make sure you guys go to the EWC website, go to the EWC app, give us some of your predictions, and on social media, let us know some hot takes. Send us some memes because we might end up showing some of your stuff here on this broadcast. I saw when she was mentioning something, Grace, I saw you wanting to reply to what she was saying. Is there anything you wanted to say?
I mean, the moment she said roller versus MK, you know, I'm getting passionate. I'm getting hot about it, you know. But we have to
outside
say,
at 3 p.m.
Yeah, I mean, meet outside at 3 p.m. No, I'm really hyped to see because we've always had this debate, you know, why have so many people been swapping over inputs? For a reason, probably. But we keep seeing these shining stars right there. Asia as an example, No Name as well in the tournament. People are really looking up to, that it's still possible if you put in the effort and all of that hard work, and it could pay off, you know. And I hope it really does.
Well, No Name coming in as the MVP from his region. One team, you know what, let's switch it up. Let's stop talking about favorites. Earlier, we got a chance to just brush up really briefly on Falcons, but I know one team that you want to talk about, Snipe Down. It's none other than Shopify Rebellion.
Yeah, I've talked about this team constantly, but I think the adaptation of just their play style has been really fun to watch. They went from a kill-heavy team, and even talking to Hal in the past, it was just a bunch of guys playing ranked, running around the map who were just better than everyone else. And I think for the first time, this team has come together. They had 2 really rough weeks at the start of Pro League, but that was due to technical issues. And honestly, after that, their average placement for the remainder of 4 weeks and finals was 4th. So going that far, not only that, they were 3rd overall in kills, 3rd overall in damage differential as teams, but the biggest thing that I noticed, number 1 in overall placement, all of North America teams, which is not what you would expect out of the Shopify team, which is kill heavy. So I think that's going to be the biggest difference. It seems like, you know, Zainu's got the IGLing down, more comfortable, more trust within that team, because you never know after their poor performance at the last event. You know, sometimes teams, you know, they lose that faith, they lose that confidence. They did not, and Zainu's just the type of player that, you know, he takes that, he learns, and he comes out stronger. So I'm going to be very interested to follow that storyline at this event.
Let's switch a little bit, all right? Favorites. Earlier we were talking about underdogs, and I know there was one team that came to mind for you, Grace.
I mean, you know, if you're talking about underdogs specifically, you kind of have to go with the boys from EMEA, you know. I'm talking about none less than who exactly am I talking about?
Oh, don't worry. I got you. Here, let me see real quick.
Do you want my notes?
Yeah, give me your notes. It's none other than, Doodleball. Don't worry. We forgot. we left our notes back there. We're just going to have to draw some more pigs all over around. But you know what? We'll come back to that one because one team that definitely we want to touch up, and you kind of touch up on already, is No Name with Wolves. This is another team that can be favorites. Where I was actually getting the chance to ask No Name, are you going to be able to adjust your gameplay here for EWC? To say, yeah, we definitely got what it takes. I see us being able to be one of those teams that gets that match point.
Yeah, well, look, all these Esports, they've been like strong and heavy hitters, and yes, we were talking about No Name, and we want to see a lot of people thrive. But this is someone that's so consistent, that has just been working incredibly hard, and I think kind of deserves that little shine, that little light upon them. But look, when we look at like Apex South and those sorts of stuff, it is chaos. APAC North too, like it is such a different ball game. I feel like in our regions that it could make or break. It could make or break them. Like he could come here and he could shine, but I also feel like it might be detrimental. And once you sort of get in that headspace and you're like, this is not working for us, we haven't practiced anything else, it's not really going to work out for them. But look, I still feel like it's going to, No Name's going to do great.
Okay, well, from Group A and Group B, because this is the first 6 matches that we're going to be getting out of those 2 groups, you know what, very quickly, let me know of somebody that you think is going to be the MVP out of those 2 groups today. Snipe, I'm going to go with you first.
Honestly, I mean, let's just go with Asia.
Asia?
Go with Asia. Yeah.
All right.
Yeah, I hope the
Ben's jet lagged, yeah.
Yeah, let's do it.
He deserves it.
Even better.
Grace?
I'd probably go with, I think Prestis probably, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, probably Prestis, yeah.
Okay. Lace?
I'm an Asia's fan. I'm sorry, like I'm a little fangirl. Like that, he's just incredible to watch. I don't mean to copy your homework,
No,
but
I love it.
I feel like I'm super excited.
Okay, I'm not an expert, but I'm gonna go with No Name. But you know what? I think we are ready for the starting ceremony. So let's send it over to none other than Barney and Ludi.
Mesdames et messieurs, bienvenue à l'Esports World Cup, bienvenue au play-off du Split 1 des ALGS.
Ladies and gentlemen, you have now arrived at the very beginning of the most epic journey in esports.
Pendant 5 jours de compétition, des joueurs venus du monde entier vont s'affronter sur cette scène. Dans leur région, ils sont les meilleurs, mais seront-ils capables de prouver qu'ils sont les meilleurs au monde?
120 players, 40 teams, and $2 million on the line. Behind that very curtain, waiting to step out onto the arena, we have champions, MVPs, veterans, and rookies looking to make a name for themselves.
Évidemment, ils veulent tous marquer l'histoire de l'EWC, tous marquer l'histoire d'Apex Legends et repartir avec ces 2 millions. Mais ce qu'ils veulent vraiment,
that stunning trophy.
Je suis Luthier et je serai votre host pour tout le WC avec l'incroyable Barney.
My name's Barney Banks and I am your host alongside the incredible Luti. And without any further delay, we are now ready to introduce your first two groups to the main stage, starting with TIE.
Flat!
Dory!
Kirisame Avok!
Relove Deep Cross Gaming!
PXX!
Wolves Esports!
Team Heretics!
Trinity!
Genji Esports!
Gaming Gladiators!
Virtus Pro!
AGAL!
Forfern Esports!
Unlimit!
Zeta Division!
Zeddy Esports!
Shopify Rebellion!
JD Gaming!
And finally, Team Falcons!
This is where heroes are created, where moments are forged, and where the next generation are inspired. And so, ladies and gentlemen, coming to you live from the Qiddiya City Grid in the Porte de Versailles in the heart of Paris. Welcome to the ALGS Split 1 Playoffs.
Paris, nous y sommes. Voici le tout premier événement majeur d'Apex Legends en France. Bienvenue à l'EWC. Bienvenue aux playoffs des ALGS.
Welcome, everybody, to the mid-season playoffs at EWC Year 6 here in Paris. I'm Vicky Kitty. I'm joined with my homegirl, Spider Tiff, and today we get to see day one kickstart the action in Paris.
Yeah, I'm kind of reeling with energy, right? We were wreaking havoc during Media Day yesterday, just kind of getting a feel for how everyone is situated. But watching those walkouts, seeing all the energy in the arena, let me just tell you, this is about to be a great week.
Oh yeah, man, it's crazy to see not only the crowd that was lined up outside, getting ready to see our pros face off against each other to kick off groups A and B, but it's also a testament to how these teams have been able to make the adjustments that they've had to make leading up to the big stage event.
Yeah, it's so interesting, right? I talked to a ton of players yesterday and I was like, I dubbed it as weird. And I quote unquote, year 6 ALGS has just felt different. I don't know if it's because it's incredibly more open when it comes to a lot of our young up and coming talent that has all the roster swaps, right? I'm looking at JD Gaming. You saw floating there for a second, but that's just one name that is looking to put themselves into the history books of ALGS.
You gotta bring him over. It's
I'm not your fangirl or anything. Shh, no, floating didn't hear that.
Oh man, it's crazy. I mean, not only floating and the boys out here that have made their way over to Paris, but we have to also take a look at what is really important for these teams to get that kickstart in the group stages, which is the POI draft that we had not too long ago to situate our teams as we are starting our first match on E-District.
Yeah, we truly are, and it's pretty wild, right? Zeta Division, they landed with some pretty solid choices, right? Because they were pretty high up on the prio. But I thought it was really interesting that the first 8 picks actually went to Stormpoint, in which you'll see later today. It was Deep Cross Gaming that broke the habit and actually picked E-District first. So love that they come in after a win on regional finals and say, look, we are coming out strong on E-District. And they did pick something that was a little atypical for them. They did grab Heights, if I'm not mistaken. So we'll see how they do from there, considering they played regional finals from Shipyard Arcade, in which they did really well.
Ooh. It's crazy too to see how a lot of these zone pools have been detrimental to the teams that may not be able to excel when it comes to these slower rotates, the quote-unquote unlucky teams when it comes to some of the zone pools that we even saw coming out of Pro League, and what we could expect to see that change from those teams that have been able to make that adaptation when it comes to some of the side questing that we've seen. Being one of the teams that actually comes to mind when it comes to some of those zone pools is actually Team Falcons.
Okay, yeah, look, I think they're a really solid team to start about. They were looking pretty hot in scrims, and a lot of people are like, hey, are they one of our clear favorites coming in? And I'm like, dude, what era is it? How many times have we talked about the Falcons and them like not been a major title contender? They are going to be some heavy hitters. So they've got Stadium locked in. You can see it's over there on the east side of E-District. Now, the majority of zones that I've commentated when it comes to E-District, Vicky, actually drog up to that City Hall side of things.
Yeah, I was just about to say, Tiff, because it's been these northwestern pools on E-District where a lot of these teams having to traverse through these really tight chokes on E-District, seeing how the legend compositions kind of kickstart from scrims over to now how we have a big match on our hands to kick things off for some of the teams that like to build up into that momentum. Lots of Alter, lots of Crypto. It's E-District. You could expect some maybe kidnapping shenanigans with the Alter TP, but also briefing opportunities here when it comes to the free insurance policy of the reset that the Alter allows you to have.
Yeah, we'll just have to see what people are going to break out when it comes to that initial game one. There's a lot of nerves that are going to be floating around this arena. It's like you just got to get your good game out early in a series like this in the group stages, especially when we have that survivor stage on the line after our round robin groups. You don't want to find yourself in the bottom 6 teams early on. But it's just the start, right? You just kind of see what happens. And Team Falcon starting from Stadium, great. If we do pull up towards that Northwestern side, you're going to be rotating through teams like Gaming Gladiators, JD Gaming. We talked about them. This is Naughty's first LAN in which he's IGLing.
Oh my goodness.
It sounds crazy, right?
Actually.
And you're throwing Shubi and Floating into the mix. And the best part about it is I was watching the Apex pod because they do a ton of research and talk about all of the groups and their predictions. We won't talk about their predictions. Sorry, Wyatt, my guy. Sometimes they're bad. But Floating in particular, he used to be that IGL on a former team, right? So joining Naughty's IGL, and now he's a fragger with a brain, Vicky, that could be why they're excelling really well.
I mean, that's what happens too when you're bringing in experience, right? You have all these years of Pro League under your belt. Now you bring in the crazy left field hitter that is Floating. We got to see so much of him in formerly Twerkaholics coming out of the ALGS Open, which is such a lovely story. I always like to highlight this because for those of you guys watching at home, that is a great example in following a player's journey into being able to make it pro, to make that climb and find that bridge between what you find yourself in your own grind into Pro League to be alongside these legends on the stage.
Yeah, I mean, that's a great point, Vicky. I mean, I was born and raised in the Challenger Circuit era, commentating down there, preseason qualifiers, all of the goods. But to get to these level of stages years later, I mean, most of our younger players have been dreaming of watching and playing along legends like Hal.
It's going to be tough, especially when you look back at Team Falcons and how they've been able to put on a performance within scrims. And you know me, Tiff, I always take scrims with a little grain of salt here, but it's, you know, kind of like in the looking glass, all right? When it comes to digging into the action, I get to hear the family of the players that are in the crowd, giving them their energy, something else as the days progress, everybody. The French crowd is honestly so unmatched. I love the energy when it comes to competing in a French environment here, man. They bring the loudness like no other, I feel, but with all of our legends geared to go, getting a nice little look at the crowd here themselves. But it's going to be exciting, right? You know, being able to see a lot of these players that were able to fly in early. Some players that flew in just a few hours ago.
Hey, they were hyping up Gen G on the desk early on. You mentioned a few hours ago. I think I saw a tweet for like literally 3 hours ago. They were still in the car. I slept 2 hours. Let's do it. But here's the deal. A team like that is just going to come out swinging, and it could really shake up the lobby. And as we look a brief moment with their Shopify Rebellion, I got to give them my flowers. Throughout the regular split of year 6, I said it in an interview with Koi, actually. I was like, I was a Shopify Rebellion doubter. And I'm sorry, because you just
said it straight up to him?
Yeah, I did. Is that bad?
Okay.
My bad.
No, I mean, if anything, he's really appreciative when it comes to the honesty.
But I love when people prove me wrong.
Right.
And I did. I had my questions, my doubts about that roster because it seemed a little hectic, right? But they kept showing up. They kept putting the work in and ironing out those moments. And now, look, get back on the top of the stage, lift that trophy, and prove me wrong yet again.
Hey, if when it comes to proving the doubters wrong, Tiff, it's about lighting a fire under a lot of these legends' butts. And that's what happens when the group stages also have something on the line. That's actually what I like when it comes to looking at the current format that we had here in the mid-season playoffs, as our legends are geared and ready to go, guys. I'm hearing the music in the background, and everybody has been loaded in. But while we get to go in and we get to highlight, you know, what the group stage provides before getting started with that first game, top 14 teams out of the 40 will be able to advance to the finals, right? So then when you take a look at the 15th to 34th placing spot, they then have to play through that gauntlet of a day of 10 games within the survivor stage. And we have to re-emphasize this, right? Because this is already what kickstarts how a lot of these teams are looking at the start of today with our first 2 groups.
You know, I asked if we had torches that we could snuff if we're going for a survivor stage. I could put on my best Jeff Probst if we I can make it happen.
Bring in the torch yourself. Hold on.
I might.
Pyromania?
Is there room for a torch in the caster booth? No, I'm just kidding. I digress. We're just having a little bit of fun here on day 1 as we get ready to drop into Group A versus B. Now, we talked a lot about the Falcons. We briefly mentioned Shopify Rebellion, but there's just so many other teams that we really love to highlight. And when we spoke about Gaming Gladiators, that's when the crowd started lighting up. They have a ton of family out here, and you think back to, do you remember the team Ascend that took second place to TSM back in the day? You know, Lufka was on that roster, right? And now Lufka here on Gaming Gladiators, ready to lock it in. They've been kind of up there in the upper echelon, but haven't necessarily closed it out, right? But this could be a title contending team this week.
It's great to be able to hear the amazing support in the crowd here when you mentioned Gaming Gladiators. But, a big matchup that I also have my eyes on is going to be Falcons versus Zeta Division. That's definitely something when it comes to how some of these rotates, or will we have those City Hall zones like you were mentioning, right? And it comes to how some of these teams have been able to make that rotation, whether it be Falcons coming out of Stadium side, and then looking ahead to see how their Zeta Division specifically will be coming out of Street Market, which won't be as resistant considering that they are already on the west side of E District. But that is considering, Tiff, that it wouldn't be maybe a Humbert Lab zone that we've also seen plenty of times. So a lot on the line here too, but I like how you are able to highlight not only these different teams coming out of these different regions. He looks so locked and loaded.
They're ready.
Girl, it's crazy.
I'm ready.
I'm ready when it comes to talking about stories. We talk about all these high echelon teams, but then specifically Ty, who was able to make their way into this land. They were originally placed 20th, and being able to come out of the LCQ to actually qualify into something like this in the regional finals is just so beautiful to see, as a lot of our teams are just getting ready and waiting to load into our first game of the day.
Yeah, you mentioned TIE, right? And we kind of got a brief moment of their walkout. They were feeling really good about themselves. And that's interesting to me because we're talking about, Pinota, F-Chan, Umi. So, these are players, especially F-Chan, that have been a staple in the ALGS scene since Raleigh, right? We're going all the way back then. ALGS champs that year, 2022. That's 4 years ago, Vicky. I don't know where the time is going, but all of these players, especially hailing from APAC North, have just spent year 6 kind of trying to level up, right? They undergo a massive roster swap at the head of the year. You talked about Zeta, right? I mean, dude, Yuka F without Fnatic is so wild, and we've already talked about that, months ago, but seeing the fruition of all that they've done to lock it in. Think about the regular split, right? Yuka hit 100 kills during the regular season. Mike on that roster, 99. And even though Sazuki there on the anchor still locked in so many kills, that is a firepower team. So if you're talking about them locking down Street Market and E District, dude, if I'm flat in Viaduct, I'm like, let me just take the long way around.
And it depends on, how that zone pool is going to influence a lot of the way that these teams want to take these early game fights, right? The teams that want to be able to display confidence, kind of set the stage for us, especially since we only have our first 3 games on E District. And as you guys know, we're just waiting for our legends to lock in here, guys. But while we get set up, I'm hearing that we got some content here on the horizon before we get started for our very first game.
It's here! BK Gaming! Taste your sinks, this is a game. It's not.
All that matters is being the last one alive.
Have you prepared for AM? I have.
Good luck, have fun, don't die.
Can you feel that? The heat of the flame calls for us all.
What can I say? I'm a bit competitive. It runs in my blood.
Struggled in finals, have this game in their hands, and it's now their chance. LG are down, and the Lions will do it!
Hope you're not afraid to get your hands dirty.
Yes, we are so good, and I am especially really good.
See your imperfections in your enemies and crush them.
Now Twisted Minds push in with game 13 on their back with a sliver of high ground. We'll try and make this happen.
And stop, one stop.
This is what I was built for.
You and me, let's take this win.
With goosebumps and the pure Apex Legends experience, you could cue the John Williams music because I am ready to go, especially after watching a video like that one, Tiff.
What is it with those Apex Legends hype videos that just really get the blood flowing?
Oof.
I'm ready, right? The energy, it's there. It's who's going to be there at the end of the week. But we start with just one game, and you take it game by game, day by day. You get out of the Survivor stage, you lock in your ticket to that grand finals, but it all starts here.
You heard it. You heard the quotes here. You're getting ready, guys. Thank you so much for your patience. We want to make sure that everybody is ready to go to dive into our first game. And once again, for those of you guys just tuning in right now, our first 3 games will be played on E-District before we transition into the last 3 games of this first Group A versus B into Storm Point.
I feel like a lot of teams are focusing on those last 3 matches of the day on Storm Point to get the majority of their points, especially after you already figure out how is this lobby? What's the pace of play that we're looking at? What are our favored bans that we're tossing those legends, right? We're getting them out, but we are just moments away. They're in that character select. They're looking at their legends. We're looking at who's going to be, getting some crazy things. If something would be changing, I don't see any changes too much, right? I'm still seeing the cryptos. I'm still seeing the Seers, Vicky.
I know Seer's been a pain on the side for some of you that's been climbing through the ladder, despite some of the changes that we've been seeing, man, that's stunning, let me tell you.
He still lives.
It's a little obnoxious. Sometimes it gives me a little bit of PTSD when I think back at season 10, but then I remember, at least there's no damage coming out there, no silence, no canceling my reses, but it's still having that awareness as we get to see the fans in the crowd, Tiff.
That is always a great sight to see. If Yuka F has one fan, I am one of them. If he has 1 million, they're out there, which he does have 1 million. He's a staple to the ALGS. And to kick things off here in game number 1 of Groups A versus B, let's get into it.
Let's get started, everybody. I'm seeing our legends are coming out of the dropship. It's going to be E-District as we get set up here at the ALGS Esports World Cup. It's our playoffs, and a lot of our legends I'm already seeing here, Tiff. Is this 100% pick rate on crypto?
It might be.
I'm not surprised, actually.
We're not surprised. These are things that we have been witnessing, but we'll likely get those legend bans right out of the way. So for the teams that are going to excel on E-District, let's make it happen.
Alrighty, taking a look at Falcons. We highlighted their POI coming out of stadium, having the split hold here too. You have the Evo Harvester over to their north side, as well as a survey beacon and that light arsenal. Saw a sniper arsenal too. And remember, what is this? It may not have been the northwestern zone, but it was the other half that we have seen plenty of times in the Pro League as we are taking a trip down Humbert Labs, and it's a perfect chef's kiss start to the way we consider this first game, because Team Falcons won't be traveling too far away from stadium.
I don't know what it is, but there's something to be said about a complete southeastern zone. I'm a bit of a curse, but JDG, we talked about him, we hyped up Naughty's first time IGLing on land, Shuby and floating, being some of those gunners to join alongside him, but they immediately face that resistance. Too many teams wanting access to the resources here.
And it's scary when Naughty's the first one down, right? You don't want to have your crypto being the first one out of the fight, and while this fight is going on, there was a possible third party on the horizon with For Fun, but they prio getting the ring console before maybe showing their face. But the back-to-back now over onto the other side as Gen.G, coming fresh out of their flights, have lost out on Ziki, and Dexter being on that Seer is going to be able to slide through the window to try to get the follow-up.
Oh, Gen.G hailing from Shipyard Arcade. There's that reset from Alter we're talking about. A little close moment here, but the level up, as soon as he steps out, Louis drops him.
Oh, over by Arcade too, though. It's going to be huge to see which team comes out on top here as Aegis. It's a 1v1, but it is up to Flat to take control, get the res, and get the reset. No third party in the vicinity over by Shipyard Arcade, so they are going to be able to get not only the full reset, but perhaps even being able to take that tower to be able to go into that next zone.
Quite unfortunate for Gen.G to be some of the last players to alive, freshly admitted this morning, like 3 hours ago. Step onto the stage, first team out of the lobby. Nice reset from Flat, though. They've got the caustic, you have your barrels down. It's really uncontested after that. We don't love third parties in moments like that, but that's okay. For now, we focus on getting information and getting into that next zone. Team Heretics, going to be one of the longer rotating teams alongside Dory and Unlimit, but this squad coming from the west side of things, making sure we level up the weapons, get the Volt in check, and then start the row.
Play that side quest, right? You're going to be able to get that information with survey beacons. I mean, when you have a 100% pick rate on crypto, then you look at the later half, right? And you know how I feel about Caustic in general, Tiff. But imagine being a Caustic when you have all the teams in this lobby rocking crypto. It'd be a shame here as VP now having to scoot away as a solo while Falcons getting their information, moving around the southeastern side of the zone to rotate into Humbert, more so on the back end, right? The path less traveled by to clear their bikes. So the really only team that they really have to worry about would probably be For Fun, as well as VP are now making that rotate as a solo, by the way, as well as DCG.
Well, we got For Fun on the screen. Nags, Tyler, Synetic starting to immediately make those call-outs of where they're going to find pressure points on their journey deeper into that circle. They land, they lose out on the shields, and immediately start looking for a setup on how are we going to maneuver from this? Where is our playable position deeper into this circle? Because, hey, if we're already going south, it's great. Get your drone up, find that, and start putting that pressure on.
I mean, when you have literally the entire lobby, except for what, like 4 or 5 teams, not in that next zone, that just highlights the lack of real estate you have to work with. Even though you have a lot of these buildings to coexist in, but it's going to be Humbert nonetheless, and it can be scary depending on where that zone ends up pulling. Will it be on the outskirts of Old Town, you know, where Flat is actually trying to rotate through to clear their backs on the southern side, and Dory already getting that scan, already getting that information to see where a lot of these teams are maybe blocking their position into this rotation. They call out JD Gaming, they got the scan of the survey beacon, and moving forward is going to be PXX, and there's 2 other teams in the vicinity while they do find that knock onto one of the members' Oz's.
Oh, this is down. I know the Zedis was hyping up Prestes, but Gortys,
man.
They are eliminated at the hands of not only PXX, but Hal from the Falcons is also putting pressure towards that. So now that we kind of focus on the rotation, you mentioned Dory, but I'll talk about them later. They're playing with their coach as a sub-muscle, right? Ooh. And Shopify Rebellion, I said make me eat my words. We don't need a game 1 like this.
Hold on, though. Remember the free reset here. Do you get the setup? I like this. Putting down the drone in advance actually is really smart. You may not have the EMP, but you get the recall off of having that Alter TP ready to go. Over onto the other side, though, Yanya does get knocked. TRN now on the prowl, and it's going to be 2 players up between Bulls. There's roll high, but now to be able to get the reset is even more important, which allows them to now fully get up to a full 30. But then you have the Seers still trying to get these scans, get the information, and with so many teams, Tiff, stacked one on top of the other, and Humbert, it's just a matter of time. Can they break down the drone? No, they cannot. The EMP actually sinks as Yuka, who's already purple with crazy flatline shots, by the way, is looking to reset. He doesn't like the situation that he's in, and he would rather get everybody up.
All right, we're going to pull that drone back. Yuka drops as well. We can't even get Mike up. Now it is Satuki last alive for that roster, and you know what's happening? Trinity says we're going to go ahead, we're going to start pulling up our players and stack those numbers in our favor. The full from Yuka F comes through, and well, we'll have to wait and see the fate of Zeta after this.
Listen, I want to know how much these players are playing for the insurance policy of the Alter TP, because I'm seeing too much aggression when it comes to being able to get these free resets.
Hey, and that's exactly what happens, right? Immediately start stacking the heals together. Sure, that fight didn't go our way, but these guys are not afraid. We saw just how much action they had in the regular season split in APAC North. Sure, scrims may not have been the best for them, but that's okay because it's LAN, you're on the stage, and this is the time to show out.
And Flat has also at least been able to secure so many of this KP already early. While Trinity have been able to get these knocks, it's about the resets of this Alter TP now. He's going to be able to now take some shots off of the longbow. Just a 2 times is all he needs at the hands of Jelly. Also being able to have the information with Duke just kind of floating around with the skies looking congested with these crypto drones.
That's going to track, right? Especially when you've got 20 cryptos in a lobby at 100% pick rate. You're going to have some drones in the sky. Just keep your eyes on the fights ahead of you and hope that your cryptos doing the work here. You see the care package and everything coming on down, and the replicators and such. So Roy over there, Deep Cross Gaming, mind you, they won their regional finals in APAC South with a back-to-back win for 3 total wins in that series, and they locked it in. And honestly, I was hearing about some work that they had when my friend Jumpa was creating content, right? He said their comms, when translated, are some of the funniest in ALGS because they'll just look at a fight and they'll be like, hey, you guys want to just go full send this? Do you know how dangerous that is as a player in a lobby when you've got people that are like, nah, let's just full send the fight, bro, we're going.
Hey, those vibes are going to be important when it comes to, you know, being able to handle match point finals, especially with the pressure. I mean, we saw that with now Sentinels and the way that they were able to handle champs under a different name here, but it's going to be Team Heretics with the pings up up ahead. They see this next zone pull. They see that they're getting gate hit from the team that's up on the high ground here, and that's going to be Unlimit trying to block off their rotate. But even if Team Heretics ends up rotating on the northern side, that's where PXX is going to be.
I told you, these are the teams that were already late to rotate, right? And now they were running into resistance. Unlimited actually beats Team Heretics, gates them, keep that from the side. So Team Heretics says, all right, we're going to carve up north. Well, you go up north, you might meet some giants, you might meet the Falcons. And if you got Waltzy on your screen like that, I don't really want to take a fight to Waltzy.
I don't know if that's a giant or a Titan, man. I mean, it's a little different when you got to do...
Which Titan would he be?
I feel like he'd be like probably the Armor Titan. That's the
that.
vibes I get, honestly. And I mean, when you're dealing with that, and the rest of Team Falcons who are looking to rotate outside of Energy Bank, they don't like how congested it's looking coming up from this rotate. They do have the option in some time to take a roundabout rotate, go on from the bottom right side of Energy Bank, and maybe see if there's a third party, they can reset with an alter TP immediately afterwards, because it's going to be Team Heretics basically doing the same thing while PXX are holding a split hold over that choke.
Ooh, see, it's all about those decisions and getting as much information as possible. And honestly, playing for things like that ring console for a late game and having the drone grabbing that info, and of course the ring console that is outside the north, it's really stuck between PXX and Dory, so they're going to have sights on that. It will be difficult to get if you do choose to rotate through that area. But for now, it's almost like as if you're not in zone deep in there, you're going to have a really difficult journey to get in there.
And I think Falcons did this on purpose, because if you look at the composition, they're one of the few that I don't believe are running the caustic, right? So they want to be able to play objective. They took a roundabout rotate instead on the outskirts of Stadium, instead of immediately holding down that southern right side choke where For Fun are actually situated in. Depending on how they get to clear this north side, I do like this idea. Remember, it's just game number 1 while Falcons get to plan ahead. And of course, with Alter being in these compositions, imagine the little cheeky angles you could take through the walls to be able to get a different rotate too.
Very true. And I also kind of like this moment right here where they're playing slow. They're talking about which way they like to go in. Make sure that you grab some of those gold bins. You get those power-ups. We talked about Deep Cross Gaming early on, and Roy is going to be the first team down of this member. A rogue nade from Dory. These are the squads that are kind of consistently butting heads up on that northern side of the next...
And with Dory trying to at least look ahead here, while DCG do get that res, it's going to be Zedai who are on the outskirts. Dory do manage to get the res themselves too, with the exhibit being right on top of their heads. But man, if you take a look at this mini-map, there's so many drones flying around. You would think that all these EMPs are going to be different forms of fireworks, while Falcons are rounding behind Dory. So that fight that we just saw currently as Dory are going to be able to heal up safely. They're going to be able to try to pull off getting those ultimates online too. With Falcons, they see that the fight's over. They don't want to try to overextend. They see that next zone pool are going to take that roundabout rotate, perhaps behind JD Gaming, or if the timing serves, behind Zedai and Dory to clear that northern side. But it's a lot of a riskier chance unless they go through JD Gaming.
Yeah, and with 18 seconds before everything starts to collapse and draw them in, you might get stuck having to carve through that choke point into the middle, straight towards where we saw Deep Cross Gaming fall. PXX has now entered the mix alongside Zeddy, and Dory has been there, right? So knowing that there's potential for that third party, I can imagine that Katsu King there is going to look for some early openings. But honestly, at this point, if you're Zeta across the way, taking another fight towards the western side, we saw what Yuka F could do. They hit the reset on the altar, and now the fire, the flames, the seer coming out, and Yuka half falls. Satuki to join Mike, the last stand, and he can't pull it off.
Oh man, there's literally fights happening on each angle, while Unlimit 2 get involved in the crossfire. Flat looking ahead to try to capitalize because it's Team Heretics. But remember that pile-up that we were talking about with Dory up on the north side? Guess what? Falcons took the jump tower, they landed right on top of them, and Zedai and Team Falcons are now facing up against each other, but it's only up to Guild to clutch out here, as he's going to be able to get that followed-up knock here. Going to be able to try to get the reset as well, finishing off some of these knock teammates because of the Alter TP that is allowing them to get recalled.
Oh, Alter, my beloved. When you get to make plays like that and have that get-out-of-jail-free card, there goes the Crypto EMP, and For Fun, we're just in a bit of a situation, right?
Oh,
We've got a
no.
solid spot if we can hold this and clear out our backs for the long game, for maximizing a potential win out of it, but not if JD Gaming has anything to say about it. And they were one of our first teams that had teammates falling. Naughty was down and out, but they've made a full reset.
They did, and now Floating's going to be able to clean up on aisle 3 as a limit, by the way. Do get eliminated in your feeds. That's going to be at the hands of Team Heretics, who have now completely cleared the west side of the zone, but it's quite a big journey for them as we take a look at JDG. Now looking ahead with Naughty being back in the fray, as you mentioned, Tiff, is going to get the information off the crypto drone. They do see that one member of Wolves Esports are going to be able to TP, and they want to prevent them from getting that reset. I mean, imagine how an EMP could go with the amount of caustics in this lobby, and then you have that lone Watson too from Gaming Gladiators.
I actually love that they lock in Watson early on and just kind of stick to what they know, stick to what they enjoy for E-District, because you'll be able to play that character longer. You don't have to switch off too much, but here are the Falcons yet again on the move from the outside looking in, which is such a great strategy for group stages, right? It's all about racking up as many points as humanly possible early on, but they only have 3 kills to kick things off, which I say only, but honestly, the most in the lobby is 4, and that's PXX and Flat.
Yeah, exactly, right? And Flat, if you look at their position being on that southern side of the zone, it's going to allow them to pressure and pepper out a lot of that damage onto the neighboring teams that are playing more so by the edge. AG Global are situated in that next zone, but then if you take a look at where that zone's pulling next, as you see the side-by-side from Unlimit, Peace clutching out with the R9. He's got the purple bag, and it's all he needs with the final shot. Oh my goodness, off the longbow to come out on top. Falcons now hailing from above and being on top of the rooftop, putting in the pressure, forcing this team to play by the fence on a beautiful kidnap, by the way, that we were talking about earlier when it comes to the altar.
Yeah, that was a dirty replay right there, Vicky. I'm not gonna lie. Those are things that I will never get enough of, but the EMP comes in straight on Guild's head, and now a Skynade to hopefully put that resistance up. Trade's coming alongside, but it's Team Heretics, and just a nade chaos backfires as Team Falcons fall.
Playing on potato, catch one of these as Falcons find themselves in the spawn room gates here. Back to the lobby they go, and this is the pile up that we were mentioning. Team Heretics maybe in some trouble here. Well, also it's going to be Havoc also right behind them with PXX, Zedeye Esports with a huge pile up here. And guess what team is uncontested in this next zone? Gaming Gladiators. I mean, crazy, as we were talking about them running that Watson earlier too.
Look, I'm telling you, I don't know what it is about Gaming Gladiators in this era, but something happens when those boys step onto the stage, right? And hey, if we're gonna have some success this early on, that momentum will carry you through the week. Zainu, 5 HP, drop in the barrels, and hey, we're just gonna hide in here. No one look over. It's all good. It's all good.
Mind your business, Zainu says.
If you see me, no you don't. Look away.
Lone little caustic, it's like hiding behind that one little tree, a slim tree, hoping nobody sees you. But you know what? You're keeping the dream alive here for our teams left in this lobby. That next zone is going to be a bloodbath for the teams that have yet to pile up inside of those 3 individual buildings. That's right directly in the middle when you go over to the east side of Humbert Labs. Just taking a look at the teams that are just trying to reset here, Yan specifically. He's putting that down to get information, by the way, just in case, because they're trying to kidnap him on the other side of the Moby.
Hey, that's kind of rude, I'm not gonna lie, but it's totally fine. We got AG Global, Yanya, Jaguares, Niazul here on the screen, and an L-Star in hands, looking pretty good. Now, we do have a solidified spot in Circle, but they are not alone. This is the populated side of things, and with the majority of the 5 squads still outside the Circle, you're getting that information from the high ground from Team Heretics to be able to see what is going on over here. Where can I play from? They've always been from the outside looking in, and do we jump on Havoc?
The fact that Heretics just reset too, by the way, and they jumped down from the high ground and avoided getting kidnapped, Tiff.
And they do. They immediately full send onto Havoc, who just took out Trinity. So Havoc now with 3 kills towards their name are going to have to contend with the Heretics, and they do it as if it was no issue towards them at all. But now with the ring at your back and TIE just ahead of you, how are you going to contend? Because AG Global, they want to get involved too.
They do, and after being able to try to get a reset themselves, it was a lot of pressure. The fact, by the way, that TIE coming out of making it into this land when in Pro League they were in 20th. They're staying alive. They've controlled this building. The neighboring teams now with 6 squads remaining. These are the 3 buildings that we had mentioned earlier. And some of the teams that are not within the vicinity of these 3 buildings, JD Gaming, PXX, who are looking at Gaming Gladiators. It's going to be difficult for Gaming Gladiators to make this rotate in the next few seconds. And AGG, understanding and having the awareness, they do have the TP, but with this final zone closing in the next 30 seconds, it's going to be nearly impossible.
Yeah, with 6 teams left, I love that you've outlined all the stakes, especially JD Gaming. And here's why. Their job is to make sure that wherever we are going, we are keeping tabs on the north with Gaming Gladiators, PXX, making sure that those 2 fight each other and they don't get full sent. And on the other side, right, the south, Wolves, AG Global, and TIE, they want those fights to happen there so that JD Gaming can just shoot from afar and clean that up, netting themselves a win.
That's why they've been holding this position for a really long time, right?
Yeah.
And we saw that they were able to pepper in a lot of the teams from afar without trying to directly involve themselves. But if you're looking at PXX and what they've done in this first game, that's how you set up momentum. 7 KP going in their pocket while JD Gaming been farming damage. GG now move up to already initiate this fight versus JD Gaming.
They do, right? They immediately start getting closer, but look who's there. Shubi, to try and make a play, falls at the hands of Lufka. That is going to actually make so much difficulty there for JD Gaming, who do have the altar, who are going to look for a reset. So Gaming Gladiators must keep applying the pressure. And here they go. Zane, but they've got poof, bamboozled. Here they come back though. Naughty floating, making the last stand.
I mean, the way that we're seeing these players just go back and forth between the portal, EMP for days, all the information with the skies congested. You have the crypto and the Seer to deal with. A TIE do get eliminated. Floating is farming. He gets called out though. Stay Naughty's the last one alive, and JD Gaming get eliminated. Our last 3 squads as it's AGG, Wolves, and PXX who are looking to take this KP into that first place spot.
Sometimes you've just got to play it for that end game. You've got to relax. And Crazy Kong went no name. They do exactly that with a heck of a lot of kills, and they take game 1 of groups A and B.
Wolves with the pop-off, the crowd giving them their energy. I mean, what was that, like 10 KP by the end of it all? They were able to play very safely, have the high ground advantage before watching the teams below their feet collapse on one another to take that dub.
You look, if you lock in Humbert Labs as your POI and that circle immediately starts outlining that area, this is where you can show what you've got. You have that. And not only that, but usually if teams are already in a zone that's pulling towards them, they don't get a lot of kills, right? But you said it, Vicky. They did this win with double-digit 10 kills to kick things off. So a 22-point game 1.
Sheesh. I mean, that's how you start things off.
I take
you
it.
land over by Humbert, that's your designated POI. You play safe. You get to hold a high advantage. You were able to get some of the resets that we saw some of these teams capitalize on, but to be able to do so in a final zone like this, when you're forcing some of these fights, a little bob-off comes in here. They're letting everybody know what their name is.
Look, I just learned the sign for Wolves, Vicky. As he was walking, he threw up the W. He took the W, threw up the W, and I want to see more of Wolves.
W for days here for Wolves. Locked and loaded. I love the energy of our pros here on this stage, but already making a statement after our first game alone on E-District. Remember, we got 2 more games to go here on this map.
And it's one of my favorites, right? It is obviously one of the newer in the map pool as we kind of peruse through some of these highlights here, starting off with Wolves on that high ground, making sure that these nades are doing the brunt force of the work. You can see how many connect right there on a TIE. You use the altar, you portal on in, you got the gold alt in hand, and you just let it work, right? But I do love this moment here from JD Gaming, but more importantly, the time in which Gaming Gladiators did take to kind of throw themselves down in there. Now, I noticed that Gaming Gladiators falls before JD does. There were more players in that mix.
Oh, floating was in the Matrix too. Like he could not move. Like I mean, you're getting double seer scanned. Like,
and we're dodging. We are literally floating. All right, that's a dad joke.
I've been floating back to the lobby. No, that's it. Because honestly, that's how it kind of feels like, right? When you're stuck on the other side of that seer attack, it's like everything is slow-mo for you. But the fact that floating was still able to clutch out with those Devo pickoffs here with the hipfire shots is also nice. But it's even better when Wolves gets to come in from the high ground at the top of your Apex Predator table here and just being able to dive down and feast on your victims looks fantastic and how they're able to start off this first game.
I know, and I'm like, for all the teams that just had like a really powerful performance, PXX there grabbing second place, right? They had 8 kills. I believe it was like 17 total points. That's a squad that actually didn't have one of the drop spots on the eastern side of things, or even the south, right? They were over in Blossom. So they had Havoc, Shopify Rebellion, Zeta, some of the powerhouses over there on that western side of things. So when you think about the initial rotates and how quickly everyone was focusing on getting information and getting into that circle, so many of those fights happened on the western side of things. And if you found yourself in there, it was a really brutal map 1.
It's tough too, and it's even more impressive to see how No Name was able to put down 6 KP just by himself on the altar. It comes in clutch when you are able to take your own TP back, get your teammates back up to full health. We saw it time and time again already starting off our first game, and mind you, it's not even going to be altar that gets banned. It's the 100% pick rate on Crypto, but no surprise there too, because then you have the double seared on top of like the stuns that you also have the slowdown from the EMPs. We get to see that highlight once again from floating before he just gets double attack scanned, and then you see the drone flying above his head before they eventually were taken out. But this is the high ground position that we were talking about from Wolves, being one of the teams to take this building very early, considering that this is their POI. So they had that advantage with No Name cleaning up even more heads. We just talked about the fact that he was able to take not only match number 1 with the whole team with 10 total KP, but him alone with 6.
Yeah, he did it really efficiently too. 2,000 damage, well, 2,078 if you want to get crazy, but minimal damage taken. Only took about 700, even Crazy Kong, 100 damage total taken throughout the duration, and you're starting at Humbert and everyone's coming to you and you only had 100 damage shot at you? We're efficient.
Making sure that you are outside of the fight and being able to capitalize on a lot of the teams that were forced to rotate from the edge of zone, that were out in the open if they didn't find their own free building.
Yeah.
Going right through that rotating wall on the outskirts of Humbert Labs. But while we get set up, everybody, game number 2 is on the horizon, going back over to E District, which is important when we take a look at the different POI draft, right, Tiff? We highlighted some of the common zones that we've been seeing throughout the course of Pro League. And
I said Northwest. You were like, yeah, until you get the rogue Humbert Lab. Okay, sure, Vicky. What else do you know?
Man, I mean,
where
listen,
are we going?
I've talked a little bit to the script writers in the back. We always have to talk to the script writers, you know. Even if Nicewig is back at home, we always have Nicewig's energy out here too, contributing to being a script writer himself.
I hope he's healing up, by the way. Shout out Nicewig back at home, hitting the watch parties alongside Greek. We're sending our best wishes, homie.
We miss you, man. But, you know, we also miss being able to see how the script writers are riding that fire when it comes to starting off our first game too, Tiff. And already with Wolves taking control of not only their designated POI, but now we get to see how a lot of these teams were able to influence being closer into those zone pools. Yeah. Specifically, being one of them, we did see Falcons take a roundabout rotation. You mentioned JD Gaming, how they were able to hold that southern right side of Humbert Labs too.
I was impressed. I really was, right? We talked about floating in particular, kind of coming in through the open, making a name for himself there, finding himself on a really nice roster alongside Shubi and Naughty, and what this initial LAN was going to look like for them as a team. Because you think of their split 1 performance, yeah, they had their ups and downs, they had their powerhouse moments, but when we got to interview them on the broadcast, how, mentally clear did Naughty sound at that point? It's almost like it was really refreshing, and I was like, this is a guy who means business, and obviously a ton of our players do, but it was just like a very new Naughty, I'll go ahead and say.
It's like a resurgence of okay, how long have I been in this?
Yes.
What is the different results that I'm trying to aim for, right? I got these crazy talented players on my team. What can I utilize taking my knowledge, my experience in the scene, and what can I bring here to elevate these crazy fraggers? I mean, we see kind of an iteration of this team in different regions, right, Tiff? I mean, one that comes to mind, at least in my mind, not in this group, but Alliance, kind of being hockey, leading the team when it comes to sending out your units, right? And that's kind of what we've been seeing with Naughty, as we also have to highlight the 100% pick rate over onto the Crypto.
Yeah, I mean, buy Crypto, not gonna miss you. All the Crypto EMPs, all the drones in the sky for the informations, we're not gonna have that. Alter, however, was 17 picks in game 1, so if things kind of go in that same route, there's a good chance we could see Alter be the next, because the closest aside from that was Caustic.
You know what I'm also thinking about here too, Tiff, because now that Crypto's out of the table, right, and we're seeing some of these teams prio info.
Yeah.
I don't think we did actually see what was it, like a beacon over by Stadium. So now you're forced to take a roundabout position towards Energy by the choke to try to get that read instead. Yeah, which is where we saw them originally before we saw that crazy pileup of a lot of teams coming
Dory,
out.
PXX, even Falcons. But I think Falcons were, obviously they weren't playing that like caustic, right? But they were just running at people, feeling confident. Having Guild on Seer, look, it's pretty nice to see Guild on Seer, and he's just out there, I'm just gonna attack you. I'm gonna attack you over here. And it was all fun and games until they got shut down. But that just goes to show you how they're viewing the group stages, right? We're prioritizing fighting on edge, racking up our kill points, and then saying, sure, if we get a win out of this, great. That's 12 points right there. But as long as we're getting, top 5 consistently with kills, that is a great way to get through the group stages.
Until they had to be met with that hot potato nade right at their feet.
Yeah, that one hurt. That's one of those things where you start seeing the nade indicators and you're like, I'm done.
Or
I'm
sometimes
sorry.
you don't actually. Sometimes you don't. It's
You're like, how did that happen?
Oh man, and then you get yeeted out into the zone or even fall off from the high ground, which is a really scary situation to be in. But yeah, I definitely agree when it comes to trying to play incredibly aggressive. But then there's also, even teams like what we saw from JD Gaming, we keep highlighting, holding and choking out the teams that are forced to come from that southern east side of the zone of Humber and then trying to actually contest a lot of these teams. Whereas even teams like AGG, playing a lot more patiently, playing into those compositions when it comes to playing safe, but kind of being forced to look through the windows, getting these resets with the altar portal into allowing themselves to get a little aggressive, but maybe not as aggressive as some of these other teams. And it did work out for Wolves, honestly, at the very end, right? They saw them clean up the KP that they needed by the very end without giving away their building for free.
Yeah, and that's where I get really excited. I'm always curious, what's that going to look like for Wolves in particular? We talked about it earlier, No Name, right? Just coming in with a large majority of those kills, but it is that moment where you have your team working as a unit. If you have to look and say, yeah, I've got the most kills, that's probably because someone else threw down a brunt force of damage and you're just saying, hey, I'm just picking it off. So can we do that again? I hope so, because if you drop, 2 20-point games, you're pretty looking good in this series. You're going to be at the top, and that is how you avoid that. Right, hang on a second. Let's focus in on that. Who we got there? We got fans is what we got. I was like,
very saturated. I tried.
I tried really hard. It's like, guess that player.
I'm like the worst person when it comes to that too. I cannot even see like my hands in front of me. So when it comes to this,
I choose not to wear my glasses and contacts, so I can't see past 6 feet.
There's a reason why I'm a little psychotic when it comes to standing up and playing and standing up and getting hyped here, guys, for game number 2 as we are ready to go. We saw Wolves double-digit KP take game number 1 within our first look of groups A and B. And now we move right back over onto E District. We talked about the POIs earlier, Tiff. Now we get to see where this zone is going to be pulling this time around. Will it be a little bit more so towards the western side of zone? Maybe a different look around, because we've been seeing City Hall throughout Pro League. We see the Humber zone this time around and changing things up as we get started. We first take a look at Wolves and what legend is going to be banned next here as they roll out with the Alter, Walton, as well as the Mad Maggie.
Ooh, okay, Wolves here. You can already see the changes coming through, but I still think that they're going to run at some things. Where the initial circle goes for them, Wolves landing at Humbert Labs. Will we pull towards the south? Because it shows them already in the next circle, which begs my question. Where are we headed? I hear the console kind of queuing on up, and there's a look at the circle, and it is south again. Times are changing, Vicky. And Genji Esports, you may have been first out of the lobby in map number 1, but this is your time to shine.
I mean, they had a survey beacon, but it's not like that would provide maybe the information that they want, considering that a lot of these teams are now just starting to rotate too. So I see a draft point zone, and I know Graceful's very happy when it comes to seeing these zones too, just off of the experience of playing with Graceful myself. But it's great too when it comes to having information, right? When it comes to having that survey beacon. I'm wondering here, just looking at a lot of these teams collapse on one another over by draft point. Yes, that's what I was looking for. The ring console and survey are going to be there, so you could expect some teams to prevent other squads who are rotating a little late to get information, while the other teams that have to go in from later POIs, further POIs rather, will be able to side quest to get that information themselves.
Yeah, you've got Dory all the way up at Lotus, right? And they're a squad that doesn't have Watson. They're still electing to run Seer, which has an 18 pick in the lobby. So that will likely be your next ban here. We're going to get him out early before we move on to Storm Point later on. But for TIE, bringing out the Wraith. Dare I say, F-Chan, you are my favorite player right now.
Feeling a little risky, aren't we? No, but I do like this, though, when it comes to trying to go in for these different rotates, but then you won't have the same type of reset that we saw in game number 1 with the amount of ultras that we had, which is important, right? You mentioned the Seer, that's going to be our next legend band. Won't be able to see the double tax coming out here, maybe even more when it comes to a lot of these teams coexisting in these buildings, but it's about getting the information, looking at our fans in the audience, live from Paris, everybody. Game number 2, as you call in the evac already to make your next move, because Tiff, a lot of teams have already found themselves over on this draft point side, but I mean, it's great to be a Gen G fan, especially after a lackluster game number 1, because, you know, as you already mentioned, being the first team out, but being able to come out with the survey beacon and ring console from Shipyard Arcade will allow them to sit pretty on the southern side of zone where no other teams will be able to get that set of information and traverse through the bridge where they can clear their backs.
Yeah, exactly. And as we look at Flat and where they've set up, you have to think about Qzier there, like on Seer, right? We have to grab the survey beacon. They hail from Viaduct. They only had the survey beacon, and you're going to see a ton of people moving into that vicinity, just kind of around draft point and a little bit south. So you're saying that's where we need to play from. We make that call. We say this is exactly our play style. We have the Watson. We can fence this area up. JD Gaming also choosing to play around this vicinity. And you just have to realize as you set up that you have to be able to hold it. But for AG Global on that eastern side of things, making their push in, Yanya himself on the altar is 2 knocks away from 1,000 knocks. Okay, like that's insane.
Ooh, hold on.
We need it here in this game, right?
Write down the stats. Tiff has spoken, especially when it comes to tracking some of these players that have been reoccurrent in our lands. AGG now moving outside of Humbert. Falcons are prowling right behind them, by the way, who want to pariah. We're getting the Evil Harvester on the northeastern side of Humbert, very similar to where that last zone pool was, before they make their rotate, perhaps through the choke of Shipyard Arcade, because again, it's that big set of information that Gen G already prioed very early on with the ring console and survey beacon, but Gen G did give up that space for right now. As you can see them right now, they're going to be able to try to look over by Viaduct, but guess who was there by the survey already? It was PXX. They don't want to try to contest for playing on the edge of zone in that direction that leads into draft point, so they actually get right back over to Shipyard Arcade before AGG or even Falcons may want to try to prio get that info, which is why we're seeing Falcons now take to the skies, but do they have the information that Gen G is waiting for them at Shipyard?
Yeah, it was a really interesting game 1 for Falcons, right? Because how often did we find them so far outside of zone in the north, right? So knowing that they start from Stadium, that was a journey for them. That was full of resets and just stabilization and looking for kills. But what do we do this time? We actually go south. We comb together a couple of evacs. We take to the sky. And now Guild switches off Seer. Waltzy's on Seer. Guild's on Watson. And we're saying, where do we want to set up? Well, you set up by the ring console. You play for information.
Ooh, and they were able to get there for free. All right, we take that. Let me tell you, especially when Gen G's like looking above them, seeing Falcons fly from above. They heard the evac tower and does end up crashing down before they end up rotating probably through Old Town, taking their time, while AGG, we saw them earlier taking shots at Falcons. They're not going to try to prio and contest Falcons there by Shipyard Arcade, because with a lot of these teams being able to have the reset of the alter TPs in general, there could be a lot of griefing that could be done, especially with the influence of Axel that we were seeing in this lobby.
It's so interesting looking at Gen G, you know, the 8th seed coming in from APAC South. This is one of those squads that didn't have the best scrim average when it comes down to it. Sure, 33rd average, but you said, Vicky, we take it with a grain of salt. We just compile on that performance. Some of that's done due to ping, right? But when you get to land, you kind of lock in. You're running on 2 hours of sleep. We're just happy to have you here for day 1. We just want to get you kind of those initial flows moving. What's the pace of the lobby look like? And really kind of step up for the later matches.
And honestly, all props to them.
Yeah, like I'm saying,
zombie, bro.
Nothing but nice.
A shell of my former existence, but that's why they're here, locked and loaded. Already getting that adrenaline and going here with a lot of our teams already making their way. VP being one of them, by the way, where they were able to send out that alter player to be already put down that TP, so that way they can help out with their rotates while also prioing getting the survey beacon, as well as the ring console that's on the other side of the wall. And DCG also are keeping their eye on VP, because so many teams now, if you're looking at Heretics, Unlimited, even Shopify, who have to come from a very far POI over to the north side, will be able to side quest over to getting that survey beacon. And then on the opposite end, Tiff, same thing could be said about Falcons with the way that they want to take a roundabout position, but Gen G do find themselves in a fight.
The trade, and Yanya is one that goes down first for AG Global, and sure, you turn it around at the hands of Aguirres, but Yanya does not get the knocks that he needs to exceed 1,000. You know, it's gonna be a little bane of your existence to breach that 1,000, but the moment you do, then you're gonna find all the knocks. So that's a nice way to make sure that we clear out our backs in the south down here near Old Town. Sure, we're fighting, we're gonna rotate back in. You're gonna look at, you're right, Deep Cross Gaming and Trinity that are likely going to be real pain points on that next portion. But for Falcons, who, right, they took the path up through the south and they just kind of like slammed themselves in the middle of everyone.
Hey, they found themselves in the middle of a lot of these teams and waiting to see where the zone's going to pull, but I really do like the aggression that we saw from AGG, who were holding out on the outskirts of Humbert before they went outside of the zone to where there is over at Old Town a survey beacon to see where everybody is situated in. While DCG are ahead of them, while AGG are now resetting fully. We talked about Falcons before, and they're playing to their strengths when it comes to these current compositions that they're rocking on them, right? You still have the Altar, you have the Seer getting the info, as well as the Watson, just to sit down pretty. But with all their teams now getting some poking shots from afar, some teams still rocking the full blue here, unlike Falcons are full purple.
Well, I'm keeping my eyes on Flat up there in the bus, locked down thanks to the Watson. You've got Havoc down as well, but as our free cam keeps navigating through, Virtus Pro on the horizon. This is a squad that went out 19th in map number 1. So trying to bounce back from that performance here. It's a great way to make it happen. You throw a Hemlock in, you kind of keep that pressure from a distance, you're behind your fences, and you're inside that next circle for this one and the next one. So we're feeling safe, and we're out of the cluster of teams out towards your west.
Where it's going to be scary. Yeah, because especially when, like, if you don't have control over some of these bridges where you have a lot of these open angles, you're going to see teams like Dory saying, Hasta la vista, we're taking a different rotate through the vent side on the south side of Energy Bank, leading into Draft Point through that tunnel. That's incredibly risky, right, Tiff? Because you still have Shopify, who are holding that north side of Draft Point, Unlimit, who will be able to look at the opposition from the other bridge side when it comes to getting out of the western side of the zone where Team Heretics are making their rotate. And Falcons are looking to gatekeep PXX as they also come in to get where that next zone pull is.
Yeah, you mentioned Heretics, and as we kind of looked at them on their path, they did rotate in from the western side of things, and they try to find some coverage and immediately get sought out by Unlimit Coast, Alonzi and Jans here. What are we gonna do to make this happen? You've got information, you do have the exhibit in your back pocket, but you don't quite want to burn this. You will if you have to. You do have the 2 ult excels in the inventory. This is going to force you to go this way. You're gonna have to commit. You got Falcons straight ahead, Unlimit out to the left, Dory still looking for a home, and you know that they are ready to fight for it with that Altar, with the Mad Maggie at their hands.
Gonna pull up there too. Oh, we get to see Jet's parents from afar.
Papa Jen.
I love how we get to see their beautiful faces out in the crowd. Great energy from this family here.
It's not a LAN if we don't get to see Papa Jen. And of course, Jen's not going to be competing here today.
Right.
He did actually, was going to sub in for Gen G, but those boys, they got everything approved. They're on the stage here now, but it's still really nice to see them here supporting. And as we look at those next circles and where things are moving, AG Global, who were last down by Old Town, have carved their way all the way up towards the north. You can see they're still looking for things like resources, survey beacons, like all of that. But as that circle pops to the eastern side of things, this is so good for their endgame.
And it's really true. That's why you're seeing them take the evac, because, while they were able to take their time, you see the light arsenal that was right to their south. Yep. For trying to get info on where a lot of these other teams are. That ain't a Valkyrie, but it's about just finding out what the rest of the lobby is looking like from afar, because they have the TP set up in case they need to kind of go back towards the outskirts of Humbert, but growing together as a unit, flying over the heads of VP. Can they find the safety of some of these buildings over by Draft Point, which, by the way, this building is free. They actually get there in front of VP, and because they had the ring information, they are able to get here very late into the zone, which is why they were able to scan the survey beacon on the outskirts of the light arsenal, see that this was free, and get here without even needing that info.
The best part about all of this is, because this building is free, is so many teams had placed their bets on the west side. They're going to have to make a mass exodus, and you have to, if you are on this side, stand tall and own it. Virtus Pro, Taskmaster fully eliminated, Osis down, and Trinity finishes it out. A team that was already in that next circle has now been evicted, and Trinity claims their spot.
Igarashi said, open up like the Kool-Aid man. He completely cleared the building versus VP, which is important because Gen G, by the way, also go out first this second game around.
I missed that Gen G.
It was on the other side here, and then VP meet them back in the lobby, being the second team to fall. It's just a fact.
That's okay.
I mean, it's round 3, and you still have all these teams, Tiff.
You give those boys some 5 hours of sleep, they're going to be playing completely different. They're going to feel just like themselves. So the Falcons, though, yeah, we're testing fate with some more nades. They were a little bit, they fell victim to nades in map number 1, and we're looking to throw some more.
Hey, you know what happens when you're at the circus juggling through these nades yourself? Putting in some pressure when you get to hear some of these reses also go off, Tiff.
Oh boy, we got Zeta Division on the other side of this. And when you think of Falcons rotating in from the west side, you're like, why are the Falcons so far over here, right? Don't they land in Stadium? You saw that southern rotation. You saw them grabbing that information, and they chose this side of things.
And you know, while Falcons are sitting here just trying to make their next move, let's jump into a listening with Falcons to see how they plan this next rotate.
You can go underneath the water if we evac, like low ground water, if that's possibly open.
Okay, where do you want to evac from? I'm not with that.
Just drop it, second floor, I'm coming to you.
Dropping it.
We have to do it in between the buildings somehow, and not get shot.
Okay. Tell me when you want me to start grouping with you, because I'm just staring north.
I say we go.
All right, well, we get to see Hal's face, moving around and letting the rest of the boys know where to go next. We get to see where that zone pool is looking like, too, because round number 4 is closing right behind their backs. And by the way, we still have 18 squads still left in this game, but it's about to be a bloodbath of Falcons take to the skies, and they get to fly over the insane battleground underneath their feet.
The Venn diagram of Sierra exhibits, they say, you know what, we're playing the long game, we're going deeper into it, we're chowing and landing nearby Dory and Trinity. Dory on the low side, they immediately feel that pressure as they go under fire, but it's Dory that starts to deal the brunt of it as Muscle, their coach, stepping in for show, is one of the ones to fall, and Dory are out. Can you hold now against Trinity, who portal down to the low ground?
Not today, though. Nice pressure as Hal is looking to reset. They take one out, and now they're looking at Trinity, who wanted to try to contest, and they had the information from the Seer scan originally, but with the zone closing in, they are safe with a sliver into that next zone, and that's what happens, as it's really only an isolated 1v1 fight between Trinity and Falcons.
They didn't have anyone fall too much damage there. They reset nicely. They get the gen down, but the chaos is still going. Floating makes an appearance and immediately lets the R9 shred to the pieces. You do have some poke damage from behind, so you immediately start playing the doorway. Havoc ahead of you for fun as well. They've already used their exhibits in the earlier fight, so let's say fence them in, hijack enabled.
Yeah, and then you see like the painting of Watson fences on the ground. Shubi just trying to hijack that himself. JDG looking to sit down here and try to look ahead, because we did see that the reset was trying to come in, and they hear it. They heard the res coming in right through the death box, and they try to show face while they're at it, because while they try to take this fight, they don't want to give up this building, because Flat are looking overhead at For Fun and JD, but they're also splitting their attention to Zedai, who are currently on the bridge.
And I love that they have floating on that movement axle, 1 of 3 in our lobby. It really frees them open to make some of these players. You had Nitro Gate across, and you just keep that pressure on.
What the?
For Falcons, things are looking a little different than when we left them, right? They immediately shut down that push from Trinity, who decide, hey, we'll go back up to high ground, we'll try to chow it yet again.
Yeah, they definitely found Dory in that too. The fact that they were able to get away with that is insane. But now
the memory.
Literally, and they were able to still hold down while AGG trying to contest Trinity, trying to greet them, allowing Falcons to now move up. That one member of Trinity said, hasta la vista, I'm out of here. I do not want any business of this action, while AGG are looking. They got Yenny up originally, but not for very long. Falcons holding a better position as Falcons are cleaning up heads for this game number 2.
Falcons are making light work of their rotations. They're finding the resistance. They're shutting it down. JD Gaming For Fun also going to fall on the western side of things. And now as teams really set their sights onto landing into this hectic endgame, where do you play from? We saw Flat, who had the bridge. They called it, right? And they get that high ground. They can shoot down. Wolves, your map 1 winners, are finding themselves themselves in a precarious situation.
I mean, the fact that Flat is just looking down on everybody, right?
Oh my
and the fact that you're just frying for free, and you got that gold extended light mag, he's just going to be able to just keep farming with this Rampage. No extended heavy mag necessary here. While Wolves, by the way, do get eliminated. Your game 1 winners out of this lobby in 5th. But the Altar is just so crazy for these resets. Flat is looking at 2 different directions. Shopify is clinging on for dear life, seeing if they can perhaps get a reset, as they did lose out on their Altar originally playing underneath the bridge.
I don't think we were able to pick up Koifel just yet. It's the Falcons opening fire or preventing the reset. It's only a matter of time before Shopify does fall, because also Flat is looking at them too.
Look at Falcons. Look at their position right now. They are farming 7 total KP in this second game alone as Waltzy. It's a strike to find Koifel, a little bit of revenge, while Flat do pepper in some damage onto them, but this entire north side of zone has been clear for Falcons.
2 members of Shopify Rebellion were able to stave off that push, right? You can see Zainu still on the ground. Zap is going to work towards that pickup. They're out of sight from Flat. They're out of sight from Falcons. And Game and Gladiators, who have roamed in from the southeastern side, have maybe gone under the radar the entire map, but they still have 4 kills. They have a power position, and so long as Team Falcons is preoccupied with Flat and the remnants of Shopify, Gaimin can take a smart fight.
Walk up, tiptoeing a little bit to see if they can try to harass Flat. While they lose out on Qzer now, just trying to see if they can get the res. They put down the TP. Falcons now, they fully send it onto Shopify, who are still clinging on for dear life. They TP outside of this situation. The exhibit for exhibit, though, giving everybody the info while Gills is farming. Shopify get cleaned up at the hands of Gil with some help from Zane. Some extra KP for Game and Gladiators. And now we have our last 3 squads for game number 2.
Flat starting in Viaduct here towards the end. Game and Gladiators, who decided, hey, we're going from uptown, we're making our way in, and Falcons, who have had one heck of a game 2, the trades going back and forth. 12 kills for Falcons, and down into the final 2. It is only Game and Gladiators standing in their way for a map 1 guild. Reeling back, setting up some of their own fences as Zane looks to make a play, but Guild reads it. Hal answers back. The trades come through, and Guild and Hal stand firm. They swing around Blast, and a 1v1, and they take it. Team Falcons are your winners.
Opening the door real quick and waiting to put down the exhibit. They go hard and they go home with the amount of KP that they were able to take for game number 2.
What a match for the Falcons, who, despite having a strong start in map number 1, walk away with a 13th place and 4 kills, but then say, you know what, we've got this. We were your Scrim Reapers as we set practice coming into this LAN. We've hoisted trophies. We know how to do it. We just have to lock it in. And to drop 15 kills, a 3,200 damage differential on this lobby just goes to show you that it didn't matter where they started. They traversed the entirety of the south side of E District and took the craziest rotation in from the west.
And I'm like facepalm. Like the fact that they were able to get into that zone, destroy Dory. Like no one's gonna be finding Dory, at least for that game number 2. But the fact that they stayed alive, Trinity couldn't greet them because they tried to show face, but then Falcons was able to pepper them out, get a little bit of revenge, and then thanks to AGG, they were able to actually come out on top on that rotate.
Yeah, to be fair, I think, Vicky, that is the defining moment of match number 2, was that evac as we kind of go through the very end of the game from Hal's POV on the side. He's the altar, he's got the portals, he's making the play. Zane does try to go behind, gets dropped, and Lufka here. Now it's going to be Blast last standing for Gen G, but just look at how they stick together on the Falcon side of things and then just kind of put the finishing touches as they swarm in. However, I will say for Game and Gladiators, getting a 2nd place in match number 2 is great. Yes. They were top 5 in map number 1. And what do we ask for of our teams when it comes to LAN performances? Consistency.
Yep. And it's really hard, too, when it comes to dealing with this international talent. When you bring everybody on the same stage, I get to hear the crowd going wild here when it comes to Game and Gladiators as well. I know family members have flown out from all around the world.
Yeah, we got Blast sister right there. Hi, girl.
I love it. Charlie, I love the way that they are always coming through to support the family of Game and Gladiators, but giving them the energy tip. You talk about consistency and still being able to find yourself in a top 5 finish goes the distance in our 6 series when it comes to groups A and B for this first half.
And they were one of the teams, right, in match number number one that had decided, we're going to play Watson, right? We're going to play something a little different. And you kind of just keep going through the lobby in that regard. You just make groups. It's times to learn almost. This is the moment in which you are setting yourselves up for deeper into the week, where a lot of those games will convert. There's $600,000 for first place on Sunday. Of course, you get a glorious trophy. But $600K? Oof.
You know how I feel about that one.
I mean,
you know
I do.
Anybody though, but it's also
in this economy.
I'm sure.
Yes.
And then it's a way that they are able to also not only take away from that, but like even if you look back at last year, VK Gaming came out on top, winning last year's Split 1 playoffs at EWC, and being able to kind of come out of left field, right? We take a look at these highlights and what that means to not only take that first place spot, but start yourself strong, right? Falcons coming in swinging game number 2. You were talking about the way that they were trying to hold these split angles with Falcons, man. They were able to also see that Zane, who had taken the portal down, isolated 2 of his teammates, leaving only Blast alive before the end of it, and then Guild getting the finishing blow with the RE45. Can we also talk about, I mean, since scrims, right, but the RE45, man. It's like being put into a microwave, making your eyes water, but it's a great start here for Falcons as well.
Truly a 27-point game in match number 2. Based off the fact that they had, 4 or 5 points in match number 1. We're north of 30. We're feeling good. But let's go ahead. We'll jump to a quick commercial break, and we'll get more action on the other side.
Play is in our DNA. Whenever we let it out, it becomes our superpower. Now imagine an entire city being built to supercharge it. Kadir City, powered by Play.
And welcome back to the ALGS Split 1 playoffs at EWC 2026. Oh, 2 games down and a long way to go until you're in that match point finals. But groups A and B, they've really been showing out. We talked about consistency. We talked about game and gladiators. I'm actually really impressed with Flat, who set up early there with their Watson fences inside the bus. On the high ground, you got Nano, Big Louie, Q. They've always kind of been one of the most, dare I say, underrated teams of the Americas. They have these pop-off performances and you're like, okay, let's see it again. And to drop 6 kills, get a 13-point game, positive damage differential. Those are the starts. Shopify Rebellion, who grab a top 4 there as well. Just a couple of kills, but the fact that they were just trying to stay alive on the low ground is something to be said to make it to 4th. Our winners of match number 1 do end up in the top 5 scenario as well, so the points line is going to look great for them. And Vicky, we're saying goodbye to Seer.
Hasta la vista to Seer. No more of that double tech shenanigans here. But you know what that also means, Tiff, because we are still going on to E District for our final game, match number 3 here, guys. Before we transition on to Storm Point, the altars have been a problem. Got to talk about, getting those resets for free. You may not get the double stun here, but it's being able to get through these difficult rotations that the altar does provide. If you do not have an evac tower at the ready here, or even a jump tower in general, to be able to make some of these rotates themselves, especially for the teams like we saw from AGG who take their time to play objective, get information if they know they're going to slow rotate, and prioritize these survey beacons.
You say AG Global, and I'm like, did Yanya get his 2 knocked? Did he get his 2 knocks? Did I send a curse out into the universe because all I saw was Yanya getting knocked first, and that's very uncharacteristic of that roster. And I was like, I shouldn't have said anything until it was achieved. Now here's the cool part, right? You talked about Dory a lot when Falcons rotated in. On the screen, you've got Muscle subbing in for show, and Muscle is actually the coach of this roster. Match number 1, Locks in the Crypto. And if you're going to have your coach that can play to the level of pro play on LAN for you and to be in there, you're getting all this information and all the strats in real time. I hear you, crowd. I see you going crazy for Lushka, Zane, and Blast. Those cheers they're there, and they're earned, right? These are the teams, we said it earlier, they show up when it comes to it at LAN all the time.
It's about being consistent, right? Before we make that transition to a map that maybe some of these teams find themselves kind of snowballing a little bit. There's a little bit of that stall, right, when it comes to momentum. But if anything, with Falcons and the way that they've been performing, dude, 18 total KP in just 2 games alone is what you like to see. You highlight Wolves who, coming out of winning game number 1, who still find themselves in a top 5 finish for game number 2, trailing right behind them. I believe it's 28 total points, but it's Falcons that not only took that dub previously, but with a good amount of KP to their name. Guild really stepping up. How Cal was right behind him with like a 1 kill difference, right? So he's got 6 KP, as well as Waltzy, who's also been able to get these beautiful follow-ups. But it's about this third game to set us up before we make that change up to Storm Point.
Yeah, and especially if you're not good at Storm Point, which, let's be real, Storm Point's been in competitive for quite some time now, and I think Axel's going to make a large move when we move on over to Storm Point. Then you need to focus on E-District. That's your better map. Get the majority of your points here. You mentioned Wolves, top 5 in map number 2. They were the first seed coming in from APAC South, and they had a really stellar match day performance record when you think about it. Sure, it kind of fell off in 7th place performance on the regional finals, but before that, they won, I believe, 3 match days in the regular split one. That's consistent.
That is actually crazy here. And it's about being able to put that energy right when you're here at land. And that's what matters in trying to find your footing as we get set up for game number 3, everybody. We highlighted the POI draft. We've seen already, what is it, like 2 southern maps already, that was rather zones that we've seen so far, Tiff. One of them being the first game pulling over to Humbert, while the other one pulling onto the outskirts, closer to the bridge side of Draft Point.
Yeah, and it's like, do we go south again? Do we? And honestly, I will say, teams played a lot quicker in match number 1 in terms of like, we saw more teams fall out of the lobby faster. They were fighting, they were kind of just getting all this chaos and the nerves out of the way and just challenging everything. Match number 2, going back down south, was a bit more reserved, but now it's time for game number 3 on E-District. Will the tides turn? Will we go to the north? Will we have another victor?
Or who will stand tall as the Eiffel Tower that you saw right there in the back, everybody. I mean, yeah, we got to see it yesterday, right? And it gives a lot of motivation for these teams with the way that Falcons have now set themselves up, primed and ready to go into this final game on E-District before we transcend over onto Storm Point. And by the way, one of the zones that we talked about, it may not be the southern zone as we've seen the back-to-back for game 1 and 2, but Tiff, you mentioned it before, and it looks like a zone that we've seen plenty of times in Pro League as we get to highlight Shopify Rebellion over by their POI over on City Hall.
And this is the best part. Falcons Guild on the Watson grabs the ring console over at Stadium. We see the pop, and this is where that immediately goes, hey, we gotta run. We're going towards the north. It pulls right onto City Hall. Like you said, Shopify Rebellion fighting for their lives in that top 5 in match number 2 now have to contend with everyone running at you. Flat, ZI Esports already on the run. Havoc is going to have a nice moment here because we can look for information, but they're going to catch wind of everyone just full sending to the north. So a lot of teams are going to seek to join them. Wolves Esports over from the eastern side of things will do so as well for fun on the north, and JD Gaming dropping evacs of their own.
The amount of the Warden that I see her presence in this lobby too, Tiff. Well, you take a look at the teams that are starting to rotate. Mad Maggie is the most picked legend in this lobby, followed by Watson. It's like a 2-pick difference that has now put Mad Maggie in jail. So we will not be seeing Mad Maggie going onto game number 4, which is important because it opens up a lot of these different legend compositions as we see Shopify already taking an early fight with teams already rotating into City Hall very early.
We talked about it, and now Zeta on the outside, Virtus Pro at their back, zaps across the way. This is where you have to play to perfection because third parties will show up, and Deeds from behind drops the knock onto him, drops the fence, and Shopify cannot defend the homeland.
They may have had the POI advantage, but with them out of the lobby, Zedai are looking to get the res over onto the Deathbox. Floating, by the way, is farming with the Sentinel in hand. Dory cannot catch a break, but Zedai now moving up. It's going to be Trinity on the other side of the roof side. And with so many altars still in the lobby, this fight could be isolated for now, but not for very long here because Flat are also within the vicinity as well as for fun.
All right, Falcons getting into a bit of action off screen as well as everyone still fights their way up towards where we're currently situated. Wolves from Humbert start to make their appearance. And I think that's great for Trinity. Lock down the building across the way. You can see where ZI are. They've got the fences outlining the zips. Things are getting crazy. And for Deep Cross Gaming, Xiaoshin already down and Falcons are on the prowl.
They're hungry. They're carrying this momentum into game number 3 now with them being able to get that knock and the finishing blow into the knock player. They don't want any resets with the altar TPs, and it's an isolated fight at that. I really like this rotate that we're going to expect from Falcons because they have surgery week in 4 days, and they're on the hunt. Blood in the water as they're not going to let this player just get away for free.
Do you know why I love that portal so much? Instead of like, you can kind of like snake your way up there out of sight just barely, and they go up there, they find no real issues, and they just take down Louison there. Great work from the Falcons on their strategic fighting. You really can't expect anything less from the Falcons. That's what they're going to do.
Scary when the Falcons are out. But AG Global, who also want to capitalize off the ring console and some more info as they hear the fighting in the distance, are going to show face, but they will be a little late. These EG do manage to get away. That one player coming out of Heights, and Falcons looking to reset, but we're taking a look at the other fight happening with round one closing up and the crazy pileup that we have over onto the northwestern side. Gen G versus Zeta over on the outskirts of Street Market. With that one member of Zeta, by the way, who already put down the portal, that's important because Zeta will be able to get a free reset over by Neon Square on the edge of that next zone. But then we get to see this beautiful replay too. And it's going to be Shopify over by their POI, which at the moment, they really needed to come out on top, considering after 2 games alone, they're sitting in 9th place overall with only 12 total points, 5 KP over the course of 2 games.
Well, to be fair, Gen G's not the first team out of the lobby for match number 3. They dropped the Mad Maggie ball. We see the initial knocks coming in. They take Mike down. They go for the full. And if I'm Zeta, I have to focus on, do we see a reset? Can we be evasive? When it's your Watson player last standing and just trying to make a reset, we try to make it happen.
Well, the fans are giving them the energy, though. Zeta Division are on the run, and Gen G are hungry. We
got kills.
This southwestern side of the zone, and Tiff, you know, you're highlighting them the 4. May not be the first team out of the lobby this time, but that's how it starts before we change maps.
It's okay. Maybe they just had a nice little regain between match 2 and match 3. They're like, yeah, okay, we got that out of the way. Now we're like on another, what do they call that? When you're just like so tired that you're just like, whatever.
Jet lagged, exhausted, and everything. A shell of your existence.
Get a little crazy, yeah.
Get a little loose here because they get to get the KP and start things up while we take a look at
Second wind, that's it. Production gave it to me. I was like, what am I looking for? Thank you, production. Like, you're my brain.
Meanwhile, me, I'm like thinking deflated
You're, like,
because I would feel that way. I mean, you're built different to do what Gen G is doing right now, and this is how it really starts as we take a look. Oh my, close that door right now. Shubi couldn't even put one toe out of line before getting punished for his positioning right there with the door opened. Other teams now taking control over the high ground bridge. And with a lot of these other squads now making their way to City Hall, see Flat who are playing on the outskirts. Dory on that northeastern side looking down at For Fun as well as JD Gaming. And AG now also making their slow rotate on the outskirts of zone.
Will they get the 2 knocks for Yanya? He's on Wraith. He can be a little sneaky. Is it going to happen? Do you find Deep Cross Gaming, or are we kind of looking to get out of there, maybe find that information, and as that circle even more collapses? I just want to harken back to the fact that Shopify Rebellion couldn't withstand the people throwing themselves at City Hall, but back to match number 1 when we went Humbert, Wolves converted from their POI. And that says something to me.
And how much they could actually try to get advantage when it comes to some of these POI pools, or some of these teams actually would rather side quest to get the information depending on the different legend compositions. I mean, with the amount of Watsons that we have in this lobby too, you have to imagine how great that's going to be when having the gen up to deal with the amount of wrecking balls that you're going to be seeing. So many strikes. Gen G having control over the bridge side of City Hall, but to their back too is going to be Unlimit over the other side. Zeta Division are going to be able to get the respawn to 2 of their members. That's going to be big too, with JDG also looking to get the Srez onto floating, being one of the teams that are rocking out with the Wraith. We're seeing a little bit more of Wraith this time around compared to our last game, Tiff.
I am enjoying it, and I think keeping floating on like characters like Wraith, like Axel, is where he can really shine. We did see, actually, when we tuned in to Naughty on the Mad Maggie, a voice line came through. I was like, whoa, that sounds like Lace. Is she in my comms? No, it was just the Mad Maggie. I'm sorry, Lace. I was just thinking about you.
It's a joke. It keeps going when it comes to Lays here, and we get to take a look at how a lot of these teams are split up. With AGG still having priority into getting that Survey Beacon as well as Ring Console.
They did just grab that Ring Console. They waited out all the way on that northeastern side of things out into the ring and then decided to rotate in. Falcons grabbed that information to the north of Energy Bank, and they're kind of going in on the south side. So those are good shouts.
That way.
They're able to also get that reset over by Oton too. It goes hard while Team Falcons now are going to start rotating outside of Energy Bank. Closer to where the squads, though, are going to be collapsing on one another, with Gaming Gladiators being one of the raid teams, are going to be able to prio getting the Evil Harvester, get back safely into the building that exits out of the choke. Where eventually, with Falcons showing their presence, they're calling in the evac tower. AGG looking ahead, taking their time full purples, while Yanya is going to be able to start painting the path for the rest of his team to get a little aggressive here, and it's going to be dealing with Flat on the other side of this portal. Isolated fight at that unless JG want to look at this, but they're too busy with Dory, so AGG want to be able to clean up some of this KP.
Oh, okay, Yanya, so close, but there it goes. You got a portal on out of there, immediately looking for those knocks and the pressure, and they find the resistance from Flat. A ton of teams still trying to find their positioning around City Hall. But having to contend with Flat is something that needs to be done earlier than not. Because if we go into this endgame with, 16 squads, we're currently at 19. I'd imagine on rotation here for the next circle, we'll lose a couple. But this has to be dealt with, because this will be a thorn in your side in that late game.
That's why they're trying to take this fight, and it begs the question, when you see the difference between what the Rid could provide and what we've been seeing with these altars, you see them trying to look about to see if they could get the 3P here. Fuser got to back away as well, literally leaving him one shot. Nanostrip's trying to be able to give him suppressed fire. Longbow in hand, but taking their time. Flat. And they're trying to boost up these Evo shields while AGG still at full purple here haven't been able to fully capitalize, but they know that Flat have now been able to take a roundabout position to the POI right behind them where there is a ring console as well as a survey beacon, just so that way they can try to go back and contest AGG in case another team shows face.
I mean, look, if you're on like 2 blues and a white and you're contending with a team that's on 3 purples, it's like going up against an S-tier dungeon boss. So of course you're looking for the smart way. How can we turn those numbers? And if we can grab a nice knock onto that, maybe skew the numbers, that's how you approach that. But for now, you just say, we're not going to take this fight. For AG Global, though, they keep on moving forward. We're trying to get through that choke point in which Havoc actually occupies. And Zeta, on the other hand, I'm looking for some big moves out of Zeta.
This is interesting, though. The fact that we're seeing this ring pull tip, it's closer to the slopes by the stair that overlooks that Moby, and it's better for teams like Zedeye, who have the high ground, alongside Wolves, who are looking to find themselves in another top 5 position to be able to boost those points. Trinity on the outskirts of that zone too, but are just trying to pepper away the damage onto Wolves and Trinity, who are going to be able to now hold that southern side, but it's going to be Falcons and Genji who will be able to look at each other here, see how Falcons want to try to gatekeep Zeta, who eventually have to go through that southern choke.
That's going to hurt, right? Because we talked about where did Flat go when they were fighting AG Global, and they don't have many options. They could have went up towards the north, they could have went towards JD Gaming, but they've been on this path towards the south, the same choke. So if Zeta take this fight against Falcons, we have such minimal time before Flat is actually just throwing it down, the third party. This is not a good fight. And even if Zeta turns around and fights Flat, right? They make their presence known early on. Falcons, they're just going to say, all right, well, we'll extend out and clear you out.
No, just 3P for free, and we'll take that any day of the week if you get the free reset here for Falcons, since they got the Alter TP. Zeta now in some trouble, and guess what? You TP on the other side of Falcons, it's going to be a buffet. Since they're down 1, it's up to a duo. They try to dance around the portal on the other side of Falcons, and Falcons are going to chase them right afterwards. It's just a matter of time as Falcons soar in on their next victims. Zeta Division are out of this lobby. 18 squads left, and now Flat gets a show face after Falcons barely took a lick of damage.
That's true. They are so healthy, and Guild picking up the first knock on Nono. You see the Mad Moggy balls coming through. Waltzy gets booped, but Guild, he is just full sending into it. One of my aggressive Watson picks of our series, and he's just kind of zigzagging, diving out Flat, disengage, go back towards the north, and Falcons are making a run for it. 13 seconds until that circle collapses, but there's still other teams on the horizon looking to find them. Wait, Flat? They don't commit to the north.
No, they don't. Now Flat are kind of just stuck seeing if they're going to be able to get away, but that's going to be difficult. I mean, it's round 3 at this point here. We're going to have to see what's going to happen to Flat with Falcons actually getting into that next zone and playing on the low ground of the bridge. I mean, can you imagine if a zone like this by City Hall ended up pulling more so to the northwest? That would have been brutal, but the fact that it pulls right here next to Falcons, where they're holding this choke for so long to clear their backs, even though they're forced to play off this low ground, it was Trinity who were holding up on this high ground side for quite some time, right? We saw them try to trade with Wolves as well as Zedeye, and the next ring is going to benefit them even more if they clear the southern side of zone.
And I'm just looking at Virtus Pro that's got a nice building, a nice space out there in towards that next area. But for the teams that are on the west, that are in the north, we're seeing a lot of that collapse, very similar to how our prior maps have gone for Deep Cross Gaming. This is going to be one of those rosters that finds themselves in an interesting situation.
All right, DCG too, that have been holding onto this building for quite some time. It's going to be For Fun on the outskirts and JD Gaming holding a very split angle. One member of JD still inside while DCG frying out with the R9 shots. Only Bloom Letmag here going to be able to get that information with the TP there while for the altar too, but for dropping down, destroying these Watson fences, but it's about showing face because in the next 15 seconds, the zone will be closing right behind them.
And I told you, this is one of those squads that had to lock in their ticket to here at EWC because of those regional finals. They won back-to-back maps, locked their ticket in, and things are getting crazy. They're not afraid to fight, and For Fun is on the opposing end of that. Cinetic has to stand tall, the last altar alive for the team. Unlimit falls off screen. Flat falls off screen. This is where the entire lobby starts to shake up if you can't get into that next circle.
I can't believe he's still alive, by the way. Well, Falcons climbing from the low ground here have set up their TP gen out. Getting the passive shield regen too before they're looking at AGG on the other side of the ravine. Trinity's still on the outskirts as well, but we were looking, where was Flat gonna go? I mean, absolutely nowhere. They were forced to back away. They get eliminated before that. Trinity now still holding that southern side, while Gaming Gladiators are also taking a look at TIE as well as PXX. But a majority of these teams were banking on playing by the grassy area on top of the stairs. So it's going to be a huge collapse and even more beneficial for the likes of Gen G, who found themselves in that building to the north side.
And it's going. You're just looking for Nox. You're running into the circle. TIE falls. PXX could join them as Virtus Pro is sending out a member of their team to clean it out. For Gaming Gladiators, they're looking at all of this happen, and they want to put pressure onto that. If they step too far out of their coverage, GG is going to eviscerate them. For JD Gaming, look, they're making their approach. It's not going to be pretty. It's up towards the north, and AG Global is on the other side trying to prevent floating, but this is why Wraith is so fun. You go into the void, you find a shred of cover.
Something a little different with AGG holding on to the high ground, though, being another one of those teams rocking that Wraith. Yanya now going to be able to get right back to the safety of his team. Playing off the staircase. While they do look at JGG, though, it's going to take a lot of time away, similar to what we've seen with Trinity and Falcons, where they're kind of forced to play off that low ground before this next zone starts moving in the next 30 seconds. Peppering in, though, while Yanya is going to be able to heal up with that syringe. Zul going to be able to try to cover him. They're trying to harass this team, which is DCG, from coming into that next zone and get that free KP.
It's true. I mean, look, when you drop your portal already, JD Gaming didn't have a way to go, and they had so many resources on the high ground that allows them to just take these mid-range fights that are smart, and you have resources. Virtus Pro, who was inside that circle, they fall, and you know who took them? It was Gaming Gladiators. Taskmaster, Osis, and Prestis are out of the lobby. Good pickup here to get Zane back into the fight. Reset, because we don't get third party, but I'd imagine that someone is going to look to play for this. PXX to the north is a solo. Deep Cross Gaming is too busy looking at AG Global, so will someone from the south side try to chow for that, or no? Do we see a top 5 performance out of Gaming Gladiators just by being in the better position?
I mean, if they're going to be able to get some KP this time around and they've found themselves consistently in that top 5, absolutely don't change things up here. But it depends on how this fight over from Team Falcons goes, because it's the control for the north. As Falcons are looking at DCG taking a book, or rather a page out of the AGG book, and looking to see if they can try to harass DCG, because they got to start moving. They have a very wide angle to play off of over by the grassy side, while Dory are holding onto the fence line for dear life. Will the collapse of 4 teams are still there.
So much damage.
Now moves up, are harassing AGG.
What?
No knockdown to hide from, but was it worth it? Will they get pinged from afar? I hear 30-30s ringing in their ears, and it is Dory getting a little bit of revenge.
I love the way they threw that down. Deep Cross Gaming go for the reset after taking down the Falcons, but it's still Gen G, the match 3 comeback on the southern side. Sure, you've got Dory, sure, you've got Trinity and ZI Esports, but we have coverage here. We can choose where we want to play from, and you look around. We are one of the only teams locking into the Axle right now. You've got an ult unavailable for the end game, and ZI clears out Trinity. So to the south, we still have 3 teams, 2 in the north.
And with 5 squads left right now, it's Gaming Gladiators that really have to worry about how they're going to get onto the high ground, right? Considering the fact that they have the altar to come out in clutch, but it's DCG who are waiting for them. Dory looking at DCG, which could work as a double-edged sword depending on how long this Gen G versus ZI Esports fight does play off. But Gen G waking up a little bit now, and this is what you like to see from a team who just flew in today.
You really do. The fences coming down. Roy is going to actually start opening that engagement on to Gen G. Zedai getting into the mix as well. Dory on the other angle. Gen G does fall, and into the final 4 squads we go. Dupe does need to get rezzed, but we cannot let Dory stabilize on the other end behind the Newcastle wall. Katsu King hits the med kit, and we are stabilizing, but it's not pretty.
I mean, with the final ring closing behind their backs, look at the plethora of nades and some helping backup from DCG. Clear out Dory. Zedai Esports get to see another day as they move up. They capitalize with Gaming Gladiators now also trying to find their place, yeeting the nades up into the air. Thanks to the gens, though. They get deleted unless you're Rory, who is left one shot from one of the nades himself, hugging the gen for dear life.
But when does Gaming Gladiators make their appearance? They'll have to evac over and onto the high ground, but the timing has to be perfect. For Jelly, the fences, this is one of the most interesting fights. Like, we take an inch, you give a mile, another to meet you there. The Mad Maggie ball in the back pocket from Dupe. And we are just swinging around, hanging the gen. Dupe falls. Jelly trying to stabilize, can't do it. Deeds with a wingman in hand, fencing with the other. And it's Deep Cross Gaming who's able to take out Zedai. And here come Gaming Gladiators to clean it up and take match number 3. The timing of that final play for them was impeccable.
Big difference in having the altar get up to the high ground, get a little cheeky kidnap as the crowd goes wild. We talk about the consistency before tip. We talk about finding yourselves in the top 5 for a lot of these end zones. And the patient play for Gaming that let the whole lobby collapse on one another up on the high ground before cleaning up the rest of the opposition for game number 3.
A brilliant showing as well for Gaming Gladiators in our first 3 matches. A 5th in match number 1. You've got a 2nd in match number 2. And then to button off E-District with a dominating win. Because it just goes to show you, we've got our timing down. We have our positioning. And if they would have entered maybe just a bit too soon, you kind of know, hey, that's not going to go our way. We're running right into those Watson gens, the nades, the Maggie ball that's potentially in Dupe's back pocket. It's not what you want to walk into, but they wait for that final fight and they go immediately to clean up.
And it's tough too when you may have all these nades to hurdle in the opposite direction. You have the wrecking ball ready, but then you're also staring down at a gen, right? So it's all for naught at that point too.
Exactly.
When it comes to trying, exactly,
break it.
You're trying to take a different off angle, and then the teams that did have Axel at the Ultra at the very end there came out on being able to put down those TPs right through the walls, be able to try to get a kidnap while you're at it, especially with the amount of Watson fences that are met on the other side.
Scary. That's what teams scrim for, though, right? When you TDM other squads, that's what that looks like. It's like navigating the fences.
Look at that, like
the free cam, right? And that's where GG comes in at the perfect time. You've got Lufka and Blast together in the north, is on the bottom. I mean, look, that was brilliant.
TP placement beautifully done to allow GG to get up onto the high ground, avoid a lot of that chaos. But it goes hand in hand with the different legend compositions when it comes to, noting the teams that wanted to go against the grain, seeing Gaming Gladiators eventually get their dub. We saw them face off against Falcons for game number 2, falling in 2nd place, but then getting the win before we transition onto Storm Point.
Great way to kick things off in this series. The first 3 games, phenomenal enough like that. You just got to maintain some more top 5s, even top 10s on the back half in Storm Point, and next thing you know, that's a great showing for Groups A and B.
It's nice to see when we get to see everybody set up on the stage, getting situated in the audience. And before we transition into Storm Point, I want to hear a little bit from Rain Day while he's talking to Gaming Gladiators.
So much, Vic. GG is appropriate, however, not for Gaming Gladiators, for the team that won against Gaming Gladiators in a 3v3 in Game 2. That's Falcons. What's up, Mr. Gildersons? How you doing, man?
I'm doing great.
You seem like you're in a good mood. Tell me why.
The boys are playing well. We just had 2 really hard games that we made a lot of points out of, so we're pretty happy right now.
43, 46, something like that after 3 games. I mean, this is kind of what you guys felt like you needed to do coming into this, right? Start strong and keep that momentum up.
Yeah, the boys are playing the way that we need to be playing. We're making everything that we can out of these games, so, we're just doing good.
Listen, there's early lobbies. We're figuring out maps. We're figuring out circles. We're figuring out legend bands. But most importantly, I want to talk about you because you're a guy who's been here through so many different orgs, from the NRGs to the Moist to the Liquids. And now you're here with Falcons. You're one of those players that just is perennial. You've been around. You keep doing what you've done. What's your journey coming here, and what do you feel is at stake for you, for Gildersons at this EWC?
I don't know. I feel like I got like a really good second chance in a way, because I mean, I went 2 out of 3 lands in a row without making finals and then joined Falcons, and it's just been nice to prove that this is where I belong.
Does that proving sometimes come with the disappointment that happened after those lands, the hard looks that you said, you know I can be better? How does the proof actually show up for you? Would it be winning, or is it just giving a performance that hey, I showed out?
I mean, it's less about winning and just playing to like my full potential as a player, and just making sure that I'm always showing up regardless of how everyone else is doing.
I asked how you were enjoying Paris. You got some, maybe not family coming, your girlfriend's coming to visit you?
Yeah. My girlfriend's coming.
The support in the stands, it means a lot. How does it feel just being live, the comparison of being in a city like this versus playing online?
It's amazing. I mean, it's nice because everybody else plays super scared, so that's pretty nice. But
yeah, you guys have been here, that's for sure. You have the maturity buff. Well, Gildersons, we're going to let you go get ready. 3 more games to go. You guys are in a great position. Good luck, and hopefully you finish it out.
Thank you.
All right, Gildersons from Falcons. We're going to take a quick break. When we come back, more action from the studio, and of course, games 4 through 6 here at EWC.
We were there for every click, every clutch, every respawn. We were there for the years of grind, and we're here now. The proud founding partner of EWC, powering the biggest event in gaming, shoulder to shoulder with the world's best, making history. Greatness deserves a stage. Lenovo Legion, reach your impossible.
We are halfway done between Group A and Group B. Welcome back to ALGS at EWC 26. And boy, strong teams started off really hot the first 2 matches, with Wolves and Falcons being able to secure that one, and then GG being able to get a win as well. But we're talking about APAC earlier. Guess what? Wolves coming in hot in that first game.
I mean, I thought I was going to cast a curse. You know what I mean? Like, I was like, talking about Wolves. I was like, yeah, no name, our MVP kind of underdog stuff. And then, is there a reverse cast a curse? Did I just do that? Maybe they're like, I'm trying to prove her wrong. I'm so sick of that, that lady just, ruining our games. And look, they did. In the final matches, when it was, I think it was JDG and GG, looking like one of those was sort of going to win at that moment in time. They sort of held that height in a sense. They were battling it out, but who was there lurking in the throes? It was, of course, Wolves Esports. And, a great thing about them too is, you've got Crazy Kong as well, and Gugu is like a newer addition to the team. But yeah, man, they cemented it very, very well, Seven.
I will just say, you definitely cast a curse in one of the teams that you said. You were talking about Genji hyping it up. They did come back a little bit, but it was definitely a rough 2 first game with those, a little bit of a donuts essentially. But yeah, I mean, I agree with you. Teams have also been popping off, and that's always a great thing to see. But I would also like to say, though, we saw a little bit in the interview, some teams are playing scared. You can definitely see that.
Well, all gamers, actually, I just got told this. All gamers, Janja just got his 1,000 knocks in ALGS. So that's really impressive.
That's more kills than you, right?
I don't know. I don't even know how much I have, actually.
Not 1,000.
Actually, I think I might have. I don't know. We'll have to double check on that. We'll have to double check on that.
Roll the stats.
Not in live events.
I've been playing for No, not in live events. I'm saying through He said ALGS. I've been playing in circuits, bro.
I wonder how many people we have on that list at this point.
I think I'm pretty far off. I don't think I'm at 1,000, but I'm definitely far off.
I'm still kind of high up there after all these years. I've been taking
That's
some
what I'm saying.
I have 2.
The washed people are still here.
Here we go. What is Adam?
You got more than I do, by the way.
Yeah,
but if anybody does have those stats, please let us know on social media. Make sure you tag us as well. And earlier we were talking about caster cursing. I'm sorry I'm going to have to do this to you tonight, but you were talking about Seda earlier. After 2 matches, that squad ended up with 0 points. Maybe a little bit of a caster curse. You were concerned, though. You were really concerned about that team.
I was. We definitely caster cursed 2 of the 3 teams we talked about. So, we'll go with that.
Team.
But Zeta, honestly, I mean, this was the biggest concern I had with that team is they dominated so much in their region, in APAC North, that I don't think they were ready for the firepower around the edge because they're such a fast-paced, aggressive team, and their region itself is not that style, and when you're the only one playing that, it's a lot easier to play around the edge, and you noticed it on this time around the edge. They're running into Falcons, they're running into AG, they're running into to so many teams that are powerhouses on the edge. They're hitting beacons that's telling these more talented teams, oh, there's a team behind us, we need to watch our back. And they're ready for these things that a lot of these other minor teams in the APAC North region are not available for. So it's been a slow start for them. And it really just, we've seen the biggest difference in how, Wolves was coming out and they played zone.
Yep.
And you have, Falcons win and they were playing the edge point of view, while Zeta really only knows how to play one style of game. And I think that they need to figure out how to mix in the zone style of gameplay, because as of right now, it's not working. Like you said, maybe they're playing scared, maybe they're doing it and it's causing their slow rotations, but it's a struggle for a team that ended so strong in that region.
Yeah, I mean, I definitely, as you say, some teams start hot, some teams start cold, but you also have to keep in mind the meta, the way the meta is right now. It's incredibly fast-paced. All these teams that you're saying, if you just say it as it is, North American teams are very aggressive. It benefits them to such a huge degree that you're just capable of pulling that switch immediately, just fighting everybody. But will we see a difference as we lead into the series, as some of these legends start getting banned out? Will this be more favorable for them potentially? Yeah. That's what we have to hope for.
Yeah, I was looking at the stats again, and Zeta's best map was E-District as well. So that is another concern. Their second best was Olympus. So we'll see how it goes into these final three. Maybe it's just, that's something they felt they had and they were confident on, and they come into this next Storm Point map. Maybe we'll see something different.
Yeah. Well, let's see if there's maybe any other teams that need to be able to adjust on the fly too with this last 3 games between Group A and B. As we got the overall here, to a lot of people, no surprise there. Team Falcons, 43 points, sitting pretty at the top. If we were in finals, this team would have been so close, Lace, to already hitting match point.
I mean, look, Team Falcons in group stages, steamroll. I remember, I think it was last year, and I was chatting to Waltzy, and I was like, how are these group stages going for you? He's like, oh, it's like rank. And I was like, okay. So, they always perform in these group stages, but look, I'm not going to say they're going to choke a little later. It's the Falcons, let's be real, but this is not unexpected.
Yeah, I mean, most definitely. Falcons, this is why I keep saying being a veteran in the game, having that team consistency. When you're talking about just the pure game knowledge and all the experience from Hal alone, I'm gonna say it. He could pick up 2 any players and probably still qual for land. Like, that's how top tier Alpha iJelly is. Definitely you and me. What do you mean? Definitely you and me.
Hal, maybe.
Yeah, no, but that's the thing, and it really goes to show the experience from it. And we can't discount Waltzy and Guild. Like, just the raw firepower. The fact that he can trust and believe in them, and they pull off fights and duels that not many people in this world can do. Of course, you're gonna steamroll. However, this is group stages. We'll see. I expect them to be in the first batch to move on past the survival, but finals is a completely different beast.
Yeah, finals is. I mean, we've seen it in the past, especially here at EWC, where we end up with just so many teams on that match point. And some teams, even though they've been able to clutch it before, we don't know if the pressure gets to them. Actually, we have 2 ex-pro players here. So let me ask you guys, when you get into those situations, right, with match point, and then you start getting even other teams get into the match point, does the pressure go higher? Do you start getting those nervous? Grace, I'm going to go with you first.
I mean, in the beginning, so let's be honest, there's a huge prize pool. Everybody's always hyped to play for it. If you're at the top end of it, top 5, top 10, I would say top 5 for sure, you're feeling not as pressured as you start in the, like, if you're in the bottom 10, you're incredibly pressured, because it's literally from, life-changing money from top 5 to, bottom 20. And when you have that as well, you just have to break through. And which is why I keep saying you have to be resilient. You have to learn to handle the pressure and work your way through it.
Yeah, I think one of the more interesting things about the whole match point format, and we talked to a lot of these top teams, is none of them like being the first team to hit match point.
Yes.
I don't think any team has won being the first team to hit match point. So it's interesting how that dynamic works, more than like gaining momentum as you go versus coming out strong and then feeling like you might need to change your gameplay because you're getting targeted, or switch your legend comp up to more defensive, like, the bots into the caustics or whatever it might be. Whereas the teams that gain momentum and gain consistency can start getting on a roll. And so it'll be curious. And one thing that you pointed out with we were talking about Falcons a little bit, it's Hal's teams in the past were not good group stage teams. I remember the first couple of years, they struggled to get out of groups. And then when they got into the lobbies with all the good teams where you could predict how teams are going to play, is when they would dominate. Now it seems like, it's not of that case. So you can see what happens when teams get comfortable and can get to that point. And now we're seeing top teams consistently get to the finals, match point, and end up in the top 5 or top 10 over and over and over.
Honestly, I love that insight, and I love what you were talking about too, Graceful, in regards to that prize pool, because first place, $600K, second place, 300K.
Still a ton.
That's still a ton. And this is the matches that we got coming up. Storm Point, is there something that you guys are going to be looking at here? I mean, we talked about some of these teams already starting off hot, right? We talk about some of the other stuff. Anything you want to see, Grace, in these 3 matches coming up?
So E-District is one of the maps that you're actually allowed to play the easiest because there's so many chokes that you can go through. Storm Point is also one of the maps you're able to play more comfortably than, let's just say, World's Edge as an example, or even Olympus, where you can get gate kept in chokes quite a lot. But now looking at Storm Point, there's a reason why so many teams immediately pick that map, because they're more scared of the results fluctuating on that map. So hopefully we get to see some people play a little bit more comfortably now that some of the legends are banned out. But we definitely need to see some teams wake up.
Yeah, I mean, if we have a look at the Snake draft and then the, picking E-District over Storm Point, it actually looked like quite a few people prioritize Storm Point.
Yeah.
And, it is a long-standing map, E-District, a little bit newer. I was watching, I think it was it Falcons actually prioritized E-District? Yeah. And then we also had Gen G prioritized E-District. But, you got to hit with them. But look, a lot of teams have chosen Storm Point to be their priority for their dropping spots and their POIs.
Yeah, we'll see what the POI actually ends up looking like. Earlier during lunch, we got a chance to talk to Hackies too. He's going to be coming up next after those 3 matches. He was saying he was feeling really good with the way that their draft went. So we'll see how that's going to end up working out for them. But overall, quick little setup. Which team do you want to see them step up here coming up in the next 3 matches? Just a quick team.
I mean, I want Gen G. I mean, they struggled. They came in late. We were talking them up, and I want to reverse the curse. 2 negatives make a positive, so let's just go with that.
Grace?
Definitely Gen G as well. Being Contai myself as a Thai person, we got to share for that. We got to be biased a little bit.
Lace, if you go with anybody else besides Gen G, I swear.
Yeah, the same.
Okay, yes. All right, there you go. You know what? Let's send it over to Dan and Onsen and see if maybe they also want to see Gen G step it up.
Well, let's see if Gen G can fulfill some wishes here for our lovely analysts up in the rafters. Dan, great to be back on land, I will say. Onset and Gaskin here to bring you the next 3 games in Group A versus B, and we are heading over now to Storm Point. We leave E-District in our past for a few moments, Dan, and now we've got 3 more games in front of us on this beautiful, beautiful map.
Yeah, and I like what the analysts were talking about as well, just some of these teams that are focusing Storm Point instead. A little bit more comfortable for them. Zeta Division, for example, a squad who picked it first, wanting to make sure they use that advantage coming out from APAC North as the #1 seed, the best APAC North team on Storm Point as well. So I'm expecting them to do some big things here on the map. That being said, in international competition, everything suddenly changes. A lot of the playstyle they may have been used to over in APAC North, it gets blown out of the window here. So I'm excited to see how that changes going into this one.
Yeah, interesting you mentioned international competition as well. It's one of the fantastic and fascinating things about the Apex Legends Global Series is that we do get to see so many regions coming together. And in the first 3 games, we have winners from 3 different regions. You have, of course, GG, who won a game. You have Wolves, who won that first game. And, of course, you have Falcons as well in the middle, who won that second game. So everybody seems to be performing at a level across regions at the moment. Of course, only 3 games gone, but it's a good sign early on, I think, for fans of all different regions around the globe.
Very good sign indeed. And I think that there's going to be a lot of fans here cheering for various different teams. It's about, are your teams going to be the loudest? Are your fans going to be the loudest? Certainly Falcons fans are very happy with their performance so far. But GG, I mean, the consistency we've seen from Gaming Gladiators at the moment, we have to be talking about from 5th to 2nd to 1st. If they can carry on with that kind of performance, they should dominate this group.
Yeah, they certainly should indeed. And they are a team to keep an eye on as we get our way through the matches, and hopefully the consistency will keep going for them. Another team who I think will certainly show signs of consistency. I am very impressed with Wolves. I think that their playstyle is going to mesh very well with the LAN environment. A lot of good performances historically from them as well, and certainly a dark horse, in my personal opinion, for when we get to match point. Should they make it to match point finals, of course, on the final day here, then they could be a team who we're talking about potentially moving forward to lift that trophy.
And the players taking a look at the POI draft as well, just checking who's dropping where they're going to be competing, where are these players going to be approaching from. And speaking of Wolves, they had 2nd pick and they went with Sito Station. So again, some of these teams that maybe haven't got as many points at the moment might be able to put some big ones on the board here as we can actually take a closer look at this POI draft. And you can see the numbers next to them. So many of these teams wanted to pick Storm Point first, whether it's about being comfortable, whether it's about looking at those stats and seeing how many points you can pick up on a map like Storm Point. It doesn't matter as long as you get the job done. It wasn't until we went into the 9th pick that we saw something a little bit different.
And of course, this has been an interesting kind of revolution when it comes to the POI draft and who is picking what POIs ever since the Tridents were removed. So all of a sudden, central POIs became a little bit more popular than they had been previously. Some of those POIs that had those Tridents now not quite as popular as they once were. And then you factor in, of course, maybe some ring consistencies that you're seeing in scrims. All of this starts to go into how you're going to decide where you want to play from come that POI draft and where you're going to be playing from here on Stormpoint. Historically, though, those northern POIs have been very, very popular simply because of the geometry of Stormpoint moving from that high ground down to that low.
Yeah, that's why people still like to pick them. You're comfortable as well, but it looks like Stormpoint is beginning to get locked in here in Paris. And as we've said, some of these teams are going to be far more comfortable here. They may have struggled on E-District, but that does not matter now. We've had 3 legends that have been banned going into this one, and we will see Crypto gone, Sia gone, and Maggie disappearing.
Yeah, Maggie gone as well. When you've got Sia and Maggie gone already, that's 2 of the most oppressive legends that we have in the Apex Legends Global Series. Banned. They won't be playable in these next 3 games as we hop in with a team who won't care what legends get banned at the moment because their form has been fantastic in the first 3. GG on your screens as we take a look at where that zone is going to be going.
Yeah, heading to the southeast by the looks of things then, and it certainly means there's going to be a lot of opportunity for people to utilize Valkyrie here. You can see a lot of Valk in the lobby, and I think Dory will be extremely happy because down towards Dev Coast, a lot of these teams will be able to find space to work with, but Dory will be able to set up first. But just look at how the lay of the land changes with those legend bands that have come in here on set. The amount of Valks that are now there, Newcastle, Gibraltar, the baby comp is very much alive and kicking.
There is just a sprinkling of my boy Pathfinder. Of course, huge bust recently to Pathfinder, finally well welcomed by the entire community. He is in there as well, but one thing to notice here for Dory, we mentioned how Dev Coast is probably going to be where our endgame is taking place. No ring console for them, Dan, so they're not going to have that second ring information. Team Falcons, though, over Launchpad, they are going to have that info.
Yeah, Dory are going to suddenly be looking to the skies, and it will be like situation of can they react quick enough. Thankfully, they've looted pretty close. Sometimes when you get into these situations, you can get a sporadic looting scenario, and then you will be caught off guard. But now they'll see For Fun and Virtus Pro both approaching from Pylon for Fun. Virtus Pro being able to move on that eastern side, and I'm sure Falcons might be there a little bit later too.
Yeah, we take a look at VP now on their rotate down to this southern side. You can see For Fun set up on that high ground, the kind of hanging building that we do have down at the bottom of Devastated Coast, and VP are going to now play one of these buildings, the broken buildings down on the low ground that are slightly submerged. There's going to be some soggy socks down here, Dan.
You know what? I hate soggy socks, but Falcons now will find that building. Like I said, they were going to move a little bit later than others. They just wanted to make sure they evac from somewhere a little bit more comfortable, but it's not necessarily a comfortable landing as well, just because they are going to take the lower ground. But For Fun, they will be in a priority position now for quite some time. Having a Bojack on your back is not the worst.
Interesting to see how this zone plays into some of the legend compositions we're seeing as well. You quite rightly highlighted we're seeing a little bit of baby comp start to come to the fore. Gibraltar, Newcastle, Watson, the more defensive legends that we do have available. And when you've got some of these broken buildings, if this is an earlier game, this is a much more difficult spot and building kind of environment to try and hold down as a team. When you've got Newcastle, when you've got Gibraltar, all of a sudden it becomes a much more comfortable place, as Falcons will show you now.
So we've got about 10 teams already moved to the southeast, but there's still going to be a lot of late movers, not worth moving as fast. Instead, they'll just play the game of trying to build up their economy, essentially. There's a little bit of a skirmish happening for the teams that did move early, but there's not usually going to result in actually any full-on engagement. Instead, it's a poke battle, start to build up your own shields. If you do get a knock, sometimes you might be a little bit tempted, but I don't think it's going to happen.
One composition that certainly interested me and raised my eyebrow, Daniel Gass.
Just the one?
Just the one. It's going to be JDG. They are running Axel, Catalyst, and Gibraltar, which is very much against the grain when it comes to everyone else in the lobby. We'll have to see if that aggressive composition is going to help them out. Dory do manage to survive up on that high ground. The one difficulty for them, of course, with the zone pulling their way. No access to any nearby Evo to get up to blue shields, so they're going to have to do it all with the guns here to get a little bit more comfortable. And if they get sniffed out a little bit later in the game with those white armors, then you wouldn't be surprised to see a team Valcolting in wanting to take that fight.
I like the teams that are being brave to go against the grain, though. Go for a different composition. It's going to last through a few more games. You can get comfortable on it, and you're not going to have any awkward experiences changing over. Now, speaking of awkward experiences, an engagement that's going to be happening up towards the north, kind of between Cascade and Command Center at the moment.
Zipline building. And it's Unlimit. And Yolari, man, if you don't know him, you will know soon. Fans of the Apex Legends Global Series from watching in Japan will know the damage this man can do. But he's not going to be able to output too much here on Axel. It's going to be AG who managed to take him down. Elsewhere in the feed, Waltzy just got knocked from Falcons. Should be able to be dragged back to his feet, though. But AG holding strong here on the zipline building.
Zeta Division kind of hovering above them, quite literally flying past them at the moment, actually. Considering whether they should get involved here, but it looks like they're just going to be watching over this one for now. It's a very difficult team to actually take a fight against is AG, so you've got to be careful with this approach, as now Zeta are just going to try and clean up the remaining pieces here.
Somehow.
And just play a nuisance.
Somehow Yolari, man, is still alive. He's downed, of course, but he's on his knees. Finally, it's going to be Yuku who gets the finish onto him, so he's not going to be able to be rezzed, but an opportunity at least for the rest of Unlimit to escape, thanks to the pressure that was being put on by Zeta. So Zeta now going to move towards this Evo Harvester, trying to grab that, get those shields up, as now it presents the opportunity for AG to hunt down the remaining members of Unlimit. But this Mastiff is looking a little bit shaky here, and Jaguares needs to recalibrate this gun.
Thankfully, in a 3 versus 2, you can afford to miss a few of those shots. They saw Zeta Division go off on their merry way, and they said, thank you very much, we'll clean up the rest. There is going to be one player still escaping from Unlimit, so they're not going to be eliminated from the lobby. Still 20 teams alive and kicking here. You just got to be careful where you're going if you're Unlimit, because they're going to head west to try and get back up to a full 3. You've got the likes of Shopify Rebellion that are still there. Zeddy as well are going to be approaching from that side.
Fantastic example of warning shots coming in there. Exactly what you can do with the Mastiff when you've got a teammate alongside you who is hitting the shots. As we jump over to Shopify Rebellion now, a little bit of a different rotate through the center of the map for them. They're currently in Jurassic. They do have Ring Console and a Survey Beacon here to hit, so they're going to be able to get up pretty close to Purple Armors as well as getting that information. It looks like from there, of course, they'll be moving probably towards Pylon, where Flat and Genji Esports find themselves at the moment for even more info, and then maybe looking to approach the zone a little bit later on.
Surprisingly, by the way, Valkyrie is the most picked legend as well in this lobby. When you look at bans, you look at what's been happening in terms of where that's been going throughout scrims. It's been fairly normal leading up to this point, but definitely changes can occur now as we go into Storm Point. It does change the situation slightly, and Valkyrie's such an important legend to have, especially with zones like this, where a lot of the early real estate is going to have been taken, so you have to try and force your way in a little bit later.
Yeah, this is a difficult one for this kind of zone. I mean, Graceful was talking about it on the desk, saying, you know, E-District is great because there's so many playable spots. You can get into zone pretty comfortably if you were running some of the compositions that we could see here. But now with this composition and this zone and the change of map over to Storm Point, the fact we're going over to Dev Coast, some of these buildings are very, very shaky. Some of these buildings don't have roofs, for example, as you can see here. So arriving late, it's very, very difficult to do. You're going to be relying on that Gibraltar bubble when you land to get that one down and give yourself a little bit of safety.
Just checking in with some of the replays as well. I was talking about the poke battles. Well, sometimes you do get those knocks. Don't usually result in actually getting the full kill. Now, just going back to the importance of building up shields before you land as well. If you are one of those teams that's arriving late, one thing you can bank on is the teams that moved early may not be too high up on their shield economy. They may just be on blue, so you have to get up to purples, just like Shopify Rebellion have done. So if you are going to land and take a fight, you at least get a slight advantage in terms of those shields.
Of course, you do get also the ability to fly into the skies immediately using that purple perk here on Valkyrie. So it's a little bit safer to Valcolt from spot A to spot B. For Shopify Rebellion, only 12 points on the board at the moment. A bit of a quiet start for them, but I would say this is one of the teams that started to pick up form towards the end of the split and also in scrims leading up to this event. I think it's very important that they did so as well. Confidence is huge for a team like Shopify Rebellion, and I think if they can continue that with a couple of good games in the group stages, then they certainly will be a team to beat come the end of this tournament.
The biggest teams have star players, and even though the entirety of the Shopify Rebellion roster are stars, Koiful, for me, is just one of those guys you can rely on to perform something magnificent when you least expect it. And if he can be that guy for them in those kind of fights and engagements, maybe we can see Shopify Rebellion go all the way through here at the ALGS Esports World Cup.
Do they know? Do they know?
Surprise!
They're gonna know. Bubble goes down. Niazul goes back up because his teammate has decided that he is sending this one. Yanya gets all sorts of aggressive on the fuse, and it's going to cost him badly. He will go down. Niazul now has to fall down. Has to try and hold the push, and they will be able to get Yanya back on his feet. But AG, it's only momentary, as Yanya will be back down again. 4 seconds till that bubble's back up here. Defensive bombardment goes in, but it looks like Zeta are going to hold their ground here and look to hold this bridge for a late Valcott a little bit later on in the game.
This is where you count your blessings. You have a Gibraltar, right? If you don't have the Gibby there, then you are not surviving. The electrified bubble just allowed them to get the reset, get back up, and now they can reposition. I think you're right. I don't think they had any clue they were up there, and it was a little bit of a jump scare, but utilized their legends perfectly to make sure they were able to escape. But now, where do you even go? They're going to have to think quickly here.
I kind of like the decision from Zeta as well. I mentioned how it would have been very easy to try and push that fight, to be aggressive, having got that knock, but risky to drop down, but also risky to give up that bridge position for a late Valko in towards where this zone is going to be doing. Max height, max distance, you really can see the lay of the land. So I like that decision, smart, kind of conservative, but certainly works for them.
Love this rotation from Team Heretics as well. They've been able to skirt all the way through on the southwest. They may surprise Trinity if they don't get spotted, and if they can actually take that fight and win, they put themselves in a very nice position to be able to rotate all the way to the south. But it's going to be down to whether Trinity actually see them and get sightlines on them.
Yeah, it looks like Trinity are watching their backs at the moment, just looking at our overhead map and where those minimap arrows are pointing. Zeddy, who were involved in that end game, in game number 3 on E District, well, going to get a little bin reset here. And they're going to not just get a bin reset, wow, they're going to get a mythic bin popping up next to them. So that's going to be plenty of goodies for them to work with, as they will have Valkyrie in the composition, as well as many of these teams take to the skies a little bit later and try to get in. There is the big gun. The Kraber, unlimited ammo, and Jelly says, I will take that.
It's a big responsibility, but if anyone can do it, it's going to be Jelly. Love watching his POV. As now Genji, actually, are they going to try and go for a little wrap round as well? Try and get behind Team Heretics. This would be great for Trinity. These were the teams we were talking about on that southern side. Unlimit might actually force the rotation here from Genji as well. Are they going to be quick enough to move? Or will we see Genji be going down early again here in these games? Of course, we do manage to get up into the sky and away, but it's going to be out of the frying pan and into the fire here by the looks of things.
Yeah, you wonder if they took any damage, as they did take to the skies from Unlimit, who have gone back into Pylon to hit that survey beacon and get the lay of the land. And look at the damage that Genji did take. They're going to have to land here. They are going to rely on Dexter potentially to get a bubble down and keep them alive, but they look safe enough. Zicky's going to get that battery popped, and they will be able to stabilize here in the kill feed. Elsewhere, Flat taking a lot of damage, and it's a combination of Wolves and Shopify Rebellion that are picking up some of those knocks.
This is what happens when you hesitate as well, as Flat will be eliminated in 20th position. Genji now get ahead of Trinity and Heretics essentially in this race, and again, Valkyrie just being so important to that factor. I love that they didn't panic bubble though. They waited, they made sure just in case they still kept that bubble up.
Yeah, great stuff from Genji to get into that position. A slow start for them. I mean, the three of them, they're running on fuse and passion here on day number 1, but it's going to be enough, hopefully, to see them get some points on the board. One team who, of course, does have points on the board after a fantastic first 3 games is the team on your screen, GG. 41 points from 3 games for them as they approach now where they want to play in towards this zone. No Newcastle for them. They've got the Watson instead in the composition. They do have the Gibraltar bubble as well available if they do want to take to the skies, but space is now becoming at the premium for all these teams as the zone continues to close.
Yeah, GG do have time to wait, but Unlimit again are under fire here and under a little bit of pressure, but now they are back up to a 3. It's almost a re-engagement between these 2 teams. Yulari man has to be careful. He was able to get away and get back up, but now they all start to come out.
Gets a double drone down as well. Purple Perk paying off this time around for Unlimit, not just to get the knock, but to keep them alive and allow them to reset here. Neazor. Oh, Stubby looking to peek through the window, but couldn't get the gun up. As the Jets were coming down, AG look like they're holding once again here. Unlimit have taken damage, have taken knocks. Now it's up to AG if they want to push this one. The fuse behind the knockdown shield. The knuckle cluster should flush them out. Yanya's down though. A Skynade from Peace. A Jaguares Mastiff starts to work just in time. He hits the big shots and AG will win that fight.
It was isolated as well. No one's a third party. They'll have time to reset, but they of course have to start thinking about moving sooner rather than later. Team Heretics have now got amongst things, but they are very much struggling to stay up as Trinity do get eliminated as well.
Yarns a little defensive nade coming in there. The frag grenade goes down. The wall will also go down. Team Heretics now safe inside of this zone. But are they safe from the amount of damage that's coming in? And there is a fuse ult breaching behind. The Motherload from Prestis is phenomenal. Takes down 2 and Heretics will be back into the lobby.
So Zeta Division will be able to control this spot and control this northern side now of the circle. And think of all the teams that are going to be going. So Zeta need to be on their P's and Q's here. You have to pay attention to everyone arriving from that northern side.
And then you've got all these teams who, you spoke about it, all these buildings that have these gaps. You've got to be aware of where people are landing because you will be vulnerable from so many angles.
Zeddy do find somewhere to call safe. Prestis doesn't feel safe right now. He's got a lot of teams around him, but one of those teams who's now sharing the building is going to be PXX right next to them. Zeddy will be safe behind their Newcastle wall. That's going to eat up some of those missiles. Kurasame Havoc have just gone down as AG continue to build a bit of momentum here down. They are picking up team wipe after team wipe down on this northern side, and now they've got to continue to do so as they have a long way to go towards this zone.
I do wonder, with a team like AG, who historically sometimes have that, last-minute ditch effort to get into finals lobbies. And I tell you what, you got to make sure that Yanya gets back up on his feet so you don't feel those uncomfortable moments.
Yeah, that Kraber hurts. Yanya's going to tell him that. And now we're seeing the zip line come out from Neazul. They do get the reset by the looks of things, and they should be able to take that zip line and reset here as Jaguares will be last man to arrive, having had to pop that battery. Defensive bombardment goes down, but now the zone is going to be at their back. And their health is going to be chipped away. Relove DCG, they will be down next. 14 squads remain as AG might be next to fall.
AG will go down, such a good fighting team, but on rotation, sadly, too many eyes on them. That's what happens down in the south here at Dev Coast. Now you can see another team fall as well. Suddenly the kill feed lighting up as we move further into the southeast. Gaming Gladiators have been able to find a fantastic spot on the southern side.
PXX next team out. 12 squads now remain in Shopify Rebellion. Are trying to pressure Dory inside of this building. You can see how far they have to go. They've got around a minute or so until that zone forces them to move. But before they do so, they want to try and move. In the kill feed, by the way, No Name with that Kraber has picked up another scalp. It's going to be Yuka who's going to be going down.
A lot of engagements being forced here, and actually there's third parties that are going to be happening. Now Gen G will start to move in, but they're approaching 4 different teams. You can't just force this engagement. You've got to be aware of all the other squads, and Gen G do slightly back off here.
Yeah, VP are just trying to hold. They're the team that are kind of gatekeeping everything on this eastern side. There's VP, Zeddy, Gen G all sharing these buildings, you can see on the map overhead here. But it's Gen G who are going to have to force their way in. They've already lost one, and it's not looking good for Gen G here. They're trying to stick the res, but there's a mother load. And Dexter and Asia, they might not be long for this lobby.
They're starting to smell blood though now. And you start to see those knocks in the kill feed, you know it's now or never, and you're not in zone at the moment. VP's building is the only one that actually will be even slightly, even remotely in that zone. So they have the slight advantage here. They can play a little bit slower and force Gen G and Zeddy to do something.
Ooh, Jelly with that infinite ammo. Kraber needs to hit some big shots here to clear a path towards this end game for the rest of his team. Asia back on his feet. Somehow they've got back to a full 3 here. Nitro Pack goes down, which allows Asia to just about pop that battery, but I stand corrected as he will be taken down as VP continue to hold.
Those are the frustrating ones when you are so close to getting the battery. 20 seconds, by the way, till that zone does fully close in. And all these teams now are starting to be forced left, right, and center. Ammo is not looking great for a lot of these teams as Wolves Esports do get eliminated.
And no more Kraber shots coming in for Wolves. No Name will be proving the fact that he couldn't pull the trigger a few more times. But look at Gen G, by the way. Survivability. The cockroaches in the lobby, they will not go down here. They hit the Nitro Gate. Dory out next. As 10 squads now remain, half the lobby's gone.
So many teams still alive in such a short amount of time as well. There's going to be left before this next zone goes in. 55 seconds. GG do get removed from the south. Huge fight just won by JDG.
Another top 10 for GG, though. It's going to be more points for them as finally Gen G Esports up on that high ground will be taken down. Too many teams surrounding them with lines of sight onto them on that rock. Just weren't able to reset one more time. VP, you mentioned this building was going to be the safest for the longest. Well, they're using it to their advantage here as Taskmaster with this 30-30 is doing damage to Shopify Rebellion, who are being peppered, who are being burnt, and might about to be sent on as Falcons will be out of the lobby. Shopify do go down as well.
Didn't even have to send it in the end. VP were able to use utility so effectively there. Now they begin to move. The team closest to them is going to be TIE as For Fun starts getting involved in this engagement.
This is one of the quickest movements from Pylon towards where this zone was going to be ended. Zenetic wants to finish this one off. He's blasting behind the knockdown shields, but not contacting with Zuki the way that he wants to. Finally, Say Individual will be down as we're into our top 5, and For Fun from the high ground continue to control the space in this endgame.
That is a better performance by Zeta Division, though, showing they are far more comfortable here on Storm Point. As now zone begins to close. TIE arguably in one of the best spots alongside Virtus Pro. On the west, though, Zeddy versus For Fun. That's going to change a lot of it because For Fun have the high ground. In theory, they can win.
Back on a jelly cam. Let's see if the cam matches the name and he's shaky, or if he's still when it comes to hitting these big shots. Elsewhere, JDG, they've just been nuked out of the lobby. VP take care of them. TIE, they're going to sweep in behind as FChan takes down one as Zeddy now make their move up to the heights.
That's such a good position from Zeddy as well. They'll take the position off of
Armor swap.
They get two, should get a third as well. But all the meanwhile, TIE versus VP, and it's going to be a 3v3. TIE, Zeddy, final circle.
Jelly got an armor swap at just the right time here. Pinator is down. So it's a 3v2, the bubble goes down, and it's time for Zeddy to try and send it to call themselves the champion by taking down the final players. One has fallen, that's going to be Jelly, dragged back to his feet by the Newcastle as Dupe swoops in, and Zeddy will win your game 4.
They call it the Dupe swoop. As Zeddy, they deserved that one because there was aggressive position they took away from For Fun. And they just timed it perfectly. They were able to read the lobby, see the kill feed going on. They knew they had the advantage going into that final engagement.
Really impressive stuff from them, and it was a combination of For Fun and Zeddy who were playing kind of different levels of that zone. It was Zeddy who were underneath that high ground building for quite some time in the end game. For Fun, they did a great job by getting into that position early with the early rotation that came in from Pylon. But in the end, it's the Americas who have another winner here in our game number 4 on Stormpoint.
And it does just take so much pressure off, doesn't it? In day one, if you can get that win on the board as well, you know you are playing at your very best as well. Frustrating for some of the teams. There's those hand-in-head moments, hand-on-head moments. What could have been had we moved around, had we not dropped the player in that situation?
Had I hit a massive shot?
Had we not taken that much damage? Had I hit a Kraber shot? These fine margins between teams as we look back at some of the highlights. I love the position from TIE throughout the majority of the game, by the way. I think they were unfortunate they lost that one player during the skirmish with VP, but this was one from Zeddy. Look at the positioning Jelly took, taking that high ground on that rock, and it really gave them the advantage.
Yeah, the Golden Nater as well in the endgame with a double tap on it really just is a problem, to say the least, when you get into those short-range battles. Cinetic up in the skies, a little bit of clay pigeon shooting for them as Duplex moved in and popped off in the final moments here. And once again, Zeddy proving they are here to play at the Split 1 playoffs at EWC.
I think going through these first couple of days, it is going to be a question of, you know, who is going to be up to the task? Who is going to show that they can actually roll with the big dogs? And any wins on the board will raise eyebrows in a good way. Both of them, not just a single one.
Double eyebrow
raise. A double eyebrow raise.
Wow. Got me shocked, Daniel Gaskin. Kind of thing on day one is I'm ready for the dates to continue. If you get a double eyebrow raise, love that from you.
And I think that all the players would have been looking at that final circle saying, actually, had we transitioned a little bit differently on the southwest side in particular, there was vulnerable teams on that side. And a lot of people just committed to Valkyrie because you're scared. You don't really know what's ahead of you.
Yeah. So you're going to use it, right? I think it's an interesting zone for that.
You kick yourself afterwards, but it's always a hindsight situation.
Yeah, it's an interesting. I think it's one of the zones where composition certainly played into that a little bit. A lot of teams had a very similar plan on how they were going to approach it. And you're quite right. The one team I think who had a slightly different way of approaching it was TIE down that southwest side, who kind of wrapped the rest of the lobby and let all of those Valcolts happen in front of them, and then were able to swoop in as and when they needed to. But it's actually the Valkyrie, surprise, surprise, who made the difference in the end game as well, being able to jet up to that top of that rock, the armor swap that came in, making sure that they were all healthy as well, which is very important going into that final fight. But TIE very, very calculated on the way that they played that game. By the way, JDG into the top 5 as well. Very good game for them, who have secretly and quietly been going about their business as well, picking up a couple of points in these first 4 games. But as we move over to game 5, you start to look at games remaining, don't you, in a set here in A versus B. And with only 2 remaining, that's only a certain finite amount of points for these teams to collect before they think about playing again tomorrow.
The win for Zeddy puts them up into second place, just behind Team Falcons as well, but it's getting pretty tight between those top 3. Falcons, Zeddy, and Gaming Gladiators are clear leaders, but who's actually going to be able to take that initiative going into 5 and 6? Speaking of 5, we will not have Valkyrie. So for everything we were just talking about, you know, the height advantage you're able to gain, being able to force your way into the final circle, changes everything now without being able to go up into the sky with that skyward dive. And it does change composition significantly going into this one.
It certainly does. We're going to have to see if maybe we see a little bit more Pathfinder as that rotational option, as Valkyrie, as you can see here, is going to be the next legend to be banned. Maybe a little bit of Pathfinder, maybe a little bit of Catalyst. A
bit of Wraith as well, yeah.
Popping his way. Bangalore maybe as well. Maybe we'll see Caustic come back into the compositions as well, which may increase the pick rate of Bangalore as a counter. All these things to be considered by the teams and, of course, the coaches who have stood behind them as well. So many lovely moving pieces, Dan, go into these decisions. I'm glad that I don't have to make them.
We've still got plenty of Alta as well. Alta still hasn't been banned, so it could come back into the fray if you would like to. I know she's more prevalent on E-District, but if those are more comfortable on that legend, then there is always that choice as well. Sometimes, well, back in the day, Alta would have just been gone so early on, but now lasts a little bit longer into these series.
Did you know, by the way, that Waltzy walked into the hairdressers with a picture of me and just said, "I want that"?
Did it work?
It's true, by the way. Absolutely no way that I'm
Did
not
it work?
telling the truth.
Do you think he looks like you?
I think I'm a one of a kind, Dan, if I'm honest with you. I think he's doing his best impression, though.
It's funny because Koifor went in and said he wants a Dan Gaskin haircut as well, so you know it's good. I'm glad that
whoever that barber is, I'll find him.
But I'm excited for match 5 here because I think it's going to tell us a lot about the top 3 in particular. Everyone else is starting to fall a little bit further behind now, and it would take a significant victory from some of these squads to be able to catch up. The closest being Wolves, but of course they have found their own victory indeed as we look at some of the top damage dealers throughout the lobby so far. Wolves have been outputting a lot of damage, it has to be said.
Yeah, I mean, conversion maybe not the best for them, but when you recognize that they are usually playing hard zone, not surprising. You know, you're holding down a spot more than you are looking to clean wipe teams and eliminate them. Is kind of picking teams off. So the elimination's not quite lining up, but that is the reason that kind of backs up that. Something else to talk about here, I think, is, of course, you know, after the group stage is done, we are going to be sending some teams home. So the teams that are at the bottom after 4, 5, 6 games, even though it's only one group that's been done so far, we have to keep in mind, you know, when we look at those total points overall, the group stage will be the end of the tournament for some of these teams. So even though it's only 4 games gone in the tournament so far, if you're down at the bottom right now, you're probably starting to think we need to pick the pace up here with just 2 games remaining in this set. Otherwise, we could be thinking about spending a bit more time in Paris outside of EWC than we really wanted to.
And whilst there are a lot of teams that will get through to the survival stage, and you think, oh, you know, if it's only a few teams from the groups, it's not too bad. But suddenly, as you say, if you are down right at the bottom, it starts to get a little bit more nervy. And a win here, some points here in these groups would be absolutely massive for your chances. And again, just to ease the nerves, similarly to what I was saying previously about Zeddy as well. Now it will just allow them to relax and focus on this one. And now they're up into the top 3 with that victory. That shows how close it was previously.
Of course, that's what they're playing for there, that beautiful trophy that is on the stage. Of course, the key of the winning team will be going into that trophy to crown themselves the... it's a long way to go. I'm getting way ahead of myself. It's a long tournament, this one. But we will have a champion at the end of it. Promise you that. A long way to go. Of course, defending champions, VK Gaming. They're going to be here as well, defending their crown a little bit later on. Not in this lobby, but they will be playing a little bit later today. As we just wander our way through the crowd to look at some of the awesome people. By the way, people who get here on day 1 early, best fans in the world. Shout out to you.
Always appreciate the dedication, the passion.
The last day pretenders.
Yeah.
Turn up for the big games.
How dare they work on the weekdays and be available on the weekends?
They should have been booked off months in advance. Anyway, looks like we're almost ready to get into our next game here. Thank you for bearing with us, everybody. Match 4 is done, and it's time for match 5 as we continue here on Stormpoint.
And with Valkyrie now gone and banned, composition is going to look very different, and I do think we're going to see the biggest legend selection and disparity that we've had so far in this series. I can already see across my screen we've got Sparrow that's come in now, we've got some Wraiths that are starting to join the fray, Pathfinder, as Onset had mentioned as well. Plenty of different decisions have been made, but the majority seem to have teetered towards Wraith as their primary rotation legend.
Yeah, it looks like Gibraltar very, very popular as well as kind of the anchor legend for a lot of these teams. It's Zeddy Esports on your screen, the winners of game number 4. Well, they're going to be making their way towards this zone from Northpad. Speaking of which, an interesting one for everybody to watch here. It's looking like it's going to be down south of Sito, maybe out towards some of those watery areas, but it's looking like potentially a Sito zone here, maybe up on that high ground between Jurassic and Sito.
Well, good news for Wolves, who you were mentioning previously. We were talking about the damage output they've had so far, but not necessarily the conversion from it. I'm not sure they have a ring console, though, so they may not be aware of it, but they're certainly going to see everyone joining quite quickly. Relove, For Fun have all moved. JD Gaming have also got a ring console down towards Barometer as well. Speaking of damage difference, JD Gaming have been one of those teams throughout Pro League that have had an incredible damage difference.
They certainly have indeed. And just looking at other teams that might have an option to hit a quick rotate here. You got PXX as well over at Cascade Falls, who are in a good position to find their way in towards zone. We'll have to see what other teams are going to be able to make their way in, though.
That we will indeed. And, you know, Shopify Rebellion, I don't even think they would mind this circle they're going to get. They're going to be able to hit that down towards Sanote and move pretty quickly indeed. Shopify Rebellion didn't really get to take advantage of their position in the previous game because they were held out by some games. Now, we have a quick pause at the moment, of course, while we sort things out for the players on the stage. But it, of course, allows us, Mark, to have a little longer look at some of these teams and their positions.
Yeah, it certainly does. 30 seconds or so on the pause, so we'll get back into the game as soon as we can. Just looking at who has the console, so it's always something to point out, and it gives us an opportunity, maybe if you're tuning in to Apex Legends for the first time here, if you're wandering through the Esports World Cup and the incredible venue that we do have here, and you just sat down, you saw a bit of Apex Legends, you're like, hey, I love the Apex Legends Global Series all of a sudden. Well, ring console is very important. That's going to give you the information of where that next zone is going to be going. So when you see that little icon in some of these POIs that you can see near, best example of it, JD Gaming down that southern side of Barometer, they hit that, they're going to know where the console is going to be taking the teams and where that zone is going to be going. So if you've got that, good news. And it looks like also better news, Dan. Looks like the pause is finished. We're moving.
We love quick pauses and making sure that everything is going to be right on the stage for these teams. By the way, Trinity, another team that moved early previously, are going to try and take one of these prio positions as well, but they may have arrived a little bit later than they would have liked. Sometimes it is a bit of a gamble, moving instantly. You can kind of wait and bide your time, but if you do, you can get caught out on your rotation as well.
Genji, I'm sending you all of my energy. I believe in you in this game at number 5. They're going to be over at Echo HQ right now, so they're going to have a little bit of rotate down on that southern side. Potentially they could go through Pylon, but Coastal Camp probably, I'd imagine, is a more juicy looking option for them, as they're going to have a ring console and a survey beacon down there to not just level up those Evos, but get them a little bit more information. Also, I'm seeing Advantage. Zicky's on Vantage. Love to see that in a game 4. Didn't think I'd see that in a game 4.
Sleep deprivation does make you do some crazy things sometimes with your legend selection. Did they actually mean to? That's always the thing. I'm looking forward to see how they compete when they have had a good night's rest. Of course, only arriving today into Paris. But I'm just thankful that they are here and they are able to compete. Speaking of competing, there's a lot of competition for position at the moment. And PXX are able to get into one of these buildings and avoid the gunfire as they approached.
Yeah, difficult to hold these ones down, though. The good news is there's not too many fuses in the lobby, and there's no Sears due to the ban a little bit earlier on, so it's a little bit more comfortable to hold down. The likes of Watson are going to be more influential and more powerful with the lack of counters that are available of Legends that are going to be run by other teams. So if you can get into a spot early here, actually pretty good chance that you're going to be able to hold it down for the longer game. On Limit, they're going to be running Axel still, so they have an option to be aggressive. JDG also still relying on Axel, as are Team Heretic. So outside of those teams, though, you're looking at Wraith and Kidnaps as being the only option to kind of unsettle one of those teams who's bunkered down.
And we are going to see more teams start to run slightly more aggressive compositions as well as we get towards the end of this series and this set. You want to be able to put points on the board, and as Mark was alluding to, if you are falling behind, you could be vulnerable come that elimination part of this stage, and you don't want to be sent home that early on in the competition.
Wolves up on this high ground of Ceto Station. You mentioned that they were dropping over here. They're going to have the ability to play this height, the overarching height, for quite some time. It's going to be an interesting next zone pull, though, as we already see an attempt at a Kidnap coming in for Wolves there. You saw the Wraith just jumping down from the high ground to see if they can pick up a KP and steal away a player. Falcons, a little bit of a different rotation for them, and they're going to be running into Team Heretics now, and that longbow is going to be singing a song that doesn't sound good for Falcons, and certainly not for Imperial Hal.
Looks like Hal's been able to get out of that sight line, though, so they should be able to stabilize. They're just going to have to reconsider their approach of how they want to move from this position. And I'm not sure they even know where they're getting shot from at the moment. They're kind of just scouting around, and now finally they do get eyes on. That will allow them to assess the situation far better. Now, you might disagree with me here, Mark, but I just think I would rather be one of these teams who is approaching from the edge. I would be frustrated if I was a team like Wolves and the zone has come my way. Wolves are one of those incredible fighting teams that maybe they want to just get out of that system in the early stages of the game, be able to build up that economy on their shields, and then move in and engage more a little bit later. But of course, they are well practiced for when the zone does come their way as well.
I think Wolves being up on the high ground is not too bad a thing for them because they've already got up to blue. So that's not going to be too much concern. And the fact that it is such an overarching height here at Cito Station, and they have the Newcastle as well to get that wall down, they're going to be able to do a lot of poke damage. Something that was interesting to highlight, though, just on that other side of the map is I think Sparrow is actually going to be a pretty good pick as an aggressive character in this lobby. Think about flushing those Newcastle teams out, those Watson teams out. You really can use that bolt to unsettle some of those teams that are going to be sitting inside of those buildings.
Yeah, and I do wonder whether, utilizing that alongside Alter, for example, Team Heretics running Sparrow, Alter, and Axel, that is as aggressive as it gets, really. Not only can you get into the action very quickly, but you have multiple ways to get out of said action at the same time. So expect Heretics to be taking a couple of fights here or there. They're going to be on the eastern side of the map at the moment. They're going to be one of the late arrivals. The same could be said for Zeta Division, who are here on the north, and they're going to be hitting the survey beacon to get a little bit more of a lay of the land here and see who's going to be ahead of them in terms of players.
Well, I know someone's close. 3 enemies were scanned within the vicinity of that survey beacon. It's going to be Zeddy Esports who are closest over at Checkpoint. Speaking of Checkpoint, by the way, Shopify Rebellion have just arrived. So there will still be three players close to Zeta, but it's not going to be Zeddy. It's actually going to be Shopify, who have kind of counter-rotated where Zeddy were and taken their spot away.
And the thing is, Zeta will know no different. They just know there are enemies in the vicinity, and Shopify Rebellion are going to now be the team they are focusing on. They just wouldn't know it was a different squad beforehand. The thing is, Shopify Rebellion may not know they were scanned, because they would. It was a different team. So Shopify Rebellion may be unaware of Zeta's position here. But they've, of course, come up north to get some information themselves, as well as upgrade some guns, and, of course, hit that harvester.
So it's a survey beacon for them to play with. That's where the zone's going to be going, and you can already see, I mean, pretty much any playable spot that is a building has gone. JDG down on that southern side, though, very interesting position for them. Probably thinking about pushing in towards the waterfall for the late game, maybe fighting for that high ground. But I'm interested to see where the zone actually pulls after this one. If it's going to continue in closer towards Cito up onto that hillside and the waterfall area instead down on that southern side. So where these teams are split at the moment, you can see a lot of teams are kind of hedging their bets a little bit. It's safer to play in the buildings of Cito, but if you take that risk down on the other side and it pulls your way, you can have such a clear walk-in.
And of course, these teams still don't know. JD Gaming don't know it's pulled a little bit further up north yet. They only have the initial zone information they were able to gather. So when that zone does come in, perhaps we'll start to see them move a little bit further north. An interesting engagement could be happening here on the southeast side of the map. Gen.G and Unlimit very close to one another, and Gen.G starting to run away.
Yeah, that's going to hurt. I think he's got to be careful here. Unlimit versus Gen.G, two of the most aggressive teams as the bow check. Musubi is causing some problems here for Gen.G. You've got a longbow in the hands of Peace as well. Kickstart drone's going to be coming his way. That's dealt with, but it's going to cause him to at least have to expel the bang armor here through the skies. Goes one player, can't quite connect in the way he wants to here. 51's enough to at least scare off members of Gen.G.
I've not seen Gibby move like that in quite some years. Taking me back, his hips don't lie, but they are able to get away. No one say that. Zicky does go down finally. Some of these shots connect.
There's a gap in that bubble. That's the problem for them here. They wanted to try and stick that res immediately, but the gap in the bubble allowed shots to come in, and that is the signal now for the rest of Unlimit to push. Zicky is still on his back.
We've got to hold aggressively here. I like this from Asia as well. Utilize that Prowler to do some damage. We get a knock. It could be big.
It's a trade. Dexter's now on his own, running through zone. Gibby can move. We know that since the recent patches that boy can move, and he's going to be able to escape for now. Will Gen.G be able to reset and get back into this game? Over to Flat versus Shopify Rebellion, however. This fight is taking place elsewhere. This is the barometer side of the map, just outside of Mill, excuse me. And looks like Shopify will be able to get a wall down here just outside of the zone, but they've got Zeta Division looking at them from inside of zone 2. They're a little bit pinched here, Shopify.
Yeah, if Shopify lose one player, it's going to be curtains for them, because Zeta are going to take full advantage of it.
Flat may not be aware of Zeta Revision arriving yet, so they're going to continue to be aggressive because they were up in the fight. They had done more damage. Bubble now comes out. Shopify Rebellion, they smell there is something funky about this one, and they're trying to retreat.
Yeah, they're actually going to hit the Void Nexus here. They're going to be able to get away thanks to the Ultimate. So Shopify Rebellion will be able to pull outside of where this zone is going to be, but they're all on their feet most importantly. Zeta with the team who are pressurizing, all in purple armor, by the way, and if they get an armor check here on Flat, it wouldn't surprise me if they take this fight.
Just the 5 points at the moment for Zeta. A team that we know can be very aggressive and win a lot of interesting fights on their side, but a slow start to the tournament could all change here in match 5. Storm Point we know is more comfortable from them.
There's the armor check. There's a Sky Nade.
I think when you're in this position, you kind of have to be aggressive now. You have to look for this fight.
Team Heretics just been eliminated. The nades are starting to tickle away, and that's going to be multiple shield checks now coming in. Flat know that they're in a little bit of trouble here. And Zeta are just waiting for the zone to force Flat to make a decision. Are they going to go to the left? Are they going to go to the right? They queue through this rock, but Zeta are going to have eyes on that as we take our eyes over now to Dory, who are going to be down on that northern side trying to force their way into zone. They've got Unlimit at their back. They've got VP in front of them and Shopify also to their west as well.
Yeah, this is going to be a very different fight to what's happening on the west because there's going to be far too many teams here to really take anything isolated. So instead it's about survival. It's about working out, can we get past people? But you cannot get past Asia Division. The bubble will be forced. So there's going to be a little bit of time for Flat to try and plan this one out. But now we are going to finally get this 3v3.
Yeah, I like the fact they're going to queue through on this as well. The Gibraltar defensive bombardment, which is probably an option for Flat to try and hold here, going to be useless because they have the pylon down of the Watson. So that's just going to eat that one up as Mike will pop in and out of the Void Passage to do this damage. They found one, they finished off Q's here as well, and now it's just about collecting the final KP here for Flat.
It's a lot of noise though in Trinity. They were kind of nearby and they're starting to scout the area and get a little bit closer. You have to stay healthy here if you're Zeta. You can't afford to lose a player.
Well, that's going to be two now. Suzuki hits one, and Mike hits the one clip as well, and all of a sudden Trinity are regretting their decision to try and flank in on this one. Mike's going to portal through. Last player behind the knockdown. This man is traversing the portals like a pro, and surely this should be the end of the game. It looks like the last player actually portaled back through the Wraith portal, but Zeta doing a great job there just to clean both sides and take their attention where it needed to be.
Don't worry, my brother.
A charge rifle from distance is still a nuisance, but that lip of the ridge should be able to allow them to reset here.
So Zeta did take down 3 people, but 2 were from one side, 1 from another. Flat have got back up to a 3 now, though. They were able to reset fully, whereas Trinity, it wasn't as simple for them. As we check back in with our lobby leaders, Falcons, 49 points as they stand.
And I can almost guarantee if we were in a listening with Falcons, they would say, someone's running Vantage. And they're soon to find out that that's going to be Gen G. For fun now, move into that waterfall spot. Now, this is an interesting one, Dan, because this kind of a spot towards the end game can be very effective, but early on, very difficult to hold, especially with the zone continuing to pull towards the north. This is going to be a pit stop for them as Unlimit take a lot of damage on their landing here.
Yeah, they're going to get eliminated. Our Gen G, Unlimit just able to stay up at the moment. No one getting too aggressive on them because there are buildings being held. And there are going to be shots coming from a distance from Virtus Pro. Making sure those breach charges to try and just add a little bit of extra damage, but actually the pressure being applied back, insane!
I mean, the bow checks are primed and ready, and they are doing all sorts of damage. Oz's answers back with a 108, but for VP, it's not looking good. Prestis is on his own and is eating all sorts of damage. Unlimit continues to output damage as VP will be the next out of the lobby.
Yeah, I thought VP were going to be okay there and they were going to be the ones holding Unlimit out, but somehow Unlimit go about their business, survive, and now they'll be able to look at trying to engage into this final zone as it is going to move a little bit further north.
It's a vicious north ball.
It's up towards Zeddy, actually, in the building that Zeddy are going to be holding. They won't be in that next zone, but they're going to be one of the closest to it, as actually AG Global are going to be in the middle. By the way, the Bojeks are reigning supreme so far in this lobby.
Yeah, 7 frags in the back pocket here for Stubby as well. So that thing is going to be almost permanently primed. He can flush teams out with just one weapon. And he's showing how damaging it can be. The Bojek is something we haven't seen used in quite some time. A lot of weapons more popular than that when it comes to the Apex Legends Global Series. But when that thing's primed, when it's charged up, you can flush teams out.
For Fun will zip their way into zone by the looks of things. That will leave on the southern side JD Gaming and Team Falcons, as we're also checking in on the southwest with Zeta Division, again still looking up towards flat. And I think those are going to be some key fights that will happen on the approach to zone, but it's about whether you can win that engagement and then survive into zone.
Trinity just been eliminated. A tough rotate actually now for Zeta. They may have left it a little bit long. It's a long way to go. Unlimit now try and collapse onto Shopify Rebellion. This is the team that they were trying to force the fight on for quite some time, but Koiful and an R9 is always a difficult question to answer as he will take down Yolari Man.
And Zainu says we have to send it. Let's take advantage of this. We've got the extra player. Peace is going to go down. And Shopify Rebellion, that is job done because you got the damage done, but now you have to make sure you survive the oncoming barrage. Everyone else starts to look towards you.
Good use of the mobile shield, though. They want to try and clean this one up. Shopify Rebellion. Yolari Man's back to his feet, by the way. Peace hasn't been finished either. And with the Nitro going down, he slides his way over towards his teammate. Unlimit might get a reset here. Shopify have got to be careful. They might think about finishing this one off quickly. Koiful will go down, though, and the knockdown is a problem.
This is very frustrating for Shopify Rebellion, and now suddenly PXX, they get involved. They say we'll have a piece of this cake.
Well, Zap is holding the line with this Mastiff in his hands. He had to hit the big shots there to force that team away. PXX wanted to move in, capitalize on the damage, and now all that's really happened is everybody has reset. JD Gaming, they are eliminated. They cannot make that southern rotation work. But Unlimit, through all of that fighting that was going on around that Pixel building, have managed to get a full reset. Dory, the next team to be eliminated in the lobby.
This engagement is still happening, by the way, between Shopify, Unlimit, PXX, all of them fighting tooth and nail at the moment. Unlimit down just Peace as Falcons get eliminated from the lobby in 14th. By the way, Peace, kill leader right now in the lobby, but will be wiped eventually. A valiant effort as now All Gamers Global say will get involved.
Yeah, they've moved from the building that's safest in this zone using the Pathfinder zipline to do so. So they were just trying to clear this side of zone. Shopify Rebellion down to 2 for now. AG decide the building is more important, and you can see why from the top left-hand side of your screen. It is safe. It is one of the only places that will be, as PXX now moving to try and finish off Shopify, but finishing off Shopify seems like an impossible task for everyone. Finally they go down, but PXX, it will cost them their lives as well, as DCG will move in to be the final team to survive on this eastern side.
Shopify just went through the gauntlet and how they survived that long. A lot of kills just went their way. Relove in the end. DCG will be the final team that arrives and actually picks up all of those pieces. And I love what AG Global were doing. They were bullying these teams on the east. They were making sure they had the most dominant position on the map, and now they own the entire north.
But fun take to the skies. Flat, by the way, who were down to 1 and seemed like in an impossible situation a little bit earlier. They're safe inside of zone behind a Newcastle wall. Zanetti was a great shot with that alternator. They're going to catch a couple of players up guard up on that high ground. TIE, we out next as the lobby. Over half have now fallen. 9 squads remain.
It was AG Global taking out TIE, by the way. Again, another team that started to approach their general vicinity, and they removed them so quickly. And we might see it again as DCG are starting to approach them. But actually, you've got to be careful because GG are in the horizon here. They are having a look towards this one.
The Fuso again! From Yanya and AG, Fuse has been a difference maker in some of these competitions so far, but Jaguares now has to duck behind the bubble and back into the cover as GG are overextending, looking to finish off some of these KPs. Relove DCG will be eliminated next in the lobby.
Gaming Gladiators third place, 46 points. Remember, Falcons got eliminated earlier, so a fantastic chance to catch them up here in this lobby. But can you survive AG in the moment? Because they have just been dominating anyone who pushes their area.
People say, always tell your mother that you love them. Not if it's coming from Fuse, though. It's AG Global who keep using this motherload to cause all sorts of problems to the lobby. GG, goodbye. 7 squads now remain.
Suddenly, that passes the advantage to Zeddy now, by the way. Zeddy in second place, 2 points behind Falcons here in match 5. They could be the lobby leaders going into the final match of this series.
So a moment of calm here, 24 seconds until the zone starts to close. 4th place overall at the moment with 37 points, Wolves. But how do they get out of this building with so many teams above them, below them, surrounding them?
Well,
good luck, No Name. You've got to find a portal here somehow.
If you want an actual answer, it is through Wraith, but there's going to be other teams doing the same thing. We are going to see everyone now who has Wraith still alive portaling in. And actually, it's only 2 teams left with Wraith. There is an altar that's going to be available as well, as Wolves trying to portal to the north side. But who's there? AG Global. You've got to be careful. And instead, Fun, they're now going to use the zip line to go north.
No Name did find a portal. Crazy Con comes through that portal, tries to stick the res here on Newcastle, but the pressure is coming in from a combination of AG and the rest of the lobby. Wolves have to retreat here, but the zone is going to be at their back.
This is brilliant from For Fun, though, because they are only a duo, but they've been able to lock down the most north position, avoid initially AG Global, but finally AG Global will spot them.
It's up on this high ground now on the middle layer of the building. They're going to be down to just 1 as well. They'll be the next out of the lobby. Kusame Havoc have fallen. 6 squads remaining. And while all of this is happening, the main building, the God building, has belonged to AG as the God shots start to come in as well from Yanya. This boy's got a Kraber.
Kadinga, Kablam, Kabloozy as now AG are going to be on 37 points and building. It's just 1 remaining player, by the way, on the north as Flat get eliminated. Cinetic will be sent on. Should be eliminated from the game and will be. Down to 4 squads. Surely this is AG's game.
Boys, a gymnast almost managed to get out of there. Wolves now go down to the low ground. They have found a way to reset. They have found a way to get into this zone. As Zeddy will be out of the lobby. Top 3 is where we find ourselves. You have Zeta, you have AG Global, and you have Wolves down on this low ground.
The Gibbies are huge, though. They're massive. The protection is huge, but Wolves, they've got the portal to back off.
The pylon is eating all of the ultimates coming from the skies here for Zeddy, and that means that AG, the Gibraltar, not as useful. Zeta now up on the high ground. The nades are raining down, and Wolves will fall, and Zeta move in to claim the game.
Our best performing APAC North team, the #1 seed coming into these groups. They were Storm Point warriors throughout Pro League, and again, they put big points on the board to keep themselves in that conversation. And most importantly, Mark, gain some confidence and not be down in the bottom, not be worrying about those elimination spots after the group stage games. That's going to be so big for them. Their hopes and dreams have been able to move through, and to be fair, they've been spoken about as potential winners of this tournament. They have the potential, they have the players that could be up there.
Always the hope of APAC North. When you see that face in the middle, with all due respect to the entire composition of the players that make up this team, Yuka's pressure, probably not felt by many other players in the Apex Legends Global Series, always looked at by APAC North as being the guy to take them to a title. Well, winning a game early in the stages, in these groups, just gives you that little belief that, hey, we're here today, we're gonna play, we're gonna make it through, and we are a serious contender. Not just for APAC North best performance, but for a team that can go on to lift that trophy when all is said and done. They'll take a little break here from the stage, but Dan, that was a fantastic endgame there, and I've got to say, a zone I have not seen in quite some time, pulling all the way over to the north.
And again, it really just shows how important that composition can be if you can get to the final circle. You pointed out the pylon did absolute bits and wonders to be able to survive, but the Gibby bubbles initially helped Zeta Division avoid all of the gunfire that was happening previously. I think AG Global will still be happy with the game they just had, by the way. They dominated the entire North. Had we see Wolves pushed a little bit differently, if they gone towards Zeta, they probably win that game. But sometimes it's just about getting the right side or the rub of the green.
Yeah, sometimes it's about finding a Kraber and threading a needle onto a team who's jumping down onto the low ground as well. That certainly was a beautiful shot that came in that just kind of solidified what we expected to see in those final moments. But I think something that really needs to be highlighted there is the importance of Watson in that final zone as well. Fuse ults, Gibraltar ults, all raining down for numerous teams, nades flooding the zone. That pylon was it was doing more work than it ever should have to in that endgame, but boy did it do a lot of work and certainly helped Zeta into that first place finish.
I mean, interestingly, throughout this series, Watson has been the most picked legend, but hasn't been banned because it wasn't the most picked in-game. And with how the ban system works, as we can look at how that match went down in terms of kill points and placement points, Zeta Division in the end put up 25. All Gamers Global, they managed to put 8 points on the board through kills, 9 placement points, so still big points for them. And that makes it a very interesting race at the top. It was previously a 3-horse race that I was mentioning going into match 5,
But now with those points from both of those teams, suddenly it changes things going into this 6th and final match of the series.
I would say another really impressive performance, though, from Wolves. We did mention how Cito was, when they would drop in, there was a pretty comfortable zone for them as far as holding down where they were going to be playing and having the choice of what they believe was going to be the priority position. But the most important thing for me and the most impressive thing is how they found their way out of that stacked central main building of Cito in towards that end game. Initially, it wasn't looking good for them with that Wraith portal, but they got a full reset inside of the building and then were able to be involved. It's another top 5 finish for them. And I think if you keep that kind of consistency up, you're going to have very, very good results here at Paris.
Well, I mean, I think actually the Wraith portal did save them because they were able to avoid the initial fights, and perhaps people didn't even realize they were still there. So it really was down to the Wraith to get them out of that position.
With 5 matches done, we're going to take this opportunity to go to a quick break here, but don't go too far. Match number 6 is going to be up right after this. Welcome back once again, everybody. We are back. That was a quick break. That was a quick break, Danny. Almost caught me off guard there. But we are back here in Paris at the Esports World Cup at the LGS Split 1 playoffs. We've just seen 5 games done, and we have 1 more to go here in this series. Before we find out, Dan, who's going to be top of the leaderboards and who's going to be a little bit worried going into the rest of the group games.
My favorite thing about that is sometimes in esports we say we're going to go for a quick break, right? And it ends up being like 20 minutes, 30 minutes. That one, 10 seconds.
We're a truthful bunch
right
up
back
here.
in. We tell the truth every single time. Yeah, match 6 though, it is going to be an interesting one. As I was alluding to before, we now have 5 teams, all with a fantastic chance of essentially winning this set, getting number 1 position. You've got Zeddy, first place on 52. Falcons only a point behind them on 51. GG on 46. AG Global now up to 4th place on 44. And Wolves Esports, you were saying it, they are still being consistent, putting points on the board. They are at 43. With the win, Zeta Division do put themselves up into 8th on 30 points, so there is an outside chance if they can go back-to-back, then maybe, just maybe, they can get first place.
Yeah, very interesting how it looks at the moment. You mentioned kind of outside, after Wolves, a little bit of a drop-off in points to the rest of the lobby. Those top, where are we now? Top 5 teams are kind of just locked down. Top 5 games and the points in the leaderboards as well. One of the teams on the left-hand side, of course, that you can see right now, and you can see them in full screen right now, are one of those teams that win a little bit earlier on. Some good performances on E-District, but a little bit quiet so far in Storm Point. They were involved towards the end game of that game number 4 down at Devastated Coast, but a little bit quiet by their own standards. But I'll be honest with you, when you talk about Team Falcons, quiet by their own standards means they haven't won the game with 57 kills.
They still are the kill leaders throughout the lobby. They have 32 kills at the moment, right? They are still putting points on the board, and I think regardless of what happens, they will still be happy with their performance here, even if they don't win out. As long as you are in the top bunch in your first matches of the day. As let's check out Duplex's folding skills.
Let's see how he gets on here. He's going for what can only be described as a traditional corner fold there, Dan. He's done very well.
Very well trained, great professional. The dupe swoop, some call it.
The dupe swoop. Heard from Naughty as well in the build-up to this event. A man who's full of self-belief. That is a beautiful piece of work. Can't see you on there, Dan.
I could be, though. You know full well.
Lurking in the shadows, as you tend to.
Always waiting and always watching. There's AG Global. Their game, by the way, I mean, I know they didn't manage to get the win on the board. I was watching the minimap the entire game. Like, I commentate from the map. I think that is evident. The way they held that northern side and bullied everyone else from being able to take their position, incredible. I don't want to say they deserved the win, but they certainly gave themselves a chance to actually get on the board with the victory. And as I say, had things gone slightly different with how those ults have gone down in that final circle, they could have been the victors. But now they give themselves the chance. They're on 44 points. They are only 8 points behind first place. Maybe they could be the winners of this series.
Yeah, I was really impressed with the ability to clear a side of zone. Something that's so important when you are playing a spot in zone. If you can clear one side, to know that it's clear, that you can focus your full attention elsewhere, such an important thing to do. The most difficult thing about holding a spot in zone is when you're under 360-degree pressure. If you can clear one of those sides and focus your gun power, your ability power, wherever it might be, into one spot, it makes the game so much more simple. And I think AG did a great job of recognizing that, especially using Fuse in some of those situations as well to flush those teams out.
I saw some world champions in the audience there. I think there was the Sentinels roster just rocking up, and making sure they're watching the rest of the tournament here to prepare for their games. They'll be up next, of course, in the other groups competing. Very excited to see what they can do on the main stage, as well as the reigning defending EWC champions, of course.
Yeah, VK Gaming will be here. They will be on the stage playing a little bit later on today. But before we get there, of course, we've got to finish off this series. We've got another game to get done as we head back to Storm Point now. Game number 6, the final one between groups A and B. Looks like it's live, Dan, as we can jump back in and see who's going to grab the final points available.
As we go into match 6, it was Gibraltar banned from match 5. So again, the final circle you just saw, not going to happen. It's going to be so different. No bubbles, no bombardments, and it does really throw a spanner in the works for a lot of the selections here for teams. We're starting to see far more legends like being selected across the board, as you can see on your screen now.
I had a giggle because I think I'm just saying, we had E-District earlier, we had Storm Point now, right? I almost guaranteed that we would have a Humber, and I was getting worried that we weren't going to have our wall zone down.
You always have to have a wall zone.
In match 6, we do get our wall zone, so we are going up to the north. And for AG Global, who have proven they can hold a spot for the long game, what a zone that is for them, Dan. It's pulling directly onto their heads.
This is brilliant. They have Ring Console as well, Survey Beacon alongside it, so they're going to have all of the tools they could possibly want to hold, loot up, and they'll be able to do it speedily as well. They are going to be approached from the west of ZE Esports. They've also been able to get that Ring Console. Zeta Division will be arriving from the east. So actually, in terms of teams at the top,
yeah,
3 of them are north. I mean, Gaming Gladiators not far away as well.
Look at the first teams arriving are Zeta, ZE, and AG. So all of those teams, like you say, already in zone. The one team that isn't in zone, Team Falcons. They've got a longer way to go here. And speaking of which, here they are on your screen. They've got to go all the way from Launchpad here. And just looking at their pathing, one good thing for them, Dan, they've had 2 Evo Harvesters spawn extremely close to their POI. So they're going to be able to get up very close to purple almost immediately here.
And that'll just help them in any early engagements if they do come across some other teams. But actually looking at their routing at the moment, they may have fairly easy access on the entire eastern side of this map, and they might be able to then rotate through Elrod, Zeus, and then up to the north, and potentially arrive as one of the latest teams on the northern side and catch a few teams off guard. So that's going to be an interesting journey for Team Falcons if they want to approach that way. But of course, they might head through Stormcatcher as well to utilize the survey beacon there.
Well, GG have found their spot to play. No blast has gone down. The good news is Lufka's alive. He's going to be able to drag his teammate back to his feet, but he's being harassed once again by a Fuse ult. You can guess who that is, Dan, don't you? Have a little guess. That's going to be AG Global firing that one from a distance. Little breach Fuse motherload.
I'm glad you didn't make me guess. I started to panic and I started to look, where's the fuse, where's the fuse?
I could feel your vibrations from here. The shaking was noticeable.
Some say it could have shooken the whole arena, and they would be shooketh. There's now GG are going to be able to portal back. Just a little bit of assessing of the area at the moment as they continue on their journey. So they will be able to get back up, and it's not going to be a problem. But there are so many teams that have already arrived at wall. So AG, even though they started here, they are no longer alone, but this is the position they look to lock down. This is where they are confident it will get them points.
Well, look at FJam's just scooting past there, trying to find a spot for his team to play. For fun. Having the most of it right now as Wolves are pressuring them. Synetics going to be caught by the burn of that Thermite. Great shots coming in from No Name as well, and almost more impressively, gets back through the portal. Doesn't manage to get the finish on that damage, but these Skynades coming in from Crazy Comp. We'll have to see if the fuse lands. It's actually going to be a breach charge that does the job for them, so something a little bit more simple, and that's going to be Wolves now using that portal to fly in. They want to finish this off, and they should be able to pretty comfortably. For Fun are out as Wolves get the kills.
And look how close it is between these top teams. With those kills, Wolves suddenly push themselves up into 3rd place now, onto 46 points. They could be one of the sleeper teams at the tournament. Just such an impressive team when they do get aggressive. They know exactly how they want to take out a team. Well calculated, they consider how much time they need to reset and know how long it's going to take for their opposition to reset as well.
Shopify Rebellion taking a more serene route towards where this zone is going to be going. They're heading over towards the mill at the moment. They'll have a survey beacon to hit, see where everyone else is close to where they find themselves. Also got a Ring Console to play with, which they're going to hit right now. And this is an aggressive composition as well, Dan. 22 points on the board. They have a Bangalore, they have a Sparrow, and Alta. So you can see what the game plan is for them. And with where the zone is going, Dan, this is the kind of composition you want if you're running in on edge.
And Shopify Rebellion, they need points. You know, 13th position. Another team that has been up there with the discussions of potential tournament winners as well. And they have been known throughout this split of being a little bit slow to start. So they'll want to try and come out of the blocks a little bit hotter, but at the moment they are still sticking to a slower start. Story. Story are going to be checking in and see where everyone else is, and now they're going to get the information that they do have the possibility to rotate on that northeastern side themselves, so that will give them the freedom to pop that evac.
Back here.
Maybe an evac into a balloon over at Zeus Station, but it's going to be a little bit late for them to do so. They can play the high ground, but it does look like they're heading over to Zeus Station, so that might be the play. Also going to be able to hit the survey beacon C, because they do take to the skies where they want to play. Unlimit, by the way, now known in the lobby, because if you see a boat check that's primed, it's Unlimit, and Gen G will be the first to tell you that that's Unlimit.
So Gen G is just going to have to absorb a little bit of this ring damage at the moment, because they are not able to force their way into zone from that side. So uncomfortable when you have to do so. Thankfully, it is only the first zone, so they're going to be able to do it for quite some time. Question for Unlimit is it even worth staying to hold out Gen G? I would probably say no. As again, we check back in with Shopify Rebellion. There's no one for them to fight. Everyone has moved. In fact, there is only 4 teams outside of this next zone.
And they'll be up to purple. There's Evo half just outside of North Pad for them to grab. You can see that on the left-hand side of your screen right now. That's where everybody in the lobby is, and that's where the zone is going. And with GG and their early rotate that we saw playing on that little slope that kind of is just outside of the main POI of the wall, they are going to be bang center of where that zone is going to be. Their worry is Dory rotating late on that eastern side. AG Global still safe. Zeddy also still safe. So the big boys, as far as the points are concerned in the leaderboards, they're looking pretty good for their spots. Also, Falcons have managed to get center zone somehow.
Yeah, I was just trying to find where they were. I was looking for the red. And they're going to be in such a commanding position, actually. We'll get a little bit of a closer look at them a little bit later. For now, we check back in with Gen G on their movement around. So they were able to avoid the gunfire previously, but then Team Heretic started to pressure them a little bit as well.
Let's do that one.
I think for Gen G, the path is going to be awkward, to say the least. This is Team Falcons. You can see they don't have the best of spots right now. That Gen is a little bit vulnerable. See, just trying to kind of body block it as well here. You do not want that to be taken down, because the moment that interception pylon goes down from Watson, they become susceptible to nades, to fuse ults, to Sparrow ults. It really has to be protected here. And you're going to have to hope that they've got some ult excels in the back pocket, because if that goes down and Guild is popping them, they'll be able to get it back pretty soon. But look at the damage they're taking. This is awkward. This is ugly. But if they can survive, Dan, on the next zone close, things come a little bit differently. But Hal wants to play somewhere different. They've decided this is too uncomfortable for them to enjoy.
Yeah, whilst Falcons are very good at being comfortable in uncomfortable situations, you've got to know when to move. And they will now reposition. Again, there's a lot of teams that do have eyes on at the moment, but this area is a little bit more comfortable, but suddenly Fusel's getting involved.
Oh, yeah, that's eaten away. Motherload's going in as well, and Hao is back on his back. Yanya now. Maybe looking to overextend here, have a little look at this one himself. Waltzy's continually dragging his teammate back up, and for Falcons, it's about surviving. If you can survive, then you have a chance as the zone starts to close. But are they going to be able to survive over time here? They take the zip line back. Wow, it's going to be Hal who goes down once again, though. And Waltzy's going to have to try and drag him back again. Uh-oh. Goodbye, Hal.
Waltzy's gone down as well. It might be the end for Falcons here. It's about trying to survive, see if you can rescue any points here. Maybe one last remaining rat of Guild can get away and put points on the board. And I don't know, maybe you escape far enough, you can get the team back up. As Waltzy also will go down, but the banner is going to be grabbed. Not a fun situation to be a part of.
Falcons are eliminated. Ozus with a triple take from distance does take Guild down. So Falcons, who were one of the teams inside of the top 5, now the most vulnerable to falling out of that top 5. We mentioned FChamp finding his way in towards zone a little bit early. We saw him kind of flying past AG Global. Well, that's where the rest of TIE find themselves right now. Pinator putting out some good damage with that 30-30 repeater. Presti's going to have to be brought back to his feet. Elsewhere, outside of zone, down in the south, JD Gaming are involved in a fight that you can see against Kirasame Havoc. As Team Heretics, well, they're involved in a fight on the northern side.
Yeah, Heretics have made a
heck of a rotation actually to find themselves here. It's Dory, they're going to be holding them out, as well as Gaming Gladiators. And not too long until Unlimit are also going to be arriving to this party. Because you are going to see in the kill feed plenty of action going down at the moment.
No Name has a Kraber again for Wolves. And he's picking up kill after kill at the moment. Unlimit, they're going to be safe inside of the zone after their little reign of terror on Gen G a little bit earlier on. No Name does get that finish. Shopify, Wolves, Kurasame and JD down on the southern side of the zone, though. There is a lot of action, and here it is on your screen. Everybody moving in at the same time, and everybody looking to be the team who thirds. The problem is, there's 4 teams.
What's better than a third party, a fourth party? But Wolves are able to escape and move to the northern side. So now there is just going to be the 3 teams competing here. And they'll be alive and kicking for a while. It's going to be a 1 minute 20 before we see this zone moving next. Actually, it was a good hold here. The Shopify Rebellion now starting to have a little prod, a little poke. JDG looking a little bit vulnerable, and actually JDG engaging. And this is going to be bad news because Shopify will be able to clean this up.
I think they just don't know that Shopify is there, and Naughty's now left on his own. He's looking to get those kills confirmed to get the points on the board, but all it's going to mean is a couple of points for JDG. They are eliminated from the lobby. KSH still alive, but down to 2, and you would expect Shopify to try and push this advantage, but Gen G are here now, but they have retreated. They have recognized that a couple of kills here isn't going to save their series.
It's actually going to save Kurasame, though. Gen G doing that, it forces Shopify away. They know they don't need to take that fight. They've been able to get the KP they were looking for. Although they still need more, still in 13th place, still on 23 points at the moment, and they're kind of shadowing Gen G right now. Now, as we check in with Heretics versus Dory, remember this engagement. If you win this fight, you are in a fantastic spot for the late game.
Gotta be careful here. Alonzi gets away. Kus has gone down though, and they might have to hit the Void Nexus to get him back to his feet. Can he stay alive long enough for them to drag him back and try this fight again? Shopify Rebellion versus Gen G does start taking place, and Asia will be the first to go down. Zap is also down though, by the looks of things. So it's a 2v2.
Hold tight, I got your back.
Smoke goes down, so Anu has a little poke at this one. Koifel's going to send some frag grenades in. And are they going to come down and hit some big targets? It looks like they are. Sparrow's also down. Koifel now has to hit the evac tower just to try and survive this zone closing behind them.
Yeah, it's about getting ahead of them here. Don't have the banner of Zap, so it would have to be a craft if they were going to get back up. There's not going to be a death box recovery this late as Gen G probably landing on Shopify here. Koifel's going to hold this.
Koifel's on his own. Finally, it looks like the rest of Shopify are going to kind of try and walk their way up to him. Wolves are having a look at this one as well, but it's Koifel essentially is a man on an island, and Gen G know this. It's a 1v2 for Koifel. It's a 1v1 for Koifel. He'll go down though. Zone Unite trying to move in, trying to catch this fight up. He's just late to the party. It's a 1v1 still.
Manages to get attacked, manages to get a little bit of information from that Sparrow, but I think the call has been made by himself, or potentially from Koifel. Might be better just to avoid the zone here, play a little bit ahead. Dexter now taking a lot of damage from that ult as well. Shopify will win the fight, but at what cost? Zainu, last remaining player.
This one was over as soon as that Sparrow went in. The bolt was the difference maker. It just stuck the remaining member of Gen G inside of that zone, ticking away at the damage, and then the wingman shots. Bread and butter for Zainu. 16 squads now remain. It might be going down pretty quickly though, because Flat down to 1 as well.
Yeah, Zeddy taking some damage, but it looks like Zeddy have been able to win out that engagement, or at least get on top of Flat, and there we go. Wolves Esports get eliminated. That's another top 5 team going down, and actually a lot of our big teams are on this western side. Zone is shifted east, as now the Deathbox recovery is going to be attempted, but there's damage coming from elsewhere.
Yeah, it's going to be AG Global is firing in those knuckle clusters, trying to force them off of that box. Deeds will be able to get back. There's a rogue Nitro gate down for him from another team that helps him get back into that body. Duplex, if I know this man, it's a no man left behind kind of character. He gets Jelly back into the game and should be able to pull him back into that Void Nexus. However, there's now a team approaching, and that's going to be PXX, who smell the blood in the water.
Yeah, PXX are on the hunt at the moment as well. Zeddy having to retreat and back themselves into a corner, but there's still a job to be done here, and Dupe can definitely output damage.
Dupe's a one-man army at the moment. Jen's going to go down, and finally with Dupe going down, it's looking like this could be the end of the game here for Zeddy. Deeds left on his own. He's going to get swung behind these knockdowns. That's another big team in the leaderboards, falling early here. Zeddy Esports are gone and PXX are alive.
Zeddy were in first position, remember, on 55 points, so that's going to be the number to hunt now for all these teams who are chasing. Think of AG, who are on 46. If they can rotate a little bit further east, survive, win this game, perhaps they could be the ones to take the most points from this lobby. GG, remember, still alive in 47 points in the moment as Shopify Rebellion starting to get kills in the kill feed. Koifel's back up on his feet, so there are two.
Koifel lives. Team Heretics just about doing so themselves, but they're going to have to send it on to Dory here. They can't win that fight. It's a combination of Dory and Unlimited who take down some players from Team Heretics. They will fall next in the lobby. 12 squads remain, 8 have gone as Dory continue to survive and thrive behind this Newcastle wall. Trinity, they will be out next as well.
Virtus Pro taking a lot of damage, but looks like they are surviving as now Zeta Division have found prime position in zone. And remember, they won the previous, and they said if they could go back-to-back, maybe an outside chance of also taking first place here, but they need KP alongside it.
Shopify also fell while all of that carnage happened. Everybody, by the way, from Wall, who has to move towards this zone, has to leave the buildings. VP will be next. Zeta and AG Global, the only two teams in zone right now.
And AG Global just positioning themselves so successfully now to try and catch up those lobby leaders as PXX taken out of their lobby after being able to delete the dupe swoop a little bit earlier. As Gaming Gladiators, consistent entirely throughout the day. 51 points. They are only 4 behind Zeddy, who are in first place. As look at this rat spot right now.
I'm just a mere wraith. Let me live my life. And that's exactly what DCG do. It looks like there's a line in the sand. They agree that you look too vulnerable to be taken advantage of, as GG now will fire on the cross at everybody who's trying to move from the south to the north. TIE will be eliminated. 7 squads now find themselves in the lobby of our last game of the series.
GG up into second place. Fun fact, by the way, Zayn is currently at 499 deaths throughout his ALGS history. If he goes down once more, he'll be at 500. But maybe he doesn't do it this game.
Well, Zeta have all of the high ground here. They have got spots. And having won the previous game, there is a real opportunity to go back-to-back for them. Relove DCG will be out of the lobby next, as Yolari Man and the rest of Unlimited try to survive down on this southern side, but with the zone closing, and Stuvie just being brought back to his feet, the health is a problem. They cannot get chipped away by this zone. Yolari Man's going to have to pop the med kit, but has he timed it well enough?
So initially it's going to be the rotation of GG. How important that is. Where do they end up with this zone? But it's Zeta Division and the AG we have eyes on as well, as they hold prime positions at the moment. And GG are doing very well to eliminate that one remaining rat. They are going to take the western side here, and they are going to try and use whatever they can to create cover. And thankfully they do have a rampart.
They're not going to be safe inside the zone though, so they're going to have to keep moving forward. Maybe they're looking at Hermit Crab on damage as Lufka will slam forward. AG still controlling some of this height as well. Dory will be out of the lobby as we're down to 4. GG, AG, Unlimited and Zeta are final 4 teams.
Look at this rotation from Zayn though, trying to get up north, trying to get ahead of them on the Wraith as well. So you can get above everyone at the moment.
Well, the Newcastle has gone down though. That's the problem here for GG, and instead he's decided, I'm just going to pepper away at AG Global. Zayn will fall. That is his 500 death, as GG will be out next as Zeta now come under fire from Unlimited.
Can Zeta go back-to-back, or will it be AG trying to take this lobby at the moment? They're on 55 points. They've just got 2 points behind GG. If AG go down,
they're getting pinched.
It will be huge for GG.
They're getting pinched. Yanya left on his own. It's Yolari Man, the bogeyman of the lobby, who's coming through and doing the damage here to AG. Satuki up on this high ground there with the car in his hand, just laying down the fire. The bullets are hitting nothing but flesh as AG are down, and Zeta now moving on a limit.
A chance for the back-to-back from Zeta. We knew they were going to be good on Storm Point, but we didn't know they were going to be this good.
Here's the swing. Don't want to be the team to make a mistake. Zuvi will make that mistake. Zeta get the first knock. Yolari Man, 1 HP. He's going to go down as well. Last man alive is Peace. It's a 1v3 to stop Zeta from winning this, but it's not looking likely. Back to back goes Zeta Division as they close out Game 6 with the win.
It may not be a series victory for Zeta Division, but boy is it a statement. They put themselves back on the map, and that map is Storm Point. We'll have to look at the tallies at the end, but I think we might be looking at GG as winning that series, just being able to get those extra points on the board when Zayn took his final 500th death. I say final, there probably will be a few more. But it's all about Zeta Division, the back-to-back after a disappointing E-District. It really shows how the map changing and Legends being banned completely wipes the slate clean and allows you to have these opportunities to put points on the board.
And with that back-to-back, they move from 20th to 6th position. Wow. That is a huge, huge jump up for the gentlemen that are on your screen right now. A fantastic end to the series for them. Back-to-back feels good, regardless of what stage of the tournament it is. Most people are happy with winning one game throughout a tournament. Back-to-back feels something special.
Well, what a first series to kick off our day and to kick off the tournament here at the ALGS playoffs at EWC. There's still so much more to come. That's what's exciting.
It's a long tournament, and I mean, this is the first set of games that we've had in front of us. The first series, 6 games done, and already I've got to say that hairs on the arms are standing up, Dan. And I'm excited to keep casting these games as they keep coming through. Another team who have been very impressive, AG Global, a very, very consistent performance from them in the first series that we do see here on our main stage of A versus B. And the great thing is, Dan, we've only seen 2 maps as well. We've still got 2 more maps in the rotation. We've got World's Edge, we've got Olympus still to give us a lot of surprises, a lot of moments as we move through this tournament.
I am excited for World's Edge to be back. Of course, wasn't part of the Split 1 Pro League, but now here at Split 1 Playoffs. And I am a World's Edge fan. Now, we saw AG. We know they've had an incredible storm point here as well. It really has been the teams to find their points here on this map. But in the end, it was GG who were able to just put enough on the board. If you think about the position GG found themselves in on that western side, by the way, picking up those kills on their approach, staying alive long enough to gain extra placement points as well, it will be the difference maker when we do look at the overalls and where they finished. But it was Zeta Division who would be able to find themselves on that northeastern side, dominate that spot, and also not give it up, not get too excited for some of those kills that were below them.
Yeah, I was really impressed with just, I think the not making a mistake in that final moment. It's very easy to do when you see 2 teams fighting in front of you. You know someone's taken damage, and it's very tempting as a player to think, I know someone's weak, I'm going to swing in here, get the first knock, win our team the game. But sometimes you just got to play as if it's a straight 3v3 where everybody is full shields, full health, and make sure you do not make that mistake. Because the moment you make that mistake, all of a sudden things can change. As we saw in that last game as well, Zeddy, who were leading, of course, for them in the majority of that lobby. They went out a little bit earlier than they would have wanted to, having had a really good prio to that zone as well over at the wall. And that's how quickly things can change right now, Jess. In the Split 1 playoffs, we are going to see huge amounts of swings in just one game.
It also just shows, you bank on one side of wall. If it pulls aggressively to the other side, even the best of teams can struggle to get out of that position. And Zeddy may be banked on being able to pick up enough points, but they certainly are up there at the top of the leaderboard. Speaking of top of the leaderboards, I believe with my calculations, it might have been GG who were number 1. But it was a record for Zayn. He gets his 500th ALGS death. I mean, that's not what we're going to remember here, but it just shows, what a prominent figure he has been in ALGS with the amount of games he's been able to play. And he's able to put GG on the map here.
We'll put it this way. I'll do Zayn a service here. I'll say he has a lot more kills than he does deaths. Trust me on that one. One of the best performers from the EMEA region for sure. Falcons as well. Pretty solid performance then. Rough last game for them. You can see the spot that they were trying to hold was just too many LOSs on them to try and survive, and every single corner they tried to play, it felt like they were being flushed out by either a fuse or a triple take, whatever it might be. Just very, very difficult spot for them to try to get into late. But overall performance from them, pretty impressive. A win as well as they find themselves in 4th position in the overall. So Falcons, I think, will come away from that first 6 games pretty comfortable and pretty happy with how things went.
Yeah, I think that they could have looked at it and said, could we have made more of it on E-District? Perhaps could we have found those extra points so that we could have been number 1? In the end, only 6 points behind Gaming Gladiators, who were the winners of that series, essentially. Zeddy so close as well on 55, and then AG Global also found themselves on 55, so a tied 2nd place between the 2. And as you look a little bit further down, we had Wolves Esports, who still finished in 5th position. But down at the bottom of the leaderboard, that's when things start to get a little bit scary here, Mark.
That's where things get serious. Because remember, after the group stage is done here at the Split 1 playoffs at EWC, we are sending teams home from the group stages. So that is very concerning for the teams like Team Heretics, 20th place, Trinity, Gen G, God bless you, down in 18th place, and Dory. All of those type of teams, I think, are going to be a little bit worried and know that the pressure is now being ramped up the next time that we see them on our stage here. JD Gaming, a little bit disappointing, I will say. A little bit disappointed with how they went in that first series, but I mean, one team who certainly won't be disappointed is going to be GG. Zane is with Barney right now. Let's have a little catch up with him and see what he was thinking after that first series.
Thank you very much, gentlemen. I am here with Zane from Gaming Gladiators. Zane, we've got to talk a little bit about the opening of the day, especially because those opening 3 games on E-District, you guys were popping off. Top 5 finishes every single time. Talk to me about those first 3 games from your perspective.
We're just keeping consistent, playing our game, sticking to the game plan. And what we said is if we stick to the game plan, everything will be fine. So yeah.
And everything seems to be going fine. To be honest, I had an opportunity to talk with you and the guys before this event started, like earlier today. You all seem really relaxed. No panic, no sense of uncertainty. Talk about the dynamic between you and the rest of your team, both, in and around the event, but also in-game as well. Is it just as relaxed?
I would say yeah. I think we all just kind of play our roles and everything just falls into place, and yeah. That's just how it is. It just falls into place.
And that's just it. Even end game, does it get do you guys start popping off on the comms, or do you just know your roles?
It depends. It depends. Sometimes it does get pretty hectic. But we have Lufka, he's the IGL. He likes to, when he takes control, he calms everyone down, sets things straight, and then we're all just focused, and then we can play our game still. So yeah, it's good.
And considering what everything that happened at Champs, what's the goal here? Once you're here now, right?
The goal is to win, obviously, and we're just here to play our game, do our job, and see how it goes. And yeah, that's it.
I mean, we have this amalgamation of regions coming together right here. APAC typically coming in with a slightly more aggressive play, and also, does it feel just different in game? Does it feel like there's a lot of different kind of dynamics of style of gameplay?
Yeah, I would say, depending on the region, everyone's different. People are playing Edge, Zone. We're not used to playing against international teams all of the time, because most of the time we're just playing in EU. But yeah, people do different things online, I'd say, especially from APAC North especially. They do play way more aggressive than usual. But it's just all about sticking to your game plan and just playing to punish them when they make a mistake, and that's it.
Playing to punish, I like that. Zane, I really appreciate you taking the time to come here and chat, and best of luck in the rest of your group matches. And I think we got Rain Day chatting over here with another player. Let's head over to him.
So much, Barney. Of course, I got another player, but not just another player. The other player, I'm just kidding. It's Deeds, baby, from Zeddy Deeds. You guys had a phenomenal set today. We were talking a little bit about your series. Feeling good about how the guys are playing.
Yeah, I feel great. Jelly's such an insane player. Dupe's a great IGL. I think we could do big things at this LAN.
One of the things you said about Dupe when we were talking here is that people underestimate him. I mean, he's been a player for a long time. He's had success. He hasn't gotten to the pinnacle. Why do you think it is that people are kind of sleeping on his ability to put you guys in great spots?
I'm not sure why people underestimate him. I mean, consistently, he's been such a good IGL for such a long time. I don't know what people are seeing that caused them to underestimate him, but he knows how to get it done. He knows how to get it done.
Now, one of the interesting things I learned about you, not that just you're in Fresno, we're both California guys right now, but it's that you guys pog. Can you explain what pogging is? Because normally in the internet, we think of pogging as one thing. For you guys, it's a different thing.
Yeah, pot of greed. We have a term that we like to talk about a lot. It's called pot of greed. Pot of greeding is overextending, getting too greedy, just doing stuff that'll cause us to lose our game. So if I scream pogging, it means we need to come back, calm down, take a breather, and reset.
And with those good spots Deuce putting you in, obviously not taking advantage of them or risking too much and obviously losing out, that is a big deal for your team. For you, though, it's been a great transition to see how you come from, the iteration of you on Rock, which was, I think, a very excellent Deeds. And even the Deeds that first qualified to EWC, I believe this was the first LAN that you qualified for. Yeah, it was. It was, right?
Yep, correct.
And so this is now coming back to it. You've got a team. You've been stable. You've built something here. You guys are in a great position. What are your hopes for EWC, obviously, this time around?
Last year is EWC. I got second. And this year I want to win. I want to win it all.
I love it. Deeds, anything to say to the fans, people supporting you?
I appreciate you all. Shout out to Zeddy Esports. Let's get it done.
All right, Deeds from Zeddy Esports. That's it here. We're going to have some more interviews later. Of course, a whole new series coming up as well. And a halftime you do not want to miss. We're going to have time, content with everybody. So stay tuned, and we'll check it out.
Well, there you have it. Group A versus Group B is done, and boy, did we end up getting some surprises. We gotta jump into those last 3 games because my goodness, if your name started with a Z, you were pretty much guaranteed to win. We have, who was it? Seti and then Zeta and Zeta with those back-to-backs. Grace?
I mean, yeah, that just goes to show, really. We were talking about it, we were kind of scared in the beginning, and then they woke up and they just played their game. Sure, they might have had the end zone for that last final game where you just come up from Sioux Station and you come down the hill and you just dominate from high ground. But being able to close out games is also what makes these guys so strong because, you might get souls every now and then, but winning them is a different beast.
All right, well, you know what? The thing is that we're kind of falling a little bit short here in regards to mics. So I'm gonna yeah, there you go. Sorry, Snipe. Now, anything? I know you wanted to talk about Seti because, boy, that was a comeback from them. From Game 3, being able to get in the top 3, and then Game 4, making sure that they secure a win. For Deeds, too, it might be something here at EWC. It might be something in the water.
Yeah, Zeti, honestly, it's one of those teams where they're coming into this tournament really as a complete underdog. They were the 11th overall placement team in North America, and their best placement in any Pro League day, including the regional finals, was 7th. So overall pretty weak. They always ended in that like 7th to 12th range in every single day, which is impressive for them to come out here in the first round of group stages at the the international event like this and to end up in the top 5. And for them, that's a very strong placement, massive points going into this to help secure them going forward. So it'll be interesting to see if they can keep that going versus, the consistency that they had throughout Pro League of being one of the weaker teams. But, we go back to Deeds, for example, who ended up with 2nd place at the last EWC. So for him to come to that, I believe he's the only player from that team, that Rock team, that is here competing at this event, with Vax and Saucer not able to be here. And for him, it's one of those where it's like, approve it. I'm meant to be here. Maybe he's just one of those players that shows up at EWC specifically, and they're coming out strong, and he's giving his team that momentum, especially Yelly, who's not really, he's a very big up-and-comer, someone that we're going to be watching, as well as the Sacreds and the Floatings here at this event of new names out on the stage. So it's pretty cool to see them do so.
And don't forget, new!
Yeah.
I like that, Grace. All right, I like that. Now, Lace, with you, we were talking about strong teams. Remember, at the beginning of the day, we were talking about Wolves. Wolves does end up performing pretty good. They don't end up in 1st place. They do end up in 5th place with 47 points. How are we feeling about Wolves?
I talked about him at the start, probably somewhere in the middle, and now we're going to end with it as well. Look, I'm incredibly proud of their performance. This team in the Pro League Series had like 222 kills across the board. So they actually beat another team I'll talk about a little bit later just by 22 kills in the whole entire thing. So look, there was a lot on their shoulders for this entire thing, and I think they showed it. I really do think they showed it. They came out strong and were going toe-to-toe with Falcons in the group stages. Like, you generally don't see that. You see Falcons like steamroll, but no, they were up there. I mean, to see the 5th, I thought maybe they were going to hit that, top 3. It was looking like that, but you know what? Sometimes that particular play style that they do have doesn't really end up well in the final matches. But at the end of the day, they're great contenders.
Yeah, and I'm going to actually deep dive a little bit more with you guys as ex-pros. I kind of want to get into your brain, right? If you're Zeta and you had such a bad beginning of the game, I mean, I think we saw Satuki, if I'm not mistaken, just showing so much emotion after their first win, kind of just getting a bit of a relief because they just wasn't going their way at the start after having such a great performance. Now, back-to-back wins. What does that mean to you as a player coming into tomorrow for those next 6 matches?
I mean, for me personally, I feel like it's always, you just need that one thing to go your way. And that's why it's so important to keep positioning yourself to get into those end games over and over, because eventually one of those games will pop for you. And it did. And then that just snowballs. Now that you got that, we are on the board properly. Now you can just play off of motivation and passion and feelings, and it just snowballed in a great way. And we have to remind ourselves as well, this, like EWC specifically, outside of other lands, it's so important to do good in groups in this stage. Most people are kind of resident sleeper on the group stages. They're like, yeah, we'll wait until elimination stage, specifically lower bracket runs. But now it's like, no, you definitely want to be in that top 14 in the first pool to make it through, and it's such a good thing.
Yeah. Absolutely, and just to point out what you're talking about, that top 14 is a huge difference to make it to the finals versus the top 20 that we're used to. So, only really the top 7 from each round is what's important in a sense. And for a team like Zeta, who had such dominance in their entire Pro League, to come out and drop, a couple zeros back to back to back, all it takes for these teams, especially with like a Yuka-led team that, you know, is consistently either zeros or 20+ bombs, that's been like the theme for those rosters. All you need is that one big game, which they got in Game 5, and then another one in Game 6 right after when they got more of a zone. And it just kind of calms off those nerves that you have, those big zeros. You know, they're obviously demoralizing, but you have to think it's early on in the tournament. All we need is one, and they got that one, and then it went back to back. So I think that momentum will. What was that?
Playing with you at the start. They're like,
yeah, literally.
No sniping,
and they kind of fell into it. They fell into the narrative.
Watching, Dad's watching.
Yeah, they fell into the narrative of struggling against, you know, the international lobbies, which is very different, being, you know, a lot of edge teams versus their region, which is more zone oriented. And then now, after they kind of figured it out, they dropped some bombs. Now they're feeling pretty comfortable. They get some time to relax now and come back again tomorrow, and we'll see exactly how that works for them. But very proud of how they came back, and they're lucky at the same time because their two best maps were E-District and Stormpoint. So to start so poorly on E-District and get another very strong map where you were the best team in your entire region for that map as well is very beneficial, because if it was Olympus, then, you know, who knows what that could have turned out to be.
Yeah, I know that was one of your concerns, right?
Yeah.
And after 3 matches, we were kind of getting concerned as well. We're wondering if they were going to be able to readjust or not. Well, boy, they readjusted in a big way. Now, I want to take a look at those overalls from so far today, because A and B are done. I want to see where more of these squads are currently standing, because I was kind of hinting at where Wolves ended up being, right? 5th place, 47 points. But I want to see the rest of the other squads. And actually, while we're waiting for the overall, I do have a question for you back again, Snipe Down. And that was because you were concerned a little bit about them. And now with this performance here, going on to the next 2 days before we go to Survival, and then before we go to Grand Finals, are you more comfortable?
Honestly, no. I'm going to keep it real. I'm not more comfortable, because I do still think that just the overall talent pool is really large in this, and they're kind of one-dimensional when it comes to how they play. And unless they can, you know, get the gifted zones like they had in the last game, where they're coming from one of the best POIs and they end up, you know, owning the height the entire game, and everyone kind of has to run to them, you don't get blessed like that often. So for them to get a big game like that after they already dropped the nuke in the one prior to that, it's pretty impressive. Okay. But I still don't think that gets them out of the water, because it really comes down to them just finding consistency throughout these matches and not having to rely on just those massive games to keep them in the tournament. And you know, those massive games will go a long way if they can drop a couple more of them, because it is the top 14. So those big ones take you very far into the end. But I still think that they need to find more balance with their overall points total.
Okay, well, we'll see if maybe they can find that balance, but right now they're sitting pretty right there in 6th place with 46 points. Now I want to go with you, Lace. Second page, teams that need to step it up tomorrow. Which ones come to mind right away?
Yeah, look, that was a tight leaderboard. Did anyone? I was just like kind of looking at the point difference like between our top teams. Like, this is so easily changed by anybody. I'm sitting here and obviously looking at the second page here and, you know, the bottom of the leaderboard, but like, they can still absolutely turn this around. This is not out for them, obviously, after our 6 games. But look, I feel like Virtus Pro, I wasn't expecting maybe sitting in that position there. I had a little bit more high hopes for that. But like I said, like one good game could completely turn around and put them like in that top 10 bracket after watching that. But yeah, I did expect a little bit more from Virtus Pro.
I know somebody that's been wanting to he's just been itching to talk about Virtus Pro. Go into them.
No, I mean, it's just one of those things where I'm sad to speak it into realities. I also said some teams are underdog teams. You know, we kind of glanced a little bit at it before, but Team Heretic was one of the teams that said, you know, I know them individually as people and players, but everybody probably assumed that this would be the case for them. But then if we look at VP, it's like, okay, this is one of the things we expect to be further up. And then they kind of fall short. It just really goes to show that there's so much going into this, especially with bans early. Crypto and Seer, we expected it. It's gonna get banned out.
Seer? What?
Yeah, get rid of Seer. Get rid of Seer. JSK, guys. But the thing is that you just have to really be able to adapt on the fly. And I really think now more than ever, I always say it, the map choices is so big. Like, you start on Olympus or anything else, it's way more up in the air than on these 2 maps.
Now, based on what you just said, right, in regards to Virtus Pro and the hopes that you do have for that squad, do you think coming into tomorrow, do you think they'll be able to turn it around and at least position themselves to go directly to the Grand Finals and stay away from those bottom 6?
Yeah, I think that you can have, since there's 3 days, right? I think you can have one bad day. That's it. Normally, you know, when we talk about a whole series, we're talking about how
how many bad games can you realistically have before you have to show up. Here, I think it's really competitive. One bad day is most. After that, you're not really looking at making it in first match potentially. But I think that they're so experienced because they're all, well, two of them are really experienced players and one relatively experienced player. They have more than that veteran knowledge to them that I think this is just a wake-up call and they're going to warm up through it. Other teams, however, that might not have as much LAN experience, colder start than this, and you're looking at survival stage.
I mean, you don't want to go to survival stage. It gets insanely tough there. And if you can find a way to make it straight to grand finals from this group stages, that's exactly where you want to be at, Lace.
I mean, didn't we watch the Falcons, New Orleans, crawl their way out of like a survival stage? It's been done. I have full faith someone else can do that. You know what I mean? It is daunting though to end up in that position, and like we talk about it a lot, but the mental anguish that puts on you to perform because you're so close to going home is just another thing to add on top of your points that you haven't gotten as well.
Yeah, then to add on top of that, I think the biggest difference between this prolific event here at EWC is teams don't have the safety net of having a losers bracket. Yeah. You don't get to botch your entire multiple rounds of group play and still be like, oh, it doesn't matter. We'll just come out and we'll get top 10 going into the next round, make losers semis, and then make it to finals and then grands. And it's like, the Heretics that just dropped 11 points. It's you're already in elimination contention, being in the bottom 6 at that point. You need to drop minimum 40 plus points going on forward, or you're at that bottom 6 ready to be knocked out. So I think there is always more pressure at an event like this versus the other majors that we have. Yeah. And it's interesting to see because that alone will change the dynamic of the mentals and the fortitude on especially these newer teams at these events who have not competed under these circumstances.
And the pressure is just going to keep getting worse and worse because of what we were talking about right earlier, Graceful. When you go to the grand finals, first place, not only do you get to be the champion, but you get to take home with you $600,000. If you end up in second place, $300. That is a massive difference.
Crush some keys.
And that too.
I sound so dude. I'm like, yeah, crush them keys. You're like, money.
We're over here. Yay, life-changing money, people's journeys, crush their dreams.
So much you can do with 600K too. Actually, you know what? Talking about crushing those keys, if you were in the tournament, which 3 keys would you crush?
Ooh, that's a good one.
And you guys might as well start thinking about it.
I mean, I'm not at a position now, not having competing for quite a while, so I don't have the arch nemesis of, let's just say, Effect versus Alliance. He'll definitely crush their key. I know that for sure, right? I don't really have that, so I would take teams that, I would probably be as compassionate as possible. I'd take one team from each region, most likely. I'd pick an APAC, I'd pick an EMEA, I'd pick a North America team. Probably just the favorite was just because I don't really have. It's a boring answer. I get that. But yeah, man. If I want it, I'm just happy. I'm just spreading love.
All right.
I'm giving out steaks to everyone.
Pass it to Snipe. Come on, Snipe. I need you to be some toxicity here.
I'm taking any team in my region that I have had a teammate on at that point, because it's just like, if I'm not teaming with you anymore, something happened.
Okay.
And it's probably like, all right, like, for like Phony, for example, if it was like, I would love to crush a key like that at that point, or like a Hal, just because there's so much, history there, whatever it might be. So at that point, I think it's fun, and if they're out, they're out. So,
as Hal's just staring at you too.
Is he right there?
Yeah, he's right there. You just can't see because of the light.
He'd be like, "Yeah, right. You never have the chance." And then we'd just be going back and forth like we always did.
Hey, Hal, Snipe wants to crush your key.
Okay, all right. Well, ladies, you know what? I'm gonna let you keep thinking about it because we do have an awesome video coming up. So let's send it to that. All right, Barney and I are going to play some games. We've got the Allianz Courtyard, and we've got a choice of basketball and, as I would say, soccer, but it's football here. I'm in Paris. You're going to help us out with the rules, right?
All right, I can. So it's very simple. Can I take it? Oh, thank you so much. So it's very simple. We have a challenge with basketball, and we have a 1v1 arena on football. I'm going to explain it to you. It's very simple. Come with me, guys. I'm going to do it.
I like this. Come with us. He's taking our jobs. If you're lucky enough to make your way down here to the EWC, then you'll be able to take part in all these fun games as well.
So very easy. First of all, it's a warm-up. So you have a ball. Yes. I'm going to count 1 or 2 minutes, and you're just going to shoot ball. In fact, basketball is very simple. When you just have to shoot, it is going to make us know about your level, and thanks to that, we are going to make you a challenge with different points, and you will have to shoot with this position on. All right?
I promise I'm just tall. I'm not good at basketball. I'm just tall. I'm just one-handed.
All right.
Okay, all right. You go. One-handed, guys. It's not really fair. Oh, that's an air ball, we call that in basketball, don't we? Oh. The pain is just getting worse. I have a broken toe right now, and it's getting more painful.
Definitely got
all
the
he
move.
needed to do
It definitely got it.
was throw in some skills. Make it rain!
Oh, almost.
Make it rain! Yes! I feel like I'm
was amazing.
shouting
I
a
gotta
lot.
say it.
But you know.
Almost. Okay, you got it.
Here we go. Oh! Okay, I'll give you that one. I'll give you that one, Rain.
Oh my god. Okay. More second, or it's. Yeah.
Are we now shifting? Are we shifting?
Left. You're the best. You're the best.
Oh! What was that? Oh.
That's okay. You know what? Because you're going to do the challenge right now.
Okay.
You are more on it? Okay. You're hot about this? Okay. So there is few different points, all right? Okay. You have 3 try per point, okay?
Okay.
So you are on the point, shoot, you use your 3 tries, do your best, and make a switch.
Okay.
Woo. That did go in. I'm excited right now. I'm getting more amped. Oh!
Are you something like that?
Making it rain all day, rain day.
You got it. You got it.
There's not enough court. There's not enough court for him to go far back enough to challenge this man. Ah!
What is this about? Who are you?
Is it my turn to embarrass myself yet?
Oh.
This is chaos, by the way. This is just chaos.
I started feeling it, man.
That
It's just,
was amazing.
sometimes I played a lot of basketball in my life. It's my favorite sport to play. Although, obviously, Barney, I didn't get the height gene. I got to blame my dad for that. He's like 5'5", but he loved basketball, so, he taught me a few things.
I'm just trying to think, do I try and dunk this?
Yeah.
Or will I break my ankle live?
Yeah.
Oh, no.
That was, wow. That was sensational, actually.
Do you know what? GG's. Well done. We're at the Allianz Courtyard right now. If you're at EWC, come down and check it out. There's loads of games you can play, and that was insane. I got to say, that was... Oh, just get out. Just get out.
Jumpsuits over here now.
Welcome, everybody, to a little segment I'm calling Rain Day's Room. I don't know if it'll stick, but we got different rotations of players who are going to come in and spend some time with us in a more relaxed environment after the games, talk about what happened, talk about what they're seeing, talk about being in Paris, and, of course, I'm going to have one of my talent members joining me as well, which is Snipe down over in the corner. Today, we started off with, I don't know, middle of the pack, maybe an unknown team. Just some people were trying to get onto the scene for the first time. Imperial Hal and... That's how you say it, right?
Yeah.
Okay, Imperial Hal and Galder? Galderson? What's up, guys? How you feeling?
Me personally, I'm kind of frustrated.
Okay.
Just rough, typical rough way to end. Get like maybe only like 6 points in 3 games, the last 3. So
yeah,
definitely frustrating. I agree with Hal. Like, we had opportunities to convert points in the last 3 games and we didn't, which is always going to be frustrating.
It's interesting that you guys are frustrated. I mean, Snipe, what's your take on watching them? Do you agree with them? Did you feel that watching Falcons, they looked ready? I mean, I didn't have
the first 3 games. Yeah, absolutely. The first 3 games in E-District, they were the patience with the zone moving on their back and not moving too fast and cleaning up kills. You guys had a good cleanup on AG where you're pushing on E-District and just cleaning up those kills and getting the extra placement points was very well played out there. And honestly, Storm Point was just kind of seem frustrating. I think, honestly, how I mentioned it when I was talking, something that I think you've done better at is back in the day on TSM, for example, you started off slow in group play a lot of the time, and it was always a little more tough playing against teams that do random stuff all the time, and it was more frustrating. I think that's something that you've like your pool play performances over the past 2 years have significantly improved. Like, is that just a team thing, or what do you think that is for you specifically as like a IGL? It's like a combination of so many different things. I think it's just like we are very good at fighting, so the first 3 games are typically aggressive comps. So I feel like we're better suited for that, especially when it comes to like in LAN. People have more pressure, the experience and stuff like that. So we can kind of like bully other teams when we need to. So I think like the first 3, when it's supposed to be like insanely aggressive, which it usually is, people are playing defensive and we kind of just take advantage. So I feel like that was like the main reason why we started out really well compared to what it was before.
Do you hate having to play group stages to get to finals?
Not really, no.
Okay.
It's like,
is it helpful?
It's definitely helpful. It's like kind of practice for us in a way. And obviously we want to do well, but I never mind playing group stages. I more so mind playing Pro League. That's my little problem. But
okay, you heard it first. Hal wants to cancel Pro League, guys. I know there's a lot of players who are like, wait, no, that's my shot. The reason I asked too, and I want to get Gilderson's thought on this, is you guys are such competent players. This is not new to you. This is new to some people. You talk about your advantage of having the ability to go, we've been here. We'll bully you. We know the comps. We know the experience. You talked in our interview like, people are nervous. We're not that nervous. Now, I'm trying to see, how do you stay focused knowing that this is not what you came here for? Saturday is what you came here for, but yet you still have to stay composed and learn and figure things out here. What do you do mentally as a team to stay locked in? And you, Gilderson, as you can answer on this during these types of, kind of grueling longer days before the big show?
To be honest with you, like things like Saturday don't even enter my mind until I'm like basically on the stage, if it makes any sense. I really take it like one step at a time. Each group stage is its own thing. Like I'm not, what matters right now is like the points overall, right? It doesn't actually matter if you win your group, but for me, I'm still just trying to win the lobby that I'm in, because it's just like a competition thing. You know what I mean? I want to know that we did the best in the lobby that we're playing right now.
Yeah, I love that. Yeah, the meta's been interesting too, Snipe. I mean, we're seeing a little bit of it here. I think people were wondering how big of an impact Seer was going to have. Obviously, you got the nerf coming into this patch as well. How did that change anything of what you guys are trying to do heading into this tournament?
Not really. Honestly, like all the buffs or the things that happened, I guess, recently were actually really good for us. We weren't. Speed. Yeah, we weren't really like really doing well in scrims until after the patch, because the bans were kind of like all over the place, and when Watson's not banned, we can't like push anyone. Right. It's like very hard to kill Watson teams without crypto, especially even Seer too. So it's when Seer gets buffed and Axel gets nerfed, the meta is a lot more clear to us, especially me, and it helps me personally to like, gauge how to play the game and, play the game more clearly and cleanly. So that patch definitely helped us a lot for sure. And, Axel was kind of like, wasn't doing well anyways for us, so it was kind of fine. I was not the best Axel, and we do really well in Seer, so I'm glad Seer got buffed.
I can tell. I mean, it shifted right away, Snipe. I mean, as somebody, you play with Hal, but also obviously watching this meta, how have you felt that the transition's been for most of our teams? Has anyone gotten stronger as a result of this?
I mean, I'm sure a lot of teams are getting stronger. I think the teams Shopify, for example, I think Shopify finally started finding their groove, where they were mostly just a ranked team that ran around the map and just got as many kills as they could. And now they seem, they had the best overall placements in Pro League. And I think just having the meta with as many players that are more versatile, we're finally seeing versatility in players in their becoming the biggest talent pool that you can have. The more characters that you can play, the better you are for any team, and you can fit into any team at that point. If you're only able to play one character, it's going to be a trouble. So,
So do you agree, because I think this is a controversial point, Graceful's a very loud guy in our green room. He's kind of a loud guy in general when he's passionate about something, which is pretty much everything. But I think when it comes to meta, if your team is being defined by the pace of a meta, is that your fault? Is that the meta's fault? Is that just the way it is?
It's definitely just the way it is.
I think so too.
There's, we're just players. We're professional players, and we play our best at what we're given.
and that's our job.
Yeah.
So it doesn't matter if, you know, somehow Mirages can drop a nuke, like we're playing Mirage.
Yeah.
You know, like it's just, you know, that's our job. We have to play our best by playing the best comps and metas, and whatever it might be, then we have to accept it and adapt and play it. So it is what it is.
And the best players will get better at whatever they have to play. I was about to say, like, I mean, Hal's early Bloodhound compared to his late end Bloodhound was a completely different player. So, yeah.
You're bringing up what I kind of wanted to do, because Hal's here, and Hal, you've been in the position to pick a lot of teams to kind of be some part of the architect of who you're playing with. And obviously Gildersons has fit into this role really well with you guys. Gild's been on a lot of other high-level teams, but you two playing together, I'm curious, what's your take on what Gildersons does? How would you describe what he does for your team as a play style, as a player? And I also want to get your answer on that with when you played with Snipe, what Snipe did for your team.
Oh man. Yeah, well, I think Snipe and Gil's roles were like polar opposites, I think. You know, like Snipe was a very aggressive player and was playing aggressive roles. Like he was like kind of the fragger of our team. Gil was still he's still fragging for us, but he's mainly playing anchor. It kind of obviously changes depending on the game and what's banned. But if I had to describe Guild as like the first thought, it was like the biggest sentry gun that you could possibly think of that's just planted like behind us, just looking over us or looking to the left, wherever, you know, we need him, he's looking that way, and you know, you're not going past him because he's just you can't go past him. He's gonna kill you. So yeah, Snipes, like I said, his role was a lot different. He was, you know, playing a lot more aggressive, not playing,
made a lot more mistakes.
You know, obviously the meta
that happens when you play so aggressively.
Yeah, it does.
The meta is a lot different. It's hard to compare because maybe Snipe would probably be in the same role as Gil it is now, but back then there was a lot of different characters like Bloodhound and stuff like that. So you know, it's just different. It just, you know, both controller players, they can do the same thing. So yeah.
You know, Gil, I'm curious your thoughts on that first, from what Hal said about you.
I mean, he's definitely like right. My job is just to, you know, make sure nothing's going too wrong behind us while they're doing their thing, and then, you know, I don't know. There's a lot of situations where they need help, and then I pull up and I start beaming people. Like, that's pretty much my job.
I love it, man.
I always find your guys' dynamic so funny to watch because, like, you'll stay quiet and you'll handle criticism super well. You know, if Hal's gonna call you out or whatever, it's all good. But the moment you know that you're right, you like immediately start being like, no, what do you mean? That's not it at all. And you defend yourself super well, and then Hal will be like, oh wait, okay, and I'll go back, maybe watch what happened. It'll be like a complete different understanding of things, and I find that funny, and it's hilarious because Onset says that you are the most you don't intend it, but you're the funniest person that he watches based on your comms specifically, because like something crazy will be happening, you'll be like, yeah, there's just, you know, I'm going for this Evo over here, and it's just like a random comm completely off topic of like getting back on page, and I find that hilarious too.
I mean, it is interesting, and I think this is a component that goes along with Hal more so than Falcons. It's a part of wherever Hal goes. Team comps, I mean, it is interesting. You've matured a lot, Hal. People have obviously thought a lot about how you get upset, and you figured a lot of ways out to work with your teammates, because getting upset's a part of it. However, the thing is, most sports don't have behind the scene conversations. Playing soccer, that happens when you're pass me the ball, but we don't stream it. And so you've had to go through this whole level of, hey, this is a natural reaction when you're competing, but now I'm getting thoughts about it from everybody because I happen to be in a business that's live streamed. Gildersons, I'm interested because obviously there's a weight on him of having to get on you guys, but also you having to sometimes check that and say, I was on it, and then there's 1,000 people commenting on that. How have you been able to navigate that environment, but also to such success to where you guys feel good about each other and you guys are in such a good place right now?
Yeah, I mean, I've honestly got like my blockers on, like
Hal horse blinders.
Dude, I don't think I've opened Hal's chat in like months because there's just no point. I'm gonna open up the chat and I'm gonna find something that's gonna upset me. So there's
someone's
no point.
calling for you to get dropped, whatever.
You could look.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I've just got my blinders on. Like, I'm just focused on like us. Like, I don't care what anybody else thinks. They don't care what anybody else thinks. It's, you know, it's just like whatever works for us works for us. That's all that matters.
Hal?
7 years, gonna be 8 years. Nothing changed, bro. Nothing's changed. Just, you know, I take other people's opinions as not advertisement, but entertainment.
That's how you stay entertained.
Well, yeah, I don't like people that come to my chat and say whatever they want. I don't even ban them because I want the men to watch my ads. So like, just keep them around. Like, okay, like if you're gonna hate, like give me some money at least. So I don't know. It's just like it's the same old. Like people. Social media is free. Twitch chat, typing in Twitch chat is free. Anyone's gonna type anything they want, whenever they want. because they have an opinion, and that's fine. Like that's okay, and that's just how it is. And like you said earlier, it's real sports. No one has like, you know, sometimes they have mics equipped, but you don't hear anything of that. Right. Like you don't have, you know, mics equipped in behind the scenes practice, football, soccer, whatever, whether it's any sport at all. You know, this is a way different like situation that people don't get. That I'm sure if you mic'd up any other professional athlete, you know, they'd be saying the same things, maybe even worse.
That's right.
Like, you know, these are people who are even older than us. You know, obviously they're more mature than us, but they're still slinging the words, just, you know, that we have. So no different.
Yeah, I've always thought as a professional gamer, or honestly a professional in any sport, the moment that you start letting the people on the sidelines start influencing how you think about whether it's your teammates, your own gameplay or anything, you're not cut out to be a champion at that point, because it really is just all chatter on the sides, and if it lets it affect your own gameplay, it lets it, you know, seep into the team where it starts bleeding into personalities or people get egos from that kind of stuff. It's not going to matter. You know, we see professional sports players make burner accounts to try and defend themselves or whatever it might be, and it's like, all right, like, is your head in the game? Are you soft at that point? And at the end, like, I think champion mentality, you can tell who's a champion or who's able to be a champion just by how they like present themselves and how they hold themselves. And if people are passive or it seems like they don't have that killer instinct, that is what makes a champion, is having that killer instinct, seeing your opportunities and being able to jump on them right away, where, you know, some people wait for the game to come to them. And I think that's a massive difference with these top teams and why we see teams like yourselves and some of these other ones as the consistent performance at these events over the years.
100%. Fellas, before we let you go and transition to some more stuff, Paris, I just got to get a couple words. Are we loving the city? What's the highlight, the best restaurant? Have you enjoyed a little bit of time out there?
Yeah, this is my second time in Paris. It's pretty nice. My girlfriend's French, so it makes that way easier, right? Yeah, I've only been to like one insane restaurant so far, and there's obviously, or actually two. They're really good. Honestly, I love it here. It's, you know, probably somewhere I would move to after I stop playing Apex. In retirement. So, or actually will, not probably. So yeah, I don't know, just good time, perfect, you know, location. It worked out for me because of my personal life.
Yeah,
so,
exactly.
Yeah, it's nice.
This was, I mean, yeah, there was very fortunate occurrences. Yeah, because you have someone to partner here.
Yeah.
Gil?
I mean, I think Paris has been really nice. I really like the architecture. It's really beautiful.
Very special.
The food's been pretty good. I'm not a fan of smoking on the patio at restaurants. Not a big fan of that. I'm gonna be honest.
Oh, you're gonna have a problem with all of Europe at this point.
Just smelling stick smoke the whole time I'm eating isn't great, but other than that, it's been a great experience.
They have some slight non-smoking areas. They try to give us Americans some chances there. Guys, it's been a blast. Thank you for sharing your time with us. Congratulations on a great finish in this first group, and then we'll see you all a little bit later. I don't think you play. Do you play this afternoon?
No, we don't.
Okay, tomorrow. So get some rest, enjoy Paris, and see you guys tomorrow.
Thank you. It's nice talking.
All right, guys, we got some videos. I've been all over this venue, so we'll check out that, some more player interviews, and soon we'll be coming back with our second series of the day.
Body was built to move, not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you, gamers, hybrid workers, artists, backing your every move.
And your hat.
Yo, fits you too well. Yo, fits you too well.
Stirring?
Marathon?
Running a lap.
NASCAR? Oh wait, no, it's a track.
Running on a track. Running in circles.
Circles.
Sprinting.
What is this?
Hold on.
We geeked out. We geeked up now right now.
Oh, there's no way. Finger.
Point.
Wrap.
Ring.
Ring. Around.
Ring around. What?
Ring around the rosy? Yeah, no, like can't say ring around the run. Ring.
The Apex ring?
Oh my god.
Oh my god.
Yeah, I was gonna ask if it was Apex ring. I can't ask the mime that though. All right, lock him.
Locked. Triangle. It's like SkyWest Trials on what was that or something? The bird. Ladder, triangle, ladder.
Triangle.
Eiffel Tower? That's it? Or it's like climbing the Eiffel Tower? Okay.
Yeah, you got it.
There we go.
Kraber. Capitalizing off a Kraber knock.
Kraber knock? Yeah, all right.
Is it really?
Yeah.
Oh, wow.
Kraber headshot. Like,
Oh.
celebrating off Kraber.
Oh.
Kraber knock.
Oh, wow.
That's
the same thing.
Some insightful information there that we got from Falcons going into tomorrow. But I kind of want to switch it up a little bit because we've been being so analytical, to be honest. I think we need to take a little step back before we go into Group C and Group D. And Lace, I'm hoping that you have it with you because I want to see a bit of an update of what your notes look like throughout the day. Earlier, it was just a pig. What is it now?
As you, it is a chicken that has seen some things.
That like Big Bird's little brother or something?
I don't know. It's up to interpretation. But as you can see, I take my job very seriously with my notes.
Okay. All right. Yeah. You know what? I'm excited to see what we're going to get at the end of the day. If you were to actually draw something from Apex, what do you think you guys would be good at drawing?
Nessie.
Do you know, have you seen the clip where they have to try and draw a Nessie from memory?
No, I have
And there was
not.
like one person that got it right.
I'm not saying it would be good, but I'm saying that would be what I would aim
Yeah,
for.
most of them were blobs.
Yeah.
You know, I'm not hating on people's art skills, but it was
Okay.
questionable.
Mine would be absolutely awful, but something that we're going to be playing now is going to be the $100 squad. And for everybody watching at home, if you guys want to build up your $100 squad, definitely do so and make sure you use hashtag EWC and hashtag EWC26. That way we can possibly feature some of your squads. So I'm going to go with you first, Grace. You have $100. Tell me, who is going to be your squad?
Okay, so to pick IGL, anybody not picking Hal is kinda trolling, I would say. Even though Effect is up there, I get that not being the IGL, but I'm saying I would definitely pick Hal. Even though I know Dia would definitely pick Zac. He's a Zac lover. Don't think you can go wrong at all with who else would I go with here? Actually, I think I might just go Taskmaster because I'm a big fan there.
Did you just pick Hal and Zac?
No. I'm saying Dia would pick Zac. I'm picking Hal.
I was like, I ain't great at maths,
pick
Grace,
also
but
Taskmaster. And then I'd probably go Elonzi to fit that backside role. I believe he is backliner. I'm not entirely sure. I think he can play controller characters, yes.
Nah, hold on, Grace.
Yes.
If you're picking Hal,
no, I can't
and if you're picking Taskmaster,
it's 35.
You're already at 100.
You're absolutely correct.
Wait, you're wanting to do a duel?
Okay, no. This is also easy. Hal, Noct, and Elonzi, I would pick. I think that's... You can't go wrong with Noct. Remember, guys, old Noct days? Everybody... What was it? Justice for Noct? Yeah. so Hal and Noct, here's the justice for Noct. Right there, the $20.
Okay, all right. That... Good picks, and I'm glad I was able to kind of catch that too.
Yeah, you're
because
right.
if not, Chad would have just been on us. He went over 100. I'm making sure I pay attention now, Lace. Production, if you guys can bring up that graphic back because we're definitely going to need to see it.
Let me see if I can remember. I think I was going to pick Zac. I need a great IGL. There was a $15 one. I want Fafa fifth.
Okay, all right, just take your time. You know what? I'm
So it's
going
like
to let you think
15?
about it because we are going to be getting the graphic back up. So I don't want you to go in
Can I have a calculator
blindly.
production as well?
I'll be your calculator, hopefully.
I have a 45 and a 15.
Okay.
So what do I got left? That's
45 and
60.
15. You'll have 40 left. So you have to go
40
into
Oh, okay, yeah,
tier
true.
3, tier 4, and tier 5.
What is she picking us up as well?
Yeah, okay. You've done your turn. Yeah, so I'm picking Zac, okay? You know, IGL in his sleep. So we're definitely doing that. Yep, I'm gonna chuck Koiful in there and Fafa fifth. That's me.
Okay.
Is that right? Did I math that right?
I think you did.
45.
Let's do the math real quick,
35
all
and
of us.
15.
You did not.
Wait, did I? 45?
45?
You're even paying you out for your maths, Grace. And yes, after EWC, I will be going back to school.
And if you would have had, if you would have wanted to have a sub, who would you pick as your sub? Has to be from tier 5. Any of both of you. I'm giving you an
Damn,
extra
I just saw
15.
QQ in
I'm giving you an extra
tier 2.
15.
You got an extra $15. Did you? Can I duplicate?
No, never mind. Grace?
I'll take Faf as well, yeah. Okay. That's a good
Copy
thing.
my homework much.
Honestly, I got your roster. I picked your roster, so I believe in you, sir. Now, that is our 100. No, not ours. Their $100 squad. Make sure you guys do your squad as well. Send it to us via social media. That way we can react to it. If it doesn't happen today, we'll be able to react to it tomorrow. Make sure you use that hashtag EWC and hashtag EWC26. That way we can actually look at it. But I'm hearing that we have an awesome video coming up to you guys. So let's check that out.
Ladies and gentlemen, we got him. We found him. The loudest man in Apex Legends, Effect from Aurora. What's up, man?
Hi.
Hi. You know, he may not be loud in terms of saying a lot, but you do a lot of talking with your play. You have been phenomenal. A lot of people questioned, are you going to be the same Effect going from Alliance to Aurora? How do you think you fared this last season?
I'm still the same. I was one of the key leaders. The whole Pro League was close to getting it with the whole different play style that I mean, gone from. To like from playing Edge, hard Edge most of the time to getting God spots every game, which is crazy to me. So I'm still the same, just getting better.
Honestly, I would say it was one of the biggest surprises because we knew how good you were, we knew how impactful you were, but you somehow got better. You somehow made more of an impact. I think this is now an opportunity to say it's for real at the biggest stage. So I'm sure you guys only have sights for winning this tournament.
Yeah, I'm definitely way more confident now because the game is just so much easier and there's like so much, I forgot the word, sorry, but it's like I'm much more confident with making points because in zone, you just guaranteed to get some points, basically. You know, I don't have to like always perform my 100% in order to win. Like 90% of work, I would say, is just on Hiarka.
Interesting. So he allows you to do what you do better by freeing up most of your decision making for most of the game.
Well, kind of, yeah. The only decisions I usually make is just like if we end up in a situation to maybe get a kill or maybe like do a quick rotations, because sometimes I play on the characters that allow that. So that's the only thing I would do. That's it.
Speaking of Hiarka, I mean, it's important. You came from really, you know, one of the preeminent players, Hockey's on Alliance, one of the preeminent teams, and you and your style. And there's been conversation that you sometimes spoke up too much. You sometimes did your own thing, that somewhere it clashed. How do you feel the relationship with Hiarka has impacted you for the better? How have you found working with him as an IGL and your play style of being an offensive player who likes to sometimes make decisions that sometimes win games?
Yeah. Hiarka is a zone player, yeah, but he sometimes does the plays that most of the teams don't like that sit in zone. So that's the best part about him. We just go and kill a team that if we want to or if we need to, you know, it's not just like we're gonna sit like kittens in zone and just like let everyone come. We're just gonna hold our space. We're gonna hold our spot.
And speaking of animals, you said kittens. Hiarka has given you a nickname. Did you know that?
No, I didn't know that.
Because I asked him right before this interview. And can you guess what the nickname is?
Keithan?
No, you were kind of close. It's Baby Goat. He calls you the Baby Goat because he thinks, you know, you're young, but you're the greatest of all time. How do you feel about that?
I'm feeling great about it because I know another Baby Goat from another cybersport, and it's crazy that we're from the same city.
I love it, man. Well, congratulations on being here. I know we're going to see a lot of play from you. A lot of talking in-game as well, but thanks for taking time with us here.
Thank you.
All right, Effect from Aurora. Baby Goat. All right.
Oh, welcome back. There you go. Rain Day, just going in with all the interviews today. But if you look at us, it's switch it up. It's not graceful anymore. It's actually Clara at work. Thank you so much for joining us. How are you enjoying Paris? How are you enjoying EWC so far?
Well, EWC has been incredible. Obviously, today is day one, but I was in the player lounge earlier, and they outdid it this year compared to last year. I'll say that for sure.
They definitely did. I mean, just based on all the amazing food that they had there, Lace and I had to walk out because if not, we would just kept on eating.
Roll out.
Yeah. By the way, for the people that might not be familiar with you, because we do have a lot of new viewers here at EWC 26, tell us what you do. Tell us where they can find you.
So I'm Clara at work. I have been streaming Apex for 6 or 7 years now. Sorry, I had to. My chat said they would unfollow me if I did that, so I had to do it. But yeah, I've been streaming Apex for 6 or 7 years now. You guys can follow me anywhere at Clara at work.
Okay, all right. Quick and easy.
Just don't follow her home.
Just don't follow me home, please. Never that.
She was telling me, go to my TikTok. So if you guys want to check out her TikTok, make sure you guys check that out. Or her Snapchat too, which is actually one of the sponsors for EWC. Now, earlier we were doing some $100 squad. I'm actually going to switch it up for you guys. Lace, we have seen your drawing skills. Which
everyone's gassing it up. It's like
they're good. Wait, show us again just to refresh everybody.
It's on the floor, mate.
It is? Aw, man.
I just throw my stuff everywhere.
I wanted to see that crazy looking chicken again. Now, I'm going to let you guys pick, okay? Do you guys want to draw a legend or a gun in the game? And I'm gonna give you about a minute, okay? This is gonna be a little bit
I'll
time.
let you pick. Whatever you want.
Legend?
Okay.
Yeah. Which legend do you guys want to draw?
Oh, we get to pick our own legend?
Yeah.
Oh.
Well, I want you to excel at this challenge.
Okay.
I feel like...
Ooh, I'm going to have to pick Octane.
Okay.
I'll be shunned off the internet if I
do we have to do the same one, or can we do different?
You have to do the same one.
Oh, okay, you pick.
Clara, you know what? Come on.
It's special guest. Special guest. Go for it.
Yeah. All right, so I'm a lifeline main, so we got to go lifeline.
You hate me.
Okay.
Yes, lifeline, let's
That's
do
how
it.
I felt when you picked up. I was like, no, please. I'm like, I got to go someone else.
Oh, we're in Apex, they are a couple. Let's do it. Yep.
Okay. All right.
Apex and Octane,
Lifeline?
but I'll do lifeline. Yeah.
Lifeline. All right. So put your mics down. Get your boards ready. By the way, for everybody currently watching at home, don't worry. We will have Group C versus Group D coming up. But this is just some time to fill it up. That way you guys don't have to look at a screen of just saying break. You can have a little bit more entertainment. Don't start yet. Nah. I see you over there starting.
I'm thinking.
Okay. All right. You know what? I'll let it slide. I'll let it slide. In 3, 2, 1. Lifeline. Keep in mind, now I'm gonna stand up. We're gonna switch it up here because I'm gonna stand up and see how their actual drawings are going. As just, oh my gosh.
What's the point?
You guys are actually going in too. Okay, not bad, not bad. I actually gotta keep a timer here. You guys got about 40 seconds left. How's your drawing going, Lace?
I forget what Lifeline looks like.
I'm not even gonna spoil what you're drawing yet. Clara, how's your drawing going?
I feel like I'm crushing it. The viewers at home would be proud.
We want to see your drawing too, okay? So for everybody at home, don't forget hashtag EWC, hashtag EWC26. Let us know what your drawings look like. We already did the $100 squad. Now we're doing some legends. You're done?
I'm locking. Oh, wait.
I totally give him past a minute. Okay, we'll give him a break. I won't give you a break. I'll just take that from you. If not, she'll just keep on cheating and then she'll start drawing chickens and pigs and a bunch of other squad. You guys ready? All right, we're gonna go one by one.
Yep, all right.
Wait, put your mic down real quick. Rock, paper, scissors to see who goes first. Rock, paper, scissors, shoot. Rock, paper, scissors, shoot. Oh my gosh. Okay, Lace, I'll let you hold your mic. And you have the option, no. You have the option to go first or to let Clara go first.
I will go first, so it looks like the really bad drawing goes first, and then it amplifies because that's kind of how, the Apex competition does.
Okay.
It's just,
all right.
It amplifies.
Clara, if you want to
later
pick up
on.
your mic, that way you'll be able to react to her amazing drawing. All right, Lace, show us your amazing art.
This is Lifeline. She only eats salads because I couldn't remember how to draw her body. And the top kind of started out like an alien, but of course I have Doc and Mozambique here, so it makes sense that it's a Lifeline.
Okay. All right. Give it a second for everybody currently watching. Let us know in the comments right now in chat if you are watching on Twitch, just enjoying those awesome drops. Rate it from 1 to 10. We're going to go back and see what you guys end up rating that drawing. And now, okay, you're good. You know what? I'll give that one a...
Put it away.
I'll give that one a solid 7.
7 for 7.
No, it's not because of that. All right, Clara. Moment of truth. Are you going to make your subscribers, your followers, your friends proud with your drawing?
I actually feel like ours are very similar. I also put Mozambique here. But I feel like you get extra points because you drew Doc. I forgot Doc.
Yeah, that was the only thing I could think of, and I was like, "What is it?" I'm like, I know she's got little
but I did the peace sign because she does that pose.
Yes.
Oh, you do have going that for you.
Yeah.
It is still a stick figure, so I guess you guys are within that same range.
I think we should both be cancelled off the internet.
And for everybody once,
Mozambique, right?
Everybody once again at home, let us know
we spelled it the
in the chat. What is Clara's rating? Okay, we're gonna go back and look at some of those ratings that you guys are putting on Twitch, that you guys are putting on YouTube, and maybe that you guys are putting on social media with the hashtag EWC or hashtag EWC26.
Now let's get 7 to draw one.
No.
We feel better about ourselves.
Luckily for me, we're almost getting ready for Group A versus Group B.
Ooh.
You know what? I gave you a 7, right?
Yeah.
Am I gonna have to play favorites here because you're like the guest? Yeah, I am. You know what? I'll give you a solid 7.7.
I'll take it.
I'm going to make you out back 7.
Oh, man. Next, you're going to end up drawing me at the end of the day. I just know it's going to happen. All right, you guys can put those drawings down. Now, going back here to EWC, have you gotten a chance to explore Paris? Clara?
Yes. Okay, so I got here on the 1st, and then I decided the 2nd I was going to wake up and go see everything. So I walked the entire day, and I sweated in places I should probably never sweat. It was, but I was determined because I ended up at one location, and then once I saw a glimpse of the Eiffel Tower, I was like, okay, it's a 50-minute walk. I can make this. And 50-minute walk for most people is nothing, right?
Yeah.
50-minute walk for a girl who sits at her PC 8 to 12 hours a day, maybe gets like 500 steps a day. Yeah, I was hurting
3
by
to
the end of
5
the
business days.
3 to 5, yeah. I was hurting. Got like 20,000 steps in, but I felt really good about it.
Okay, do you remember how many steps you ended up with?
It was like 20.2, I think. Yeah, it was a lot. But I wanted to see as much as possible because I knew the minute the tournament started, I was like, okay, I'm going to be locked in the tournament. I'm not going to want to go see Paris.
That's true. Yesterday, I got a chance to go check out the Eiffel Tower. It was freaking stunning. And we got a chance to see it too during the sunset when it starts sparkling and stuff.
Yeah, it's so
It's been
cute.
pretty nice. Now, no, Lace, you got like, what, 7 weeks with me here or 6 weeks here in Paris. Have you gotten a chance to explore anything yet?
No, so I keep procrastinating. I'm like, I'll see it next week, next time, like, you know, a little bit later. Yeah, I'll get around to it, guys, okay? I struggle walking to the fridge like I'm out of breath.
Have you guys
If
ever had
Uber Eats
snails?
could Uber Eats from my
Yes.
fridge, I'd do it.
You have?
I have.
Okay, what do they taste like? Because I was tempted last night, but I didn't do it.
The ones I had were really buttery, so that's all I remember.
Oh.
And Grace is probably watching this right now. Graceful is probably watching this right now, saying anything that Seven eats probably tastes amazing to him. I can tell you, Graceful, snails. I'm sorry, friends. I'm sorry, Paris. Not my cup of thing. I don't think I would. I don't think I would try it again. Is there any food in Paris that you definitely want to try that you haven't yet?
I want to try snails. I tried frog legs last night. That was an experience.
How was it?
Tasted like chicken. Yeah, it was like a little fried chicken, so it wasn't bad. I liked it.
Okay, Lace, any food that you want to try?
Tastes like chicken, yeah, crocodile chicken. No, look, I do want to ask an Apex question to our wonderful player.
Oh.
We, you know, obviously this game has been around for a long time, right? And you get a little bit emotional, like, because you're so driven to this title. Obviously, after 7 years and all the metas we've been through and the pain we go through, what makes you stick around and love it so much?
Genuinely, the community. I feel like the community is just so tight-knit. Everyone is so kind and like such a family that even we talked a little bit how I diverted from Apex for a tiny bit, but then I came but then I came back and it was like I was welcome with open arms and everyone was so like just welcoming and it made me feel really happy to be back. Yeah.
Beautiful game it is.
Honestly, that is a great reasoning. It is a great community, and that's why I keep just pushing, because I want to see your drawings. I want to see everything that you guys got going on. But let's thank you so much for spending some time here with us,
Thank you
Clara,
for
at
having
work.
me.
Let's check out this video that we got coming up.
We booked Esports World Cup up.
Cyberware. It sounds amazing. It feels amazing. But they don't tell you what it costs.
You alright, mate? Hey, you hear me? What's the matter with you?
Hello, user. You may call me Skippy. Speed, power, endurance. They're all right here. Just don't let it go to your head. Or you might lose it. Control or power? The choice is yours. Oh, look at that. Okay, guns up.
Oh dear. Another ruthless kill. Your childhood must have been terrible.
Et nous voici de retour, mesdames et messieurs, pour la deuxième partie de notre journée. La moitié des équipes ne sont pas encore rentrées sur scène et elles vont le faire dans quelques instants.
As we pass the halfway point of day one, it is now time to introduce our final two groups to the main stage to debut.
On compte sur vous, mesdames et messieurs, pour bien les accueillir. Ils n'auront qu'une seule chance de faire bonne impression, qu'une seule chance de faire une belle première journée. Et quoi de mieux que la première journée du Esports World Cup.
Here's the thing, Luti. You only get one chance at a first impression, and what better place to pop off than day one of the Esports World Cup. So ladies and gentlemen, make some noise for your teams as they enter the stage, starting with Zipline Mafia.
Dinos!
Dog Red!
Enter Force 36!
Team Nemesis!
WGR Neo!
Hinotrope Club!
Team RRQ!
Elite Esports!
Team Vision!
GK Esports!
Team Liquid!
Reject!
Alliance!
Ninjas in Pajamas E-Star!
Aurora Gaming!
Sentinels!
SHUL!
TLN Pirates!
And last but not least, please make some noise for your defending defending champions of the EWC, VK Gaming!
The Kings return to defend their crown. It's one thing to become champion, and it's another to stay champion. In the Gadia City Grid, there are no guarantees, but VK Gaming have earned the right to fight for it again. So keep your eyes peeled, because their journey starts now.
那么在去年的 EWC Apex 项目中，那个决赛第9局的话是这样的，当时想的队列沟通是比较混乱的。
接到，别，不，慢，拉链，我抓着，来，我抓了，抓来，小路上。
Mid-season playoffs at the 2025 Esports World Cup.
我们那时候太厉害了，这是我们应得的。
The switch is flicked. The iris is going to open and reveal all the teeth that's going to crush all of these teams. And finally, QQ, press that button and drop them all in.
当然选择 Alliance 和 Falcon 还有 Fantic 这3支队伍当做那个底座的话，是因为Alliance 本来是那个欧洲赛区的第1嘛，然后我们选他们就因为他们玩比较好，就实力比较强劲，然后名气也很大。
You are the Sony MVP of the tournament, and you will get an additional $10,000.
冠军加上 MVP 之后吧，多多少少有点懈怠了。
Everybody live in the Gadia Arena, make some noise for the winners of the ALGS Mid-Season Playoffs at the 2025 Esports World Cup, VK Gaming!
在那个拿了EWC 冠军之后，因为冠军嘛，然后大家就迎来一个比较漫长的休息期。就我们已经很久没有去磨合了，然后打的训练赛也比较少，所以导致我们札幌打得不是很好，结果不是那么好，不是那么让人能接受。
Maybe moving down, VK have fallen. They will not be joining us in match point finals.
就我觉得想赢的话，你得先不怕输嘛，就先不怕输才能赢。所以卫冕冠军对我来说没有压力，反倒是动力吧。
如果我能连冠的话，我觉得亚特兰赛区是站起来了。但是我更想说的是，对我即将出生的孩子，还有我在家里的老婆说，我是最棒的。
Welcome back, everybody, to the Apex Legends Global Series Split 1 Playoffs at EWC 2026, where we get to be met with Group C and D with the returning winners of our previous EWC. It's Alliance, VKG, and a family on the way, Tiff. Welcome back, everybody. We're locked and loaded for some more Apex Legends.
Yeah, that interview, it really hits hard when you start to think about it. It's not only just that, congratulations once again to starting a family, taking that next step in your life. That's a really cool last year, right? You take a title at the mid-season playoffs in 2025 and you... Now, the other side of things, you do have someone saying there was complacency involved.
Yeah.
And my favorite part about that is they recognize it. You know, you don't make match point finals in Sapporo just a few months ago, and you're like, we need to level up. Now you're the returning people here on the stage to defend your title. This is the best way to make that comeback and show your family what you can do.
You have to consider the slogan when it comes to EWC, Tiff. Nothing is given, everything is earned. And if you feel like you have fallen short, which when we know what VKG could do,
exactly,
they recognize that coming out of champs. Now this is the opportunity to take back what you have once tasted in the past here in Paris.
Yeah, and I was being an absolute menace in media day yesterday, and I was talking to a lot of former champions, right? And I was like, is it easier for you to get that first win out of the way, or was it more difficult to defend a title? And every single person said defend the title, because the way things are changing, and it's making sure that you can adapt and stay consistent. And this is the perfect proving grounds to make that happen. We saw all the chaos that happened in A versus B, C versus D. When you've got Alliance, you have VKG in the mix. This is that proving ground.
Sentinels too.
That's true.
We literally just got dubs on dubs on dubs.
That's our
here.
ALGS champs from Sapporo.
And it's going to be exciting to see how they're going to be able to fare off against those who have been able to achieve that at EWC in seasons past. Now looking at our different legends who are ready to go, we have to also highlight the fact that we are once again starting our first 3 games on E-District, this time with Group C versus D and their POI draft, Tiff.
Yeah, and this is what we want to talk about, because the majority of our circles in Groups A versus B did pull down. We had Draft Point, we had Humbert Labs, and we had a City Hall ending. So the teams that are in City Hall, Dog Red. Alliance from Boardwalk with Team Liquid at Resort are going to have early prio should we go to the northwestern side of things. But if we do kind of hone down onto the southeast, I'm looking at Aurora, who has Humbert Labs, Zipline Mafia over in Old Town, and VKG, they're at Stadium. Now Falcons, they started off incredibly strong on E-District from Stadium earlier today, so there's very real possibility that we see success for them as well, and it's a similar pattern. The majority of our teams in this lobby prioed Stormpoint POIs up until Alliance. They're the ones that broke the mold. They picked an E-District POI first, knowing that they're getting Northpat on Stormpoint later, because who's contesting that?
Yeah, for free, right? Like literally it's the aura. It's the aura that they exude when it comes to trying to contest Alliance, which is why they get to get Stormpoint free and they don't really have to worry about it. Further prioing their POI on E-District, which is going to be Boardwalk, as you've already mentioned some of our other highlighted teams. When it comes to settling into where these zone pools have been, right? We saw that Humbert Labs very early zone pool, as well as another southern zone over by Viaduct, but it's all about how a lot of these teams have been able to prio their side quests when it comes to getting the information, figuring out where they're going to settle inside these next zones, especially considering the legend compositions that we have.
Yeah, it's going to be really interesting, right? And one of the teams that I had the chance to sit down and chat with just yesterday was Team Liquid, right? And they're a fun crew. And I feel like a lot of people would laugh at me when saying that, because like they're like, wait, what do you mean? You got Zero, you got Panic and Sykes. But honestly, the chemistry that they were exuding yesterday after their hero shots I was like, you know, I've got a good vibe about this team. I don't know what it is. Maybe this is the land. Because if you remember correctly, Vicky, Zero missed out on a match point finals just in the most recent land.
It's crazy to even see that.
Right?
And then the fact that like you come out of our first experience in Riyadh for EWC, how stressed Zero looked written all over his face. Now you're talking to me about a different vibe, a different approach here with this player.
You know, it was a little interesting, right? Now you got Panic over there on the right-hand side of things. I said he was 17. I'm sorry, guys. He is 19. He is not the youngest player here. That's actually going to be over on Team Nemesis with Sacred.
Yes.
But there's a lot of those young guns that are on the come-up. All of these new pickups. You've got Aku over there on the left side of Hackis. You know, he recently got placed onto Alliance once Effect went elsewhere, right? So that's kind of the things. We're all about proving ourselves here, which it goes right back to the EWC. Everything is earned.
Exactly. And you know what's funny? I was like, you're still baby, by the way. Like when it comes to 1917, all right. But you know what? It's true though, because then you take a look at having that experience and how that carries over to mentality and how you're going to be able to start strong, everybody. We got a large crowd here in Paris. I know the crowd is rearing to go. We got some more Apex. Make some noise, ladies and gentlemen. I want to see you guys get hyped, because these games are only going to get better.
They just keep on going, and we're going back to E-District to kick us off here from Group C versus D. Will a returning champion start off strong here, or maybe the 2025 champions Alliance answer back with an early firepower start?
Getting situated too with our POI drop that we were already highlighting before. You talk about VKG as they land over by Stadium, very similar to Falcons, and a very different game plan here as VKG wanting to live up to what they know that they could achieve here. Family on the way. LQ understanding this here together with QQ as they roll out already with the Valkyrie. And it's interesting because if we take a look at where this zone pull is, it may be a southern zone, but taking a different pathing here, Tiff.
Yeah, this will be really fun. I do enjoy Street Market ending. So if I'm the White Grim Reapers over there, I'm feeling pretty strong as soon as I can get that information. With knowing how many people are actually favoring Caustic in this lobby, we did see that crypto ban frequently in scrims with this group matching and first banned in our A versus B.
It's important to also talk about the fact that we have another 100% pick rate on crypto. I mean, I wasn't really expecting that too much of a kind of different outlier here. We're going to continue on with the trend. 20 cryptos in this lobby, 18 altars, as well as 14 caustics. Get ready. It's getting a little stinky in here with the coexistence that you could have on E-District. But when it comes to a zone like this, talk about market in general and the lack of space that you may find yourself if you go in for a late rotate, as we can already see the scans coming in with the skies looking congested off these crypto drones.
And immediately diving into some early kind of information, we're just trying to poking and prodding. Aurora, Effect, Hiarka, Oirein, they're going to try and get that action. Now, we always talked about, especially at the beginning of year 6, Effect coming onto Aurora's roster after leaving Alliance. What would that look like? How would those calls work for the roster? But Hiarka has been really cerebral about it, and most people kind of fail to miss. Like, he won a LAN from Go Next, so we do have LAN winners on this roster. We just need Oirein to get one as well. For Zipline Mafia, Kazakh falls to 1 HP, but gets back alongside Weak Q away from them.
You know, sometimes when I feel like I'm getting whiplash watching a lot of these individual players take that TP back from the altar queue, it's also just the fact that you have double stun when it comes to having the deal with Seer, the crypto EMPs on top of it, but we're seeing Zero cleaning up Aku while he was at it, and it's Alliance in a little bit of trouble.
Yeah, it's actually a really nice start for them because they actually begin up at Resort. We talked about it, but when you have that ring console at Boardwalk where Alliance was, you do kind of know that you can drop straight back down, especially based off the survey beacon they had at Resort. You're getting that info.
And because they waited for him on the other side of the portal too, that is so unfortunate, but fortunate for Liquid to pick up some easy KP off the start, leaving Alliance as that duo going through Blossom Drive. Hopefully they will be able to bring back their third, while Sentinels hopefully trying to get this Deathbox res too. Getting able to get Bleacher right back, but the action does not stop. Caustic Bear, he got kidnapped! Oh! All right, and he gets scanned while he's at it too. There's nowhere to run, playing off the sliver of health that he's working off of, but the pressure's not giving up. At least they get the res, which is what matters, but getting out of that situation is even more important for Sentinels.
I know, I'm like watching and counting our cooldowns through the portal. You got 8 seconds on the med kit, 10 on the Phoenix for Monsoon, but we're back up to mostly full health for them and a bit of stability. Now into the drone we go to make sure we scout out that area, but that was almost too close for comfort there.
The fact that they were able to get that, can we talk about some of those changes too? Being able to not have a countdown on being able to get the Deathbox res as well. So being able to pull that off, immediately get out of that trouble with the portal right through to the other side of the wall, but seeing the side-by-side of the other teams who are going to start rotating. Reject are right next to Liquid, by the way, after we saw them pick up that early KP from Alliance. I've been able to hopefully reset as they try to approach from the north side of zone, but VK Gaming taking their time coming out of stadium where they have that ring console and survey beacon.
I've got to give it to our teams that are running Caustic that will have access to the ring consoles. The majority of them, you've made it into the next circle, so that's exactly what we want to see. Starting off in A versus B, a lot of people were fighting in that mid-game situation and didn't quite make it to endgame, and that lobby went a lot quicker. It did become a little more drawn out as we went through, but these teams are actually focusing more on getting into that circle. Of course, Aurora over at Stadium, yeah, they're not. For RC though,
A little bit of a different look with Reject now coming in from the outskirts of Energy Bank, where NIP will be trailing right behind them, where they have a survey beacon as well as a ring console. Again, it's more that side quest. So they also have the Evil Harvester on the outskirts of that choke, so they'll be able to rotate through there through Energy Bank. But it's a little scary when it comes to the amount of altars in this lobby. Sure, it's 100% pick rate for crypto in general, but it's the ability for a lot of these teams to reposition just as quickly. The Team Liquid now come out of Blossom, and Alliance were able, as we have already mentioned, fully reset. It's a great look for this team because no one's really trying to contest them on the western side of Street Market. So they're just playing on the outskirts, looking at teams like even GK, who are going to be able to take some lovely shots with this Hemlock here, trying to boost up Knock and that Evil Shield.
Yeah, I've been really excited about that GK roster. Dropped, Keon knocked, and this is a great way to start things off. You're kind of all the way furthest south out of the teams. You do have Team Nemesis nearby, and as we kind of look at that free cam, you can see them just to the north ahead of that. You do have to make sure we're keeping tabs on that. Anytime Team Vision, as well as they kind of get closer to GK, make their presence known, they're guarding that ring console over there. So it leaves teams like Elite, who have found themselves dead center of circle, kinda up in that drone, just kind of keeping tabs. You see S8UL down there. Back to Team Liquid and Dinos, though. Dinos, the biggest question mark of our lobby, Vicky.
See how they're going to be able to fare off against a zone like this too, right? Or will they find themselves extinct? That's the question here while we take a look at the other teams who are on the high ground overlooking Street Market. We don't really get zones that end up pulling directly on top of it, but it's more so on the outskirts where teams that were able to find their place early on in these road takes, like GK as well as Team Nemesis, can get trickier for the teams that have to play off that low ground coming in from the north side of these rotates into Street Market.
It's kind of interesting. We haven't lost any teams just yet. Zipline Mafia, you can see rotating in from that eastern as you're talking about. VK Gaming in the north. Team Liquid and Dinos, Alliance. That's going to be a really interesting side when they decide to rotate in. Now, the question is, do we keep carving a path and maybe enter on the eastern as you see Team Liquid basically chaining those portals together? But Dogred, the first team out of our lobby at the hands of Nemesis.
And now Nemesis also looking right behind them with GK being right there. They're going to be able to clean up that KP just as quickly. And with round 2 closing in the next minute right now, they're going to be able to quickly reposition. I love the space that Nemesis are taking up here with GK being right behind them off of their own portal. They can't necessarily overextend because they know that Team Vision are neighboring right to their right. Also love to talk about the passive of the Altar, being gonna be able to also scoop up any extra mats that they need, considering that they've been here in this building from the very beginning.
As we keep tabs on Team Liquid, they're going to have to make sure that they gatekeep behind them. I'm sure they're already aware that someone is potentially going to follow them into this circle. But I love that we got to look at that southern side. Team Nemesis recognizing immediately, like, we clear this out, we have the potential to win this game as long as we can hold steady. But to Aurora, who notices south side is incredibly important, GK immediately portals back. We've got to get with the team, stand our ground.
I was looking to see what was going on over there with Sentinels, now forced to play that out as a duo while Aurora now make their next move. Isolated to their backs, approaching from the south side of where Team Vision is, but it was important when you highlight where that ring console was in front of Aurora to get that information too. Talk about Dog here. Oh, Gillifussi's literally won, but an insane nade. EMP is the nail in the coffin. Who's gonna take apart this team as Nemesis try to contest? GK now move up. They wanted to get some of the action here while Sacred is farming thus far.
Oh, here we go. We lost Noct. Dropped is in drone, and here's Keon. We have to keep tabs on Aurora, who are full sending the south side, and on the low ground they are. They're forcing them down. All is gonna fall onto Keon here while we wait for Drop to join him. I love that we've got that angle for him. We don't have EMP, so it had been recently used, but an Arcstar should withstand just fine until Nemesis drops down and starts looking at GK as well. Sacred is here to get in the action.
Hold on, you're mentioning this young gun legend, 17 years old. Sacred has been farming as he claims another victim. Dropped is the next to fall, as well as the rest of GK. Now Aurora moving up to get into position, finding that one lone member of Team Nemesis, but it's fine. They have the TP from the Altar. He'll get back together with the rest of Team Nemesis, but collecting KP this early, Tiff, is important to set up this momentum on E-District.
And they're standing that area. They're making sure if someone tries to make a threat to it, we're dealing with it. And using Sacred on the Altar to do that is just what needs to be done. For Alliance, we are on a different side of things. We're just north of Team Nemesis, and now Dinos, who are rotating in, you have to make sure that you keep tabs. White Grim Reapers, that's who they get the initial knock and full on, and we haven't fully been able to stabilize because we have multiple teams trying to push in on this fight.
Essentially evicting them, right? Because now they're forced to go over to that north side. Crazy clip, by the way. We're currently seeing Unlucky now. Blood in the water, he's hungry. Hearing the crypto drones, great tracking, destroying it before it gets any information onto the rest of his team right behind his back. You talk about Dino too already. Jay
They turned
Future,
around.
They were like, all right, let's
nope.
go.
We're good. And I called them the biggest question mark in our lobby because you think back to the America Split 1, right? They had some of the most impactful performances, and they're one of the newer teams in general.
And as we take a look at Team Liquid, they're going to face off against Dinos. Let's jump into a listen-in with Team Liquid.
AP all 3. Okay. Slide forward. Top. I'm securing. Taking the top. 0. I am. Can we jump second? Yeah, just jump second with you. Crossing that. My head. Nice. Securing. My head. Sit on me. On me. Nice. Wait, one. He's one. He's one. Nice. The team wrapping. Okay. Look for the team wrapping us. Top. Nice. Yep. I'm gonna medkit. We fucking got this. Medkitting. I'm gonna scan. I need true UAV if possible. Yeah. I can get true UAV. I'll get closer. I'm gonna get on the wall. I don't think we have time to fight right now. Yeah. I'm waiting. Yep. Gonna try to do it. Are you picking back here, Panic? Anyone? Yeah, I have blue pings. Yeah, we don't have time. There's a team on the right side here. No one's close to console right now. No one's close to any of this, okay? Make sure you come. Try to.
Zero's forehead is just close enough to see everything on his screen after they just cleaned up Dino. They're able to reset fully. You can hear a res in the distance. That one member of Alliance, Tiff, was looking to see what the action was looking like, but getting back together with the rest of the team, you're going to try to pry holding that southern side of zone.
Yeah, and it was a big win. You clear out that side unless someone decides to run back at it, but now you be able to walk into the choke. You've got White Grim Reaper nearby, but of course, we're still looking at teams that have to find their path into the circle. Enterforce 36 on the screen here, and Obli as well. A former LAN champion joins up with ILY and Synap at the start of this year, just after champs, and they were one of the teams that I was most excited to watch here when we got to LAN.
Hey, that's going to be even more exciting when you got a Kraber in hand too, seeing how that's going to play out for them and trying to get control over this eastern side of zone. Look at NIP though, trying to see if they can get a kidnap. A Synap gets the follow-up after getting the Kraber shot, the RE45, more than enough. They get stunned though, they get scanned while they're at it, and they do manage to reposition. Just us right there to give them some backup. Putting down these caustic barrels because they are aware of the caustic barrel right behind them that goes off, that there's another player trying to sneak up from the other side.
I love that as we kind of have this like shared screen moment, you see who it is that's going to be behind them. Ninjas in Pajamas, a team that we actually didn't even talk about at the top of the show. They're kind of dealing with Elite Esports and Kinotrope, but they're going to have to move, but it's all about that timing. Because if you send yourself over to Street Market where you find maybe a shrivel of coverage, you're going to get ripped from the team that rotates directly behind you because they're just full sending.
Because nowhere is safe though. Synap gets immediately aimed after they get to teleport right through the wall. NIP, aware but beautiful coverage from E36, not allowing NIP to fully capitalize off of this. Cole and Vayne, unfortunately, lose out on their shields. You see Synap trying to actually move forward, but off the kidnap, they take two different angles, Tiff.
And that is why Seer, Yurev here, makes things so difficult for Synap. And hello, now you've got a Kraber. We have 60 bullets in the R9, which can make things difficult, but if you whittle him down with a Kraber first, that'll work.
The fact that we also saw just non-stop fighting in the kill feed too, man. Like back-to-back E36, eventually they get eliminated. Zip taking a chunk out of them, while Elite also were able to get some KP. Pirates, let's see if they are able to reset too, with so many of these altars in the lobby. Vayne holding the high ground, looking down at the action right in front of them, while Team Liquid, all gas, no brakes. They're right on top of Aurora's heads, which is crazy to highlight the fact that they're one of the few teams, maybe the only team, rocking the fuse this early.
Yeah, it's going to be really interesting because you have to think, effect, he's going to have all of Altered's package to maybe like push a play onto them. And if you've got that fuse in play alongside it, look, that's going to be a messy engagement that many people might look at. So for Aurora, just saying, yeah, let's look towards Team Vision, maybe WGR. We have to solidify ourselves in that next circle.
There's like those Cinderella stories that we also see if you take a look at like where Zipline Mafia is situated. Safely on the northern side of zone, almost playing neighbors to Team Liquid with a bit of a gap through that bridge, but Elite, their next plan with S8UL playing right next to them. NIP too, just trying to actually dive in on them, but this is going to be the bloodbath that you can expect when the zone starts closing into.
You've got NIP that's out there throwing seer attacks towards them. S8UL is going to move in on this. We had the drone destroyed from Kinda, and now this is exactly what happened. Sure, you get the knock onto a Legacy. The trade comes in and immediately Kinda falls. So it's all about holding steady as Light joins them. NIP, who full sends the third party, likely to wipe both of those rosters.
Served on a silver platter. Thank you very much for all eating when you come down on the altar. TP through the roof. NIP now playing up the low ground though. Vayne looking to give them some suppressed fire. That's a one member, by the way, of Zipline Mafia who wanted to harass them. This starts off the fight, though, between NIP, RRQ. This is insane. The caustic gas traps, though, putting them in the Dutch oven, as it's only up to Kirib, and his dreams are shattered as RRQ come out on top with not only the KP, but the position over to the southeastern zone.
It's like you got the building, but at what cost? So now they're going to stabilize. I don't believe anyone else should full send this vicinity because the time is to focus next. You've got the exhibit down, Unlucky's on the ground, and Reject is out here just focusing forward, but keeping this angle on the stairs.
Although this is crazy, I am seeing Liquid clean up some KP as well, knocking Unlucky, by the way, but also Team Nemesis are farming in this lobby. The fact that they have, like, what, 7 KP alone as RC now look to take a better position, looking at the action happening all around them. Alliance holding on for dear life, while Vision now share that together with the building of Nemesis, as well as WGR over at their POY advantage.
I had a blast talking to Carter and Loader just yesterday from Team Vision. They were really exciting, but Arufa finds the last member of Alliance. As Hackis falls, so do they. Down to the top 10 we go for Reject. They're still carving their path towards Circle. Do we go towards the collapsing area of Team Vision, WGR, Team Nemesis? Do we go up towards Aurora? We don't really have some good options here, but in the north, this is the battle of coverage from Zipline Mafia and RRQ.
You can also see just playing King of the Hill is Team Nemesis. They're looking at all this action, and it's just a buffet. KP after KP, they're going to be able to still clean some up. Looking ahead is going to be RRQ, who fought to hold down this building, but Zipline Mafia do get involved. They do be able to 3-peat this, but as RRQ focus on this fight, it needs to be quick.
Pricey can't get the bat off because he's got Team Liquid 0 with a G7 scout behind him. Too many eyes staring at RRQ is their demise. For Zipline Mafia, you can try to go up there and loot that, but thanks to Alter's passive, you can just take what you want without exposing yourself. Team Liquid start to keep that presence onto Zipline Mafia, but with 2 bullets in a Kraber in the hands of Zero. He's just going to use it and probably pick up that G7 again.
Driver Zero looking to see if he can take another victim with that Kraber in hand, while Carter's going to be able to take that TP, maybe getting a kidnap here effects. Looking to clean up on aisle 3 as Nemesis do eventually get eliminated, but it was a great run for them. I think they just stayed at 7 KP, but finding yourselves in the top 7. Now as Roar want to keep this rolling, trying to isolate the rest of the teams over to the south side because Sentinels are another one of those teams as well as Reject, but Zipline Mafia having that standoff versus Liquid unless Sentinels end up pushing up and maybe catching Liquid.
BK Gaming fell as well. And back to the G7 scout we go. He had 2 bullets left in the Kraber, took a knock onto Reject with 1 of them, and he's been trying to cross ever since. 10 kills for Team Liquid so far in game number 1. And you know what? They're full sending some more. They want to get closer to Reject, closer to Team Vision, Sentinels, and Aurora. And Zipline Mafia can just stay in the north and be patient.
I mean, the closer that monitor is to Zero's face, the heavier he feels in the way that he's carrying this momentum alongside the rest of his team. 6 KP to his name, the kill leader in their lobby as VSN Carter jumps in between the portal, does a little dance here, isolates 3 players stuck on the corner. Where can you go? Where can you hide? You play off the knockdown, he's 1 shot, and Reject get eliminated. VSN with his zone closing in behind him though, little to nowhere to run, and it was just a matter of time as Sentinels also clean up Carter.
And then we see all of the damage coming through. The Cryptos in the lobby causing havoc, and Loader trying to withstand all of it as Blinkster gets lit up. The wingman, the swap, but it's not enough. Zipline falls, Vision falls, and Team Liquid still standing in the final 3. Full send Sentinels before being completely demolished.
And with the final 2 squads, it's just a matter of time as Aurora clean up Sentinels and clean up game number 1.
What an end game. That is one you have to go back, carve it back in slow motion, and really hone in on it because there was so much damage flying from everyone. It felt like 3 teams just unleashing the nades, unleashing the utility. Oh, that's a crazy game.
You get an aid, you get an aid. Your backs are against literally the ring. What can you do at this point but panic, literally? I mean, looking at the way, though, that Aurora played that slowly, let's not even forget that they came out of Humber, moved up, and were able to contest a lot of the teams that were piled up on top of each other when it came to Street Market. That's why Liquid alongside Zipline were looking at the action, wanted to get involved, wanted to get some KP, maybe getting a little overzealous because you still have to consider Sentinels. But then on top of Sentinels, you get Aurora coming in from the same southern direction on top of their head.
Now, the reason I love the fact that this team was able to convert it is when you think about, you called it out, that start at Humber. How many times did we witness Team Nemesis guarding that southern side? They take down GK, they keep focusing on all the teams that try to set up there, but the one team they don't deal with that rotated through the south was Aurora. And instead they kind of both pulled up, and Team Nemesis end up in top 5 with 7 kills because they wiped 2 full teams there. Perfect. I said slow motion, and they bring it back for us.
I mean, what can you expect to when you also have so many Cossacks within the area? You're going to get stunned. You have the EMP singing. You have Zipline Mafia going down within our last 3 spots. This is what you're expecting, right? It pulls outside of Market on the outskirts by the bin and then landing a nade right at the feet of Sentinels, where Aurora just had to walk up and clean up what was left as we take a look at the pop-off already to start off that first hit.
When you see the celebrations hit like that, these were one of the teams that we had a chance to talk to in the media room yesterday, and it was Hiarka that was calling Effect Baby Goat. And they were like, that's my nickname. And I just watched Effect literally yeet Hiarka up into the sky after that win. I'm like, yeah, that's your baby goat.
Carried him up like Simba, showcasing everybody, the next king of Pride Rock, right? Like, and that's what you like to see, though. And something else when you talk about IGLs in general, Zero was fragging out. He was doing a great job. You could see how he was taking a lot of these fights with confidence, wanted to get that early KP. It set them up. I mean, Zero did get, 6 KP just alone in that first game. Aurora do take the dub, though, setting themselves to already be at 21 points. Whereas you look at Liquid, and in terms of like the lack of placement, still with that KP, they do find themselves with 18.
Yeah, I caught Kareem right before this, right? Their coach for Team Liquid. And I was like, hey, how are the boys feeling? He's like, honestly, we're feeling good. And to come out here and drop the most damage to the lobby on just game 1, grab 11 kills, the highest damage differential of 2,200. That means they dealt over 2,200 damage than they were receiving to just get second place. Right now, I say just get second place, but you're like 3 points behind the match winners based on that alone. You outfragged them by 2, so that's a stellar performance in my eyes.
Having to consider, too, what was going on with Alliance, right? The way that they were taken apart in the middle of that rotate, playing split up. And I think that adds into the chaos of with the amount of teams that have the TP set up with the Nexus, just allowing these teams to reset and then catching some of the members of Alliance, too, in the way that they want to rotate off guard, because there's a lot of GG spots, especially over by Market to the low to high ground disparity, and how they could try to reposition themselves and the amount of kidnaps that we saw, Tiff.
See, you talk about Alliance, but a lot of their difficulties was at the hands of Team Liquid. Team Liquid left Resort incredibly quick. They pop the survey beacon, they drop down onto Alliance, they get an early kill on that, and Alliance has to leave Boardwalk and go reset. So it was a journey for them throughout the entirety. As we look back at these highlights, some early fights from Team Liquid were so cohesive.
There were, but I also have to talk about, we're going to say early fights, Sacred was also just going absolutely insane too. But then highlighting some of our last remaining squads here, Aurora just waiting before trying to go ahead. They saw Zipline Mafia fall down, and they knew that that was the green light for them to start wrapping behind them, while the rest of the lobby that was left, that were collapsing on each other on Street Market, was just a free walk-up with a beautiful name tag.
I start laughing because I'm watching Fun's screen. He's got 3 nade indicators on the side of the supply bin. He's like, I'm going to go ahead and go out there and try to do some damage. Not even a half a second later, just gets imploded.
These nade placements from the very beginning, even our last groups, have just been on another level to start us off on E-District. See Sentinels, though, doing great in the way that they were playing patiently in the back end of that zone, waiting for the opportunity to move up. Remember, when we highlighted Zipline Mafia and Team Liquid together, they were kind of on 2 opposite ends away from the bridge that would lead you into Street Market. But playing off that low ground originally was Sentinel before they were able to move up once that zone was starting to close in, before Aurora had wrapped up behind them.
It's pretty interesting looking back at Aurora. We're just kind of gearing up for match number 2. Sometimes you just gotta stand up, walk it off. Oidrain, that's one of the biggest conversations. Historically he's been on Aurora, before that Fire Beavers, and they've been contenders for lands, right? We've seen land wins that we talked about it, but Effect grabs one. Hiarka gets one. Oidrain on that roster is the only one who has not won a land.
That's actually with the prestige that he's got and the experience.
That's what I'm saying. They've been favorites, at times historically on rosters. And as we kind of keep perusing, we've got the boys over at Alliance. They're feeling good. I like to see that the vibes are high, especially after that match one. It wasn't the strongest, right? A 14th overall. You kind of look at it, we're mirroring our damage taken, damage given. It was just negative 11 between that. Only 2 kills. That's okay. We saw bounce backs, right? You think groups A versus B, we had Zeta start things off, didn't do too strong on E-District, but the moment they moved to Storm Point, they turned it around.
I love the fans that we got. The Kiku jersey as well. VKG getting some love in the crowd. I love our artists that we got. Love hearing the chants as well, but it's
like
the
pickle.
energy nonstop.
Is that a pickle?
They look like a pickle. It was either a pickle banana.
It was a pickle person. Little pickle filter.
He's locked in though. He's going to be able to take a look at a lot of our other teams here. Team RRQ being another one of those teams.
Does Strafing never not wear sunglasses when he's on land? Does he take them off for the game?
Does he wear like sunglasses when he practices too? I'm going to assume.
I'm going to go with it.
Just another day at work.
He's locked. I also am going to commend him on his green earbuds and his green mouse with the sunglasses. We are styling.
And with the lights, I mean, that's what happens when you're feeling yourself under the spotlight, literally.
I love that production pans immediately. That light literally on him.
And how they were able to do, right? Going into this first game, trying to find that ramp up as well for Team RRQ. I believe they had gotten like 5 KP after that first game alone. Like
that's not bad.
3K damage, yeah.
You think back to when it was Strafing and Easy Flash had a really powerful performance on a LAN. A lot of that, to see them kind of back playing together, knowing that Easy Flash has the potential for those fragging moments, and to see Pricey on that roster as well, being a lot of like the cerebralness, I think it's a fun one.
As long as he's going to be able to give them the camera when he was on the Crypto beforehand, we're not going to see that anymore since Crypto's going to get banned before we dive into game number 1. He only was able to pick up like, what, 2 assists? Kind of letting the rest of the team know where everybody was situated while we get ready for game number 2. Once again, everybody, thank you so much for your patience. It is going to be, once again, E-District. Yep, as a big highlight because we will be transitioning into Storm Point for games 4 through 6.
Well, let's go ahead. You mentioned Team Nemesis, so let's chat on them real quick before we jump into match number 2. You outlined Sacred. Now, I watched a 42-minute interview of Sacred's first interview ever, and he said a lot of really cool things. He was just talking about how he wanted to get into gaming ever since 2019. That pre-COVID era, and he's like, I really watched a lot of these players like Hal and such, and I kind of admired them, and to kind of get those nerves, he actually played in the Open, but this is like his first major tournament, and he is the youngest player here on our stage, paired alongside Alb and Skittles. And Skittles, you think about his history, right? He played on Optic. He's had chances to contend for titles, and he's been a really powerful performance. And a lot of people talk about Mac's comeback. I don't want to talk about it yet. We'll talk about that later in the week because, former Dynasty as well.
Yep, exactly. You talk about all the experience that we're seeing from so many of our players in the lobby. And it kind of speaks for itself when you also highlight that newfound talent, Sacred also being able to make a name for themselves within the Open. Maybe not to the same degree that we saw in our previous group when we highlighted floating, but it's still there, especially when you're such a young player and you're looking to pave your own path alongside 2 veteran players.
What it does go to show you is it says, hey, these are my skills. And when you're looking to join a team for year 6, which he talked about in the interview, he's like, I chose this group because I thought they had the highest ceiling at that time for me. And I think that's going to be really impressive when you come through here and you're already defending yourself in match number 1. It was a top 5 performance, but they were doing so well, keeping teams out of that south side area. Can they do it again though, Vicky?
Finds out here soon, Tiff, because it depends on where these zones are going to be pulling, right? We saw what happened to WGR when we saw a zone pulling towards the outskirts of the fence line of Street Market. And what happens, even if you have that POI advantage, guys, see that big Eiffel Tower in the back, and you could hear those dropships taking off. Game number 2 now on E-District as we get set up and we get to see where that zone exactly is going to be pulling. Highlighting our game 1 winners too, now coming into the second match.
And as I look at our legend selection, it's like, what is going to happen? We lost out on Crypto, which we really expected. For match number 2, that's where things start to get interesting. It's like, will it follow the exact pattern, or will we see something different? Back in our most recent scrim set, I believe we lost out, was it potentially Alter? On game number 2, it was. Instead, it's a tie with 17 each, Watson and Seer.
Comes down to which of these teams will be coming out on top, especially looking at those compositions. I like the teams that go against the grain so that way they could influence the legend bands as well, like TLNP. who are rocking out with the Mad Maggie, Watson, and Wraith. With the amount of altars in this, altars in this lobby, it's a little scary. But then you still have the Seers that are so prevalent, Tiff.
We do. I mean, the most picked comp right now is Alter, Seer, Watson. And as we look at our circle, we're pulling down towards that Humbert Labs, which we did see in A versus B. There's a ring console and a survey beacon there as well. So Aurora, that starts in Humbert. They do have Watson. They're going to know they need to kind of stay here because everyone's going to be full sending. Sentinels on a quick escape. RRQ carving down towards Stadium. For teams like Team Liquid, Alliance, Reject, they might be some of the latest teams to show up down there. But I'd imagine that Team Liquid, based off the performance in match number 1, not scared of fighting their way in.
Not even when it comes to Humbert Lab zones like this, right, Tiff? We've seen this before. We've seen it time and time again with the teams that try to contest for the southern side of their positioning, especially by a survey beacon. Zipline Mafia, Team Vision being one of those. But Sentinels, who over on the northern side of Humbert Labs were able to rotate so quickly. I mean, their POI being over by Uptown already going into that northern side of Humbert, where this is Aurora's designated POI, have been able to take control over the bottom side of the southern building of Humbert Labs, alongside Team Nemesis 2, who have also gone for the quick rotate.
Well, that's immediately what we saw in match number 1, just on a different side of things. Will we see some early engagements, or are you going to stand your ground and say, hey, we'll just wave the white flag for now? But you do have Nate, Zidon, and Kiner here on the right-hand side. High ground, calling some people out. The hemlock with the breach charge is absolutely nasty.
Oof. And the gold mag too, my boy?
The gold mag? This early?
I mean, we'll take that any day. Here. We absolutely take those. CLNP being one of the teams that kind of go against the grain when it comes to their current composition. We highlighted them earlier. Phoenix, Mad Maggie, Watson, and Wraith. Once again, when you have so many of the Alter, Seers, and Watson. And that's kind of what happens if you're going to see the influx of Watson with no more crypto in the lobby. You don't have to worry about all your hard work looking like Picasso with the fences getting deleted, but you do have to worry about this if you're a DJ, right? You're settled inside this building, hiding behind your own friendly Watson fences. You see the riot drill from the other side, and now Dino are just going to sit nice.
I love that they're going to say they're sit nice, but I want to keep tabs on that ring console just above, because people are going to want to play for the third information to know which side do we want to commit to, because so many teams have already moved on to that southeastern side. If we pop back towards like Draft Point or something, it would be wicked, but we've seen some of the craziest pulls before. I mentioned Team Liquid early on, and they get to the rooftop of this building, and they're essentially chasing down Alliance. Oh, that's similar to match 1.
Can't catch a break out here, right? But that's kind of what happens when you know that this was their prior POI. They try to take that advantage away from them. Sure, you could try to walk away with that if you're going to be landing in Northpad and Storm Point shortly, but Liquid wanted to fight them for the information because there's a ring console, an evil harvester on that side of Alliance's POI. And if you take a look at the zone, it actually benefits the way that Team Liquid want to approach this, because then they could take their time coming out of Neon Square before going on a side quest and then maybe rotate to Drop Point once they get that next ring console info.
Good free cam to kind of iron out those sites. You got Zero still going up to the side. Maybe a rotate is going to be possible. Honestly, go to Street Market. Grab even more information. Get the survey beacon there and then decide, do we go towards WGR and Elite? Do we focus on Alliance, who are also evacing? For TLNP on our stream, you know, we also have some differences here. We found ourselves in an interesting situation.
This is actually really smart of Alliance. They're actually getting ahead, knowing that Team Liquid wants to get that survey, as you mentioned, Tiff, over by Street Market, and they want to get aggressive, maybe a little bit of revenge while they're at it, because they know that they already have the survey beacon over by Neon Square. They see Team Liquid going in for a quick rotate, and they could isolate this fight. We'll see who comes out on top if they end up skirmishing, while we take a look at Neo, too. We're trying to take control over this bridge side, Elite being on the other side, but so many other teams have found themselves in the southern side of Humbert Labs. But I am expecting Alliance to continue to try to cut off Team Liquid, because they're looking to circle keep them, which would force Liquid to rotate from Viaduct side.
Are we going all the way down here to grab this survey beacon? We just got to make sure we have that information at Shipyard before moving in, but too many teams have put themselves on the south side. S8UL have been a real more zone-oriented team. I got to speak to them for a bit on Media Day, and honestly, it was really good just to touch base with Sharky. We don't get to talk to a lot of our players the mid-season, especially unless you kind of like reach out. And for a man who doesn't really use social media, things can be difficult. Enterforce 36, you know, Not the strongest match number 1 here in our second set of the day, but that's okay. We're sitting on top of S8UL, and we're gonna kind of keep checking ourselves as Sharky on the Seer down below connects.
With the Nemesis in hand, too. Can we talk about that weapon, by the way?
No.
Charger, what the
It
heck?
hurts. Just
Actually, so scary here, too. But you combine that together with not only getting the information that you get with the Seer attack, but also just being able to get that slowdown comes in clutch. When you take a look at this zone pool going on the outskirts of Humbert, closer, very similar to what we had seen in our previous groups, Tiff, but a majority of these teams have been able to kind of congest that southern side.
They really have, and that's when you have that third ring information. If you're playing Watson, you're trying to rotate based off that. Dinos, they've got the ring console just ahead of them where Ninjas in Pajamas are rotating in. I see Hackus on the ground as the White Grim Reapers Neo move in. Look for the finishing touches if they can. Alliance, a bit of a slower start, but I'd imagine they're banking on really making the most of their points for the series out onto Storm Point. We just need one explosive game on E-District to kind of coast.
Can't catch a break. I mean, the fact that Alliance just keep getting caught like this. Grim Reaper themselves kind of living up to that name. While Dog having a very lackluster game number 1, have settled themselves with their composition underneath a lot of the action that you could expect over by Humbert. Looking at how Team Liquid 2 are going to make this rotate, because we talked about them forcibly going through Viaduct. They have no issue getting that info, but they will be able to note from the Survey Beacon Shipyard Arcade the other teams that will be rotating from the northern west side of zone, which would be WGR.
They should have a relatively easy passage, not the same that Ninjas in Pajamas has experienced. If you saw the kill feed, Dinos actually took down 2 members of Ninjas in Pajamas, forced the last one scurrying to hit a reset, and now Dinos are dropping down towards where VK Gaming has positioned themselves. Team Liquid have been on a bit of a journey since they left their home at Resort and have found themselves out on the western side, just outside of the next circle. And this is where like you kind of choose your own adventure type of reading, right? Do we full send Elite Esports, or do we make sure that no one comes down on us from the north?
I think playing it where you're making sure that your back is safe would be the option. Because, I mean, like, with the amount of ultras that we have, right, you at least have that TP to reset very quickly. Sure, you could trail behind Elite, but you could easily assume Elite's doing the same thing. You know where WGR, because you already scanned that survey in Shipyard Arcade. And now RRQ, being one of the teams to try to control that northern building that we saw Gaming Gladiators in our last group hold this instead, Pricey. Having the longbow is all you need. He gets a 60 and the break. He's got the exhibit, but he's going to hold on to it for now. Nothing to overextend when you have Reject in the area as well as VKG that are just waiting to walk up for free.
And the big thing is about E-District, when you still have Alter in play, all the different levels that we're experiencing, it's so difficult because you never know if someone's going to try to pop up behind you or kidnap you. Elite Esports, they did already expend their exhibit on the most recent fight that they're disengaging from to focus on saving up those resources for endgame. Henchman at least does have the Jenny in pocket to drop should they decide to fight something else.
Just the fact that we're seeing like these raw picks in the feed and then the resets come through anyways. There's still 20 squads left as round 2 is starting to close now. Team Liquid, full purple. It's the Hemlock in the hands of Zero. And the pings on top of it, noting the teams that will be rotating. You mentioned Alliance looking to get that reset now are going to take their time to come out of draft point where there is that survey beacon. Liquid not trying to get overzealous since they do have that TP behind them too.
We did just lose our first team. Ninjas in Pajamas does not get the reset. Dinos had done enough and sent them packing. So for now, as we see where that third circle is, we've got to get there. KNC on the screen. You can see Dinos just ahead of them. Kenotrope, do they run into Alliance on this? Are they going to get held out by Dinos? Because Dinos have so much space in the north, and they're basically sitting on the survey beacon and the ring console.
Denying that from the other teams. That's why they're playing so split. It's very smart of them, and that's why they've been able to pick up some KP while they're at it. Looking at the other teams too. KNC looking to be able to get fully up to health. One of the few teams running the baby comp, by the way, and only game number 2 on E-District. You usually get to see that on Stormpoint, but with a different plan here for this team.
You can get away with it, right? Because you're not going to have any of these banned, and you can focus on those late game reaches. I say, hey, are you going to run into Alliance? Are you going to run into Dinos? No, we're Valcolting out of here. Now, the worst part about this is there's still 19 squads left in the lobby, so you're going to have to kind of slam down in a bit of an extended outside that circle space.
With Dino peppering the damage, getting some KP to their name, it's a rather patient game number 2 with a lot of these stray hits, not going to be able to fully capitalize with the resets that we keep seeing off of the Alter TPs. And now you can see it from the other side, right? CLNP noting that, and as they try to creep up behind another team, it's GK who's right in front of them, and they're about to get stuck in a sandwich between Pirates and Team Liquid.
Well, our French roster on the screen here. We don't want a sandwich. We want to see what they're going to be able to do. Do they take the fight to GK? Do they immediately move? No, we're portaling on to Team Liquid, who are already weakened, trying to see, can we take down Zero? No, Sykes dips out. Zero says, okay, we're going to stall this push. Zidane, though, now with a rock recover, focuses on getting those shield cells back up. No, we get caught in a seer attack as we try to disengage, and Kiner falls.
Makes my eyes water sometimes, too, when you're trying to engage in this fight. You're looking behind you with your eyes in 2 different directions like a chameleon, because Team Vision are also looking at GK. Pirates in trouble. Liquid trying to capitalize. Zero, though, falls low, and so does Panic.
No. Where are we heading back? Oh,
gotta take the TP.
Wingman in the back for Panic from Zidane. And now Sykes is the last standing for this roster. He's got to go ahead and make sure we get in this building, find it, and they do it. TLN Pirates are out of the lobby, but do we have a reset? Because that riot drill is going to burn from White Grim Reapers.
He put the TP right on time because now the zone's closing in, so they couldn't really fully reset if they did want to take it back. Well, now the zone's closing in, that means Neo gets to move up. They get information. You can see the exhibit, too, on the outskirts, playing and hugging the Gen on the other side because GK walk up and they clean up. Team Liquid, when they were in trouble, they couldn't get the reset.
That one's gonna hurt, right? But at least they did have a pop-off in game number 1 to carry them forward in the series, and Neo, Maggie ball in hand, sights their sights on to GK. Multiple ultimates. And Keon, no shields, he's caught out. Drop does have his back, though, and portals away with perfect timing.
Hard here when Neil is just trying to clear this western side of the zone. They're looking at GK for right now in that trade-off, but this is not the only fight that's stacking on top of each other, because then you look at that northern side, that alliance, after they were able to reset, still looking at Dinos. But WGR are taking an off angle, and with this zone completely pulling to the northern side of Humbert, it's a different look than what we had seen in our previous groups, forcing even the likes of Sentinels to start rotating.
If you're Dinos, Alliance, VK Gaming, you are feeling good. For GK and Neo, we're duking it out on the bottom side of things, and with 30 seconds before that circle starts to move, we've got to go. So having that longbow, maybe catch a knock so we can full send. We already know that GK's got the altar and is going to be playing off those. But here's Team Vision! Team Vision swoop around through that. Carter, Loader, Zach want to get into the mix.
They were able to do this too because they also have that insurance policy of coming back to the TP here as GK also move forward. They're trying to force Team Vision to be in the middle so that way they can re-engage, especially with the zone closing in the next 3 seconds.
You have to be so quiet over there. We get a shield swap. It's half dead, but it's better than nothing, and you've got a massive 1v1 over here. Both of you weakened. The circle around on the doorway. Keep your eyes on Loader.
Maybe come back from this. He's literally one shot. He's dancing this movement. He's trying to get around, but the zone closing in. They can't even fully reset off the portal. And now it's up to Zach. Vision keeping in this, playing off the knockdown shields. To be dropped and for free gets a beautiful angle, hiding originally behind the knockdown shields, and still gonna be able to find Zach as Team Vision do get eliminated. And then the action on the other side that we were looking at before Tiff, Sentinels, RRQ, Reject, and Nemesis, while E36 takes to the sides to find a spot in the next zone.
I'm so glad that people are finally showing up towards this circle and the chaos that is ensuing from it. We have the intersecting exhibits all in these different corners, and Sentinels focusing forward through the Watson fences. Make sure you get that shield bat off before you dive out. Monsoon peeks up. RRQ, get Pricey back on his feet, and Team Nemesis has fallen.
And WGR just cleaning this up, but can they do it for long? Because Dinos actually made Grief Alliance right now. The Venn diagram, the exhibit for exhibit, all the information trying to isolate this fight is exactly what WGR need to keep Alliance busy. But Alliance now fighting Dinos up here on the high ground. The TP's coming up like an elevator. Shoot, as Unlucky now, Swing J feature literally fries him with the R9. Just a blue mag is all you need. Hockey's needing some help, and Aku's literally one shot. But now it's only up to Unlucky, and as they go to the door,
he tries to fence him.
The fence!
He fences him!
Fence! Chaos is like, all right, I'm gonna take this slow too. Nobody's really looking at them, and Aurora could show face, but this is gonna be the 1v1 cleanup as he fakes it out with the res.
Watson v Watson, kidnapping offenses, and Unlucky back to full, trying to get the med kit off. 8 seconds to go, and he's going to try and stick this res. Destroying the fences, we swing out. We get some damage onto Chaos.
Someone shooting it from behind. Unlucky. Unlucky comes out to try to swing them. Staying alive, but another team is trying to grief him with a nade through the window.
And Dinos on the right try to stabilize. We don't stick the res. We're down to 2 solos, and sometimes it just be like that.
That's what happens when Alliance wanted to prio getting into the bus. At least they have cover. Even if the windows are broken, he gets the res and he gets a death box res on top of it all.
You just hop on it. It's 7 seconds, and Hackis will be back in it. The stabilization from Alliance. Well done, Unlucky.
Beautiful on cue with the zone closing in behind Alliance, who was griefing them. It could have been E36, it could have been SAUL, who are inside this next zone. VK Gaming, though, are in some trouble, now leaving it up to Queso, who's almost one shot. So is LQ, though. They're trying to move up. E36 now are going to be clean that up while Dinos eventually get eliminated.
Your match 1 winners, Aurora, fall also as well. For Enter Force 36 in the north, your biggest opponents are SAUL, who are in the building just ahead of you. You can see Jesco on the left side, taking angles through the doorways, keeping the pressure on E36.
Looking around the world for Exhibit on Exhibit. VK Gaming down to a duel for now. The stun, the nade at his feet. Talk about the double stun, right? You get all the information for as long as you can while SAUL do clean up E36. Oobly does go down. Wait, are also still getting more KP.
And Alliance send SAUL? They move in just below them.
It's crazy, the stack up that we're currently seeing. The fact that Alliance 2, looking like Pitbull, Mr. Worldwide himself, going from the northwestern side of the zone all the way down to the south of Humber before finding themselves in this building.
We don't have a gen, though. Unlucky does not have an ultimate accelerant, and he's 80% away from having that pylon, which will be detrimental. So we have to focus on the fences. VK Gaming do fall. So for now, it's SAUL and Alliance in this building. Enter Force 36 over towards their east, and to the top we go.
And they wanted to try to contest them through those white spots and fences too after getting the sear attack, but they're getting harassed. The longbow shots, Henchman, the back-to-back are also Sharky, takes a bite out of them, gets another knock onto Alliance.
And you see the Aku, Unlucky, crawling back to Hackis. Like, can we get a reset? If Enter Force 36 catches wind of this, we're going to try to finish it out. There you go, Unlucky, Aku, definitely both finished. It's Hackis a solo.
Can he come out here? No, it's just a matter of time as Alliance get eliminated. Sharky with that nemesis that we talked about. They have 6 squads left as E36 get hit with their sear attack. It's all the information as SAUL are keeping their eyes on this team as a zone closes in right behind their back because the teams collapsing on the southern side will eventually have to fight while E36 are looking at SAUL.
And through the window, all the nade indicators, SAUL starting to rack together more kills. RRQ, dead center of circle. Here comes Elite.
Coming into WGR have been just picking up so much of that KP, but looking on the other side, would it be enough is the question when you take a look at the way that E36 get eliminated to SAUL. Still finding more KP, 5 squads left. They leave their building, they swing through, they see RRQ, and they wrap up behind Reject, and RRQ is trying to dance around the outskirts of the zone.
And we've got the pylon, and we're basically staying directly on this, preventing nades. You're behind RRQ. Can we get Legacy back up on his feet? We're going to have to crawl with him with that knockdown, because if we don't deal with RRQ, it could be too little, too late. Down to the top 3 we go.
With Pricey going down, that's unfortunate. Legacy, too, the zone closing in behind them. They're feeling the pressure. Can they get the reset? WGR, too, as Elite move up. RE45 is all they need. They are farming. J7 in hand, and Elite Esports are your Game 2 winners.
That RE45 just absolutely shredded through both of those teams as Elite Esports carved their path through that end game. Congratulations. You see Kinda there in the center, stands up. We're celebrating with the coach. We're feeling good after that performance.
Sure, you were farming at the very end there, but I have to call it out. WGR just went insane that game. I highlighted them before, the fact that they were able to clear so much of the teams out of Humber. A cruise up to 15 KP on top of what, like a second place finish here for that team.
Yeah, that was absolutely disgusting. Like, you are 100% right. White Grim Reaper's Neo grabbed 24 points, 15 kills, 5,000 damage. We were hyping up Team Liquid's damage differential and how much they were able to do. No, we're just improving on that. That was a really good performance for WGR.
So hold that real quick.
You think you can do that? Let me show you. Let me show you.
especially with the way that Juxo was able to put in the pressure on the Seer together hand in hand with AQBA on the Mad Maggie going against the grain just a little bit here. And then on top of that, they're one of the few teams that were rocking out with the Valkyrie. Let's not forget how we saw a lot of these teams try to rotate safely into a zone like this. Sure, we've seen Humbert a few times, Tiff. We've seen it pull slightly when it comes to those end zones to the east side of Humbert, like we saw in our previous groups. Sometimes it pulls over to the north side, and even then, it could pull sometimes towards Old Town as well. But calling it a little late and trying to clear up a lot of the teams, you know what the saving grace there was too? A team that was harassing Neo specifically was Alliance. And in that moment, we saw what happened to Alliance when we had that 1v1 originally by that bus. And what happens when their attention was split. It was a lot worse of a position for them to be in.
That was scary as we get to go kind of look back at the end game POV from Elite. It's Light has that RE45 and just full sends.
Let's fucking go, man! Let's fucking go! Get over here, dog! Let's
I'm telling you, we're just getting started. This is group stages, and we're already this hyped. It's gonna keep moving. You know what I'm really scared for is Survivor stage. So if you're at the bottom of groups already, this is the time to start stringing some stuff together. Don't wait till we get to Storm Point. Throw down a banger E-District if you can.
That was crazy. I love the energy that I'm seeing right here, too. SAU all popping off, though, by the way. Being able to farm so much on the northern side of zone. But I feel like it's also very difficult. When you see a zone like that close up behind you, there's like little to no cover to work with once you're forced outside these buildings. What are you going to work off of? The fence line here? And, you know, when you have that middle area where you can try to get on a line of sight where the trees are planted, it's also very hard to try to clear up that space when you have other teams working off of the natural cover of the north side of Humbert Labs provides.
Who did we say we were banning on this one? It was, it's either Watson or Seer. It was a tie. So we will.
It was gonna be Seer. Seer going into this next game here.
So you think back to scrims, right? It was Alter that we lost in map number 2. Seer typically gone in game number 3. Whatever it is, usually we didn't see a Watson ban until we were done with E-District. So keeping those pylons in check and making sure all these fences is going to lead to a ton of plays just like what you're seeing there. Watson v. Watson, dancing around fences.
The amount of Watsons that you currently see too, and even early on when we had so much of the caustic, at least you won't have to worry about the double attack. Let me tell you, getting a little speed boost here too, you're gonna see a zooming Seer like he's on a go-kart himself, but we get to see the look of the highlight, and this is kind of what we were talking about before, right? When SAUL was forced to play off, look at the graveyard of dead boxes right in front of them. They're playing off the truck line, they're playing off the fence line, but Elite did a really good move in trying to rotate behind them and gonna be able to clean up whatever is left of our lobby here. Game number 2, the fact that that was just the action of game 2 as well before we transition onto our last game on E-District is crazy.
The best part about that push is you have like kind of the death ball, right? You all three are sticking together and you're just dealing so much damage in a short amount of time that even if SAUL does turn around, it's like, what are you gonna do at that point? Because you were staring down the barrel of 3 players, and it's CMI, friends. I love how many people have showed out here for day 1 at EWC. It is such a good time.
Well, everybody's getting set up and we are rearing to go, guys. Let's toss it to a quick commercial break, and when we come back, we got map number 3. When we're talking about a quick break, we literally mean 10 seconds, guys. Let's get into this because game number 3, our last game on E-District, is on the horizon. We've said goodbye to Crypto, and now Seer next. Game number 3 has provided us, unless, you know, you see the way that Alter has been played here on E-District, Tiff, the reset potential, the insurance that we keep highlighting that actually enables a lot of these teams to kind of get a little ahead of themselves, play a lot more aggressive because they have that drawback to allow them to get back to the TP and fully reset.
I'd imagine we're going to see more of that, but what did you think about Kinotrope being one of the only teams to still running Baby Comp?
You know, when it comes to trying to influence these legend picks, which we've highlighted so many times before, as we get to see more of the fans.
Mandy? Yeah! Wait, what do we gotta keep going? Mandy, GOAT?
GOAT.
I agree. Mandy's an absolute GOAT. One of the best super subs, a great content creator. I think he's been doing a ton of IRL content lately, just traveling, living his best life.
Well, not being able to highlight a lot of our other fans here, but seeing how they're going to be able to go into this, especially when you talk about, you know, Baby Comp coming into the mix on E-District, you're going to find where all these teams are situated with the Valkyrie perk too, right through the walls. going against the grain to help influence these legend bands is important when you find these teams, as you mentioned earlier at the top of show, Tiff, prioritizing their POIs on storm points, which is going to matter depending on what this third game is going to provide to us on the next legend band.
Well, it saved Zeta in game in A versus B, right? They didn't really have a good showing in E District, and immediately they pop over to Storm Point and they win 2 games. So if that is where you want to know that you're going to get the majority of your points, then you place your bets on that. You get the POI that you feel the most comfortable with, and you grab those points and avoid the survival stage at all costs.
It's a line here where we take a nice little look by. Talked about Dinos very early too, Tiff, how they were trying to clear that northern side originally, getting in some of that KP, but it was even more important to see just the potential that a lot of these teams were just able to get these reses. Again, we're saying goodbye to Crypto and Seer, but we had so many squads still up and alive by the time that second ring was closing in. A lot of teams kind of scattered to try to gatekeep these other teams.
Do you think that we're going to see some more plays from Dinos? Because I thought they were starting to stack some of those fights together. They only were able to obtain 1 full wipe, but they dealt 3,000 damage to net themselves 3 kills, which just means they were trying so dang hard to even get more. They go out in 10th, but I feel like we're just kind of putting the stepping stones together throughout the first 2 maps to really find ourselves on the land stage.
Well, it's crazy because then you take away what we've seen already in 2 games alone, and just to highlight the fact that WGR got second place with 15 KP. Sure, they didn't get the dub, but that has allowed them to hold that first place overall spot over Aurora, who were your game 1 winners with 9 KP. And that's important when you want to be able to set yourself up for the next map transition when it comes to going into Storm Point, right? So now we have our final game 3 on E District once again, guys. Let's get into this action. We talked about POI drafts before, Tiff. What that could benefit for some of these teams that do like to have that POI advantage, but WGR, after losing on the street market when we had that game pull over to that POI, came back swinging in that game too.
Hey, you love to see it. And as we gear up for our final map on E District, we lose out on Crypto, we lose out on Seer, and all the Watsons, the Mad Maggies, the Alters. This is going to be an action-packed game as we set our sights maybe towards the north as we start off here, the Elite Esports and map number 3.
Get the double southern zone and then kind of mixing it up a little bit, moving over to that northern side. As we get to see a lot of these other teams, well, what do you know? Surprise, surprise. We got a City Hall zone, and Dog Red, see how they're going to be able to try to capitalize off of this, but it's even better if you take a look at Team Liquid. There's an Evo Harvester, but that's going to be easily contested with the Lions that do land by Boardwalk, where they are neighboring that too.
You're saying the 2 teams that I want to look at specifically, because how quickly does Team Liquid leave Resort and drop down to Boardwalk? And now with the circle kind of pulling up towards the north, we can really take down our enemies and then just hold steady. Because keep tabs, Enter Force 36, Sentinels, a quick rotating team is already making their way towards City Hall. And still having Watson is going to allow these teams to get into the buildings and fence up.
Why don't we talk about the way that Sentinels was able to become our ALGS Year 5 champs, right? If you take a look at the way that they've been able to move up and prile these end zones on top of it all, and then not be afraid of taking some of these fights, it benefited them. And with a lot of other teams taking note and being able to rotate quickly, it's that survey beacon that S8UL will be able to get to first, as well as the ring console that's in the middle of that City Hall.
Look at S8UL. We're less than 2 minutes into the map, and we've walked dead center into that next circle. We actually kind of beat Ender Force 36 there. Reject threading the needle between them and Sentinels as they pive their coast through it, and Dinos just south of them, already taking some damage and some shots from Sentinels. But for now, on triple white, we've got to find a place that we can make that fight from.
I mean, is this going to be worth it? I mean, Sentinels recognize, like, they don't want to try to take this fight with so many other teams trailing right behind them to also go in for a quick rotate. And Dinos take to the skies off this evac tower. They're getting shot nowhere. It's safe. They force a drop down. DJ is on top of the roof.
We're oobing.
And just that way he could try to drop down. But, I mean, there's nothing he could really do in this situation. He would have gotten knocked. if he had committed to that evac tower, communicates with the rest of the team. All right, let's drop down. We get over the other side of the building. That's what matters here on this rotate. Sentinels now get to fly over their heads. And it's funny because we still see KNC try to rock out with a baby comp.
At least they're still reunited. He doesn't fall there, and that is the most important side of things as you're on the eastern side of that next circle. Teams still rotating in from the east. Kinotrope, Ninjas in Pajamas, and Team Nemesis will start showing. But for now, TLNP, your French roster of Nate, Xenon, and Kiner, taking a couple shots. We're a bit away from that next area of where we want to be, but we did get into City Hall nonetheless, just south of Reject.
So they can at least clear their backs here too, because Elite Esports are trailing on the other side of Sentinels. Well, K are going to be able to rotate out of Blossom Drive, where they do have that TP already set up as well as a survey beacon, but non-stop vision. Loader just trying to play off the back edge here too. Neo, no stop here on the way that they're trying to play incredibly aggressive. Loader now playing off the white knockdown shield. Can he clutch it out? Just as though wasn't expecting. Hold on, he gets 2 knocks.
Wait, he can do this. He can do this. He's full up on his shields. He's going for the res onto Zach. He's trying to bait it in. It's the altar. White Grim Reaper's Neo, the Arc Star to even push him farther off, but there goes the portal from behind. We don't find him there, it's Loader. He wipes WGR Neo. Your winners of match number 2 are the first out of here.
The outsmarting plays here off the portal to dive down, play off the head glitch of the stairs, and playing Ring Around the Rosie to get the reset. The MVP Loader comes out on top, and Team Vision get to see another day.
That was crazy. That was honestly crazy. We were talking to Zach Mazer yesterday. He had nothing but good things to say about his teammates. He's like, it has nothing to do with me. He's like, the duo of Loader and Carter are why we are doing so incredibly well. They work great, and to watch moments like that come to fruition after hearing conversations like that, it's just full circle.
Against a team, by the way, that cleaned up so much KP in that previous game. Even if they didn't take that dub, it set them up in first place in the overall standings, and now they have no presence in this final game of E-District before we go over onto Storm Point. A little bit of a cushion here.
You're right. They were on a heater. Aurora. They were on a heater, and they shut it down.
It's great here because now Aurora with 22 points could easily try to overtake that, but it depends here as Sacred also having a strong start. Moving back with the rest of Team Nemesis, though. Dog now going to be able to play from inside this building while Sentinels painting the ground with these Watson fences is going to be fun.
Truly is. Truly is. Dogrid, 4 points, 16th overall on our lobby. But they have moved in. Now I look to see what's around them. Alliance, Sentinels, Team Liquid in their north, Ninjas in Pajamas still there as well. And it's right. I called them the winners of match number 2 here. They actually got second, but they had 15 kills, and that's a win in my eyes.
Dude, he had 41 bullets in the reserve, by the way, after clutching that. That was so beautiful. He said, thou should not pass.
They hit him with the Gandalf?
He had to. He had to, living up to the name, man. Got to see how they're going to be able to do here as Sentinels not going to be able to give up this ground just yet. They're just going to be able to put in some extra poke pressure from afar, boost up those Evo shields. And then you even take a look at the way that Dinos are going to come out of Lotus, where they have that ring console, VKG doing something very similar here. Or within the vicinity of Galleria, where they are going to side quest to get that ring console and server beacon themselves, and VK Gaming playing a little split will get that information once they see that the server beacon has been scanned too.
Yeah, we got the pylon in the back pocket, and we are just moments away from determining where that next circle is going to pull. It does center up over City Hall, and we're about to find that here from VKG's POV. Reject, RRQ, Elite Esports, your true winners of match number 2, by the way, already setting themselves up for a nice end game.
Let me have to add that it's true with the way that Elite's very quick on the rotate, right? And the way that they're positioned right in between a lot of the cluster of teams that have made their rotate, while Team Liquid now are going to be able to get the survey beacon, take their time over by Resort, where they could take that jump tower as well before moving up. NIP being one of the teams waiting for them on the edge of the zone. You could see Pirates also just making sure that their backs are cleared as they wrap behind Reject.
Yeah, I am keeping an eye on TLN Pirates, like you mentioned. That is actually really smooth. I'm curious if they're going to like kind of stand there and see, hey, does Kinotrope, do they rotate in? up here, as well as Zipline Mafia. Team Vision, though, after that fight, that loader clutches, we are going to be late towards this next circle, but that's okay, because we can drop in Neon. We can grab any sorts of information there. We can carve over to Blossom, get even more, and then go straight in.
Just know that Zach wants to give a big ol' hug over to Loader at the end of this game, no matter what. TLNP, though. Zidane sending off with the Hemlock thus far, just looking down at a lot of the action here. They're neighboring the Evil Harvester right to their left, trying to deny that from other teams here. While other teams like KNC also move up. We're highlighting Aurora earlier before, too. And they've called in the evac tower while Kenotrope are trying to neighbor that behind them over to the choke that exits out of Energy Bank. So Aurora will be able to get ahead, and waiting for them on the other side of the edge of zone, it will be Team Vision. So they have to be careful because Kenotrope could easily pinch Aurora if they do not get into that next choke.
Well, he upgrades the mag there on his energy weapon, and honestly, I'm not too worried about their rotations, knowing that they do have the Valk in play for them. You talked about Aurora. We're still gatekeeping the southern side, watching the back. You can see it effect there on Mad Maggie, just making sure if you decide to full send this, I've got the Maggie ball for that next engagement. Nice.
Upgrade chosen. Talk about getting that perk level up. We are looking down the choke too. I'm glad that they were able to get here very quickly, because now on the other side of this rotate where the Evil Harvester was at that we saw, closer to Dinos, will be that pile up of Pirates versus Dinos. Aurora are trying to harass Team Vision.
It's like, do you really want to harass Team Vision? There goes the portal. They get their sights set onto Carter. Immediately dive back. They're like, look, we've already gave up our element of surprise here. They know where our position is. And he's like, I have a 30-30. Could we go the more mid-range, or do we let the R9 rip?
And let me tell you, the fact that Lure just comes out from getting a clean team fight win for the rest of Vision, he's ready to collect even more victims, but you have to be careful, because waiting on the outskirts of this zone is Zipline Mafia, and Vision have noted this already, so that's why they're not trying to fully send it. Even though Aurora is holding that southern choke, Team Vision have to come up with a decision, and they do not want to get pinched with Zipline Mafia on the horizon, as Team Liquid do lose out on Panic originally. I'm going to be careful with that name, by the way, to his feet. They try to fully send it. And this might be a little scary here, as Zero goes all the way up on the elevator chute, and Alliance are looking to get involved.
Yeah, I'm portaling out of there. Someone unleashes a Maggie ball inside my building, and it's just yeeting around, knocking me aside. Sykes joins them. Panic hopefully shortly behind, so we can stick this reset.
Wow. Actually going to be able to TP out of there and get the reset that you were mentioning, while Pirates do get eliminated. 18 squads left, round 2, closing in fully in the next 5 seconds, while Dino hold on to the high ground. BK Gaming taking another TP themselves, going to be able to teleport over to the south side, sharing that building together with Dinos. Hearing that with Aurora still trying to harass Team Vision, by the way, but they do have some time if you're Team Vision, with the fighting happening on the west side of the zone between GK as well as Zipline.
They've got the roof of this building anchored down, fenced off on the zip line for now. And Dinos had one good clean fight in the last game and got a 10th place. And I was like, we're just gonna have to keep stringing that momentum together and know that they've already done it here thus far. Vision fresh off a reset, taking some angles, but burning alive. Maggie ball in hand though, to be able to provide support to Loader and Carter as they start getting more forward.
Playing neighbor at the very least to Aurora, because finding the zone pulling towards the outskirts of the choke of where Aurora is holding, the action that they're hearing is the big pile-up reject, also kind of showing face. BK Gaming still versus Dinos, while Kenotrope are trying to stay alive. Neither of these teams have given up that space, and I did see Sacred go down earlier in the feed. Team Nemesis couldn't get that full reset because he did get dirtied beforehand, but a lot of these teams are playing on the outskirts of the zone. Sentinels, Dog Red, as well as NIP, E36 taking to the sky. They hear Rez here, and the Kraber in the hand of Legacy. All right. That would have been a little cheeky right there, as he's finding more of these individual players flying above.
He was trying to lead the shot, and I was hoping it would have connected, especially if you're going to have an infinite ammo Kraber in your hands, and all of the time to use it. You're just outside of where that next circle is pulling towards, and for the teams that are out towards your west, if you just grab a knock here and there, that really puts a thorn in the side of their rotations. Oh, no way.
Victim.
No way.
Victim number 1. If I just hide here and crouch long enough, no one will ever see me, except on the other side of this Kraber at the hands of Legacy. Gets a 150 though. Here's the action on the outside of the zone, because now SAUL are going to be able to focus on NIP versus Sentinels, and Dog Red will get involved in that fight too, while Team Liquid have set down their portal And with the TP down at their feet, hearing this big pile of NIP now, are kind of stuck between these two teams. Playing off the high ground is the beneficial position to be in, but the beamage coming in, the side-by-side as the zone closes in.
And Sentinels are kind of still in the dead center of the chaos that is occurring down on the low ground. They're just basically getting the fulls for them. As you see, Dogred is going to fall here. Monsoon needs to get back healthy and will do just that. But the fight is not over. They set their sights back on a Ninjas in Pajamas, and Vayne and Kirev are doing enough to get that attention away so Cole can get back to fighting form.
Getting pinged from the distance though. Skirv looking behind just in case, and it's going to be Team Liquid who's creeping about. Setting them up on the high ground originally, now splitting their attention, but Zero's taking a huge chunk of that damage as Panic tries to clear the bus side. Zero dropping down. He's got the big med kit, but he's resorting to the slow heals for now. We get the little zoom in too from the side-by-side of our players. Sentinels with their comps. NIP now Curve looking behind him with some safety while Zipline Mafia in some trouble. Can they be able to get this res is the question with E36 playing right below them.
Zipline Mafia Sensei. All right, I see that fun little logo of Kazakh there. Excuse, back up on the feet. The res comes through while we hold the angles, making sure that we keep the damage flowing. Alliance falls in 17th place. Team Liquid to join them.
The fact that we also saw the turnaround from Cole to look at Zero and Sykes, Team Liquid get eliminated. The action has not stopped on top of this bridge where we originally saw Panic try to set up on the bus side. Zipline Mafia now looking ahead while E36 take the TP to engage onto Elite. Once the zone closes in though, it's going to be a bloodbath for the teams stuck on the outside. Sentinels, S8UL, E36. They're sending their units out so that way they can TP in like Sentinels is doing here off the raid portal.
The Arc Star
right in front of another team.
Sharky right behind him, almost takes him down, lets him go with just 5 HP. He survives. And the damage isn't done as Monsoon drops a Riot Drill Maggie Ball in the back pocket. We're just trying to find a way into Elite, or at least keep them inside.
The fact that Zipline Mafia get even more KP, by the way. Vision eventually get eliminated, and I saw that Kraber in the feed. Legacy has not stopped. That's what happens when you get the infinite ammo too. You just let that Kraber sing. Zipline now move in. Momentum in their side here as they get the bus for free. Pinging ahead too, because they gotta keep moving forward. Sentinels are looking at Elite, and this is the opportunity for Zipline to try to coexist on the other side of the building, that away from Team Nemesis, and to 3P that fight.
We're about to be into the top 10, and Zipline Mafia is one of 4 or 5 teams in the north. And Weak just needs 2 seconds to go. We don't get it. Zipline Mafia fall.
Hold on though, the way that this fight has not stopped. Sentinels primed and ready and looking different. S8UL though, having the threatening Kraber and looking down in the fight that is Sentinels and Elite. Dino, with 10 squads left, have been able to obtain 4 KP. They have the safety of these buildings, but it's not safe into that next zone in the next 40 seconds because they will have to start moving up where you see that one member of Aurora still hanging up for dear life if they can get this res.
That's what you're hoping for. If you're Hiarka, you want to pull out the Hail Mary and get the teammate back in, but Dinos do not let that happen. Sentinels still finding their path. They get ahead of the other teams in the north and find their path into the next circle.
But they go, oh my goodness.
The second time they do this.
Wiping out Nemesis. They're back to the lobby as Elite are cleaning up heads. 5 total KP. Well, Sentinels, I'm loving the way that they're moving right here. They try to re-engage onto Elite, but Monsoon's left one shot. The missile, the drill's just doing too much. Bleacher is dancing around the portal as he does back before he's awaited on the other side of that portal. Could only live for so long as they take him out at the hands of Dino, and Sentinels get eliminated.
Do we get a full reset here? Because we know teams are looking to put pressure on that. But for now, they're staying alive in the north. VK Gaming. We turn our attention towards the south, and it's going to get messy over here as Casa last alive, taking damage from all over the place, and the Dinos are resetting.
Dude, Legacy is crazy. Dinos has been farming 7 KP total. Elite with 7 as well. You're looking at Sharky, though. Getting some of the extra pressure, gets a beamage here as well. Dino now dropping down from the high ground, trying to reposition on top of Legacy, who once again has been able to claim names in the feed with the Kraber. Little trade-off here as VKG get involved and Dinos eventually get eliminated as S8UL try to get the reset.
Now the next challenger approaches, a fully healthy GK. Find Sharky, take the portal, chase him down, drop a Maggie ball in his face. The investment that we're making to find Legacy.
Wait a minute, off the Watson fence too? I mean, anything to try to get rid of this player who is hiding for dear life until the wingman shots are more than enough. 3 squads left, S8UL, they get eliminated. GK now get to clear this entire southeastern side of zone while Reject and RRQ are facing up against each other. This is gonna be a free win for GK.
It is. We've got the high ground. So long as we don't scam, we convert this. But when you have Easy Flash in the equation, tanking the Watson fences just ahead of Reject. Urice, the chow around the pylon. 5 more HP, and there it is. GK Esports convert with the power of positioning there in match number 3.
We knew it was gonna happen. They timed it so well to take that dub and with 7 KP in their pocket. Say hasta la vista to Mad Maggie as well as a most picked legend in that lobby. But game number 3, our final game on E-District to get those points that they needed here, Tiff.
I mean, still good performance from Reject, 7 kills. Team RRQ walks away with 7 kills as well. It's been a very slay-heavy group stage here for C versus D, because all the way down to 6th place, who's Elite Esports, your second match winner of the day, grabs 7 kills in this lobby to turn maybe an earlier exit than you would have liked into a decent game.
Very KP heavy too, in the way that you could really break down how some of these games start rather with a lull. Resets not providing themselves, as GK did get the 7 KP, but they're not the only ones, right? Team RRQ getting 7, as well as Reject. Seeing the back and forth too with the Kraber shots, but not going to be able to deal with finishing blow on some of these not players as the resets were coming out. But S8UL still got that 4th place position.
It definitely did. WGR Neo, 20th place in the lobby, 2nd place in the prior game. And they, honestly, I was curious what that momentum was going to do. You said it right. 15 kills in that second game. I thought they were going to put down another heater. But we had 5 teams in this lobby drop 7 kills. 5. That's 35 kills. That's the majority, over half of our lobby right there.
You know what it also means too is that the overall standings are probably so tight together. When we take a look at some of these highlights as well, you mentioned Dino before, VKG also trying to split their attention. This is during the time where Sentinels do get eliminated in the feed, but it's going to be with 7 squads left. S8UL were fragging out with the Kraber in hand too. For RC was also able to try to clear up this bottom ground side, and with a lot of the teams trying to contest from the outskirts of the zone, we were expecting this, and we take a look at this wonderful bob off.
Confirmed he doesn't play with sunglasses. I just wanted to clarify that, guys.
I also want to clarify the fact buff right here comes in hand with the way that their overall series is looking like. I mean, with RRQ sitting with 31 total points, it's been a great 3 games on E-District. I want to hear from more on the interview floor that we got with Sentinels.
Listen guys, we wouldn't be doing the ALGS fans any justice without talking to our current reigning champions. I got Monsoon here joining me from Sentinels. My friend, we got to cast your mind back a little bit, right? We had a very different meta at Champs, but congratulations, obviously, competing out there and winning it. But to now, we've got this brand new meta. You've had Split 1 Pro League to go through, you've had regional finals to adapt to it. How is it for you guys in terms of play style? Do you feel like it suits you guys?
Yeah, it's kind of difficult. It's half and half, thankfully, because of the legend bans. So we're mostly zone-oriented team, so we like to rotate fast, play central POIs. But the first 3 games on all the maps are just super go-go and aggressive with Crypto and Seer. So it's been a little bit of a learning shock, because obviously I would just like to play zone all 6 games. But we can't, so just trying to have better team cohesion and fighting power so that we can, win when we need.
We're 3 games deep right now. E-District is done. How did they go for you? Obviously, started out strong with a 2nd place finish, but then it's kind of tapered off. What were the issues that you're running into?
Oh man, the main issue was just zone pulls there, because game 2, we were in the 2 little buildings on the low ground where the zone actually ended on, and same thing for game 3. We were actually in those low ground, that north shop, and then we just over-rotated just a little bit, so fighting it on edge on these games with aggressive team comps is a little bit difficult, but yeah, it could have gone better for us, but we ended up putting 22 points up, so hopefully we have a stronger storm point.
Nature of BR, you're at the mercy of the zone, unfortunately, aren't you? Now, finally, I just want to give you, I want you to provide us with a little bit of insight into your team, you know? Blinkster, Fawn, what's it like, you know, playing alongside them? What are they bringing to the table? How do you guys complement each other? And coming into EWC, what are you supremely confident about?
Yeah, I mean, our zone calls and the way we play as a team are the best things about us. You know, Blinkster is just like a young, fresh mind who's super mechanically gifted. He's really good at the game, so he kind of provides this new view of how to play aggressive in zone in the new metas, you know? And Fun's my best buddy. You know, we lived together before, you know, we hung out all the time. So us two bringing that experience of the 6-7 years of Apex Legends competitive, you know, really kind of stabilizes the team from, you know, Blinkster's go, and then we're like, okay, let's play together, you know, so, yeah.
Monsoon, we're not super familiar with each other, but this might have been the smoothest and most genuinely fun interview I think I've ever done. I'm going to give you a spud for that. And then it just turned into the worst interview of my life. Okay, we're going to throw in a very quick ad break before we come back with some more ALGS Split 1 playoffs action.
Play is in our DNA. Whenever we let it out, it becomes our superpower. Now imagine an entire city being built to supercharge it. Kadir City, powered by Play.
So not only is Monsoon the world champion, the reigning world champion, but he also got to kiss Barney's hand. Okay, all right. I don't know if that's a good thing or a bad thing. We'll have to end up finding out. But so far,
what the hell, Barney? You just got kissed by a champion.
And then he said, "Worst interview ever." I don't think he actually meant
words.
it.
Sorry, I just needed to let that out.
I don't think he actually meant it. And we actually didn't even get a chance to talk about this groups. Group C and Group D coming up earlier on. But honestly, from some of these performances, I'm looking at Team Liquid. Team Liquid has been putting up some good numbers as well. Is there anybody that's kind of pointing out to you, Snipedown?
I mean, honestly, Panic. It was one of the recommendations I had. Sykes actually stayed at my house for one day after the last LAN, and I was talking to him because they were going through a little things with Flunk on the roster and trying to figure out what the best decision might be. And I was promoting Panic. I said Panic is one of those players that's been an absolute stud since he started coming into the league, and he's not really an up-and-comer anymore. He's definitely someone who has cemented his spot as one of the best fraggers in the league. I think he's a perfect fit for that roster. Just a little more character versatility out of him, and I think that team has a really strong point, and we've seen how Zero has bounced back after, you know, teaming with Hal and it kind of being a little bit of a up and down since then, you know, kind of weak, missed the last LAN. A lot of things went wrong. Now it seems like a lot of things are going right at the right moment heading into this EWC.
How about you, Grace? Any teams that have been kind of standing out for you?
I mean, the thing is that game number one, outside of Aurora winning it, I definitely felt that Liquid was taking over the game in general. Like in the beginning, I was like, okay, they're actually gonna drop 30 kills at this point because they were just steamrolling after everyone. And it really goes to show that we saw, you know, the scrims before this tournament started. We heard him pop off after they won, I think, back-to-back scrim games, and it's literally just, that's it, everybody can go home, we're just winning this whole thing. And that form, like you're talking about, that he used to have, that, you know, that passion, that's
a little cockiness.
Yeah, a little cockiness, but you need to be confident in yourself to actually pull this off, and that was such a good thing to see. So if he can keep pulling that forward, that's even better. But overall, the stage has been great.
Yeah, I mean, for Team Liquid right now, after 3 matches, 20 points, that's exactly, honestly, besides being towards the top, that's exactly where you want to be. And for you, Lace, I mean, for some of the squads, I know you want to talk about SAUL.
I do. I really do. Look, I pulled a couple of stats. They are so consistent in placing top 10. It is absolutely insane. 75% of the time they place above that top 10. What they do struggle with is like getting more into that sort of top 5 bracket to get those extra things, but they are exceptional zone callers. So look, it's very tight on that leaderboard here. You know, they still have a little bit more to go, but look, this team is showing up, and I feel like they're just getting started.
I mean, even then, just look at number 2. This is one to me that also, like, at LAN, there's only so many teams you can talk about. Elite Esports is one of those teams. I think everybody in EMEA knows how good they are, but I don't think the world quite knows that just yet.
Tell the world,
but this
Graceful.
right now, number 2 currently going 3 games in. They're showing off for the moment, and everybody loves a good kind of moment.
Yeah, and I mean, if we saw anything from Group A and Group B, is you don't want to start slow, but if you do start slow, there might be a chance that you end up winning back-to-back matches like Seto was able to do earlier on. one squad that I didn't really see there towards the top was NIP sniped down.
Yeah, NIP is actually one of my teams to watch. They ended up with a 3rd place at the last EWC, so they're here to try and defend their title. They're also one of the most dominant North American teams and the most consistent teams that we've seen in quite a while, truthfully. They were the #1 damage differential, most kills in the league and Pro League. And honestly, heading into Stormpoint, that is one of their best maps, if not their top map as a team. So it's going to be a big bounce back heading into this next series for them. I truthfully, I love this roster. I love the way they function. I love how they communicate as a team. Vayne can IGL it to his best with this roster because he has a former IGL in Kurev, and he has an amazing team that he doesn't have to micromanage. He knows that all their spots are watched, and he can focus strictly on where his team needs to be. And I'm looking for a big bounce back, and I expect that happening in the second half of the series.
I mean, I think Mon said it the best as well. It's like, this lobby, everybody's just playing absolutely aggressive the first 2 games with Zero and Crypto specifically. And maybe it just takes that to adapt that really, And needing to adapt to that moment, everybody's hyping up in the whole arena, and they need to do it right now because every team that hasn't made it so far needs their strength from that community, But overall, I think they can bounce back.
Look, I actually want to talk RRQ. Is that why we saw a little bit of a celebration there? Because
strafing play.
Yes, because everyone's probably wondering, but they didn't win that match. They basically
they're first.
Yeah, we're celebrating for what reason? It's because Easy Flash is back with strafing. I don't know if you guys knew that, but they're like brothers. They kind of fight and break up and then make up and then come back and they pull numbers like that.
Well, let's hope nobody ends up breaking out. But I know this is one fight that you guys wanted to watch, Snipe.
Yeah, I was absolutely losing my mind watching this. Loader, the shots that he had here were just unbelievable. The knockdown shields, the communication that had to have happened to go into that. And then a lot of times when enemies are an altar, the altar has an advantage because they can just pop up, pop in and out of the fight. Loader used that to his advantage. The opponent, the altar, decided to use a Q to try and get behind him, hiding behind the knockdown shields. Not only did he decide to take the altar Q, he took it back and one clip the guy for the 1v3. So that was probably the most impressive clip of the tournament we've seen so far.
Okay, well, hey, I'm gonna be looking at those impressive plays, and I know when that happened, you kind of jumped off the couch, you're like, oh my god, I can't believe that just happened.
I was like, oh, that was so sick.
Any plays actually that stand out to you guys besides that one? If you don't have one, then that's completely fine.
Yes. Okay, let me talk about this. Listen, I don't want to throw shade on SAUL, but dying to zone, and there's one thing if you're already 1 HP, I think that he went down in top 4, top 5, and it ended top 3 because of that. He dies to zone because he just eats so many ticks. That's way too many ticks, And, it can happen. It's kind of like it happens in other sports as well, where we started going the thing. But yeah, no, you can't have that happen. But if anywhere, it's in group stages. So you just got to wake up. But overall, they're still on the upper end of the leaderboard.
A team that ended up in 3rd place actually in that match. They could have maybe ended up contending for the win as well if that wouldn't have happened, Lace.
Well, yeah, I mean, everyone's got a little bit of contention for everything, but, I'm going to go back to, that leaderboard. It's still room to improve for absolutely everybody. Yeah. Why is it it's the same as the first lobby as well? It's literally that close for it to change at any point, at any moment. And I feel like we're so used to seeing someone just absolutely in the lead, Falcons, always in the lead, but this is really tight. So even though, you were saying before, you can have one mistake.
Yeah, one day.
I reckon they might even be able to have 2. It's that tight, this leaderboard.
All right, well, hey, we're looking at all 4 of the groups right now for the overall ranking so far. Gaming Gladiators, I mean, they already played their 6 matches, so definitely they're going to be there towards the top. But one team that I know when we end up switching the page here that I didn't really get a chance to see much of is the reigning champions at EWC, VK Gaming. They were really kind of non-existent, at least from what I was able to see in this past 3 matches.
I mean, I think once again, it's a little bit too early in the tournament to tell for sure, but if they go down crashing and burning, you even heard it in the interview as well. They said after we won, we got a little bit complacent and happy about the fact that we won. And now they said, yeah, but we still want to go back to defend our title. But is that enough? Everybody needs that passion and motivation to actually keep pushing. And if you don't have that, you're going to get caught lacking.
That's the big one, right? We see it happen in a lot of esports, honestly. They end up winning and they're like, okay, I have achieved what I wanted to do, but you need to continue to have that drive. What can they do to make sure that drive is still there, Snipe?
Yeah, I mean, honestly, just remember the feeling of what that tournament win was for not just themselves, but for the region in general. Literally put the entire region back on the map when a lot of people were counting them out. And they're one of the few teams. I mean, 2 of the top 3 teams from the last EWC are still full rosters from what they were before. So it's kind of rare to see a team that had some struggles after a win be able to bounce back and come compete. And I think, you know, that motivation of trying to defend that title and be the only team in Apex history to have 2 EWC trophies would be legendary.
Okay, well, you're seeing it right now on your screen. The first 3 games at E-District are done. Now Storm Point is coming up. I'm going to put you guys on the hot spot. Graceful, I'm going to go with you first. Which team do you think is going to perform really well here in Storm Point?
Aurora, and this is because when we saw them play as well in Pro League earlier on, I still remember we even had an interview. I think he hit endgame 6 for 6. And if it's any map where you can consistently hit endgame, it's Storm Point. And E-District that we already passed, but Storm Point is the second best to that of staying consistently in endgame.
And then for you, Snipe, quick, just tell me a team.
It's going to be NIP strictly because of the damage output they have.
Okay.
There's a lot of open space, and I think that'll help them out a lot.
All right, Place.
Look, Storm Point's just a different type of beast, isn't it? You know, you watch E-District and people prioritize, like even S8UL, they basically have prioritized E-District, but didn't perform that well. But I do worry about sort of Storm Point for them, but look, it's a different beast. But I'm going to have to back up Aurora.
Aurora. Okay, we got Aurora, NIP. You know what? Onset, Dan, let me know who you guys got. NIP, Aurora, you guys are going to switch it up maybe on us?
Let's have a little discussion. Let's think about it as we head into the back end of this series. 3 games to go. Dan, I'm going to throw this one over to you, my friend. We're heading into Storm Point. Who are your gorgeous eyes looking at?
Firstly, apparently we're on first name basis already, me and Seven. Like, he's only been here a hot minute. He thinks, no, I'm joking, I've known Seven for years. Who do I think, you know, they made good points, right? The fact that S8UL prioritized E-District, now you're going to a Storm Point, you'd think maybe they're going to struggle. But maybe they prioritize E-District because they know they're good at Storm Point. They know they're going to be better on a map that they've played a little bit more, and it fits their comp a little bit better. Or if you think about what Monsoon was saying on the main stage earlier, after the first 3 games, it feels like the game kind of slows down a little bit. Once you get rid of the Crypto, get rid of the Seer, now we get rid of the Maggie, and we go into game 4, where in our last set, we saw a bunch of Valkyrie, and then Valkyrie got banned.
Yeah, you're seeing a lot more defensive compositions now that like you say, the aggressive legends have been removed from the pool for the time being. You're seeing a lot of Newcastle, a lot of Gibraltar coming into the compositions of these teams, and we're going to have to see if they can be effective in a lobby which is so close when it comes to points after the first 3 games. We're going to have to see as we head into the back 3 between groups C and D if Storm Point can separate the group.
And a lot of teams do rely on Valkyrie. Valkyrie is definitely a bit of a crutch for a lot of these rosters, and this is going to be such a vital and important game here in this series. If you do not put points on the board, with Valkyrie potentially getting banned here, that puts you into such a tough situation going into games 5 and 6.
Well, the good news for GK is they were the team who took the victory in that last game that we did see on E-District. A very simple win for them in the final moments, just controlling that high ground and being able to just clean up the final pieces that fell their way. And with 23 points on the board, I think it just shows, even with a win, Dan, how close this lobby currently is. A win for GK, only 23 points on the board for them as we're heading down towards Team Liquid at Barometer as we see where that zone's going to be pulling.
So interestingly, looking at the pick rate for these legends, I was saying, you know, we saw Valkyrie banned at this stage in the previous set. It's actually Gibraltar who has an 80% pick rate going into this lobby. That changes things significantly going into these next matches. If you think previously we got Gibraltar all the way through until match 6. So that means those teams who I was talking about that rely on Valkyrie a little bit, especially some of the APAC North teams, they're going to have Valkyrie in this next match.
Just looking at Team Liquid as well, good news for them is they have ring console, so they're going to know exactly where this zone is going, so they're going to have the pick of the buildings to play here at Barometer. Looking over at TLM Pirates as well, they're making their way from Echo HQ. Cenote and Zipline Mafia, they also have a console, so they'll be able to head in pretty quickly in towards where that zone's going to be. Sentinels, we heard from Mon saying they like to play the center POIs. Well, they're playing exactly that here from Jurassic. They should have good priority to this zone as well.
Yeah, according to Monsoon, we should see a few more points being scored by Sentinels, to be completely honest, as now they should be able to play their more zone-focused style and push themselves through perhaps a little bit higher on those leaderboards.
As always, a little bit of an extermination crew starting off here as the Spiders will meet their demise as Elite Esports, who are currently up in second place after a win a little bit earlier on. Continuing the good form that we've seen from some of the EMEA squads so far in the group stages, but that's certainly something that we've said before things turn a little bit more sour towards the end of the tournament. Speaking of the Pirates, here they are on your screen right now. Charge rifle in the hands of Nate up on the high ground. Interesting to see a Pathfinder pick, actually, pretty early on in this set here. The only team I can see in the lobby currently running it.
Yeah, they are in last, so take that from what you can. But it's interesting, again, it's the discussion of, trying to pick something that is not going to be banned. That being said, the Gibraltar is going to be taken away from them. As now we check in with VKG, our previous winners from EWC, and actually both of our previous winners, in theory, Alliance and VKG, both struggling a little bit in this lobby. But we did see in the previous set, Stormpoint completely changed things and the route and the path for a lot of these teams.
Interesting to see the uptick in mass diffuses as well when the Gibraltar comes into play. Of course, you've got that new hop-up on it as well, so if you get a knock, you're going to get a little bit of your health back and you're going to be able to re-engage in those fights. And when you're dancing around a bubble on Gibraltar, it's the perfect hop-up to use to get the most damage out while staying healthy yourself. TL are going to play the high ground here, you can see. This is where they've chosen to play from. This almost guarantees them at least the top 10 spots should the zone start to pull their way down to the southern side of Barometer like it looks like it will. But they're going to have to do it with white armor. And I think the fact that there was no Evo near them has also influenced this choice down. Playing up on the high ground, being able to pepper damage out, it guarantees them being able to get blue without really taking any risks and really putting themselves at a disadvantage.
It's whether anyone's brave enough to try and take that position away from them as well. That's where you've got to be mindful of, and why. Like you say, you have to be building up those shields so you can retreat back and take those fights. Speaking of fights happening, Team Vision and Elite at the moment posturing up against each other. It does look like this is going to happen as well. Good shots from Zach.
Yeah, kind of gonna have his shields ripped away. Zach will get the finish though. That's kind of down. That should be the control of the fight completely going the way of Vision. It will be the elimination of Elite Esports as the first team out of the lobby here, but they've got to be careful because SAUL are still looking at this, but the fact they stayed so healthy during that fight, Vision, means they will be able to reset here. Everybody should be safe. Everybody should be sound.
It is funny how sharks in the water, people are there like, oh, was there any knocks? Can we get anything out of this?
Sniff.
Just having a look, but no, not even a whiff of a knock. So Team Vision very successfully winning that engagement. As again, we just check back in with Liquid. No one contesting them on height at the moment, but they are still slowly building, and they do have fallback options as well. If things do go south, you can always retreat into the center of this building. But at the moment, it's just about a lot of damage output, really, and making yourself big. Is actually, Blinkster had gone down, but it looks like Sentinels are not going to be in trouble. There's not going to be an attempt at a push.
Yeah, Sentinels just playing the bottom of the building. Team Liquid above them on the height. Sentinels, again, prioritizing that quick rotation. You can not only tell that by the positioning and the fact that they're in one of the prio positions, but the fact they're still on white armor as well. They really haven't had a chance to path to any Evo to output too much damage. The difference between their position and the one from Team Liquid is line of sight. Team Liquid have so many teams who are going to be rotating in they can pick away at. It's going to be difficult to get that damage up. The Sentinels down on the low ground until a little bit later in the game, but if they get sniffed out on white armor towards the end of the game, they're going to be taken down very comfortably.
So I'm going to say something quite controversial, and I'm sure there's going to be a lot of people that disagree with me. Prepare yourself, sit down.
Go on.
I still don't think Alliance have really performed since the change of Effect into Aku. And when it first happened, I questioned it a little bit. I said, can Aku live up to what Effect was able to lay down? And I still haven't seen it. And I hope I do see it for Alliance fans' sake and for Aku's sake. But it's been a quiet start to them. We'll have to see whether they can ramp things up as they go in.
Where is Huge? It's a good question. And one that I'll leave to someone else to answer. RRQ are going to be in first place at the moment. And they're right at the southern tip of Barometer. So if the zone does pull down to the south, they're in one of the only buildings that will be safe. We'll have to see on the zone close if it's going to be safe for that next zone. And if it is, the first place team are in a fantastic position, potentially for this endgame.
Does pull down a little bit further south. Not quite where RRQ are setting up. So they will have to move and adjust ever so slightly, especially moving towards the eastern side. Reject down on that fast southern tip, they'll be okay. And even VK Gaming on the northern building, they're going to be absolutely fine for now. But you'd imagine it would continue to pull south from this point. That being said, I have seen crazier things happen. There's still about 8 teams outside of this circle, so expect a few more fights on edge here of these teams that are looking for some points here or there.
Yeah, team's also looking to get up to purple as well, not just because of the Valkyrie purple perk to get to the skies quicker when they do have to Valk ult a little bit later in the game, but also the importance of the triple bombardment on the purple perk of Gibraltar. So devastating in those fights towards the end game where you really can just zone out not just one, but 2 or 3 different teams to try and stay alive. Speaking of purple, Alliance, they've got there. Unlucky. Hackis and Aku are going to have all their perks picked. They're going to be ready to fight here as they work their way in towards zone. A long way to go for them, though.
Well, I do want to follow up as well. I do still think Alliance one of the best teams in the world. I just think it speaks volumes about how good Effect was. And really, as an individual, what he adds. And I mentioned it earlier, when you have that player who can just turn around and destroy a team in a 1v3, Effect was that kind of guy for them. And Unlucky has done very well at filling those boots himself, but also Aku stepping up to that plate as he grows as a player too.
Here's Dinos on your screen, and they've got a long way to go. You can see they're at pylon at the moment. Team Vision are trying to hold them out. That's going to be one member of Team Vision up on that high ground, just watching their wrap. It's going to be Lota who's going to be able to do so pretty comfortably as well on Axel. He's going to be able to throw down that Nitro gate should he need to, just to scarper back to the closest of his teammates should Dinos decide to push. And it looks like Dinos might be actually walking up on him, so Lota's going to be very, very careful here that he doesn't get 3-2-1'd, all 3 guns firing onto him, and he finds himself, unfortunately, falling down.
Vision made me laugh, by the way. I was chatting to Zach Mazer, and it's almost like he's their stepdad. Like, he's just that he kind of looks after them. He's like, man, I've got these great kids that come in, they just play some video games, they're incredible, they listen. And Zach has grown as an IGL as well. It's just so funny to hear the kind of relationship that they have and the dynamic on that team.
He left out some of that conversation, and it's for not only your benefit, but Team Vision's as well. Private. Let's leave it like that. Well, Neo on your screen right now. They're in zone pretty comfortably right now. They got the Watson in the composition as well, so they're not going to be moving for quite some time. Just interested to see where the zone actually pulls after this one. That's the big one. I think it might be going down towards the likes of Reject, also Liquid, the good zone read here, but here comes Team Alliance. Falling from the skies, Hackis goes down, and that's the Gibraltar down as well. But Unlucky will be able to drag his teammate and his IGL back to his feet. They will be safe here.
You've got to be ready as a Newcastle. You have to be instantly on that res. Otherwise, you just give that option for someone to pick them off. You know, a charge rifle or a longbow, and then suddenly you're looking at hoping to go for a deathbox res. But Alliance will survive, and it's just, at the moment, it's just knocks from distance, everyone just having a little bit of a poke off. No one at any real threat. There's a lot of these teams on the edge at the moment just looking to hold out. Now, Mythic Bin has spawned on the north, and Enter Force 36 and Zipline Mafia are kind of posturing up against each other as well. Maybe going to contest each other for this one.
They might have a poke off around the Mythic Bin that's spawning. I like that term. I'm going to use that a lot more.
Are you making fun of me?
Yes.
Oh, okay.
I'm offended you had to ask that question. Well, Zipline Mafia, who went on a historic run, by the way, winning the EMEA Regional Finals to qualify, going into EMEA Regional Finals to qualify for Split 1 playoffs here at EWC, they basically had to win the thing, and they went and did exactly that in match point. So a fantastic story up to now, but when you get to the dance, you want to make the most of it, and Zipline Mafia have certainly got some work to do, but with how close the lobby is, one big game here for any team could really solidify your place in those leaderboards. Look at where the zone's going, though. It is pulling out towards Dogred on that building. Liquid will be safe up on that high ground, I think, for a little bit longer, and we'll be able to actually look to play that roof a little bit later in the game, too, should they wish to.
Hell of a call from Team Vision as well, to be able to play on that southeastern side. That's a typical Zach Mazer position, it feels. They gamble on them. When they are late, they like to go for something that's a little bit off and could be different, and if it does pull, it's a big advantage to them. Is SAUL actually going to drop in a similar position?
Interesting zone, kind of comparable to what we actually saw earlier when we went down to Dev Coast to see the zone where, you know, playable spots there are, but they're broken. It was helped out by the fact that it was a game number 4, that the fact that the Gibraltar, the Newcastle was still available. A very similar situation here with the zone that we see. Not a lot of natural cover, but a lot of utility in the Legend compositions, which is going to help these teams survive towards the end game. If this is a Game 5, Game 6, even a Game 1 or 2, you're probably seeing the lobby down to 7 or 8 teams as the zone goes into that final ring. But in this, you could see a lot more just due to the utility that is available for teams as RRQ make their move a little bit closer to the zone here.
More knocks in the kill feed, but still just from distance. But this one is not. This has been a fight that's been extended for quite some time, as now Dinos have lost one.
Zach loses his shields, but stays on his feet. J Future has to take a second here to play behind the knockdown. His teammate DJ Killer's going to hold that door. There's Watson fences around as well. You've got to be so careful where you step. You don't want to get stunned and find yourself in a position where you're so vulnerable to a 1v1. It looks like Vision have managed to get the res as well. It's a 2v3, although now it becomes a 3v3 again, as Dinos will get the full reset.
Yeah, both teams back off, both teams get the res, as now Zipline Mafia have just arrived to the party. That puts a lot of pressure on the team on the outside here. So Dinos have to be careful, because remember, Vision were inside. They have protection from this.
Dinos have managed to climb all the way up to the high ground. A couple of Valk missiles coming their way. That's going to force the bub. DJ Killer's trying his best to get his claws onto the top of that egg just to climb up to join his two teammates, but with the bubble being burnt, that makes it a little bit more difficult for them to survive if they take this fight. Anyway, looks like it's going to be happening right now, and it's going to be Dinos who get that first initial damage.
Initial damage, do you follow up? Yes, you do. You've got to get rid of the fences, though, and you will, and it's going to be 2 going in their favor, and it looks like Vision are falling apart here. Can you escape, maybe? No, you cannot. Vision eliminated in 19th. Now, will we see Zipline Mafia re-engage? It looks like no. They are happy to be trolls under the bridge right now. By the way, all the meanwhile, Alliance have been able to get kind of north of Dinos, holding this eastern side, because they were able to just fly in for free, walk in for free, it feels like.
Yeah, Alliance just Valkyrie over the entirety of the lobby, played that spider choke, and now we'll have a pretty good walk into where this zone is going to be going. Remember, they are on Baby Comp as well, so they have Newcastle and Gibraltar available to help them hold down that spot, increase their survivability chances as that endgame starts to take place. Everyone else who's on the western side of this zone has to go through each other. That's where the lobby will start to cut itself down, as Zipline Mafia, as we see on our screen, still hold that bridge position.
Yeah, a lot of the teams on the east have a chance to pick up some big points, as now VKG down to just 1, but the res is happening, and they have been able to find a trade of their own. They're kind of backed into a room at the moment of EKG, and they only have 23 seconds to try and win out this fight and actually plan where they're going to move. It's always frustrating when you're this close to ring closing in. Someone engages with you, and it just takes away that opportunity to plan and talk about where you're going to go.
I mean, so many teams are still outside of this zone, and it's starting to close in 10 seconds time. The problem is, nobody knows where to go. 2 teams who don't know where to go right now are staring straight into each other's eyes. That's going to be Alliance. The queue lasts a little bit longer for them. They get that initial damage, and it's down to J Future on the Gibraltar to try and clutch here. Alliance will go down thanks to the lobby, and it looks like Dinos will survive.
Yeah, that was Zipline Mafia from under the bridge, is now Enter Force 36. They see their opportunity, and they will enter as a full 3 here. Dino, sadly, they will be able to toss some left-behind remnants, but E36 will pick up this position as now Team Nemesis decide this could be a chance for them.
Everyone dropping from the skies from the Valkyries, just looking to find somewhere to play. Jizzler's going to be able to get the castle wall down, and changes to that Massive to try and ward off the pressure coming in from Nemesis. Team Liquid still inside a zone though, still up on that high ground, and still able to take advantage of so many teams who are going to be falling into the open. Neo will be eliminated from the lobby next. 15 squads now remain.
Team Liquid now taking a little bit of ring damage. They have to move to the other side. Remember, Sentinels are below them as well, as Nemesis now have the castle wall out. Reject have been taken down. Pirates are eliminated as well. It's 13 squads as Nemesis are under pressure.
Sacred with a triple take. He'll make this interesting. He makes it very interesting, but he can't clutch up, as E36 will just about survive. Ninjas in Pajamas, another dud game for them. They will fall out earlier than they would have wanted to, but with the bubble down, E36 will be safe and will be able to reset here.
All the meanwhile, Zipline Mafia have played this perfectly. Not only were they helping out on damage and forcing those teams on the east to fight, but now they have taken center zone here. Their main worry is going to be Enter Force 36 right now. If they do take that engagement, they could be in a game-winning spot.
Oh, Chop gets the bubble down, but not before he falls down himself. It's KNC putting the pressure on. The Valcon from Noxy says, I'm out of here, boys. I'm going to try and get us a few placement points. Hover in the skies and see if I can find somewhere to land. It's KNC who will come out this one strongest, and a Kraber in the hands of Chappie.
I mean, smart play. You can definitely pick up 1 or 2 placement points depending on how you play this one going up into the sky. As there you go. There's your extra placement point just from Valkyrie up, because Aurora just got eliminated.
Aurora gone. As RRQ now look to get involved in some of these fights. SAUL only got one player on his feet. It's Jesco on the Gibby. He falls to his knees and he falls back into the lobby screen, and RRQ take the zipline back down as they have to now worry about where the zone is going. Everybody is being forced towards his zone and there's barely anywhere to play.
RRQ are fighting so well together at the moment. Very difficult to try and compete with people that in sync, as Sentinels finally are going to have to move out. Blinks has gone down, and sadly, there's just too many teams looking at them.
This is really, really rough. So many teams are refusing to rotate to zone. They're just looking for KP. Possibly recognizing that it's going to be difficult for them to win this game, so they're trying to maximize those points through kills and taking the teams out around them. RRQ now with the Jimmy bubble down on that low ground. KNC look across them. GK will be eliminated. VK will be eliminated as well as we down to 7.
Down to 7. Zipline Mafia still dead center of this zone, as RRQ is still somehow alive on this southern side and actually forcing their way in. One remains on Sentinels, by the way. It's going to be behind RRQ here.
Raybar, you peek. And Chappie will look to teach. Almost manages to take the skull off of one player. We're going to have to survive for now. Another fight going down. Over to his east. It's going to be involving... Look on your screen right now. Sentinel's just been eliminated in the meantime. Dogred will go down. It's KNC who are starting to pick up KP after KP from this high ground position. And Team Liquid might be next. Zipline Mafia now being contested themselves as WeQ on the Gibraltar has to spray with that R9 and has to try and clutch. Strafing Flame, he's down into 1v1. Pricey last alive.
Last alive, you got the Gibby, you got the bubble, you got the shotgun as well. Pricey slams him home. Zipline Mafia out. Team Liquid. Now after dropping here, they can get very aggressive here, and it's a 2 versus 2.
It's a 3 versus 1. It's a 2 versus 1. It's a 1 versus 1. And Zero barely has any KP. Sight is trying to stick the knock. E36 looking to move up on this as well as KNC takes to the sky just to try and survive and buy a little bit more time. Panic has found a little ledge to play and gets into the top 3 because of it.
Well, RRQ are watching all of this unfold, by the way, and it should just be a matter of patience at this point. Enter Force 36 is still alive, and then one remaining solo that's going to prove to be a thorn in the side of their chances of winning this game.
Easy Flash has got himself 5 kills in this game, so it's looking like a monster potential point tally for RRQ here. Panic still hasn't been spotted, by the way, and if he isn't spotted, there's a real chance he could win this one. If this 3v3 goes down and Panic does not get spotted, then all of a sudden Liquid have a chance.
If anyone can do it, it's Panic. We know how good he is in these engagements. RRQ taking a lot of damage. Need to hand over. You need someone who can help you with this damage now.
Pricey with a PK in his hand, the bubble goes down. Jizzler with a massive in his hand.
Where's Panic?
Strafing Flame. Jumping around, he gets chunked by the massive. 1, 2, 3 times. He's down as well. Panic's still alive. It's a 1v1. Panic does it for Liquid. The sneakiest of Valkyries finds a spot to play, and the young man comes up clutch for Liquid.
There is always an opportunity. As a rat, as a solo, if you can find a way to go unseen, unnoticed, get behind enemy lines and time it perfectly, that could be a game-changing moment, a tournament-changing moment for Team Liquid, who are certainly in contention for winning this entire tournament. They have the players, they have the history. But it's those clutch moments that you need to become champions. All the meanwhile, still incredible points found from the likes of RRQ, who will continue to be at the top of this lobby.
The Aviators are out, and why wouldn't they be? It's a great game for them, but I mean, you just saw what was happening. Everybody lost. Panic. He got on that ledge of the cannon and then just avoided E36 line of sight. They did not know where he was. He was just peeking, he was just prodding, he was not giving them the opportunity. And when he took to the skies, he fell in a 1v1. And having got into position where he had the first shots, you know that boy ain't gonna miss when the lights shine brightest.
And when we look back at the highlights, the amount of health Panic had when he initially escaped and he survived, it was a slither. If you had sneezed on him, he would have gone down and it would have been a 3v3. And also, how many times do you see those situations where you stay alive as a player, you watch the fight happen, 2 or 3 players survive, you walk in and it is just, you fall over, you get second place, you're happy. But with the amount of damage that was being done between both of these two teams, it gave Panic that opportunity. And again, he just had to time it right here. This was the fight that gave them the opportunity to win. And then Panic, it's as simple as that.
And when you're the new player on a team, when you're a young man who's been given an opportunity to step up onto one of the most storied players in the ALGS with wins under his belt in Zero. Sykes, who's been there before, been in finals, been close to winning those big tournaments. To have a play like that happen early in the tournament, it makes you feel like you belong. Now, don't get me wrong, Panic felt like he belonged probably 2 years ago. I mean, you've seen the confidence that the kid has, but those moments are massive.
And the reason you see RRQ react in the way they just did, they put a 17-kill game on the board alongside that second place to put 26 points down in match 4, putting them at a total of 57, giving them a 20-point lead going into match 5 over Team Liquid. Such an advantageous position they find themselves in with 2 remaining now. And remember, Valkyrie will still stay alive going into matches 5 and 6. And you look what so many of these teams were able to do in that game thanks to Valkyrie. You can have one more opportunity to do it again, but this time, no Gibraltar.
Well, that has made the lobby a little bit more interesting when you're looking at those overalls. The performance from RRQ has given them that gap now. They have a gap at the top of the leaderboard. Of course, we're talking about cumulative points, but it's a fantastic performance from them that's going to make these next 2 games a lot easier for them when it comes to pressure with the situations they find themselves in. For the rest of the lobby, they're going to be looking at that performance as a blueprint for what they do in these next 2 games. One big game, and all of a sudden you are flying up those leaderboards.
Team Liquid had a damage difference in that game of 4,470.
That's that higher barometer, baby.
Pointed it out right at the start of the game that their aim is just going to be building up their shields, dealing damage, forcing people away, forcing people into uncomfortable positions, and then later on, they were able to take some of the priority space. But then you saw in the replay, you may have heard in the replay, Zero saying, who inted us in that point? Because even despite the int, they were able to survive with that single player and go on to win the game. And yes, they didn't get the most points in the lobby, but that win is so important for confidence, not just for Panic, but for Zero as well. How many times have we watched tournaments of Zero IGLing? They haven't quite got there. Perhaps confidence starts to dwindle a little bit. If Zero gets going and heating up, suddenly this Team Liquid roster, they become such a terrifying force to compete against.
Yeah, there's nothing scarier than when Zero's focused and fired up and hyped up as well. I think that's when he plays his best Apex Legends. And when you've got a player like Panic who is never shy at getting hyped up himself. By the way, these massive shots here from Jusna, absolutely ridiculous. Those 3 that he chunked inside and around that bubble were absolutely beautiful. But when you've got a player who is going to be as fiery as you are, as motivated, as pop off, what's the word I'm looking for? Pop-off orientated. That's the one I'm looking for. It's going to motivate you as well. It's going to bring out the best in you, and I think the Panic's been a great addition to this team, even though there's a little bit of a gelling process. Liquid, coming into this tournament, for me, we're a team who haven't been spoken enough about. They are serious when it comes to winning this tournament.
And those extra, 7 points that were just gathered in that single moment from Panic as well, that could be the difference maker from getting into the next stage, from getting into the finals lobby, to be honest. And you don't want to be one of those teams competing in the survival stage and then finding yourself having to play a long, drawn-out stage where you could be comfortably putting your feet up.
And then you remember as well, you qualify immediately for finals, your POI draft becomes a lot more enticing.
Exactly.
The places you're going to be playing from in every single game in that finals are going to be a lot more enticing. And that's what things are looking like right now when we do look at our series results. RRQ on top, and that is that gap that we were talking about. 20 points now the difference. 32 kills, by the way, for RRQ at the moment. That is a big difference to the rest of the lobby. Most of them coming in that previous game. But Liquid, with that win in our game that we just saw, now find themselves in second place with 37.
Wow, what a match 4 to set us up so nicely for 5 and 6 here as we look down at the lower half of the leaderboards. And there's a few teams we had mentioned that were struggling a little bit. 2 previous winners of the Esports World Cup in VK Gaming and Alliance, both down there right now, 12 points and 9 points. And between them, NIP, who I pretty much considered one of the best teams coming into this tournament. When you look at their consistency and how they were performing, they are struggling at the moment.
They are certainly struggling indeed. Really not the Ninjas in Pajamas that we have seen in the Americas Pro League, and of course in the regional finals where they managed to win the thing. So a lot of work for them to do, but we've just seen, like I said, the blueprint of how to do well in this group. One big game with 2 remaining, and all of a sudden Ninjas in Pajamas will be right at the top of those leaderboards.
And also if we can see, a northern zone, that might help them out dropping up towards Zeus. It was quite the journey they went on, as we can look at a more of a zoomed out POV of how this one went down. And as I was mentioning, just with how well both teams played on the damage, as Panic was just
peeking over the
waiting in the wings like a little terror. And he is able to get that final kill. As we check in with Team Liquid now, could they be the winners of this entire tournament? I know I was speaking to Barney, our stage host, and he was saying he just has a feeling about Team Liquid going into this event. He doesn't know why, but he just feels like they might finally do it. And I tell you what, maybe he's their good luck charm.
Yeah, sometimes people not speaking enough about you just lets you go under the radar, takes the pressure off of your shoulders. You know, we're talking here, you know, in the caster booth, everyone's talking on the desk about, you know, defending champions VK Gaming, ninjas in pajamas, a lot of expectation on them. Surprise, surprise, Falcons are always going to have pressure on their shoulders when you get to these events. Liquid just kind of been able to do what they want to do coming into this event. There hasn't been a huge amount of talk about them. There hasn't been as much when you compare it to some of the other squads. And I agree with Barney. I got to say, like, coming into this tournament, I had a list of 5 teams that I believe can win this tournament. Liquid were one of them, without a doubt. I think there's no doubt that they do have the pedigree to do so. And when I look at their trajectory through scrims, through match point results, whatever it might be, it's all looked good. And I think everyone's getting more comfortable. I think everyone is getting more comfortable on Legends. Maybe they weren't as adaptable on previously. And I feel like they're a real threat.
It's always nice to see players being rewarded for trusting in other players, newer players, upcoming players. When we saw Panic originally on TSM, we were looking at each other like, all right, this guy looks like he could be the next big thing. Zero takes that risk, picks him up. Sure, there hasn't necessarily been all of those results coming instantly flooding in. Could all be worth it if suddenly you're at EWC and you find yourself winning the whole thing.
Yeah, and I mean, he's also had to change Legends from what he's been comfortable on. Obviously, previously he's a massive entry fragger. Now he's having to play some anchor roles and some of those anchor Legends. And something has got to be found here for NIP on your screen right now, because things ain't looking too good for the boys on your screen. But one game can completely change that, as we've just seen in our previous one. A big game from this team, who have been known to drop big games as well, and all of a sudden we are changing the conversation.
And if we can take anything away from the previous series that we had earlier on today, we saw 2 back-to-back wins in matches 5 and 6 for Zeta Division, and they suddenly soared all the way up from 20th to top 6? Perhaps we can see something similar here for NIP going into these last ones. They can show us why they are considered one of the best teams at the tournament.
So much history now with these teams, and expectation and what they've done before, and are they going to match up to that? Are they going to go one better? It's the beauty of watching the Apex Legends Global Series. And if you're watching right now at EWC for the first time, you've come through, well, first of all, welcome. So secondly, we hope you enjoy some of the action that you're seeing here on our stage, and we also hope that you're enjoying some of the stories of these players, because they've been doing it for quite some time, a lot of them, and they certainly have been through a lot of different trials and tribulations, like we're going to see in these final 2 games. A lot of pressure on the shoulders of a lot of big players, but that guy never seems to feel it.
Somehow, someway, has always had nerves of steel as effect, even when he first entered the scene and he was considered the next big thing. Well, he has certainly been able to live up to those expectations. Can Aurora now answer back as we go into match 5? And as I mentioned earlier, we still have Valkyrie. She's going to be up for this one, but Gibraltar will be banned after an 80% pick rate in match 4.
And that makes things more interesting when we're looking at where end game is going to be played, as that Gibraltar bubble, like we saw in the previous game, was vital to the team's success in towards finding somewhere to survive in those final moments. Team Liquid, that win was a good one, and let me tell you, the zone's pretty good for them as well. We are going back down towards Barometer, and Team Liquid, who just managed to pick up a first place from their POI, might be thinking about going back to back.
Yeah, not quite the same pull, but it's pretty darn close. You know, we often get repeated zones in ALGS, somehow, some way, it still happens. But Team Liquid will be delighted when they eventually see it. And as you are quite rightly mentioning, like, do they even have a ring console here to work with, which they don't. So they are not going to be able to get that information just yet. There is a survey beacon that they can potentially use a little bit later, but often it's used just to gain Evo. But they're going to see dinos arriving from the southeast pretty darn soon, which will give them a little bit of an inkling.
Oh, I was going to say, if they do hit it, they're going to see half the lobby on their screens, and they'll be like, I think it's coming our way, boys. So Team Liquid with the opportunity here to look for at least another top 5 performance. And what we saw in that previous game, And that position almost becomes stronger if they want to play that height, considering the lack of Valkyrie and rotational abilities for the teams a little bit later on.
Now, just to give you an idea of how well RRQ are playing right now, they've matched the winning points total from our previous series of Gaming Gladiators at 57 points after just 4. If they carry on this trajectory, they are going to be such a dominant force, or considered one, especially when you look at this lobby and some of the teams that are involved in it. I thought this lobby was going to be tighter, to be honest, but RRQ have been able to just put themselves head and shoulders above the rest.
Well, Nemesis have got a long way to go here before they get towards Barometer. That's going to give them the idea that everybody is already ahead of them. 21 enemies going to be scanned by that survey beacon. The evac goes down. On White Armor, they've decided that the quick rotate is the play here.
Now, we've mentioned players that have been built up, and the next big thing, as this gets destroyed, not built up. Sacred, I feel, is another one of these players who is potentially going to be the next big thing. Maybe he is the next big thing, I don't know. But this is his first real major LAN where he has been part of a major roster. We did see him at the ALGS Open, but we have seen him compete, of course, through Pro League. And Nemesis have trusted in Sacred, and he has been phenomenal throughout Pro League. The numbers he's been applying, just insane.
So Nemesis having the evac destroyed, are going to choose to go towards Cenote now. They have the option to hit the survey beacon there, and they can also just wait for the next ring information as well if they choose to at Cenote. They can dip into the ring once it closes to hit that ring console. KNC a little bit further away though. Kinnetrope Club going to be hitting the evac right now from outside of Command Center. Cover a little bit more ground towards the south. Ninjas in Pajamas. I feel like this is a really big moment for them, this game number 5. A weak performance here would be very, very disappointing for them. A lot of teams already in front of them in zone as well, and not a lot of Evo on their path as well here, Dan. This is going to be a really tough one for them. They haven't even managed to get up to blue, and Vayne was almost blue in the face there as he exhales, has to jump into the void to survive.
E36 who've got eyes on at the moment. They are just trying to escape, but they cannot get out of the sight lines. Remember, NIP, the #1 seed coming out of America, is coming into this. They're going to try and hold, but Kurev now has to escape.
Yeah, Kurev's got to get out of there. And I don't know if he's going to be able to do so. 2 players have been finished, so Kurev now on Fuse. He's going to turn into a human cannibal, and he's going to fly through the skies to try and get out of dodge. Now, one good bit of news for Ninjas in Pajamas and Kurev is that there's nobody on this side of the map, so he can escape for now.
Replicator there.
But where do they reset here? Where do they get the team back into the game?
I think it delays their rotation so much, which is going to make it far more difficult in the late game. That being said, at least they are not out. As Enterforce 36 try and play spoiler, as now Alliance under a little bit of pressure here, or maybe Alliance are the ones applying the pressure, but Aku has gone down.
Aku falls. The ult was enough to pop him up into the skies, and now Hackis Unlucky just decide that they've got to try and get out of there. I think that Unlucky has made the unfortunate call that he will be the one to slow down the push here and allow Hackis to get away. So even though Unlucky does go down, it's almost like a part of the escape plan for Alliance. As Hackis did take the opportunity just to scarper away. He's got a few percentage left on that Valkyrie. He's going to try and find a place to pop it, I think.
Yeah, it was very much planned. When Aku went down, Hackis was already gone. Hackis often is just far enough away to be able to make sure he can get that reset. Oh, actually...
1v3.
Can you just get the death boxes? He is being careful here. He knows he's potentially being followed, so he might have to go for the big wraparound up towards wall. It's not comfortable, it's not fun, but it's probably the safest route available. Alliance will be able to get back up on their feet at some point, but the death boxes are defended. Or will they? I mean, are we going to get a hunt here?
I think the hunt has started. Now, trust me, Dan, you've played enough Apex Legends with me to know that if I was in the air as Hackis there, I would have said winnable.
I also have been in enough Apex Legends that if I am Hackis in this situation, I'm always getting chased. And the thing is, with a player like Hackis, it's going to be in the back of your mind, I could be chased. We know how intelligent he is, but at the same time, in his shoes, or in his mind, he's probably thinking, I would never chase this. I would be focusing on getting to the late game. Could he get caught off guard?
Well, they've seen him go here. This is the thing, right? They saw him fly through the skies. The worry is that Hackis probably has in the back of the mind, there is a crafter here, so there's a good chance that they may think, oh, he's going to hit crafter here, so they maybe are going to try and chase me down. That's why Hackis has decided, as you can see from Neo, they've checked the crafter and they've seen that he's not there. I've got to play this one a little bit slower. I've got to wrap all the way towards the north, and I think the Neo decided, you know what, this isn't worth it. We're not going to find Hackers. It's time to allow Alliance to reset.
Hackers has to go to E District to try and rest the rest of the team.
Yeah, it's a long way.
That's how far they were going to chase him, but now they will allow it to happen. But that being said, when they do get the res up, there's always going to be the chance that you get held out now. So Alliance in a difficult position.
Ninjas in the Pajamas, by the way, have managed to reset. So Kurev has done a fantastic job. You can see them on the left-hand side of the map right now over at Cenote Cave. So 3 players back on their feet. They won't be dressed as well as they were previously when it comes to attachments, when it comes to ammo and obviously supplies in the backpack, but at least they can take a part in this game and see if they can make something of it. Alliance will be hoping they can do something similar as well.
To be fair, I don't even know how much they had. They were not necessarily in the best position.
They didn't look the wealthiest, shall we say.
I think they went from poor to poor, and now they're going to have to see if they can work their way in from that west side, but it's about just being alive. That's all that matters, as we also check in with VKG. Our current reigning champions of EWC haven't been able to get going similarly to the likes of NIP and Alliance, but they are holding out Team Vision at the moment, and they've got eyes on them.
In that ring console to find out where the zone is going. No Valkyrie here for Vision, though. So we're going to be hitting the Nitro gates. We're going to be sliding on the knees and get a little bit of a carpet burn. And queuing through to head towards Pylon by the looks of things. The interesting thing is that Elite Esports are currently here. You have to wonder if they're aware of that. Oh.
Hackers in the kill feed going down. It was the ring, though.
I think he got his teammates back in, but just didn't have the meds to survive himself. Should be dragged back to his feet, though.
Yeah, they should be okay, but it is certainly not going to be a fun journey at all from that northeastern side all the way in. As Neo will just bypass Enter Force 36 on their rotation, so they're not even considering holding out Alliance. This is probably the smarter play. Start to think about the end goal here and picking up more points, as Aku also just went down to the ring.
We can jet over there.
So I think there's going to be a lot of rezzing happening to get Alliance back into this game. Now Kinotrope. They could potentially play spoiler here to Vision, who you mentioned earlier had gone over to Pylon to hit survey beacons, ring consoles, whatever they wanted to gain information. They might shadow Elite Esports, though, with their rotation as well. I always think it would have been interesting, you know, we never really have a Bloodhound meta at the moment, but just being able to see those remnants of people you're following. Because it very much is interesting how similar the pathing that is taken by some of these teams.
Well, Alliance have done it. Hackers has managed to do it. He's got his teammates back into the game. They're healthy enough. But they still have a lot of work to do. Only 33% on the Valkyrie as well. Grabs a couple of extra syringes to drop off to his buddies.
They need them.
But how do they work their way in from here? That's the real question. They're going to work through Jurassic. They've got Kinotrope on the south side. They've got VK holding the fence line on the west side as well. It's a really tough rotate here for Alliance.
And no Skyward Dive available at the moment either. And probably not any ultimate accelerants to work with, considering how poor they're going to be in terms of their inventory. Not good for Alliance at all. By the way, Newcastle, the most selected legend in this lobby. It really is funny how much it changes the legend bans. As soon as you get one different ban, it opens up so many different avenues. So Valkyrie will be surviving this entire series.
Alliance are safe. But the zone is pulled to the north. Now, very, very interesting. Let's think back to the last game where it pulled out down to the southwest, where Team Liquid were able to play this tower for such a long time, the main structure of Barometer. Well, that's completely changed for them now. They have to try and work their way towards the north side of this zone. The good news for them is I'm pretty sure that they just had a Mythic bin spawn on them they're going to be able to pick up. So not only is that great for the fact that they're going to be able to get the weapons, of course, but the level up on Evo, massive for them, considering they weren't able to extend out of their POI early on due to the fact it was pulling towards them. So Liquid have just been blessed by that.
Scary on the map. I'm seeing RRQ and Alliance going toe-to-toe at the moment. I think RRQ just caught Alliance off guard.
They
yes,
just
they
caught
did.
Hackers in the backside.
But thankfully they will get the drag, and Alliance just haven't been able to catch a break at the moment, but that is going to open things up to Pirates, who are also now sending themselves into the equation, but RRQ are going to retreat. There's a lot of respect being shown to certain teams at the moment. you don't want to overcommit to one of these fights, because as soon as you engage, if there is the potential of a third party, you're going to lose.
Well, hopefully the Alliance prayers are answered here, as unlucky Aku and Hackis
Thanks, yeah.
probably looking to go to the skies very soon to find a place to play. Hackis rips the Valcolt. We'll have to see where they land. Elsewhere, Ninjas in Pajamas, they've finally got into a more advanced tax bracket and have got up to purples and blues. And now they're going to look to fight on the edge of this egg. Portal goes down. It's going to be Zipline Mafia who are inside.
Breach charge initially, see if you can tag and get rid of anything that's going to be defending Zipline Mafia, as now they will full send it here. A lot of damage has been done. Zipline Mafia get the opener, but it's traded out, and now they've lost 2.
Oh, it's
clean. It is as quick as that. It's clean from NIP.
It's so clean from NIP, and the fences coming down as well in the middle of that fight from Cole. Just stunned everyone on Zipline Mafia. So Ninjas in Pajamas win the fight, build a bit of confidence, and now have a safe spot inside of zone as well.
Speaking of inside of zone, Alliance have been able to land pretty much dead center and set up shop. So they will be able to compete potentially in the final circle if they don't get focused, as RRQ, our leading team. I had mentioned they're on 57 points, the same as what Gaming Gladiators were able to get after 6. They've not added any since. But there's still 18 squads remaining. That's why, as this zone gets even smaller, far less room to play.
One thing they can do is if anyone tries to take that other side of the bridge is bully them with Fuse. And firing those knuckle clusters, it would be such an uncomfortable place to have to play. Where the zone is going though, like you mentioned, Alliance are safe and have kind of, from the edge of disaster, made something work in this game. The Valcolt into zone was perfect. The reset early from Hackis was well judged. And now they've got to make the most of the situation they find themselves in. RRQ trying to pressure Ninjas in Pajamas. Both these teams will not be safe on zone close.
That being said, with where Alliance are, they are in a very vulnerable position depending on where people try and force themselves in. Team Liquid have just flown in and been able to put themselves near the pipes, but you can see Alliance applying a little bit of pressure there. Thankfully, Team Liquid have been able to utilize this rock to their favor. But they can also play spoiler to Alliance a little bit here from distance.
Let's check this quadrant.
And most importantly, they can play spoiler to those who are arriving from the west, like NIP and RRQ.
Yeah, in the perfect position to third-party that fight should it take place. Both those teams have to move, and they have to move across open ground as well. So TL are focused on those two teams. The Gen's position well as well. It's just eating up all the Valk missiles that are flying towards them. Those missile swarms are not going to do anything when it comes to breaking the shield economy of the team. Nemesis up on the high ground, not safe for the next zone, but will be safe for this one on close.
It's about that time where everyone's using Skyward Dive, getting up and trying to find a spot to play, or utilizing the Wraith they have available as well. Even those Axles being put to use with those Nitro Gates just to speedily move across the map, as Aurora also have moved up to the north. Nemesis taking the fight as well. But Nemesis win said fight quite comfortably, although I say that, they were not alone. Sentinel was able to pick up the pieces.
Yeah, Nemesis get inted, and then Sentinels clean up the pieces. RRQ now moving up to the position that is held by Team Liquid. And Ninjas in Pajamas now are looking to pitch them. Shots coming in from all kinds of angles here onto RRQ, who still hold down first place, still 57 points to their name, and now they're getting Fuse ulted and burnt and singed as Dogred will fall the other side of the map. Team Liquid want to clear this one up, and they want to finish it quickly. RRQ are gone as TL will pick up the KP.
Second place taking out first place. That's fantastic news for Team Liquid, and now they kind of hold this other side, and they're playing spoiler to NIP as well. That's another team removed from the lobby. NEO will disappear.
That's what they position themselves to do. Get away from the majority of the traffic, hold out the teams rotating in, but now they have to move again. They should have the Skyward Diver available pretty soon as well, as Reject will be eliminated from the lobby next. Sentinels on this height. Looking to pepper any teams who are going to be Skyward diving in, and one of those is in front of them right now. That's going to be GK Esports, who just fell into this corner. They do get the castle wall down though. Blix has got to be careful.
Sentinel's also aware of BK Gaming right below them, but of course under that bridge, so Sentinel can't do much about it. And Sentinels will have to drop eventually. They're not going to be in zone on this building. And that's why they're a little bit concerned about some of these teams that will have sightlines on them. Another worry is Aurora, who are on the north at the moment, but Team Liquid, the amount of space they've been able to take here, now you've got to try and reposition with this skyward dive, because yes, you've been able to dominate, you've got the kills, but walking in is going to be tough.
Yeah, the walk-in is almost impossible. It has to be a skyward dive, and you can see by the fact that they're going to wait for the zone to really get to the very edge of closing before they take to the skies. That was always going to be the play for them. Now you hope, now you scan, now you try and see if there's an opportunity to find somewhere to land or third party. TL look like they're going to land on the outside of this building. They're taking damage, but the Q goes down. But Legacy from SAUL is peppering them from above.
Breach charge came down. No one has fallen yet, though.
Gen.
As Team Liquid now can try and stabilize. A lot of eyes on them. Legacy is getting a great angle as well, but can maybe some other team help Team Liquid here? As Alliance also getting involved in a scrap.
Well, the gen's just been broken. That's massive, because that was keeping Team Liquid alive. That was allowing the shield to be regenerated as they sat in that corner. And now with that gone, all of a sudden Liquid find themselves in a tough spot. Dino's eliminated next. Sykes trying to get his IGL 0 back to his feet and manages to do so.
Survival of the fittest in the moment, and it's all about that Newcastle shield, which is keeping Team Liquid alive. Vision are going to be able to help them here, though, because look, SAUL, they're being sent on. It opens things up to Team Liquid.
Liquid just trying to survive. Top 10 is where we find ourselves in the game. Half the lobby is in spectator mode. The rest of them trying to see what points they can make out of this game. Hackis is last alive, will find himself the last to fall as Alliance will be eliminated as Aurora now move up from that west side.
Who else but Aurora to take down Alliance? As now, with Vision and SAUL still distracting one another. Team Liquid still staying alive below them. Kinatrope are just ahead of Liquid though, so Liquid are unable to kind of hop up onto this building and get involved in this fight. Their attention's elsewhere too.
SAUL have to move, and they have to move soon. But what is their intention? They do not have Valkyrie. They do have Legacy on the Wraith though, so a Wraith Ball is a play for them, or do they look for KP on this side of map before they make that play? Liquid has somehow managed to survive, by the way, cycling through the utility. But the Legends in their composition offer, it's reses, it's Qs, whatever it will take. Team Liquid have used it to stay healthy.
Sentinels have gone down. Team Liquid, by the way, they have another gen, they have another castle wall, and they probably have another skyward dive here shortly as well. So all of the utility, all of the ultimates you could want to try and reposition. Can they find another victory here to try and play catch-up to RRQ, who they had taken down previously?
Oh, Vision, Loa's got to be careful as Jesco, combined with Legacy, manages to pick him off as Visions were trying to make a play to see what damage they could do. Aurora on this west side, peeking and prodding at VKG. Here comes the portal now from SAUL. Legacy jumps into the void, through the fences, and finds a little corner to call home.
8 teams alive in this final circle. 7 of them have Newcastles as well, as Aurora taking a lot of damage, but SAUL will find somewhere to call home here. Great reposition from the Wraith.
So it's starting to close on them as well. By the way, GK, who landed and would get peppered a little bit earlier on, and now bang center zone and up as a full 3. Team Liquid starting to do some damage themselves. That's 2 dead from 2 different teams. Sykes has gone down. That's the Newcastle. And now Liquid have to try and clutch, and this man could do it. Panic did it in the last game. Can he now again?
Liquid said it's go time. We have to take advantage of this. He needs to work with Zero, the last remaining player, as Liquid will be wiped out in 6th place. Down to 4 now as VKG also gone.
GK get another wall down, and they might control the height for the longest in this game. KNC, by the way, still in a good position up on the high ground themselves. It's SAUL, who we saw move a little bit earlier, who is staring into the whites of the eyes of Elite Esports in front of them. Everyone is peppering Elite, as KNC now make the play onto GK. SAUL weak down on that low ground. Elite still weak as well. They will fall next, up into the skies, but it's not enough, as Kinatrope will clutch the final moments and take game number 5.
Such an important win for Kinatrope as well when you look at that overalls and the amount of points they needed. In that final circle, we had 3rd, 4th, and 5th alive. Kinatrope were just that little bit lower, but now with that win, they put themselves up into 5th position. And again, just in touching distance of the lobby leaders, RRQ. Even though there is still that gap, you just have to put yourself close enough that if you can find another victory, maybe, just maybe, you could take the win in this series. It makes 2nd through 6th very tight indeed.
Interesting way to end this series, with the teams being so close outside of that top 1 position, Dan. It really is interesting to see who is going to be at the top of the leaderboards come this final game here on Stormpoint.
I think RRQ maybe will kick themselves a little bit. They had such a massive lead, and whilst it will still be significant, they could have extended it here. They were only able to put 1 point on the board, of course eliminated by Team Liquid in that game. But what a final circle. 8 teams were left as we were closing. As I mentioned, 7 Newcastle, so absolute carnage when it comes to shields and walls that are down. But because Valkyrie's still alive as well, it plays a massive part being able to go up into the sky. And look what it means to Kinatrope as well, to get that win on the board. We've mentioned it. If you can find that victory, if you can give yourself that confidence, it can be such a game changer for the rest of your tournament.
So it's getting warm in here, and I think it's the gameplay that's doing the heating up at the moment as we find ourselves just 1 game left in today's action. And with multiple winners across multiple maps, it sets us up beautifully for the final game. Just keep looking at the leaderboards at the moment. I can't believe how close it is. You've got Team Liquid 45, SAUL 44, Elite Esports 38, 37, 37, 32, 32, 30, 20. You get the idea. It's literally a point or 2 outside of RRQ, who you talked about at the top of the leaderboards, that can change everything when it comes to those final standings.
And even those who are down in the lower half of the leaderboard, there is still going to be that opportunity to have that big last match to put yourself up there and just put yourself out of, kind of elimination range, right? After we get through these group stages, we will be eliminating teams. You do not want to be down at the bottom of those tables. As we now take a look at how the series is looking. There's that lead that we were talking about, 13 points for RRQ, but then it starts to get tighter thereafter.
1 point between Liquid and SAUL, 1 point between Elite and Kinatrope, and GK, sorry, they're tied. 2 teams on 32 points. It's ridiculous. We really are in for a banger of a final game here. But down at the bottom of the leaderboards, that's where the concern starts to arise here, Dan. That's where the teams, like you say, are probably thinking that we need to take the pressure off our shoulders ahead of tomorrow's games in tomorrow's series.
And especially considering the fact coming into this, we were very excited to see our previous champions. We were very excited to see the EWC champions from 2 years ago as well.
Yep.
And neither of them have really been able to step up to the plate. NIP as well, you look back at that game, they never really were able to get going. And now they rely on just 1 more match here. And sure, they are teams that are definitely capable of putting a big win on the board, but you're putting a lot of pressure on yourselves.
Well, if there's one team historically whose fans have been put through high stress, I will say, when it comes to Apex Legends qualification, leaving it late, it's probably the Alliance lot. How many times have we thought, Alliance, they've left it too late, they're not going to be able to do something, and then they just drop an absolute nuke in Game 6 of the day, and all of a sudden, they fly up the leaderboards, and we're just looking ahead to tomorrow and how they're going to play. They have historically done it so many times that it wouldn't surprise me to see them do it again now. However, with how the games have gone so far, and more concerningly, I think, for me, is how the team fights look like they're going down. It's a big ask of Alliance.
It is, and even though they did their best to, get back into the game, and they got back into that zone, they gave themselves a chance, but you are at such a disadvantage when you force your way in that late. You don't necessarily have the same kind of magnitude as everyone else does in the lobby.
We'll have to see if they can get it done in this game number 6. For now, we're going to jump into a quick break. Game number 6 coming up the other side of this.
Thinks he can come in here and play my game. Let's go. He knows nothing. Let's go!
Tyler 1, you're done.
Raw energy. Half blow the house down.
Welcome back once again, everybody, to the ALGS Split 1 playoffs here in Paris at the Esports World Cup 2026. His name is Gaskin. My name is Onset, and we're excited to get into our final game, which is set up beautifully. If you're just joining us, you've missed it quite a lot so far today, I will say, but you've joined at a good point because there's just a few points separating the teams in the lobby
from what feels like second to 20th. Yeah, considering we just had our lobby leaders get eliminated on just the 1 point, if that was to happen again, it does open up for someone else to potentially take this series. Team Liquid definitely on their heels, but plenty of teams on Team Liquid's heels as well. Everyone just kind of having a bite at each other right now.
It's been a good storm point for Team Liquid as well when you're talking about zones. 2 barometer zones for them. They made the most of one. They had a little bit of a rough pull when it came to where the zone ended up going to the north side in that game number 5. But I tell you what, they wouldn't be mad if they had a third one go to barometer, Dan. And we have seen it happen before. I haven't had my wall zone yet, though. I feel like I've been robbed so far on Storm Point. Surely we have a wall zone. I can't go through a series without having my wall zone.
Dev Coast? It's one of the 3.
I want my wall zone.
At this point, it feels like it's going to be one of the 3. If it does go to barometer again, I think, I'll probably be cursing out how that happens, because it just shouldn't 3 times in a row.
The math ain't math.
It is not. It just mathematically should not be possible. But it has, and that's what's crazy. Sometimes it does happen. That being said, they were 2 very different final circles, even though they were in the same kind of vicinity to begin with. The pools were very different, which made it played very differently as well. As we take a look at our lobby leaders, RRQ, Strafing Flame. Really just, if you think about the career of Strafing Flame as well, what he's been through, the changes of teammates he's had as well, somehow, some way, always finds himself in a number 1 spot on one of the days, right? He's always up there in those conversations.
You can say that about a lot of players who have been through some trials and tribulations where things aren't looking good, then all of a sudden they make a great comeback, whether it be through qualification, where they think maybe their career's going to be over and they find themselves in a finals lobby playing some match points. Or maybe it's someone who's starting their career like the likes of Dinos, Dan. This is another team from the Americas who qualified, who kind of upset the apple cart when it comes to the familiar faces that we aren't seeing here in the ALGS Split 1 playoffs at EWC. These 3 gentlemen here deserve to be here. I think it's a surprise to many that they made it this far, but as the weeks progressed in the Americas Pro Leagues, they just seem to go from strength to strength.
And they're ahead of VK, Nemesis, Alliance, NIP, Zipline Mafia. They are ahead of some of the tried and tested teams that we have in the ALGS. They're only 6 points away from being in the top 10. Their aim will be trying to survive as long as they can. If they are able to get into the finals lobby, that is a dream come true. But the more LAN they get to play, the better. And I tell you what, the more comfortable they are, the more likely that's going to be happening. And they do look better and better each time we see them in games here. And they have been able to put out a fair amount of points, especially considering how hard this lobby is.
It's going to be a crazy kind of end to the day for a lot of these players and teams. When you think about, you could be in 2nd place right now, and all of a sudden you end up in like 16th. If you go out early. You know what I mean? It's like, it's so close when it comes to points. If you go out early, you're top of the leaderboards, your game can completely change. Your day can completely change. You could have played so well for 5 games to be in that position. All of a sudden, one bad one. And you are careering down those leaderboards. It is beautifully balanced and a difficult one to reflect on if you've been so good for so long, so consistent, and then all of a sudden, a couple of teams have good games, you go out early.
And what's difficult is for the teams who are in the lower half, we say, yes, they have the potential to be able to get a big win and put themselves into the top half of the leaderboard. 2 teams can't do that. You're not going to have 2 teams having big games, really. Only 1 team can find themselves actually surviving and getting back into things. So we are likely going to see either Alliance or NIP or Zipline Mafia or Nemesis or VK. One of them are going to be, if not 4 of them, are going to be down in the bottom half of the leaderboard, which you would not have guessed coming into this.
Well, let's see if one of them can make a huge run in this final game of the series. It looks like we're ready to head into match number 6 now. The final one here on Storm Point, the final chance to see who is going to top the leaderboards when we get to the end of play. Let's see what happens here.
It's going to be a very different endgame, a very different story going into this one as well, with Newcastle now banned alongside Gibraltar. You're not just going to be able to force your way into zone this time. You're not going to be able to utilize that shield like Team Liquid were able to do in the previous and survive for that long. It's going to be a lot of relying on Watson, I imagine, going into this next game. And I'm sure we'll see a fair bit of Rampart as well, just to build a little bit of help when you do get into those spots.
Well, I'll tell you what, Team Liquid, they got Barometer.
Now
I don't think they're going to be mad, is all I'll say, with a Game 6 going essentially Jurassic. So I don't think they're going to be mad about it. Sentinels are going to be very, very happy as we see where the zone is going to be going. And they've got Console down there at Barometer as well, Liquid. Console as well for Sentinels. And this is one of those zones, Dan, if you're not there early, there is so few places to play.
The question is, where does Sentinel set up? We heard from Monsoon, they like to play zone, they like to put themselves in a position where they can be on the defensive side, use some of the sniper rifles, for example, but in their looting process, what did you get? Because you are not going to have much time here, so it's going to depend on where you dropped, what weapon arsenal you had available to you as well. Because Aurora are very quickly joining them from the west, Reject arriving from the north. I mean, everyone's starting to accumulate here in one place, and for good reason, because Jurassic Park, like you said, it's difficult to get into later.
Well, Coastal Camp is looking busier than maybe it should at this point of the game. Down on that southern side is Dinos and TLM Pirates have a little poke at each other. Zidane nearly got his head ripped off. That was terrifying.
I tell you what, Zidane, it's not going to be
Ballistic.
out of danger just yet. Yeah, Ballistic, something a little bit different.
There's a breach charge. Zidane 1 HP, flying up, pretending he's a palm tree. J Future on controller cannot locate him. His teammate, however, Chaos Feelings is going to be able to do so. That's going to be Zidane down, and that is the IG on Nox.
So Dino's playing confident going into this last one, and perhaps rightly so, going up against Pirates, who are in last position, only 2 points right now. And it looks like they are going to try and retreat and survive, as Dinos will at least take the minor victory of being able to pick up 1 KP and, of course, gain so much space and looting process along the way.
Maybe surprised by seeing that Whistler flying in towards him. Zidane was like, wait, there's a ballistic? I mean, that thing hits for 50 now. It really does do some damage. As TL. I wonder if Zero's thinking it'd be nice to have these zones a little bit later on in the tournament.
Yeah. Can we get these
You're not
during
going
the
to say
finals,
no.
please?
Don't get me wrong, but you'd certainly love them in the finals. They're going to be playing this egg at the moment, which is going to be on the southern side of Jurassic's. Ninjas in Pajamas in problems once again. Trying to move through that tunnel. It looks like they're going to be able to at least pull Kurev out to safety. But Dogrid do get that knock, and you have to wonder if they're going to try and push this one. They've also got Axel, so they've got that Nitro Gate down. They are closing this gap, and Kurev is not going to be able to get healthy.
They are zooming. At least they got fences down. They've been able to play this one. Great nade as well. You have to back off. That's just going to allow them to get healthy enough to protect themselves. But this is going to bring a lot of attention to the rest of the lobby. And it looks like Dog Red are just going to say, all right, we don't need to overcommit to this one. I like the speed of which they did try to engage, but you also have to be smart enough to get out when you realize that it's just not worth your time.
That was a little bit scary, not gonna lie, for Ninjas in Pajamas fans. That would have been a very disappointing end to this series had they fallen early. Now Alliance, what have you got in this game 6? We've seen them go to the well so many times, and it's looked like there's no hope for them in having a good day and a nice conversation at the end of the day about how things went and the points total, and they seem to always pull something out. Is that Alliance magic still there in this game 6?
It's another difficult rotation for them, and sure, they still do have the fallback of being on the Valkyrie, being able to throw themselves into zone, but now you don't have that Newcastle to play with. So they've gone for something a little bit different. They will have the fallback of Alter to work with, Bangalore as well to give them help crossing with the smoke. And I just wonder if there's a little bit too much left to do for some of these teams. That being said, I think when you get to this point, you have to look at the bigger picture. Like, okay, we're not going to win the lobby. Okay, we're not going to get to top 5. It's about making sure we're not at the bottom of the lobby, and we are at least getting to the next round, or at least giving ourselves a chance when we get into the next group stage games.
Well, that zipline is extensive. ZaraQ try and hold this off. TLM Pirates has just been eliminated by the well, and Dinos might be next. You can see Easy Flash is flicking all over the place right now. But that reticle is landing exactly where it needs to be. J Future is the player down here for Dinos. They're going to try and push this one. RRQ trying to get a position to keep Pricey alive, who is taking a little bit of damage himself. The gen's going down. And this is completely isolated here, RRQ versus Dinos. One player has managed to escape and is just running down to the southern side of things. It's DJ Killer, who's going to be able to scupper away from the attention. For now. There's an evac going down. I'm
RRQ
worried for his life.
Popped said evac, and I'm wondering whether that's going to be a chasing evac or just a reposition to the fence line evac. It looks like it's a search crew, but we check back in with Dog Red after they retreated from the previous fight with NIP. Now they're looking to be aggressive yet again and try and put Axel to work here. The Sparrow provides that information, and then the Axel Nitro gates get dropped down, and you engage as quick as possible, especially off the back of some damage from the triple take here.
Up to purple. Those jump gaps. Have the option to have multiple ultimates available. That Stinger Bolt, if they can get it kind of threaded inside of one of those buildings or force Zipline Mafia off this height, it makes it very, very interesting. They've got to be careful though, because Neo are behind them on that high ground and they were not aware of it. They have found themselves in a pinch.
So frustrating when you've done that much work to apply the damage and to be aggressive, and then sadly you get a taste of your own medicine as the aggression arrives from behind you as well, as Neo will be able to work in tandem with Zipline Mafia to do the damage to Dog Red. Even though one that was able to get away initially, now they'll be eliminated, and Zipline Mafia will probably be laughing at that one, saying that's what you get. But to be fair, Dog Red kind of had to move that way. They probably felt take advantage of Zipline Mafia being out of position. And now this should be isolated. No one else really to join in on this one, you'd think. But Alliance have just appeared on my screen from the northern side. Very late rotation from them.
Yeah, all the way from wall. They're hitting the evac right now. Wonder if they're going to just have a little bit of a stop here and collect some Evo, hit that survey beacon. Looks exactly what the play is going to be, and they might be about to wander in behind Neo. So we'll have to see if there's going to be a little bit of a pinch going on here, as Zipline Mafia is still maybe watching their back here. But all these teams have to move in towards zone, as we do see the zone continue to pull towards that fence line, separating Pylon and Jurassic. That's an interesting zone pull for sure.
It's a good pull for those who are in Pylon, because now it's been kind of split 50-50. Team RRQ will be able to claim that building. They'll be delighted with it, but Elite Esports are also starting to arrive, as Dinos just got eliminated, by the way. No, they didn't. They're still one alive, excuse me. One player from Dinos did go down, but there is still one Ratito left. It's now Alliance on their journey from the north. They've just kind of bypassed Neo and Zipline Mafia. Instead, they're going to move to the eastern side. It's a long old route it has been for Alliance. You wonder where the points are going to come from, as Elite looking to see if they could push up onto RRQ, but RRQ have held strong.
This is really interesting. This is a fight on that Pylon side, like you mentioned. If they win this fight, or whoever wins this fight, I should say, essentially controls one side of that fence line that we were talking about. It looks like RRQ have decided this isn't really a fight that we want to be taking right now. We want to just play the zone. We know that the height is going to be in for quite some time. Dino's just been eliminated in the meantime. Chaos wasn't able to get away from the attentions of the Hemlock of Sacred. I think this is a smart decision here. If the height is in, you should play it. Don't let Elite get behind you and pinch you.
By the way, NIP, 2 in the kill feed have just gone down. And you might be wondering, it feels like we're picking on NIP a little bit, but they were the #1 seed coming out of Americas from Pro League. The expectation was that they would be at the top of a lobby like this, especially as in the POI draft, they had the #1 pick as well. And that was here, on Storm Point. They have not capitalized. They have not been good enough to their own standards. That being said, they are still alive. It's not all doom and gloom just yet, but we're very close.
Elite versus RRQ. The story continues to unfold. Light's going to have a little bit of a peek on the head glitch. We take ourselves over to the northern side. Neo just zipping down towards the bottom of this zip line on the hillside. Team Vision just been eliminated, by the way. That's a little bit of a surprise. And now, we Q and Crew, I should say, hitting the zip line. They waited for that player to hit the survey beacon. They took him down. And Neo now in trouble. Kinotrope Club have just been eliminated in the meantime, as the action just starts to pick up here.
A lot of these teams in the lower half of the leaderboards getting a little bit antsy for some KP now. It means we're getting a lot of these earlier engagements. 15 squads now remain, as Neo trying to get back up to 3, and they do so. But have they done it quick enough as Zipline Mafia arrive? And they're going to be able to take the high ground away from them if they would like. But they're looking to just, I think, brute force this one.
Well, Lions are looking at this one as well. Nitro Gate is going to be used to try and get Zipline Mafia back into the fight. It's not going to be theirs. That's Neo trying to escape, but it's not looking good for them at the moment. One player's still alive, but he's running into all sorts of trouble. Juxo trying to pretend this Rock is his best friend of all time. It's not going to happen. They are eliminated, and who comes to the party? It's Ninjas in pajamas. They're back to a 3, and they're starting to fight KP.
It's Alliance as well. They got sandwiched, both of those teams. 2 of our struggling, very powerful teams. They know what they need to do when they're in these situations. When you hear There is damage being done. When you hear there is potential for KP, you have to go for it. But it was NIP who were able to pick up those pieces in the end. So Alliance will just retreat. And actually, with where the zone's going, Alliance have been able to find quite a nice spot.
Yeah, I like their spot.
On the northwest side.
That broken fence line. They've got also Rampart in the composition, if I'm not mistaken. So they've got a few extra... Assuming they don't, there's some leftover, I should say. Rampart walls from another team that they can use as a little bit of extra cover. And one good thing, I think, for Alliance in this situation, they do have Bangalore, which in an open zone, those smokes can be a real difference maker when it comes to survivability and making some of those crosses. Nemesis have got a long, long way to go there. They look like they're lining up a skyward dive. One Kraber shot misses. One heavy bullet hits the other way for Skill Cakes.
Another team that perhaps I thought might have been doing a little bit better in this lobby, although they did just scrape through to be able to qualify for this point. Remember, eliminating the Crazy Thieves by 1 point to get here today. Can they find a last gasp attempt to try and put points on the board, to put themselves into the top 10? Here in our first group games is NIP in the kill feed again. Zipline Mafia losing one to the floor. Not quite eliminated just yet, though.
It looks like Ninjas in Pajamas are just trying to make sure that nobody wraps them when it comes to holding that tunnel. That's what they're doing right now, and I think they've done a pretty good job of it. Now they can turn their attention forward. Nemesis are trying to force their way towards zone. And a Kraber in the hands of Skittle Cakes might be the answer to it. Instead, second option, to the skies. Let's see what Valkyrie can scan, and let's see if there's any way we can land.
Yeah, this is a big call here for Nemesis. They need to find somewhere they can put this Kraber to work, to be honest, because you can actually get a jump on a team, hit a shot, and then take the position away from them, but you have to survive first. And look at the amount of arc stars that are arriving. Nemesis being bombarded right now.
They are getting shredded. Alb and Sacred are down. Skill Cakes is the last alive, and it's the fuse ult, the mother load that just absolutely ripped away at them. Team Nemesis are eliminated. 13 squads now remain. But Zipline Mafia find themselves pinching a couple of teams here, actually, on this eastern side of the zone. Elite versus RRQ continues, but it looks like it's coming to its culmination as Ninjas in Pajamas have been eliminated off screen. A rough day for the #1 seed from the Americas.
It's a rubbish day for NIP. 18th position they will finish in the bottom 3. Not good enough, and they'll have to be better tomorrow. As, by the way, I'm still surprised this fight is happening between Elite and RRQ. I think eventually RRQ did get eliminated by the looks, or at least 2 of them did. One sole survivor from RRQ, pardon me again. So they're able to sneak past the likes of GK, who are holding them out on the north. So very patient from Elite to be able to force the lobby leaders out. And by the way, RRQ still hold a 13-point lead over Team Liquid, so they're doing the job. They are surviving, they are putting points on the board to try and secure first, but Team Liquid, they are still alive and kicking.
Really interesting fight taking place here. GK, I was looking at it and I saw they had a portal down and they had an ultimate down as well. They were split. Alliance saw that in the skies, but GK got back together almost immediately, seeing Alliance trying to land on them, and they managed to get together just in time to delete Alliance on their landing. GK were brilliant at recognizing that Valkyrie. Alliance suffer. Aurora will also fall, but that is a great bit of communication coming in from GK to survive there.
VK Gaming got involved as well. They were jumping on the fence line, adding that extra little bit of damage and ruining Alliance's day.
Another after dropped. It gets him.
As now Team Liquid start to move in on S8UL. It's these 2 team against. This is 2nd and 3rd. This is almost exactly the same position we found ourselves in the last game, where Team Liquid just below S8UL.
GK Esports have been eliminated, so Alliance landing on them. Even though they win that fight, they're not able to recover in time. It's Light moving in from that pylon side, who gets the final knock onto them. S8UL still inside of this building, with Liquid on the outside of it. We might see a bit of Aussie on Aussie action if Zero gets involved here.
Legacy has that Kraber as well. Puts it to work? No, does not quite. As now Team Liquid down to just 0. Zipline Mafia eliminated, but you're not going to get the chance to stabilize. Our team in 2nd place out at 53 points.
S8UL, 4 bullets left here for Legacy. In the big gun. Looking for some angles to see if he can pick someone off. He wants the big shot.
He wants to try and break those rampart walls before he lets that Kraber sing. It's E36 who are bundled up behind those walls, and Elite are poking through the fence line to pick up yet more KP.
RRQ were eliminated in first place, by the way, at 62 points, so that is the chasing total. It's going to be difficult to try and catch it, though. It's going to be Elite or S8UL to have any opportunity to do so. Elite will have the chance to overtake Team Liquid, though. They just need 2 more points.
Couple of teams in the skies, one of them Sentinels find a place to play. One team we haven't mentioned in this game who are now involved heavily in the end game are VK Gaming. Out of nowhere have found themselves in a fantastic spot in this end game, and boy did they need it.
A win for VK Gaming will send them into the top 10. And when you look at what happened for the likes of NIP, Nemesis, Alliance, VKG do not want to fall victim to exactly the same disappointing day they just had. As S8UL, I tell you what, S8UL have been fantastic today. The way they've been able to dominate positions and not falter when they've been applied pressure from other teams. So good at holding some of these spots.
Well, Elite Esports have the cards at the moment. They are holding the majority of them because they control the majority of the fence line on the southern side. That means they can play in and let other teams fight, take care of each other, but when the zone ends, it will be on the opposite side of the fence. And they will have to move. Legacy taking damage on the cross. He gets taken down by the longbow of Synap. And that Kraber will not get put to use.
E36 should be wiped. They will. We're down to our last 5 as now Sentinel's also involved in this one. Monsoon able to get 1 kill on board as it looks like RC might be the next team to go. Reject struggling here.
Stingable chipping away. Kraber breaking hearts from Light, and it's Elite picking up more KP. S8UL are down as well, as Elite are peeking through the doors and looking for all of the kill points that are available.
And if they do get those kill points, they are now 8 behind RRQ. Can Elite steal this right from under the nose of RRQ, who are so far ahead after match 4? But they still need KP. Sentinels now start to move in onto VKG here.
Oh, they're making a play here, Sentinels. They want to try and take this fight, eliminate VKG from the lobby, and call this northern side their own, but Blinkzer has gone down. Kassa with the RE45 does enough, and now with Sentinels scarpering, Kassa is chasing, and boy is he taking Sentinels to the cleaners here.
VKG, who are not only defending their championship, but defending their spot here so successfully against Sentinels, and they go right back up to it. Very important they do this, to use this fence line to their advantage. You don't want to overcommit to the fight, because otherwise you give so much space to other teams. They don't know where the likes of Reject currently find themselves, who, by the way, Reject, they get the res, they're going to be back up to 3.
Light's got 7 KP. Elite are on a run here. 3 bullets in the Kraber. VKG not in a great spot. And with a Stinger Bolt forcing them out, VKG are really struggling to survive here. Fun will take one down. QQ's on his back.
Elite have not been able to take advantage of their position as much, with Reject now going up to a full 3, by the way.
LQ's managed to find one. Sentinels do lose the fight eventually to VKG. But can they get healthy here? Kassa has just been knocked. It's the wingman coming in from Axis from RC.
Elite, they close the door and they fence it up and they say, hey, how about you two just fight? We'll watch and we'll clean up whatever happens afterwards. As now Stinger Bolts come out as well. Everyone just trying to make sure that they are not the first to engage, but sadly they're going to be forced into it.
My goodness, it's all lining up here for Light. He's only got 2 bullets though. He wants to make the most out of them. RC are trying to fence them in. On RC back to a 3, now become a massive problem. VKG are down to 1, I believe, on that low ground now. And it's going to become a very no scope, no problem! As Light finds the head of Axis.
Has the drone as well, but it does get eliminated on its way. Elite are slowly being forced into this one, but they really want these 2 teams to engage. But because both teams have taken so much damage, they're reluctant to move.
Look at the fences! The fences are a problem! Now they have to walk through, destroying all these fences. VKG are still alive. Another Kickstart drone goes in. It sends VK into the sky. They'll be eliminated. Elite just looking for targets, looking for bodies, looking for wins. And Elite Esports will take home the final game of the day. And I tell you what, Light, he was feeling lucky in those final moments as he hit that big no-scope.
And not only do they take home the final game, they take the series. They overtake RRQ. They have a huge match 6 to send themselves into first place. A 27-point game to win this series, to rip it right away from RRQ. And considering there was, at one point, a 20-plus point gap between RRQ and the rest of the lobby, somehow, someway, they do not go on to win this series. And instead, it is EMEA who stands strong.
Signs of life from VKG in that game. But the story is EMEA on top. And Light and the boys put it together in that final game. Biding their time, and then the no-scope that will be remembered. The flick, the headshot. And that just allowed them the space that they needed to capitalize on those final moments. We'll see it again in a few seconds' time. But boy, does the Kraber make a difference.
And I think when we panned out into a third-person point of view, I think he did it again. I think he hit another no-scope because they realized this was the first one.
Headshot, by the way.
Beautiful, but they got Axis back up. RC were able to get back up to a full 3, and then we panned out. And I saw again in the kill feed, it was another Kraber shot, but it was the patience from Elite. Do you know how tempting it is after hitting a Kraber shot just to be like, screw it, let's send it, let's go. We can win this game. We've got the damage, we've got the weapons, we've got the players. But they waited it out. And by doing so, they get those extra points on the board and they put themselves in first place from the series.
Yeah, really impressive stuff in the final moments. And across all 6 games, 65 points on the board, like you say, means that Elite Esports will be top of the pile in Group C versus D in our group stages, and we'll be feeling very, very good about proceedings and how things went. They also did pretty well tonight.
To second place for RRQ with 62. Team Liquid will finish in third place on 53 as well. A fantastic day for them. But we have to talk about the underperformers. Ninjas in Pajamas, Nemesis, Alliance, all 3 of them down in the bottom 5. You would not expect those names to be down there. We did see some resurgence though from VK Gaming. As you pointed out, the defending champions send themselves into the top 10. So they recover from a dismal start, but they at least get some points on the board here, which will give them that confidence going into tomorrow. But we need to see more from NIP and Alliance in particular for me when we get into the next set of group stages games.
Yeah, I agree. I think both teams will have a real think about what happened today. Now, yes, there were some tough zones. You look at Alliance on Storm Point, had to move all the way from North Pad down to Barometer twice, and then down towards Jurassic as well, but it's what they do. They're used to that. It's not a surprise that they will have to play some of these zones that pull a long way away from them. It's usually they come out of those kind of games with at least a couple of team fight wins into that top 10, and then anything can happen. But I think it's just not clicking for a couple of teams here on the first day. But if we know anything about that lineup that you can see on your screen right now, they will come back stronger tomorrow. They will come back with a game plan. They will work tirelessly into the night to make sure that their performance tomorrow is something to talk about.
And they always do, and that's the thing. They are one of the best teams in the world. Now, speaking of best teams in the world, we have one of the best IGLs in the world, or maybe actually it might be Panic, I don't know. We've got someone from Liquid on the stage with Barney. Barney, take it away.
Thank you so much, guys. I mean, what an incredible day 1 of the ALGS Split 1 playoffs that we've had so far. And of course, I'm joined on the main stage by Team Liquid. I've got Zero here and I've got Panic. First and foremost, I'm going to head over to Panic, the human highlight reel. Today, map 4, I need you to tell me what was going through your mind. How was that end game for you? I just want to hear what it was like from your perspective to take home that win.
Honestly, it was insane, and like I was just sitting there. I don't know how neither of the teams saw me, to be honest, but like as soon as I killed the guy, like it was just like an insane feeling that I can't even describe.
Honestly, that's a fair point. We were all going crazy backstage, just to let you know. Zero, dude. I've got to talk a little bit about the history leading up to this as well, right? You haven't necessarily had the results that you were looking for leading up to this point, but it seems now that you guys have like found a groove. You're putting up big numbers. How does it feel now? What's changed for you guys?
I think especially like Panic's confidence. Like he can be the best player in the game when he wants to be. And like on his old team, he pretty much solo queued. So just running around like a crackhead, trying to 1v3 everyone. And like getting him back into like that mindset, just telling him like it doesn't matter if you make mistakes, doesn't matter if you int, as long as you're like playing your game, like you will farm.
You basically,
one thing.
Sorry, man. You've basically been like paving the way as well for, you know, Apex, showing us how it is to win. You're now IGLing this team. You've been super impressive. How does it feel? I guess the question is, do you feel like it motivates you when people start murmuring that whether or not you can get back to the top? Because we feel like you can, but I want to hear what it's like from your perspective.
Honestly, like not really at all. Like came from APAC South. No one ever thought like we would do anything one back to back. It's kind of like the same sentiment since then. Like people just yap to yap. They watch Pro League and like convinced Naughty IGL is gonna win LAN for some reason. I don't know what's going on there, but I like know we can do it, especially on this team. Like last team kind of like threw it together last second because of deadlines, and like I never expected that to go well. But this, like I'm pretty sure our floor is like top 10 in the world, and our ceiling is the sky.
Dude, the motivation is there. I can hear it in your voice, Panic. Thank you so much for joining me in this interview, Zero. I really appreciate your time. For now, we're going to go back to the studio to round out day one of the ALGS Split 1 playoffs.
Win, basically. Just throwing shade.
Well, there you have it. Were you guys one of the ones that think that he could IGL with Zero or not?
Yeah, I mean, if we're talking about with Panic, I think, or are we talking about with the JDT
what he
shot
just
right
mentioned,
there, the
yeah.
Naughty shot? Yeah, I mean, we'll see. It's Naughty's first event IGLing on LAN, and, you know, they had some really good online Pro League results, but that does not transfer over every time, so it'll be very interesting when the pressure's on in a whole different environment. I think Naughty can handle it. I like the way he plays. He plays without fear, which is what you need at these big events, so I think that's the benefit they have. But until times, like, I understand the Zero, and I love the shots. I love it.
Honestly, you can now see like the faith that Zero has in Panic, which is a really good thing to see because, you know, over the course of, I guess, a couple of games, you know, it has been a little bit difficult for them to sort of gel together. But now hearing him say it and seeing that he's kind of like let Panic free, kind of free like this little butterfly I drew of Panic. So that was match number 4 and he was floating around in the sky. So I decided don't panic as a butterfly.
Okay,
and
fair enough.
That's Lace's notes for group day.
Start off with the pig, then chicken, and then Panic in a butterfly. Okay.
I work really hard.
I like it. Now, we were talking before we actually came on how Team Liquid, this has been one of their best series, Grateful. And do you feel that way as well?
Yeah, I mean, I said it already after seeing that game 1. Like you could see a different fire behind them that like people were just been missing from them. And it really showcased that once they stepped on that pedal, they just never let go really. And having that faith in your teammate as well when he really says that he could be the best player in the world as long as he wants to be it. Like what better way is it, especially from somebody who's won LAN several times.
I think we can talk about that team over and over again, but one team that we definitely need to talk about is Elite. I mean, getting 2 wins.
Yeah,
that's impressive.
This is the absolute craziest part because I think everybody in EMEA knows how good they are, and now they're showcasing it on the world stage. They really have been like showcasing over and over again how really strong both Kinda and Henchman. I feel like Henchman is mostly slept on rather than Kinda because Kinda has a little bit more showcase overall, but Light, that IGLing from him that came pretty much straight out of, not from out of nowhere, but has been working his way steadily up now to the world stage and just still performing to this level is just phenomenal.
So we could say Elite is Elite then, huh?
Bro, you see him step out of that gate though with the fences, 2 teams on either side. Like that's insanity. And like it got 7 kills upon going into that section. Like it was great to just watch the replay there because we didn't really get to sort of capture what they've done before that moment. But I was like, that's just walking straight into a death trap. And they were just like, shoot this side, shoot that side, win. That's how easy it looked.
Well, we're talking about replays. There's a replay that we really want to be able to check out, and it has to do with that butterfly that Lace drew earlier. So let's actually take a look at Panic just clutching it up here, Snipe.
Oh, we're on the, I mean, this one was phenomenal as well. This was the Visions 1v3 here still. So we can kind of come back to this. Just the one clip, and then the Ultra Q.
It'll be after this
he
one.
ends up taking. But this was the big one. You have RZ or RQ that was in a fight, and then you have Liquid, which was in a fight, and you can see him in the back. So Liquid just got done with the fight. Panic was on top of the lift. He was hiding. You could even see Panic going into the sky on ROQ's or Strafing Flame's point of view right when this fight went down, and then he just lets them go in. He just lets them take the fight and then just cleans it up with a nice little win there. And yeah, we saw, you know, he was a butterfly up in the sky. He evolved and took out the win, which yeah, we were all in the green room and just screaming at the top of our lungs. I straight up just jumped out of my seat and just couldn't believe it. Play the event for sure.
I mean, I think the biggest part, it's so hard to capture everything, right? But the moment is that they actually fought on that cannon and they won/lost. It was 1 HP Panic that made it out alive, managed to fly up on the cannon initially to do this whole reset and still survive for another like 2 minutes, which is absolutely crazy, right? Thankfully, because of the zone in the background, they managed to face against the background, came in for the last 3P, and when it comes to can he one-mag him, it's Panic we're talking about. Of course he's gonna one-mag him.
Well, him being able to one-mag that player came pretty much clutched up a lot of points for them as they do end up today in third place with 53 points. You can see Elite Esports right there with 65. And as the casters were saying, Onset and Dan, RQ at one point did have a 20-point lead.
Yeah.
Snipe.
Yeah, I mean, we have to talk about this RQ team because a lot of times that, Strafing Flame and his squad have come to these events, their group stages have been pretty abysmal. Their past many events, honestly, leading up to about the past year and a half. And for them to come out and have a very strong first series with 62 points, because, regardless of getting first, second, we're not doing the normal 12 points, 9 points, whatever. Your total carries over, and that's what's going to get you into the top 14 to make you into the grand finals. So 62 points, they got second in this lobby. Pretty sure that puts them at second overall in total points, because 62 is more than the first place had in the very first series, A versus B. So it's impressive for them, awesome momentum, and we'll see if they can continue, because they're a force to be reckoned with, it looks like.
Yeah, and a force to be reckoned with. Those teams definitely in the first page. Now in the second page, we're looking at some surprising names too. You got NIP, you got Alliance, a team that has been able to win. I know they don't have Effect anymore, but they have been able to win at EWC anymore. How are you feeling about those squads?
I mean, they still came in strong. Like, Alliance still came in strong in Pro League despite of having Effect off of the roster. And then NIP dominated NA, right? Absolutely. And then they came in a little bit weak from now. And as you said, like, okay, Nemesis, I feel like it's a hotter cold team, let's be honest. They could smash it or they could get smashed, and now, they got hit pretty hard. But I would say overall, though, one day, like, we used to have several days because of the amount of games you played in groups and everywhere, upper and lower. Now it's one day. If you're not making that, you're going to be in Survivors round. You definitely want to avoid that. All of these teams we saw previously are feeling pretty comfortable.
Yeah, I think the biggest surprise in this lobby is not the teams that placed at the top. It's the teams that placed in the bottom 10.
Yeah.
I mean, the Alliance and the NIPs in the bottom 5 of this is just incredibly surprising. So, I mean, you see what we got overall. We have the total scores here, and, if someone else wants to break that down, go for it.
I'm going to be looking at one team, and I know we kind of talk about Elite, RQ, Gaming Gladiators. We got a chance to talk about them earlier, but I'm going to be looking at number 8 because it's kind of on brand for them here, Lace.
Well, look, yes, it is top 10. I did say this before. I was like, let's just make top 10. And I mean, look, overall rankings, top 10. They did really sort of, I guess, have a little bit more cohesion in those last couple of games. I remember, I think it was like one of the final ones on Storm Point. I mean, their positioning down on low ground was a bit questionable, but look, they still powered through. And, that was when like Team Liquid sort of got out. So that's where they're making up their points. And I mean, like I keep saying, this leaderboard is so close. I mean, just behind Falcons. And, then again, just behind Liquid. So it's still time will tell, but it is definitely a stellar performance from S8UL.
Yeah, and I kind of feel like the performance here from groups C and D shut down some of the narratives that we had going on in regards to A and B. I mean, we're saying Seda being able to get those back-to-back wins, right? But then you had some other teams being able to way outperform them and just be consistent. Because remember, at the start of the day, especially you, Graceful, you were talking about teams being consistent. RQ was one of those. Any of the other teams here, I know they're currently 11th to 20th, but...
I mean, the thing is that, even on... It's been in different shapes and forms. I would even consider Falcons was consistent today. Zeta wasn't really consistent until those back-to-back dubs, but they got big games, like you said, either big or small. But RRQ for me is the best thing to see, because you could also see it in his emotions. He was so happy, even though they didn't close out the games, he was still so happy because we put so many points on that board. And at the end of the day, it's after 3 days that really matters, and putting on those consistent points on the board is really there, and he's so happy with it, and he should be, because this really helps them push them further up towards that top 14.
It was just the first 6 matches. Don't worry, we still got a lot more matches coming your way as we have 2 days of group gameplay left. Don't forget, tomorrow it is going to be Group B versus Group D and Group A versus C. And I can't wait to see how we're going to end up spicing it up here. It's been a pleasure, honestly, being able to participate with you guys at LLGS at EWC 26 with Lace, with Graceful, and Snipe Down. Don't forget, tune in tomorrow and stay tuned to see who's going to end up in first place, who's going to be moving to the grand finals, and who's going to be going to Survivor Stage.